Chapter 1. The year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. 8 years remain until Luffy sets sail. At the Marine headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What nonsense is this? Are you suggesting that I infiltrate the Beast Pirates? Vane stood up, his excitement palpable as he slammed his hands on the desk before him, his incredulous gaze fixed on Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vane was, in fact, a transmigrator, and a rather unique one at that, born into this world. His full name was Bruce Vane, having entered the world in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, now celebrating his 20th year. Alas, Vane was born an orphan. Fortuitously, he was discovered by an old naval officer who brought him to Marineford to be trained as a Marine. Being well versed in the narrative of this world, Vane was acutely aware of its brutal realities. For an ordinary individual to survive, one must exert every ounce of effort. Without power, one could only rely on strength. Thus, upon his enlistment in the Navy, Vane dedicated himself to relentless training, committing to 200 times the effort each day. He even joined Zephyr's training camp, diligently mastering the 6 styles and hockey. During this time, he forged a profound friendship with fellow recruits Smoker and Tina, becoming inseparable companions. Upon reaching the age of 18, he graduated from the training camp with outstanding results, subsequently being dispatched to the East Blue alongside Smoker. Smoker's station was in Logetown, while Vane was assigned to the town of Fuchsia in the Kanomi Islands, the island where Kokoja village is located. In the ensuing 2 years, they collaboratively dismantled numerous pirate strongholds, vanquishing countless pirates. Simultaneously, they thwarted the pirates' aspirations to enter the Grand Line. In fact, during their time in the East Blue, their names were even whispered as the pirate slaughter machines. Now, as Vane and Smoker returned to Marineford, Smoker was promoted to the rank of colonel. Vane thought to himself, having worked so hard, surely he would at least be promoted to rear admiral. However, he could never have anticipated that Sengoku would want him to infiltrate the Beast Pirates. Noticing Vane's overt agitation, Sengoku cleared his throat, signaling for him to calm down. Vane, as a mature Marine, you must learn to handle various situations. Handle what exactly? You expect me, a rising star in the Navy, to infiltrate the Beast Pirates? What are you thinking? Who is Kaido, after all? The Emperor of the Seas in the New World, the Guardian King of Wano, a pirate of the prison break variety, often seen sneaking on naval vessels for a free meal. If I were to be discovered, it would mean facing the wrath of the Thunderbagua. As Vane's unwillingness was evident on his face, Sengoku sighed softly and pulled out a dossier from his drawer. Well then, Vane, I can hardly be blamed for this. As Sengoku spoke, he perused the file. After a moment, he closed it and adopted a serious demeanor, a flicker of unbridled fury flashing in his eyes. Vane, you once abandoned your post and, without authorization, executed Arlong, who had just been released from Impel Down, right in Kokoja village. Because of this, Jinbe, who had initially agreed to join the Shichibukai, has declared his intention to renounce that title. Huh? Vane was taken aback. I thought you were going to commend me? When did killing a pirate become a crime? While a recruited Shichibukai could indeed instill a modicum of fear in other pirates, they were, at their core, still pirates. Just like in the later Marineford War, where nearly everyone merely went through the motions, contributing nothing of substance. What good were they? With this thought in mind, Vane retorted defiantly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is unjust. That was because Arlong established a fisherman pirate crew on my territory. As a Marine, bearing the mantle of justice, how could I possibly stand idly by? Upon hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brow and continued, then why did you secretly execute the local Captain Mouse? Do you think I am unaware of this? Vane crossed his arms nonchalantly, explaining calmly, Arlong dared to establish a pirate crew, locally, because he colluded with that mouse. You once stated that those who consort with pirates bear the same guilt as pirates thus. I had no choice but to deal with that vile rat. If you doubt my words, feel free to send someone to investigate. To put it plainly, he had merely acted to rid the world of a pest. Setting aside the facts, could Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, truly be faultless? Sengoku frowned at Vane's words. This Vane was indeed eloquent. Yet it was precisely Vane's profound disdain for evil that had led Sengoku to select him for this covert operation. The most critical factor was that Vane was born in Marineford, his roots undeniably pure, his identity considered absolutely pristine. Now then, Sengoku flipped the dossier to its final page. Upon reading its contents, his gaze grew icy, his demeanor turning cold and imposing, radiating a palpable aura of authority. 2 nights ago, while intoxicated, you berated the celestial dragons as beasts in front of all the recruits. How do you explain this? Sengoku ground his teeth as he spoke. With that statement alone, Vane could have faced execution 10 times over. In an effort to quell the situation before it escalated, Vane's mentor, Admiral Zephyr, had gone to great lengths to mitigate the fallout. Were it not for Zephyr's intervention, I would have imprisoned you long ago. Vane could only manage a wry smile. 2 nights prior, celebrating Smoker's promotion to colonel and reuniting with his old classmate Tina, Vane had indulged a bit too freely, becoming thoroughly inebriated. Little did he know, in his drunken state, he had unleashed a tirade against the celestial dragons. In truth, he had claimed the celestial dragons are even worse than beasts. He vaguely recalled waking up the next day to find Smoker and Tina regarding him with a glimmer of what could only be described as admiration. Sigh, how I have fallen prey to vice, leading to such a predicament. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Vane silently vowed to himself. After reprimanding Vane, Sengoku donned a new expression, one of hope for the younger generation. Thus, it is no wonder Zephyr holds you in such high regard. It was he who recommended you for this assignment. What? Vane could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief. Recommended by Zephyr? As Vane grappled with his shock, a sudden knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of a burly man with purple hair and dark sunglasses, none other than his former mentor, Admiral Zephyr. "Ha, Vane boy, how do you find this new assignment I procured for you?" Zephyr strode to a nearby sofa and sat down with a hearty laugh. Seeing Zephyr in this jovial mood, Vane felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Mentor, this is hardly amusing. Teacher Zephyr, as your student, why not send Smoker instead?" "Smoker is far too reckless. He is not suited for this task," Zephyr replied nonchalantly. Vane raised an eyebrow. "So, am deemed suitable? I tend to spill the truth when I've had too much to drink. Surely you are aware of this?" No. Vane shook his head vigorously. "Isn't this merely bullying the honest? I have bled for the Navy and fought for the world government. You cannot treat me this way." "Enough, Bruce Vane. I am not seeking your opinion. I am issuing an order. Furthermore, I have heard that you have been searching for what true justice is. Perhaps this undercover mission will yield significant insights for you." Sengoku reiterated to Vane. Vane took a seat. "But Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I still wish to remain in the Navy, upholding justice. If I go undercover, how can I punish those heinous pirates?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned serious once more, as he replied earnestly, "What kind of statement is that? Though you may not be within the Navy, you are still part of it. Remember, whether serving as Fleet Admiral or as an undercover agent, it is all in service of justice." Vane, such eloquence. Being a Fleet Admiral merely requires one to remain in the rear, delegating tasks. But to infiltrate the beast pirates as a cunning and concealed operative necessitates a far greater degree of consideration. Vane cast a pleading glance at Zephyr, seeking to make one last stand. "Teacher Zephyr? Enough, Vane. I am no longer your teacher, and you are no longer my student. You are a Marine captain. Now you should know what to do." Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to entertain Vane's pleas. "Very well. So we are to address one another by rank during work, then?" Subsequently, Sengoku retrieved another dossier from his drawer and handed it to Vane to not assume at the peril of being an undercover agent. Dieter's individuals, the level of this particular undercover operation is exceedingly high. Is there truly a hierarchy among undercover agents? Wait, could it be the sword unit? The one that was later joined by the infamous deserter king Kobe? Upon glimpsing the letters sword inscribed on the dossier, Wayne's pupils constricted. Indeed, it is the sword. At this moment, Sengoku calmly elucidated, sword operates independently of any naval division, and is an intelligence agency. Currently, only the fleet admiral and a select few admirals possess the authority to know the identities of sword operatives. In other words, your operations will afford you considerable autonomy. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, you may act according to your own volition. Moreover, sword members are permitted to engage in combat against the 4 emperors and 7 warlords without awaiting orders. Sengoku's words resonated with conviction. Yet Wayne maintained a stoic expression throughout. In fact, upon hearing the final statement, he felt an urge to chuckle. Engaging the 4 emperors. Why not just send me to become the Pirate King directly? After a brief silence, Wayne tentatively inquired, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, may I pose a few questions? Of course, Sengoku nodded. Aside from myself, are there any other members in Sword? Perhaps some esteemed predecessors. In truth, Wayne yearned to ascertain whether the burly and prominent-eyed Akiji was indeed a member of Sword. If so, it would elucidate many of his subsequent actions. However, Wayne refrained from posing the question directly. After all, such matters are classified within the Navy. Sengoku did not respond immediately. He tapped his fingers on the table before adopting a serious demeanor, stating, "At present, you are the sole member." "What? Just me?" Wayne exclaimed, astonished. "To be precise, you're the first individual selected for Sword," interrupted Zephyr from the sofa. "This Sword initiative is a recently established intelligence department, conceived by myself and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, specifically to combat piracy. It has been nearly 15 years since the advent of the Great Pirate Era. During this period, the audacity of pirates has escalated significantly, especially in the New World, where chaos reigns supreme. Recently, a formidable pirate named Shanks has emerged, boasting immense strength and vast territory, with a latent potential to become the 4th Emperor of the Sea. Consequently, the Navy is compelled to employ extraordinary measures to counter these notorious pirates. The Special Intelligence Unit, SWORD, embodies such an organization." "Very well, teacher. If I join SWORD, will my salary increase?" Wayne's gaze was fervently fixed on Zephyr. This was the matter of utmost concern for him. Observing Wayne's eyes ablaze with enthusiasm at the mention of remuneration, Zephyr sighed and chuckled. "You need not fret about this question, for SWORD's salary is 20 times your previous earnings, amounting to 100 million berries annually, along with additional bonuses and comprehensive insurance. Upon your return, we will disburse your salary according to this standard and adjust your position based on your performance as an undercover agent within the Beast Pirates." Upon hearing this, Wayne's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that is more like it. With risks come rewards. It is indeed a venture of high risk, high reward. At the very least, it should not come to sacrificing oneself for a meager salary of 3,000. Opportunities like this, once grasped, may lead to momentary regret, but failing to seize them could result in a lifetime of remorse. Moreover, considering one's own capabilities, should one wish to escape, few could truly keep them bound. With this thought, Wayne stood up and rendered a precise military salute to Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, I have come to a decision. In order to eliminate the inherently evil Kaido of the beasts, I am willing to join the Sword." Sengoku stroked his beard with satisfaction. "Well done. You have not disgraced your mentor, Zephyr." Wayne resumed his seat and continued. "One final question. How do I infiltrate the Beast Pirates? Should I simply approach Kaido? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?" Although Wayne had never ventured into the New World, he had garnered some notoriety in the East Blue. And joining recklessly could easily arouse Kaido's suspicion. "Wayne, you must descend into the depths of piracy to seamlessly integrate into the Beast Pirates. Sengoku instructed to become a pirate. Indeed. It's a path similar to that of Drake and Corazon." Wayne mused. "They are all brilliant strategists trained by Sengoku. In any case, your mission is to infiltrate the Beast Pirates, gather intelligence, and opportunistically incite conflict between Kaido and other formidable pirates, prompting them to annihilate one another." At this, Sengoku stood solemnly, approached Wayne, and firmly clasped his shoulder, imparting gravely, "Bruce Wayne, the grave responsibility of eliminating Kaido now rests in your hands." Taken aback, Wayne stretched his neck and raised a finger to his face. "Me eliminate Kaido." Exiting Admiral Sengoku's office, Wayne let out a soft sigh. He harbored little affection for the Navy. After all, this world was utterly wretched, Brutal pirates, treacherous navies, and aristocrats, the celestial dragons, reigning high above while enslaving other races. Sinister deeds transpired in every corner of the globe. If one were to ask Wayne if he desired to change this world, the answer would be yes. But could he change it? The answer was no. This was a harsh reality. He had once contemplated traversing into the world of pirates, awakening an unbeatable, game-changing ability, transforming into a formidable warrior, cradling Nami in one arm and Robin in the other. He envisioned conquering the East Blue and defeating the celestial dragons. However, ideals are often robust, while reality is starkly unyielding. Previously, he aspired to become a king, but later found contentment in residing in a small place, befriending like-minded individuals and striving to eliminate a few outlaws. But now, how had he come to the point of becoming an undercover king? He turned to glance back at the Admiral's office, the nameplate gleaming brilliantly. Nevertheless, an undercover king is still a king. 3 years in the East Blue, 3 years in the New World. Do not underestimate the impoverished. Upon my return, this Navy headquarters may very well bear the name Bruce. Wayne declared with lofty ambitions. After leaving the office building, Wayne first proceeded to the Navy's finance department. He withdrew his salary from the past several years, along with bonuses earned for outstanding performance during basic training. Adding to this the bounties received for defeating pirates, he had managed to accumulate a total of 37 million berries. For a Navy officer, this was a considerable sum. Yet, to become a pirate, this amount barely sufficed to procure a decent pirate ship. Alas, being a pirate involved myriad considerations, while the Navy merely required timely work for a paycheck. Wayne stowed the money into the backpack he carried. Next, he made his way to the Navy's equipment department. To avoid the scenario of having money but no life to spend it, Wayne decided to splash out extravagantly. Entering the equipment department, the plethora of weaponry dazzled Wayne's eyes, from standard handguns, long swords, to flintlock pistols and cannons. All manner of lethal weapons were available. A young, vibrant female Navy officer greeted Wayne, her enthusiasm palpable. Wayne had seen her at the rookie banquet a few days prior. Upon recognizing him, the female officer welcomed him warmly, as Wayne's public denunciation of the celestial dragons had resonated deeply with the new recruits, who held him in high regard. "Welcome, Senior Wayne. What do you need?" "Please, do not hesitate to ask." Wayne cut straight to the chase. "I would like 3 silenced handguns, equipped with 50 standard bullets, 10 sea prism stone bullets, and 10 tranquilizer bullets. Additionally, I require a military sword embedded with sea prism stone, 2 bundles of rope, 3 small saws, and 4 daggers." The female officer stood stunned, realizing the enormity of the request. These supplies could outfit an entire squad. Cautiously, she inquired, "Senior Wayne, are you undertaking some significant mission?" Wayne waved his hand dismissively. "That's not your concern. It's quite reasonable to carry extra weapons for protection against those cunning and ruthless pirates, isn't it?" The female officer nodded gently. "Well, that's acceptable." Approaching her, Wayne lowered his voice. "By the way, does our equipment department stock poisons, preferably colorless and odorless?" Surprise washed over the female officer's face as she quickly shook her head. "Senior Wayne, we truly do not have that." Shortly thereafter, Wayne received the desired weaponry. Furthermore, he procured several pairs of din mushi, a few first aid kits, and some commonly used medications for seafaring, despite his robust physique rendering him largely immune to illness. It was wise to be prepared. The transaction was handled by a plump, shrewd-looking middle-aged Navy officer, whose eyes lit up upon surveying Wayne's purchases. What a big client. All top of the line, most expensive gear. He grinned. "Lieutenant Wayne, your total comes to 26 million berries, but the equipment department will give you a discount of 1 million, making it a total of 25 million berries." Wayne was taken aback. No wonder this equipment department was said to be more profitable than gambling establishments. Their prices were exorbitant. Could I perhaps put it on credit? The grin on the plump officer's face instantly vanished. "The equipment department does not extend credit. Oh, Wayne pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling, "By the way, didn't T-Smoker order a sea prism stone baton from the equipment department?" Upon hearing this, the plump officer picked up a hefty stack of order forms on the desk for confirmation. Although unsure of Wayne's intentions, he nodded. "Yes, that baton is expected to arrive tomorrow." Wayne smiled. "I have urgent matters today, so I only brought 5 million berries. When Smoker comes to collect the baton tomorrow, he will bring the remaining payment for me." "How does that sound?" Well, the plump officer regarded Wayne with suspicion. Everyone knew Wayne was Zephyr's prized disciple, and Zephyr's high standing in the Navy implied that his student was unlikely to be lacking. Furthermore, Wayne was a well-rooted lieutenant raised in Marineford. Could he truly escape? With this in mind, the officer relented. "Very well, Lieutenant Wayne. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you to return." The plump officer rose and saluted Wayne. Subsequently, with the enthusiastic send-off from both the plump officer and the young female officer, Wayne exited the equipment department, laden with a substantial array of weaponry, heading towards the apartment he had rented at the headquarters. Alas, the good days were soon to come to an end. Having taken on the role of an undercover agent, one could scarcely enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Uncertain of the weather conditions in Wano, he pondered whether he would suffer from the local climate. Lost in thought, he made his way to the entrance of the apartment building, where he was greeted by a familiar face, Tina, a former classmate from the recruit training camp. Tina sported long pink hair, a pair of sunglasses perched on her forehead, and a rose-red professional outfit that accentuated her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure, exuding an air of confidence, leaning against the wall. She held a lady's cigarette, seemingly waiting for Wayne. Wayne approached her, forcing a smile as he offered a greeting. Tina merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before stating, "You seem troubled. Has the instructor assigned you an extraordinary task this time?" "It has been years since I've seen you look so worried." Caught off guard by Tina's perceptiveness, Wayne hesitated. The matter of being an undercover agent was a closely guarded secret, strictly prohibited from being disclosed to anyone, even to Smoker and Tina. Thus, Wayne gently placed his backpack on the ground, glanced around to ensure their privacy, and leaned closer to Tina's ear, whispering, "That old geezer Sengoku wants me to infiltrate the beast pirates." "Excuse me." Wayne recounted the details to Tina, who absorbed the shocking information with disbelief. She never imagined he would be assigned to the beast pirates as an undercover agent. But why disclose this to me? Through Wayne's explanation, Tina grasped the uniqueness of Blade. Aside from the fleet admiral and admirals, even the world government remained oblivious to its existence. "Honestly, I initially intended to keep this from you. But knowing you, surely you will keep it confidential, right?" Wayne remarked. Unlike Smoker, Tina was an astute woman, stationed in the Grand Line, and might prove helpful at a critical moment. Tina exhaled a puff of smoke, asking, "Does Smoker know about this?" "I don't know, and I don't plan to tell him. That guy is too reckless." At present, Smoker was still a hot-blooded young Navy officer, adamant about bringing any evil to justice. "Suit yourself, but be careful," Tina replied nonchalantly, though a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Wayne nodded, preparing to leave with his backpack. Just as he turned, Tina called out to him once more. "Wait a moment." Wayne paused, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, Tina couldn't bear to part with him. He waved dismissively, saying, "Don't worry about me, Tina. Although the beast pirates are a formidable challenge, I will prevail." "That's not what I meant," Tina interrupted, extending her hand to stop him. "I meant to remind you to ensure my name is on the insurance policy that if you join Blade, the death benefits should be substantial, right?" Wayne. Damn. Poor choice in friends. The following morning, the broadcast in Marineford rang out precisely on time. The meteorological department advises that today's weather is clear, suitable for travel. Awakening from his dreams of being promoted to fleet admiral, Wayne stretched and placed his neatly arranged Navy uniform into the wardrobe. He removed a plaque inscribed with "Justice to the best of one's ability" from the wall and set it aside in the corner. He then donned casual attire, a light gray short-sleeve shirt with a stand collar and zipper, deep blue wristbands, black trousers, and sturdy black boots that a thick purple belt cinched his waist, holding a brand-new military knife. Glancing at his reflection, standing at 3 meters tall with black hair and a somewhat handsome countenance, he sighed, wondering when he would return, with a backpack full of gear slung over his shoulders. He exited his room. Marineford loomed at the World's Center, established on a solitary island, with a vast plaza before the headquarters building, serving as the main thoroughfare. As Wayne stepped outside, a light rain began to fall, and he caught a whiff of the earthy fragrance. The meteorological department was becoming increasingly unreliable. They had promised clear weather, yet it started to rain the moment he stepped out. Complaining, Wayne retrieved an umbrella from his backpack and opened it. After walking a short distance, he spotted a familiar figure blocking his path. "Smoker," Wayne murmured, recognizing the approaching figure. Smoker stood without an umbrella, letting the raindrops drench him, his gaze fixed intently on Wayne. "Where are you going?" Seeing Smoker's agitated expression, Wayne sighed. "Did Tina tell you? She mentioned you were leaving the Navy to AT first. I didn't believe it. But now I see what you're up to, Smoker shouted, his voice laced with confusion and anger. 6 years Wayne's junior, Smoker had always viewed him as a prodigy, the brightest star in their training camp, excelling in both strength assessments and his commitment to combating evil that in Smoker's mind, Wayne had been a figure to emulate. Yet, his closest friend had submitted a resignation to Instructor Zephyr early that morning, intending to leave the Navy. Why abandon the identity of a naval officer? Faced with the inquiry, Wayne smirked slightly. He didn't wish for this. But the incentives offered by Fleet Admiral Sengoku were simply too enticing. After a moment of contemplation, Wayne finally spoke. Smoker, I've come to realize something these past few days. What is it? Smoker's gaze flickered. As a Navy officer, there are limits to what one can achieve. Not only does one feel constrained in action, but must also adhere to the tedious orders from so-called higher-ups. Therefore, I will no longer be a Navy officer. At this proclamation, Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not contain his outrage. Are you joking? Are you abandoning your post in the heat of battle? Or have you already fallen from grace? As he spoke, Smoker's composure faltered. He could not comprehend why Wayne would forsake their shared ambition of becoming admirals and fighting as partners of justice. The rain intensified, creating puddles that splashed with mud, sending ripples across the ground. Above, low rumbles of thunder echoed ominously. Wayne remained silent, casting a glance back toward the imposing Fleet Admiral's office building. Behind a window on the highest floor, a figure stood with hands in pockets. Observing the unfolding scene below, he understood this as a silent warning from Sengoku. Some matters were too complex to articulate, and sometimes, justice needed to operate shrouded in darkness. Yet, no matter the circumstances, I remained true to myself. Smoker. With that statement, Wayne tightened his grip on the umbrella and prepared to pass by Smoker. Suddenly, Smoker's expression sharpened, and without warning, he threw a punch at Wayne. Swish. Despite the rain obscuring his vision, Wayne could still make out the massive fist engulfed in smoke hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Bang! The sound of their collision reverberated, the force sending raindrops scattering in all directions, creating waves of ripples around them. Wayne did not flinch or evade. He took Smoker's punch head-on. Was it that same ability again? Smog gritted his teeth and uttered a fierce declaration. Suddenly, a thick purple luminescence enveloped Wayne's body, forming a barrier more resilient than steel, which successfully halted the smoke fist, much like the smoke man Smog. Wayne, too, was a wielder of extraordinary abilities. His devil fruit, an exceptionally rare mythical Zoan type, had been discovered unexpectedly in Rogue Town, bearing the full name. Animal type human fruit mythical Zoan Takemanakata. The power he had just demonstrated was merely the first phase of Takemanakata's abilities. He summoned a formidable barrier resembling a skeletal frame around him to deflect attacks, somewhat akin to the superhuman barrier fruit. Notably, before Wayne acquired this fruit, it had never been recorded in any devil fruit compendium. There are whispers that devil fruits are the embodiment of the demons within one's heart. Thus, the capabilities of a new devil fruit are not dictated by the demon sealed within, but rather by the first user who consumes it. Do not push me, Smog. Wayne's tone had turned decidedly unfriendly. Yet, undeterred by his initial failure, Smog swiftly transformed into smoke and charged towards Wayne with great speed. Even if I have to break your limbs, I will take you to see Instructor Zephyr. Must we resort to violence? Huh. A dangerous glint suddenly flashed in Wayne's eyes as he hurled his umbrella skyward, allowing it to be swept away by the raging winds. In the next moment, tangible purple flames erupted from his form, blazing fiercely. Under the cover of dark clouds and torrential rain, a blinding purple radiance flickered in the plaza, nearly illuminating all of Marineford. This dazzling light drew the attention of the surrounding Navy personnel, many of whom began peering curiously through windows or leaning over balcony railings to glimpse the spectacle below. The purple light intensified, then rapidly contracted, revealing the vague outline of a colossal purple figure. This giant resembled a divine fortress, clad in ancient armor, with monstrous wings sprouting from its back, encased in purple barriers. Each tip wielding a blade sheathed in ornate scabbards. Its face was obscured by a menacing mask, revealing only its eyes, with a lavish gem embedded atop its head, and its enormous pupils radiated an aura of sanctity. This imposing presence was reminiscent of a legendary deity, exuding an air of authority that instilled fear in those who beheld it. The second phase of Takemanakata, this form, known in certain legends as Susanoo, towered over the smoke-formed Smog, who was racing forward amidst the mist. The giant thundered, Smog. Smog responded with equal fervor. Wayne, Boom. The massive fist engulfed in purple flames collided violently with the smoke fist, as both declared in unison, "You rely too heavily on the power of your devil fruit." Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the purple giant with a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Though I have heard Zephyr speak of it, witnessing it firsthand is indeed surprising. Noble, powerful, and terrifying, Sengoku did not hesitate to express his admiration. The onlooking Navy personnel erupted in a flurry of excitement. "Look, what is that? A monster has invaded Marineford. A monster has captured Marshal Sengoku. A monster will destroy the world government. A monster will rule the world." The cacophony of voices reached the ears of the purple giant, darkening the expression behind his mask. "What nonsense is this? This batch of new recruits possesses the purest mental fortitude I have ever seen." He then focused intently on Smog, sensing the strength in his fists. "Your power has increased, Smog." Upon hearing this, Smog's expression grew even more furious, his eyes widening as he could not help but shout defiantly, "Tisish, you haven't even exerted yourself." Smog was acutely aware of Wayne's capabilities. The punch he had thrown was already enough to flood the entire plaza. "Do not underestimate me." With a swift transformation, Smog's legs became entirely elemental, releasing a surge of white smoke as he ascended into the air. He executed a rapid turn and launched along. White-lined smoke fist, white snake. Wayne understood that Smog would not relent until he was down. My apologies, Smog. Clang. The purple giant drew forth the two magnificent, sharp blades from the wings on his back. These were the legendary artifacts Kusanagi and Tenku, found only in ancient mythology. The Kusanagi was entwined with twisting, python-like lightning, emitting a piercing sound akin to bird calls. Meanwhile, the Tenku blazed with fierce purple flames, the intense heat evaporating the raindrops that fell upon its blade, creating wisps of white smoke. The fundamental ability of Take Monokoto was to conjure terrifying lightning and all-consuming purple flames at will. Before the astonished gazes of all, the purple giant wielded his dual blades, emanating an overwhelming and fearsome aura. He then crossed his arms, gathering power before launching a fierce slash, Thunderfire Blade. Buzz. The sharp, golden sound resonated as two crescent-shaped shockwaves, each spanning dozens of meters, surged forth with lightning speed. The curtain of white rain was violently parted, halting momentarily, as even the cascading rainwater experienced a brief pause. Smog's smoke fist was effortlessly sliced asunder upon contact with the shockwave, akin to fragile parchment. Whoosh! The razor-sharp shockwave continued its trajectory through the smoke fist, racing towards the distant sky before vanishing at the horizon. Such terrifying power, Sengoku murmured in astonishment as he observed the unfolding events in the plaza. His confidence in Wayne's infiltration of the Beast Pirates' plan grew ever more resolute. In the plaza, the rain intensified. The thick smoke rapidly coalesced, eventually returning to Smog's original form. The sleeve of his right arm was completely shredded, revealing a ghastly wound on his exposed forearm, blood mingling with the rainwater as it dripped onto the ground, creating a gruesome sight. All of this transpired in a remarkably brief span of time. Moreover, due to the rain obscuring visibility, the onlooking Navy personnel had yet to fully comprehend the purple giant's actions before the battle concluded. Wayne, having reverted from his devil fruit form, regarded the panting and trembling Smog with an impassive expression, stating coolly, "It's over, Smog." Smog remained silent, laboriously approaching Wayne, his defiant gaze fixed coldly upon him, as if silently pleading for restraint. Wayne continued his approach, his eyes lowered, raising his fist, enveloped in dark, armed haki, advancing toward Smog. A serious punch. As the glimmering, black-hued fist approached, Smog's pupils constricted, and he swiftly positioned his fists at his waist, channeling all his strength into his chest, shouting, "Iron block!" Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the force of the punch dispersed all the raindrops surrounding Smoker, landing solidly upon his abdomen. Unable to suppress a spurt of crimson blood, Smoker's vision faded to white, and his body collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the umbrella that had just been hurled into the sky by Wayne swayed in the fierce winds before descending once more. Caught deftly by Wayne, Wayne lowered his gaze slightly, observing his comatose yet defiant friend, a pang of reluctance stirring within him. He slowly crouched down, placing the umbrella over Smoker's head, then extended two fingers to gently flick Smoker's forehead. Murmuring softly, "Forgive me, Smoker. I hope this is the last time." After Wayne departed, the heavy clouds swiftly dissipated, The torrential rain ceased abruptly, and the skies over Marineford returned to their former clarity. It was as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Smoker stood by, his hands wrapped in thick bandages, addressing Zephyr, who sat opposite him. "Teacher Zephyr, it's all my fault. I failed to stop Wayne. It's entirely because of my weakness. If only I could be a bit stronger, just a bit stronger." Smoker's voice grew more impassioned, choked with emotion. A cold, harsh reality loomed before him. Wayne had left the Navy. Simultaneously, he realized the vast chasm that now separated his strength from Wayne's. Zephyr's expression shifted slightly. Unsure of how to console Smoker, he could only reply gently, "This is not your fault, Smoker. It was Wayne's own decision." He understood his disciple well. Unlike Wayne, Smoker was full of zeal yet lacked flexibility, knowing only how to charge headlong into challenges. "Indeed, Smoker, if he has chosen to leave the Navy, then let him be," Sengoku remarked in agreement. He then picked up a seal and stamped it onto a letter laid flat on the table, Wayne's resignation. Upon witnessing this, Smoker became even more agitated. "What a joke, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How can you allow Wayne to leave the Navy?" He could not comprehend the mindset of these two men. What was with this nonchalant attitude? Even Sengoku was indifferent, and Zephyr remained unmoved, allowing a potential admiral to depart. Was this truly the decision of the Navy's higher-ups? "Enough, Smoker. The orders from headquarters have been issued, and you should prepare to return to Logtown," Sengoku stated, well aware that if Smoker remained in the Grand Line, he could cause unforeseen troubles, and it was better to send him back promptly. How infuriating. Smoker clenched his jaw, fists tightening to the point where his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you will regret this. That is enough, Smoker." "I am the Fleet Admiral of the Navy," Sengoku replied coolly, taking a sip of tea. These words, Smoker's face turned beet red. And without a salute, he spun on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Bang! The office door slammed shut. Once he departed, Sengoku sighed deeply and remarked, "Ah, this Smoker. His strength and character are commendable. Yet his temperament is too rash. However, Wayne is indeed a rare talent. Zephyr, you have taught a fine disciple." "Ha!" Zephyr chuckled heartily. "And Tina, those three were delightful students back in the recruit training camp. That I have a premonition, Sengoku, that they will be the future of the Navy." Sengoku stroked his chin thoughtfully in response. "Oh, it seems you have high expectations for them. The future of the Navy, indeed. Meanwhile, in the New World, high above a certain sea." Wayne, regarded by Zephyr as the Navy's future, soared through the clear blue sky. A pair of enormous deep purple wings unfurled behind him, each powerful flap propelling him over vast distances. Whoosh! As the sharp wind rushed by, Wayne continued his rapid flight. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he halted midair, looking up. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. The previously clear blue expanse was abruptly engulfed by ominous dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled from all directions. That a storm seemed imminent. The dark sky appeared endless. "Can it be this unfortunate?" Wayne complained. Though the weather in the New World was notoriously fickle, encountering a downpour immediately after setting out was hardly an auspicious sign. Without further thought, he dove down swiftly towards a small black dot on the sea, an island. Wayne's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he could discern the island's outline. The small island was lush with greenery, and at its center stood a quaint town that could scarcely accommodate a few thousand residents. In the grand scheme of the New World's countless islands, this one was undeniably minuscule. At that moment, the townsfolk also noticed the gathering storm clouds, hastily collecting their laundry and scurrying home. Pat, pat, pat. As he descended within 10 meters of the ground, Wayne released his fruit ability. Landing steadily, before him stood an old-fashioned tavern. With matters as they were, he decided to eat first. Wayne pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The tavern was bustling with patrons, primarily sailors and local residents. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Wayne enter, numerous pairs of eyes turned to scrutinize him. After all, this was a remote and impoverished town frequented either by tax-collecting Navy personnel or marauding pirates, both of whom shared a common goal: to pillage the townsfolk's wealth. Wayne paid no mind as he approached the counter, placing several bills before a young girl behind it. 2 bottles of wine and a large bowl of beef noodles. "Hold the scallions, please." "Very well." The girl appeared somewhat startled upon seeing Wayne, but quickly regained her composure, which puzzled him. What was causing her such anxiety? Wayne settled into a corner of the tavern, Relishing the beef noodles on his table, the chewy noodles vanished in mere moments, and the bowl was soon emptied, not even a drop of broth left. Afterward, he opened the 2 bottles of fine wine and drank heartily, feeling a delightful warmth spread across his skin. Yet, throughout this time, he sensed others casting glances in his direction, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. He muttered to himself, "Am I truly that handsome? Why do people keep stealing glances at me?" Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, he retrieved a miniature transponder snail from his pocket, resembling Wayne himself. This was a communication tool in the pirate world, a unique species of snail typically used in pairs, capable of mimicking the owner's voice and demeanor during conversations. Wayne dialed the number and spoke softly. "Teacher Zephyr, I forgot to ask you a question. Oh, what is it?" came Zephyr's voice from the other end. "Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku really send me to become a pirate? Surely he doesn't expect me to engage in arson and pillaging, does he? Although his mission was to infiltrate the beast's pirates and undertake certain actions for specific purposes. Should he engage in activities akin to gambling or drug trafficking prior to joining them, it would be a matter of grave nature. Point one was work, the other was crime." Zephyr's tone was laced with confusion. "You actually worried about such things? Huh? What do you mean?" Wayne was left bewildered, but just then, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. "Huh? I see. Wayne, you must not have read the latest newspaper. Have you? The newspaper?" Wayne glanced up and noticed the bulletin board in the tavern, plastered with the latest news. Squinting, he was taken aback to find his own photograph prominently displayed in the headline. What? What is going on?" Wayne could no longer remain seated. He immediately rose and briskly walked over to the newspaper. The patrons around him instantly donned expressions of wariness, their faces solemn as they regarded Wayne. The moment he laid eyes on the headline, it felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. Clearly inscribed were the words, "World News Report, author, Morgans, according to reliable information from the Navy headquarters. The once beloved Lieutenant Bruce Wayne of the Navy, who was adored by the populace in the East China Sea, has been accused of repeatedly defying orders, colluding with pirates, assaulting colleagues, leaking intelligence, and indulging in carnal desires. Ultimately, he chose to wallow in depravity and betray the Navy, injuring several naval officers during his escape and absconding with a substantial cache of equipment valued at an estimated 50 million berries. The Navy is now conducting a worldwide manhunt for him, with a bounty of 57 million berries, dead or alive." Below the text was an early photograph of Wayne, when he was still quite slender. "How outrageous! This is nothing short of slander." Wayne hissed into the transponder snail. Now he comprehended the reason behind the peculiar glances directed at him by those around. The source of the problem was laid bare before him. What nonsense was this about indulging in carnal desires? Was that a crime? And as for the 50 million berries, it was pure defamation. "I distinctly swindled the equipment department of 20 million. Zephyr-sensei, how can you unjustly accuse an honest man like me? I have upheld justice my entire life, and now my reputation lies in tatters. You have truly brought me to ruin." Wayne lamented openly to Zephyr. "Enough, enough," Zephyr interjected, fully aware of his student's temperament. "Wayne, the Navy will remember your sacrifices for justice. You may now proceed to Wano without concern." Such comforting words, "Yet I suffer this injustice in the name of justice. I deserve compensation." Beep, beep, beep. The voice on the other end of the line abruptly fell silent, leaving Wayne to grapple with the bewildered gazes of those around him. In a fit of rage, he vented his frustration and consumed several large bowls of beef noodles to calm his temper. Wayne lingered in the tavern for a while longer, and when the rain outside ceased, he finally rose to depart, casually snatching the newspaper as he left. After his exit, the patrons of the tavern collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The fallen, nefarious Navy man had finally taken his leave. Without further hesitation, Wayne retrieved a pre-prepared nautical chart, pinpointed the location of Wano, and hastened towards it. Initially, the waters he traversed were populated with merchant vessels. But as he drew nearer to Wano, the presence of ships vanished almost entirely. The reason was simple. The beast pirates were stationed there. Wano, a nation renowned for its samurai, was also a closed-off realm, engaging in no communication with the outside world. Even naval warships dared not venture into its waters, for Wano possessed no open sea, only steep cliffs and waterfalls, serving as a natural barrier against external incursions. The more pressing concern, however, was that the true ruler of Wano was none other than Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, the Sea Emperor of the New World. A decade prior, He had joined forces with Orochi to seize control of the nation. Wine soared above the precipice of the waterfall surrounding Wano, gazing down at the tumultuous waters below. In his recollection, there were countless concealed cannons disguised as reefs within, which would shred any vessel caught in their sights. He pondered whether such technology was still in place. What is that? A two-masted sailing ship was laboriously climbing towards the edge of the waterfall, its deck occupied by around 30 pirates. The skull and crossbones flag flapped in the wind atop the mast. Wine deduced that this must be a crew belonging to the Beast's pirates. Many pirate crews sought refuge by aligning themselves with stronger factions. For instance, Whitebeard had over 40 subordinate crews. After a moment of contemplation, he unfurled his violet wings and descended rapidly. "What is that?" a crew member exclaimed. "Is that the Ember?" It seemed not to be. Thud. Wine landed at the bow of the ship, a slight smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the anxious pirates. "No need to worry. I'm one of you. One of us. Who are you?" A scar-faced pirate retorted with dissatisfaction. "I've come to see Kaido." Wine produced the newspaper from his pocket and displayed it to the crew. "A fallen Navy lieutenant? Wait here. I'll fetch the captain." Moments later, a burly man with a bushy beard emerged from the cabin. Standing nearly 6 meters tall, his muscular frame was imposing, and his eyes seemed to gaze in different directions, giving him an air of peculiar wisdom. "This is our captain, Lord Tepu, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 87 million, the scar-faced pirate announced to Wine. Upon hearing this, a satisfied grin spread across Tepu's face. Clearly pleased by his subordinate's words, "Yes, oh, you are Captain Tepu. It is an honor to finally meet you," Wine said, his face alight with excitement as he shook Tepu's hand. "You've heard of my exploits?" "Not exactly, but your visage tells a tale." "Of course. With so many pirates in the New World, countless with bounties exceeding 100 million, how could I possibly remember such a figure?" Yet Tepu's laughter grew even heartier at Wine's words. My dear Wine, I presume you have come to Wano to make a name for yourself?" "Indeed. Who in the New World has not heard of Kaido's fearsome reputation?" Although Wine had never been a pirate, he knew that flattery was always a safe bet. Tepu raised his hand dramatically. "Perfect. Let us embark on a grand adventure in Wano." Ha. Lads, pick up the pace." "Yes, Captain Tepu. A grand adventure," Wine mused, sensing something peculiar in Tepu's words. However, before he could ponder further, the pirate ship reached the waterfall's edge. With a sudden surge, it leapt into Wano's domain. Above the cliffs, a vast inner sea unfolded before them. There were 2 major islands, one ruled by the newly appointed Wano general, Orochi, divided into 6 regions: Flower Capital, Rabbit Bowl, 9 Miles, Shime, Lingho, and White Dance. The other, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima. As the pirate ship entered the inner sea, its first sight was the imposing Onigashima, adorned with a colossal skull and 2 massive horns, exuding an aura of intimidation. Soon, the ship docked at Onagashima's port, and the pirates erupted in fervent excitement, rushing out onto the island. Wine was left bewildered. What was prompting their fervor? He soon heard the pirates jubilantly exclaiming, "Ahead lies the palace where Kaido resides. We shall make our names known throughout the world. I will ensure Captain Tepu's name echoes across the globe. Charge, kill Kaido." Wine. "What is happening here? Aren't you all Kaido's men?" At that moment, Tepu approached him. "What troubles you, my dear Wine?" Captain Tepu, what exactly is your purpose here?" "Why, to kill Kaido and claim the throne of the 4 emperors." Tepu grinned confidently, patting his chest. "Fear not. Dear Wine, we are a professional assassination squad. The enemies who have perished at our hands number in the hundreds, if not thousands. Kaido is but a trifling concern." A Wine's realization dawned upon him. They were not Kaido's crew nor seeking to ally with him. They had come to eliminate Kaido. What a farce. How could such a handful of individuals dare to challenge Kaido? An assassination squad. More like a suicide squad. Wine should have anticipated this, in a world rife with madness. Pirates existed in extremes. Either one endures to the utmost, or one possesses an unwavering confidence that dismisses even the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the By sheer coincidence, he encountered the latter. "No, I must leave quickly. Captain Tepu, we are not particularly acquainted, so please continue without my interruption. I shall take my leave now." With that, Wayne leaped onto the port of Ghost Island, dashing away in a singular direction without a backward glance. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror rang out. "Captain Tepu, look at the sky." Confusion spread among the crowd as they all craned their necks to gaze upward. What should have been a clear cloudless sky was now marred by a dark mass, within which loomed the silhouette of a colossal entity. In the next moment, the head of a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows. Wokakakoko, another fool who overestimates themselves? I hope this time you won't bore me too much. A dragon, a blue dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in length, its body adorned with razor-sharp scales, a visage unfamiliar to me. I hope it can bring me some amusement. The dragon spoke, its voice resonating like thunder, creating a powerful shockwave that swept down, tossing the pirates below from side to side. Kaido, Tepu shouted excitedly at the creature above, I have awaited this day for so long. Today, I shall sever your head and seize all that you possess. Ha! The blue dragon exhaled a cloud of intense heat, its enormous eyes sweeping over the dozens of pirates whose expressions were tense and bodies taut. Among them was a black-haired youth, tied with a purple rope, swiftly fleeing in another direction. Just a swarm of ants. The dragon's tone dripped with disdain. Such arrogance. Kaido, remember, you are the challenger. Tepu, brimming with battle fervor, unsheathed his long blade, ready to charge forward. Yet at that moment, he noticed Wayne returning, sprinting back toward them. Tepu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Wayne, my brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon us at a critical moment. Haha, fear not. As long as we unite our strength, we shall not be defeated by such a foe. However, Wayne's heart was filled with silent resentment. Did he think I wished to return? He said nothing, merely quickened his pace, running past Tepu at that moment. A subordinate shouted, Captain, look behind him. Boom, boom. The ground trembled with a deafening roar as nearly 1,000 figures clad in spiked leather armor, wielding weapons, emerged behind Wayne, each exuding a fierce demeanor and towering stature. They moved swiftly, encircling the port in the blink of an eye. The beast pirates, upon witnessing the overwhelming force, Tepu's crew felt a chill of despair wash over them. Wayne's brow furrowed tightly as he stealthily positioned himself at the back, shielding everyone in front of him. What now? It's become impossible to explain. I came to be an undercover agent, yet somehow I've inexplicably joined the campaign against Kaido. Do not be afraid, Tepu bellowed, noticing the dwindling morale among the pirates. Have you all forgotten your dreams? Throughout our journey, how many enemies have we conquered? How many storms have we weathered? Have you all truly forgotten? At his words, Tepu's crew began to weep uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. This is the nature of the pirate world. Laughter and tears come unbidden, unstoppable. Yes, how could we be so cowardly, under Captain Tepu's leadership? We are invincible. Damn Kaido, do not underestimate our friendship and bonds. Wayne merely twitched the corner of his mouth. This fervent display was almost unbearable to witness. In the sky, the blue dragon could not contain its amusement, erupting into laughter. Wokakakoko, are you all mere clowns from a circus? Arrogant. Tepu pointed his sword at the Kaido in the sky. I am destined to become the pirate king. Once, the swordsman Dragon Horse gained renown across the world with his legend of slaying dragons in Wano. I, Tepu, shall not hesitate to tread upon Kaido's corpse to become the sovereign of the world. Come, this is total war. Charge, my crew. Roar. The entire Tepu pirate crew rallied, brandishing their weapons, ready for battle. What king do you aspire to be? The massive blue dragon twisted in the air, its cavernous maw opening wide, aimed directly at the pirates below. Heat breath. With a deafening roar, terrifying flames rapidly coalesced within the dragon's mouth, the intense heat distorting the air around it, before unleashing a torrent downward. Get down. Tepu's eyes widened as he shouted a warning. The flames descended with ferocity, exploding upon contact with the ground, transforming the entire port into a sea of fire, as though it had become a hell engulfed in flames. In an instant, smoke billowed, and waves of heat surged forth. Feeling the searing gusts, Wayne's pupils contracted. His fists clenched tightly. Although he had long been aware of Kaido's might, witnessing his power firsthand still tightened his heart. The anguish screams echoed, rising in a cacophony. As the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the horrific scene, the pirates that had once occupied the port were all struck down, reduced to charred remains. Not a single one survived, save for Tepu. Tepu struggled to remain upright, his face coated in ash, his clothing reduced to mere tatters. Leaving him in a state of utter disarray, he surveyed the remnants of his comrades, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching roar. Kaido, what have you done? After that devastating strike, the Tepu pirate crew suffered catastrophic losses, nearly annihilated. Wayne couldn't help but lament. Tapu, why did you provoke such a being? Hurry back to Gotham. Batman said he won't harm you anymore. Wokakakoko, is that all the strength you possess? The blue dragon mocked, plummeting swiftly from the clouds as it neared the ground. Its form transformed into a towering humanoid. Wielding a spiked mace, Daiti let out a sinister laugh. Baring its sharp teeth, before brandishing the mace in the air, Tapu, having lost all rationality, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed a roar as he enveloped his long blade in armed haki, stepping forward with all his might to strike. Prepare to die, Kaido. Yet, just as Tapu was within 5 meters of Kaido, the mace in Kaido's grip erupted with violet lightning, twisting and coiling with an electric intensity, before crashing down mercilessly upon Tapu's chest. Wokakakoko, Thunder Bagua. Boom, the port fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Kaido rested the mace upon his shoulder, gazing down at Tapu, who lay in a pool of blood, his expression one of mild surprise. A smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you still have breath left? Quite resilient, aren't you? Jean, once he awakens, have him join us. Should he resist, toss him into the quarry of the rabbit bowl. Kaido called to his troops behind him. Then, a tall man stepped forward, clad in a tight black leather uniform, even his face and hands concealed by a mask and gloves, resembling a figure shrouded in darkness. He bore a striking pair of black wings on his back. Yinzai, the prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, is at your service, Kaido. Yes, Mr. Kaido. And what of that individual? Yinzai inquired, glancing at Wayne not far away. Hearing this, Kaido's interest was piqued as he turned his gaze toward Wayne, a renewed glint of battle intent gleaming in his eyes. That little brat is remarkably swift. He managed to evade my heat breath just now. His strength may surpass that of Tapu considerably. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Wayne strode steadily toward Kaido. Rather than retreating in disgrace, you're approaching me? Kaido grinned, amusement rippling through him. The pirates of the Beast Pirates focused intently on Wayne, sensing an overwhelming aura of strength emanating from him. Could it be that this time, Kaido would indeed encounter an opponent of equal standing? Tapu lay on the ground, his gaze hazy, and he vaguely saw Wayne passing by him. His lips twitched, rendering him speechless, and he could only silently shout in his heart, "Go for it, young man." Even against Kaido, you must emerge victorious. Under the expectant and curious gazes of the crowd, Wayne approached Kaido, his expression impassive, exuding an air of coldness. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly raised both hands, cupping his fists towards Kaido, and passionately shouted, "Kaido-sensei." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. What had he just said? Referring to Kaido, the Great One, as a teacher? Kaido himself was equally bewildered. He had never taken on any disciples. While the onlookers were still in shock, Wayne retrieved from his pocket the newspaper that featured his bounty. Presenting it to Kaido as if submitting a resume, he spoke rapidly. That old scoundrel Sengoku does not recognize talent and has wronged me greatly. So I escaped from the Navy and have come to join the Beast Pirates. In this vast ocean, the one I admire most is you, Kaido-sensei. That is why I defected from the Navy and rushed here overnight to join the Beast Pirates, to share in your grand ambitions. Then, Wayne solemnly declared, having drifted aimlessly for half my life, I lament not having encountered a wise lord. If you do not reject me, I wish to be your disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This Wayne was utterly ridiculous. Tapu, lying on the ground, also heard these words and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A fallen Navy officer with a bounty of 10 million. Could one truly be so devoid of principles? However, were Wayne to hear this, he would undoubtedly retort, "Principles? What are principles? What Kaido-sensei holds is the very definition of principles." Meanwhile, Jin's eyes filled with disdain as he remarked, "Kaido, are we sending this fellow straight to the rabbit stew?" But Kaido waved his hand, accepting Wayne's resume, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he said, "Waha. Jin, do you not find this little brat amusing?" For reasons unknown, upon hearing Wayne call him teacher, Kaido felt an inexplicable sense of joy. A bounty of 57 million, you say? A bit low, but it would suffice for him to join my ranks. Wayne, my little brat, do your best. Thank you, Kaido-sensei. I will strive to contribute my youth to the Beast's Pirates. Wayne exclaimed with great excitement. He had not anticipated that Kaido would be so agreeable that it seemed the Beast Pirates truly valued talent. No wonder they had so many lackeys. Kaido raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak further, and then transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring towards the towering palace of Onigashima. After he departed, Jean cast a peculiar glance at Wayne, saying, "Do not rejoice too soon. The weak cannot survive in the Beast Pirates." However, he quickly changed his tone, addressing Wayne. "Come, regardless, you are now a member of the Beast Pirates. Today is a day for welcoming new recruits. Let us join in." With a wave of his hand, the large entourage began their return journey. Wayne followed along. As they walked, Jean provided a brief overview of the current state of Wano. Ever since Kazuki Oden was killed, the rebellions of the samurai had been continuously suppressed. Wano had completely fallen under Kaido's control, though Kaido had little interest in governing the country. Thus, aside from Onigashima, the territory of Wano was primarily ruled by the new shogun, Kurizumi Oro. Moreover, the scale of the Beast's pirates was continually expanding. However, at this time, Jack had only just turned 18 and was not yet a prominent figure. The position of the Flying Six had yet to be established, and the nominal high-ranking members of the Beast's pirates were only Jean and Queen. Uncle Jean. Wayne suddenly spoke up. Jin's expression soured slightly. He was only 37 years old. How dare this kid call him uncle? Unaware of Jin's thoughts, Wayne simply perceived him as rather aloof. "Uncle Jean, I would like to ask what position I will hold in the pirate crew. Am I a prominent figure?" Being the vice-captain seemed too ostentatious, while being a mere lackey would leave him out of the loop regarding critical information. Thus, Wayne thought that being a prominent figure would be quite satisfactory. Jean examined Wayne, a look of resignation hidden beneath his mask. "You can go to the new recruit training ground and serve as an instructor. After the banquet, I will take you there." New recruit training camp. The pirate crew has such a thing, Jean continued. "The Beast's Pirates is a place where strength speaks volumes. What you wish to obtain depends on your ability. That if you aspire to gain status here, or even become Kaido-sensei's disciple, then you must strive to grow stronger." Wayne.at these words. Wayne felt a bit dazed. Why did Jean seem to harbor such high hopes for his junior? "I understand, Uncle Jean." "Thank you, Uncle Jean. You are truly a good person." Wayne feigned an expression of gratitude. However, Jin's eyes grew even colder, and he seemed somewhat irritated. This only deepened Wayne's confusion. Was Jean simply trying to act cool? The personalities of these pirates were indeed quite peculiar. Before long, the group entered the heart of Onigashima, the very headquarters of the Beast Pirates. According to the hierarchy of the pirate crew, the higher the level of one's residence, the greater their status. Kaido resided at the top of the massive loft, symbolizing the position of a tyrant. The banquet was held in a spacious room resembling a dance floor on the bottom level. As Jean pushed open the door, raucous, infectious music filled the air, accompanied by the flickering of ambient lights. Wayne peeked inside and saw a rotund figure clad in black and white striped overalls dancing passionately to the rhythm of the music atop a high platform. The portly man sported long golden hair tied in braids, but paired with his large face, the once long whip-like braids resembled a golden necklace, swaying to and fro. This was Queen, the notorious Plague, a wicked scientist renowned throughout the world. Jean, unable to bear the sight, sighed and said, "That fellow is Queen, a formidable scientist." Wayne nodded in acknowledgement. Inside, Queen had also noticed Jean and Wayne at the door, and he shouted into the microphone, "Hey, is that the newbie who just joined? Ha ha ha, come on in, the Beast Pirates welcome you." "Hi." As Jean entered, he admonished, "Queen, could you refrain from such dancing during the banquet? It's truly tedious." "Huh, what do you know? This is beautiful art." With Queen's command, the atmosphere in the room grew even more lively. After another round of fervent dancing, Jean could no longer tolerate it. He strode onto the stage and hurled the rotund man off. "You uncultured fool," Queen complained. Subsequently, Jean introduced Wayne to the newcomers. "This fellow will be the instructor at the new recruit training camp. You all ought to train diligently under him." Following Jin's brief introduction, Wayne began to integrate into the Beast Pirates. After greeting the pirates, Wayne casually found a spot to sit. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at his waist. "Who is poking my waist?" Wayne turned around to see a little girl with a pair of white horns on her head, lowering her head as she bumped her waist against him. She was quite forceful. Fortunately, Wayne's body was sturdy enough. Had it been an ordinary person, their body would have been shattered by her headbutts at a neighbor's daughter blossoming into a beauty, possessing strength that could topple mountains. The little girl, feeling Wayne's firmness, looked up in surprise. Their eyes met, and Wayne could see her clearly. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, with coarse hair in shades of blue and pink. Dressed in a white lace-trimmed dress, her face radiating youthful innocence. Though she wore a flower-embroidered mask, it did little to conceal her charming visage. It was not hard to imagine that she would grow into a stunning beauty. However, at that moment, she furrowed her brow, hands on her hips, glaring at Wayne. Is this Runty? The girl spoke up. Hey, you there, is your body made of steel? Runty took another careful look at Wayne, and he appeared quite similar to her recollections. Quite adorable, indeed, as expected of the pirate Dorali. However, what is up with that headbutt? Thud, thud. Runty bumped her head against him a couple more times, only to feel a sharp pain in her forehead, forcing her to relent and glare at Wayne in frustration. Hey, are you the new instructor? I want to challenge you. At that moment, Jin approached and explained to Wayne, this is Runty. Don't let her age fool you. She is incredibly strong. Several instructors have already been defeated by her. Wayne nodded, fully aware of this head-butting girl. Runty and her brother Pejuin were among the later members of the Sixth Flying. Their father, a pirate with connections to Kaido, was killed by the Navy during their childhood. Consequently, Kaido brought her and Pejuin to Onigashima to survive in this strength-oriented pirate crew. Runty stole 2 dragon fruits from Kaido, becoming a fruit user alongside her brother. Yet, at such a tender age, she was already so violent. This beast pirate's crew truly wreaked havoc. Hey, why is your body so hard? Runty clutched her head, grimacing. Those headbutts felt like colliding with steel. That Wayne's lips curled into a smile. He hadn't employed hockey, but rather utilized iron block. The strongest defensive technique from the 6 styles. Wanna learn? I can teach you, Wayne chuckled. Teach? You must have been in the Navy before, right? I absolutely detest the Navy, Runty retorted angrily. Just then, the grand doors of the banquet hall were flung open, and a booming voice resonated. Where's the new instructor? I want to knock him out. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a tall and burly figure slowly approached. The passing pirates hurriedly cleared a path upon seeing him. Wayne squinted to get a better look. The newcomer wore an iron mask, draped in a fur cloak, with 2 long white tusks protruding from his shoulders. His brows were tightly knitted, exuding an aura of deep-seated resentment. It's you, Kaido's ship king. Wayne immediately recognized him. The future Drought Jack, the most audacious man of the beast pirates. It was surprising how quickly Jack had developed. Despite being merely 18, he appeared as though he were in his 30s. Upon Jack's arrival, Runty climbed onto a nearby table, plopped down like a duck, and picked up a slice of watermelon from the fruit platter, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Jack glanced at Jin beside him and grumbled. Jin, why did you allow a Navy officer to become our instructor? Hearing this, Wayne stood up from his seat. Are you looking for trouble? He cast a glance at Jin, who merely folded his arms, remaining silent, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Truly, the beast pirates were notorious for their violence. Hey, you're that fallen Navy officer, right? I want to challenge you. Jack glared at Wayne. At his words, many surrounding pirates were drawn in, raising their mugs and cheering. That little brat Jack is full of vigor. Indeed, he's a natural powerhouse. This Wayne is in for a rough time. I heard this, Bruce. Wayne has a bounty of over 57 million. I wonder how many of Jack's strikes he can withstand. Let the match begin. Who doesn't love a good fight? Moreover, with Wayne just having joined the beast pirates, everyone was eager to witness his prowess, especially since he also had a bounty exceeding 10 million. Humph. It won't take long, Jack provocatively declared. I'll send you flying with a single punch. Wayne's expression shifted slightly. He was initially surprised that Jack had targeted him. However, upon reflection, this could be advantageous. His mission was to infiltrate the beast pirates, and showcasing his strength was the easiest way to garner Kaido's attention. He had never considered concealing his abilities. Shall we fight then? Who's responsible for the damage? Wayne surveyed the surrounding tables and chairs. Of course, the loser bears the cost. Jack's voice thundered. How straightforward and brutish. Wayne drew his military knife, the light glinting off the blade with a chilling gleam. A swordsman, huh? Jack inhaled deeply, reaching towards his shoulders to retrieve the 2 sides concealed within his tusks. But at that moment, Wayne moved. Unbeknownst to him, a silenced handgun had appeared in his left hand, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Jack's pupils constricted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the incoming bullets. Thud. Thud. 3 bullets struck Jack's shoulder and arm with precision. Blood erupted, causing him to gasp in pain. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. within 7 steps. The gun is both swift and accurate. Although Jack's physique was formidable, he had yet to reach the point of withstanding bullets, especially as he was still a reckless youth lacking hockey. He had expected a fair duel, but instead, he found himself facing a sneak attack. "Jack, you're too young," Wine remarked, slightly bending his legs before launching himself off the ground. The sharp blade sliced through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, causing Runty, not far away, to feel a gust of wind brush against her face, leaving her astonished. "So fast. This instructor seems quite different from those previous fools." Thud. A stream of crimson blood splattered forth as a gaping wound appeared on Jack's chest. Over half a meter long, blood oozing from it and dripping onto the floor, it looked exceedingly gruesome. "Hooray!" Suddenly, a pirate cheered. Immediately, a chorus of applause and cheers erupted. They cared not whether Jack would win. They simply wanted an exhilarating spectacle. Runty, meanwhile, continued to munch on her watermelon, her little face brimming with joy. "Hooray! Well done." Wine frowned slightly. "Do you think this is a stage match? Damn it." Jack cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth against the pain, turning his massive frame to deliver a punch aimed at Wine's head that Wine's gaze sharpened. He gently lifted his sword, reversing the grip on the hilt, using the gleaming blade to intercept Jack's fist and dissipate the heavy force. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Wine's figure flickered, leaping into the air for a stunning spin, delivering a powerful side kick squarely to Jack's face. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding rang out abruptly, followed by a dull thud as Jack's massive body crashed into a nearby table, shattering bottles and fruit platters in an instant. His pupils widened, his face contorted with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. "How is this possible? I lost to a Navy lieutenant." Following this blow, the surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment. The new instructor Wine was truly terrifying. Hearing the waves of cheers, Jack felt a tide of humiliation wash over him. He attempted to rise, but found a sharp military knife pressed against his throat. With just a slight exertion of Wine's hand, he could end this pirate prodigy's life. "I concede." Jack sighed heavily, his voice laced with palpable resentment. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Wine sheathed his knife. Raising an eyebrow at Jack, he casually remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, Jack shall be responsible for cleaning up tonight's mess." After a night of festivities, Wine gradually became acquainted with several new pirates of the Beast Pirates. Most of these pirates had witnessed the harsh realities of this world upon entering the New World. Thus, he had no choice but to join the Beast Pirates in search of refuge. Since the inception of the Great Pirate Era, all aspiring pirates who ventured into the New World faced 2 choices: to relentlessly challenge various formidable pirates in pursuit of the ultimate destination of the Grand Line, Raftel, or to join the crews of the 4 emperors, seeking the protection of the most powerful. The majority of these newcomers, of course, opted for the latter. There were, however, a few who were defeated by Kaido and subsequently recruited as subordinates, such as the Tep whom Wayne had encountered earlier. It was said that Tep, upon regaining consciousness, resolutely refused to yield, demonstrating remarkable fortitude by steadfastly rejecting the offer to join the Beast Pirates. Consequently, he successfully secured a position at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, becoming a proud laborer. Additionally, witnessing Wayne effortlessly defeat Jack left the new pirates in awe, filling them with anticipation for tomorrow's training camp. Wayne's quarters were situated on the mid-level of the Onigashima Palace, sharing the same floor with Jack, Runty, and Pejuan. Across the hall resided Pejuan, who would later become the user of the dragon fruit. Ancient type, in its spiny dragon form. However, at present, he was merely a child even younger than Runty. Adjacent to his room were the chambers of Runty and Jack. On his way back to his quarters, Wayne encountered Jack, who was just finishing up cleaning, his body wrapped in white bandages. Their eyes met, and Jack solemnly declared, "Wayne, I admit defeat this time, but do not rejoice too soon. In my efforts to assist Lord Kaido in realizing his ambitions, I shall double my efforts. One day, I will surely surpass you." Fired up, are we? Yet, this sentiment sounds rather familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Wayne waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "Training begins tomorrow. Make sure not to be late." With that, he stepped into his room. Jack stood frozen in place, his mind a tempest of emotions. What had he just said? Training starts tomorrow. Even though he claimed he would surpass Wayne, did he still intend to teach him? Somehow, this guy seemed rather cool. Jack scratched his head, his fondness for Wayne surging. Meanwhile, in the room across the hall, Runty, eavesdropping at the door, chuckled softly and turned to Pejuan, who sat on the bed. "Little Pei, Did you hear that? This new instructor defeated Jack in just a few moves. Tomorrow, we'll go to the training camp and train under him. We'll surely become stronger. But, sister, Pejuan replied timidly. He used to be a Navy officer. And I fear the Navy. He had witnessed his father's death at the hands of the Navy years ago, which had instilled a profound fear within him. Had it not been for Runty's constant protection, he would have perished long ago on this merciless island. Stop talking nonsense, little Pei. Though young, Runty was fiercely protective of her brother. Gently placing her hand on Pejuan's head, she comforted him. Have you forgotten how that scoundrel father met his end? It was simply due to his lack of strength. If you don't want to be trampled by others forever, you must become stronger than anyone else, by any means necessary. So, let us go to the training ground together tomorrow. If anyone dares to bully you, I want to let them off lightly. Upon hearing this, Pejuan's eyes glistened with moisture, his youthful face seemingly resolved. Nodding earnestly, sister, I understand. I won't be a coward anymore. I will become stronger than anyone. Runty felt a surge of emotion, smiling as she pressed her forehead against Pejuan's, silently vowing, "Oh, my foolish brother, no matter how you change, I will always protect you." At 4 o'clock in the morning. While the sky remained dark, Wayne was lost in a pleasant dream when he felt the room begin to tremble slightly, abruptly waking him. What is that noise? He hastily donned his clothes, grabbed his sword, and opened his door, stepping into the corridor. Suddenly, a small head peeked from the opposite room. It was Pejuan. Pejuan pointed to Jack's room and timidly said, "Wayne, that sound is coming from Jack's room." Jack? Wayne, puzzled, approached Jack's door and kicked it open. Upon glancing inside, his brow furrowed instantly. Jack was on the floor, grunting as he performed push-ups. His enormous frame caused the floor to shake, as if it could collapse under his immense weight at any moment. So that's what it is. Oh, Wayne's here. Is it time for training already? I can hardly wait. Jack panted, not pausing in his efforts. Has he always been like this? Wayne inquired of Pejuan. Yes, Jack is the hardest worker on Onigashima. He starts exercising in his room at 4 every morning. That's no excuse for disturbing the peace, Wayne remarked, noticing Pejuan's significant dark circles, clearly worn out from Jack's antics. Haha, Wayne, Jack nonchalantly replied, now that I'm re-energized. How about a push-up contest? I will definitely win. Before Jack could finish, Wayne approached with a stern expression, promptly seizing the back of Jack's neck and forcefully throwing him against the wall, with a resounding crash. The wall was breached, and Jack's figure soared like a cannonball. Remember this, from now on, train outside, Wayne shouted. Jack's rough voice echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Pejuan's eyes lit up at Wayne's display of strength. Wayne, you're really strong. Pejuan exclaimed, gathering his courage to ask, can I train with you from now on? I want to become a man like you. Of course. See you at the training ground. Wayne beamed, his warm smile warming Pejuan's heart. Wayne is such a good person. What will we be training on today? Pejuan asked, tilting his head, his tone exceedingly obedient. I will teach you a unique technique from within the world government. One of the 6 styles, Iron Body. Iron Body? Pejuan gasped, his mouth agape. Though he had never encountered the 6 styles before, the name alone sounded impressive. All right, the first step to becoming a man, training Iron Body, on Onigashima. The new training ground resembled that of the Navy. A vast open space scattered with various equipment. It was said that this area had once been a small laboratory, utilized by Queen for research purposes. However, due to excessive toxic gas emissions that severely polluted the environment, and the frequent incidents of pirates passing out from the airborne toxins, it was forced to be converted into a training ground, because of the formidable impression Wayne had left on the pirates the previous night. The training ground was already crowded with new pirates clad in leather outfits, a sea of black from afar. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, Wayne ascended the platform. Today, we shall learn the strongest defensive technique. Iron Body. Ahem. Iron Body is an outward manifestation of willpower. To harness its power, you must rely on your determination to become a strong warrior and your loyalty to the beast pirates. The hardness of Iron Body depends on your inner strength. As long as you possess a dream and loyalty to the beast pirates, your Iron Body shall be indestructible. Wayne passionately explained the fundamentals of Iron Body to the new pirates. However, he merely elucidated the basic principle of concentrating all one's strength on the area requiring defense, without divulging any specific methods. Ultimately, belief was key that he wasn't truly there to be a strict instructor, just enough to get by. If you couldn't master Iron Body, it merely indicated your lack of effort. What did that have to do with him as an instructor? As the pirates below reveled in Vane's impassioned lecture, an electrifying energy surged through the crowd. "Instructor, I want to learn this," one exclaimed fervently. "I must master the iron block to repay Lord Kaido." Another added, "Did you hear that? Instructor Vane said that once the iron block is perfected, it can withstand an admiral's strike." With enthusiasm, they rallied. "Let's get to it. The next grand billboard will be me." In the front row, Runty excitedly patted Pajivan's shoulder. "Hey, Peg, this move sounds incredibly powerful." "Indeed," Peg-Ivan replied softly. "It's astonishing that the Navy possesses such formidable techniques. No wonder they dominate the seas." "Ha ha, powerful willpower. Isn't that just me?" Jack shouted exuberantly. Just then, Vane leaped down from the platform. "Brother Vane," Peg-Ivan greeted him. "Instructor Vane," Runty managed to utter with some reluctance. "Brother Vane," Jack bellowed as if struck by thunder. Runty, hearing this, merely rolled his eyes. "You big oaf, weren't you denying Instructor Vane's arrival just yesterday? Now you're calling him brother?" Jack chuckled, an uncharacteristically innocent smile gracing his face. "Brother Vane is my goal to surpass. So of course, he is now my brother." Vane smiled back, contemplating that he had successfully infiltrated the Beast's pirates. However, his current position remained rather lowly. According to Jean, only by becoming a true fighter could one genuinely ascend to the upper echelons of the Beast's pirates. At that point, one could move freely within Wano country and even command a portion of the forces on the upper level of the Onigashima Palace. A spacious terrace overlooked the training grounds, where the towering Jean and the rotund queen stood, observing the ongoing activities. "Yahahaha, this little brat can actually use the 6 powers. What a surprise," Queen remarked, having previously been part of Vegapunk's research team. Strictly speaking, he had once been a member of the world government and was well aware of the classified nature of the 6 powers. For beings as physically formidable as them, the utility of the 6 powers was negligible. However, for newcomers, it was indeed a commendable combat technique. Jean nodded. "Moreover, Vane's strength is substantial. He's not inferior to those vice admirals we've encountered. We should remain vigilant. He might have ulterior motives." "Haha, when did you become so responsible?" "You inquisitive weirdo?" Queen responded, confidence radiating from him as the only scientist and intellectual in this sea of illiteracy. Meanwhile, Vane remained oblivious to the discussion surrounding him. He sat languidly in the shade of a tree, enjoying the coolness while quietly observing the fervent training of the pirates. The air was filled with fervent cries of exertion, the dull thuds of bodies colliding, and even the occasional unmentionable groan. The pirates swung sticks against their chests, gritting their teeth through the pain, ultimately declaring, "It doesn't hurt." Spiritual training method. To master the iron block, one must first learn to endure blows. It was evident that they were genuinely intent on mastering the iron block. To further his training, Jack even raised a large blade and brought it crashing down upon his own chest, blood streaming forth. Yet his face was twisted in a maniacal glee. "Ha! As long as I endure, I'll have mastered it." Witnessing such peculiar antics, Vane couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Talents among the Beast's pirates were truly as plentiful as fish in a river. While he sought solace in the shade, a tall, slender man with spiky braids approached, flanked by a group of subordinates. They carried several crates of chilled red wine and placed them before Vane. The man's gaze held a hint of respect and flattery. "Brother Vane, you must be weary. Please enjoy some chilled red wine." The slender man produced a bottle and handed it to Vane, who slightly lifted his head. Recognizing the individual, it was Devago, the future deputy warden of the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, though he was merely a newcomer to the Beast's pirates at this time. Vane accepted the wine, but did not rush to drink. Instead, he glanced at the pirates still diligently training. "Distribute the wine among everyone." His words. Devago and his companions were momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" "Distribute the wine to everyone. I'm not thirsty yet," Vane reiterated. The group was struck with astonishment. Was it possible to encounter a commander in the Beast Pirates who genuinely cared for his subordinates? Previous instructors had either made them run errands or extorted protection fees. Yet, Brother Vane not only taught them the powerful iron block, but was also willing to share wine with them. It seemed Brother Vane was not only formidable, but also kind-hearted. They resolved to stick with Brother Vane from now on. Unaware of their excitement, Vane was internally struggling to restrain himself that he couldn't drink. Getting drunk would surely lead to trouble. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, the training ground lay scattered with exhausted pirates. Jack had long been carried off to the infirmary due to excessive blood loss. Truly ruthless, relying on the ship king, Vane silently noted, turning his attention to Runty and Peg Ivan, who bore wounds and sweat-soaked faces. Yet their eyes remained resolute. These two young pirates were undeniably tough. No wonder they could survive in such perilous conditions. Peg Ivan, noticing Vane's gaze, cheerfully waved and called out, "Brother Vane, thank you. Although the process of mastering the iron block has been painful, I feel I have grown stronger." His fervent words stirred a pang of guilt within Vane, prompting him to respond, "Indeed, continue training the iron block to grow stronger on the path to the Onigashima Palace." Vane rode a small dinosaur adorned with brown spots. This species was a fierce beast native to Onigashima, commonly used for transportation. Devago and 6 or 7 pirate subordinates trailed alongside Vane, their conversation lively, interspersed with whistles. "Brother Vane, from now on, I will follow you," one declared. "Absolutely, through fire and water, Brother Vane." Another chimed in that if Brother Vane would accept me as a subordinate, I would gladly marry Boa Hancock of Amazon Lily. Vane mused at their fanciful notions. He was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought a powerful ally. After all, the practice of acknowledging a superior was ingrained in the culture of the Beast's pirates. However, Vane did not refuse. Having a group of subordinates would undoubtedly provide numerous advantages, making information gathering considerably easier. Ultimately, it was a win-win situation. As they continued their journey, the archway of the Onigashima Palace came into view. Just then, Vane's observation Haki suddenly sensed a formidable presence hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. An assassin? Without a moment's hesitation, Vane drew his military knife and hurled it into the air. Clang! A sharp sound of metal colliding rang out as the knife was deflected, and Vane deftly caught it. Then, he witnessed a figure descending like a meteor before him. She wore a Hanya mask, her hair transitioning from white to green to blue, adorned with a pair of crimson horns, clad in a form-fitting white sleeveless kimono, cinched at the waist with a thick shimenawa. Her lower half was draped in a flowing red skirt. Most strikingly, she wore shackles on her wrists, brandishing a spiked club. Her eyes burned with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Vane. Vane squinted, instantly recognizing her as Yamato, the Beast Pirate's foremost filial daughter. Upon recognizing Yamato, Devago and the others instantly lost their composure. Unable to contain their exclamations, "Yamato-sama, how fortuitous it is to encounter the esteemed Yamato here. We must flee at once." Yamato is about to unleash her wrath once again. In a heartbeat, they dashed away like lightning, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even the diminutive dinosaur beneath Wayne's legs let out a roar and bolted away with such speed that it unceremoniously tossed Wayne aside. "Goodness, I haven't even mounted the dragon yet." Wayne gazed at the retreating figures, now mere wisps of smoke, with an expression rife with exasperation. "How is it that I did not witness such swiftness during training? Moreover, did you not prattle on about braving fire and water, and yet you flee so easily? Everyone run. Do not cause trouble for Brother Wayne," came Davego's voice from a distance, after a prolonged silence. Wayne turned to face the imposing figure of Yamato before him. Though Yamato was merely 18 years of age, her stature was formidable. "Yamato, you are the true heir of the D family. Hey, look me in the eye, you scoundrel." Yamato removed her mask, revealing a visage that could rival even the most exquisite beauties in the pirate world. Such a splendid girl, yet alas, she possesses a sharp tongue. "Hey, are you mute?" Yamato bellowed once more. "No, then you are a newcomer?" "Yes. Could you lift your gaze?" Quite large and fair." Yamato responded with a curious tone, glancing down at her chest, detecting nothing amiss, and continued, "What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless, you are a member of the Beast's pirates, and I shall send you flying." "Huh?" Before Wayne could comprehend, Yamato leaped into the air, descending rapidly, swinging her kanabo towards him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the kanabo, Wayne's pupils constricted. "Is this what you call 18? He quickly reacted, raising his right leg to execute a sweeping kick, unleashing a pale blue crescent-shaped slash that tore through the air, colliding fiercely with Yamato's kanabo. 6 styles. Gale foot. With a resounding thud, Yamato crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Amidst the swirling debris, Yamato's expression was one of shock. "This fellow seems markedly different from the inept opponents I previously encountered. He is quite strong." Engaging in combat without provocation, at least provide a reason. Wayne was aware of Yamato's intense resentment towards Kaido, her sole desire being to defeat him. Thus, he had long sought an opportunity to engage with this rebellious daughter. Pondering if he could leverage her, But why does she resort to violence upon meeting anyone? Humph. Yamato snorted. That wretched Kaido has robbed me of my freedom. I shall personally extinguish him. Wayne smirked slightly. Quite the filial sentiment. Then go confront Kaido, said Wayne. Upon hearing this, Yamato sniffled, puffing out her proud chest, and declared defiantly, I cannot defeat him. What merit is there in admitting your inability? Should I award you a prize? You ought to manage your own affairs first. Yamato charged again, this time with her kanabo enveloped in a swirling black aura of haki, delivering a horizontal strike aimed at Wayne's waist, with a flicker. Wayne utilized the shave technique, instantly repositioning behind Yamato, his sharp blade drawn, ready to slice into her back. A naturally wicked pirate brat. I shall deal with you personally. This is not over yet. Suddenly, Yamato shouted, sketching a half-circle with her feet on the ground, turning around to deflect Wayne's blade with her kanabo before swiftly striking at his head. With a resounding bang, Yamato's face expressed bewilderment. Surrounding Wayne's body were several rings of violet flames that had inexplicably materialized, absorbing the force of her mighty blow. What is this? Before Yamato could process the situation, the purple flames erupted violently, extending a fiery tongue that swiftly climbed up her weapon and onto her hand. The searing heat struck her, compelling Yamato to leap aside at a user of the Mera no Mi. Perhaps, Yamato panted, blowing cool air to extinguish the flames on her hand. Contemplating quietly, Wayne's expression flickered as well. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, Yamato's battle intelligence was indeed remarkable. No wonder she is Kaido's daughter. But only in this regard does she resemble him. As for her other traits, out of consideration for Kaido's feelings, I shall refrain from mentioning them. How infuriating. This damned thing is such a nuisance. Yamato glared at the handcuffs on her wrists, seething with anger. These cuffs, forged from sea stone, were Kaido's means of preventing Yamato from escaping Onigashima, a volatile device that would detonate should she venture beyond its confines. Yet, Wayne harbored a lingering doubt. Could this contraption truly obliterate Yamato? In the next moment, Yamato charged once more, her kanabo enveloped in a swirling black aura of haki, rushing forward. Kaido, I will slay you. Wayne's expression darkened, feeling utterly exasperated by Yamato's thought process. Your target is Kaido. What concern is this of mine? Boom! Another fierce collision erupted. Before the gates of the Onigashima Palace, the two had been locked in combat for over 3 hours, battling from dusk until nightfall, with no victor in sight. The surrounding environment had been left in utter disarray, dust clouds swirling, stones tumbling, the ground collapsing, and several trees shattered at their trunks. Dave Go and a group of pirates hid behind a large tree, anxiously observing the clash between Wayne and Yamato. Is it truly all right to leave Brother Wayne all alone there? One pirate fretted. What foolishness are you uttering? We are utterly incapable of intervening in such a battle. Dave Go countered. Whether it be Brother Wayne or young Master Yamato, they are both monsters. Rawr, the little dinosaur, hiding behind the others and only daring to peek out its head, weakly echoed its agreement. Yet, the fact that Brother Wayne could hold his own against young Master Yamato is simply astounding. In the distance, the two exchanged blows once more. Ultimately, Yamato's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and utterly spent, resembling a deflated balloon. Nevertheless, she wore an expression of defiance, lamenting, I am so hungry. Had I known, I would have eaten something before coming to fight you. If it weren't for my hunger, I would never have lost. Wayne's situation was not much better. He too was covered in dirt and grime. Alas, without utilizing my devil fruit powers, this is rather taxing. Wayne clenched his fists, sensing the dwindling haki within him. He had refrained from using his devil fruit abilities, intending to gauge the efficacy of his martial skills and haki through his skirmish with Yamato. It appeared that he was merely slightly stronger than Yamato, who was shackled with sea stone cuffs. Within the grand scope of the world, he could be considered a formidable fighter. However, compared to the top-tier powerhouses, he still fell significantly short, while his devil fruit abilities were indeed formidable. Smoker was right. One must not overly rely on the powers of a devil fruit. Thus, mastering haki remains essential. Subsequently, Wayne glanced at the exhausted Yamato sprawled on the ground and called out to the group hiding behind the distant tree. Hey, stop hiding. Upon hearing his words, Dave Go and the others cautiously approached. Upon seeing the downed Yamato, their faces instantly lit up with radiant smiles. Truly, Brother Wayne is remarkably powerful. Enough. Wayne waved his hand to halt their flattery. Bring out the food you had earlier. Oh, right. Brother Wayne must be famished. Dave, go. And the others wheeled over a transport cart brimming with provisions. This was the dining cart from the rookie training camp. Now under Wayne's management, stocked with an abundance of fruits and beast meat, even equipped with a barbecue grill. The group quickly set a fire and began grilling the meat. Moments later, the enticing aroma wafted from the grilled meat, drifting into the nostrils of the prone Yamato. Is that the scent of meat? Yamato inhaled deeply, instantly roused from her stupor. Meat? She turned her head and happened to catch sight of several people gathered around a makeshift barbecue grill not far away. Vayne was holding a large piece of meat, ravenously gnawing at it. Dae's mouth watered profusely, as if a river had burst forth, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on the roasted meat in Vayne's hand. Noticing Dae's gaze, Vayne smirked and waved the piece of meat playfully. Would you like some? Puffed. I'd rather starve to death than take a bite from you, even if I had to jump off Ghost Island. However, after uttering this defiant proclamation, Dae's stomach grumbled audibly. Vayne casually acknowledged this with an "oh" and continued to devour the meat. The beastly flesh, seemingly from a sea creature, was exceptionally flavorful, sizzling and dripping with oil. With each bite, Vayne felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction wash over him, his strength rapidly replenishing. After receiving Vayne's tacit invitation, Devago and the other pirates, along with the little dinosaur, joined in the feast, voraciously consuming the food and praising the delectable barbecue. Dining with the esteemed Vayne, the meat was indeed exquisite. Devago seized the moment to flatter. Rawr, the little dinosaur chimed in, expressing its delight. Meanwhile, Dae tightly shut her eyes, straining to resist the temptation to glance at Vayne. Yet, after a moment, she could no longer contain herself. Summoning her remaining strength, she shouted with a face full of longing, "Could you guys possibly eat somewhere else?" But upon opening her eyes, she found Vayne approaching with a perfectly roasted piece of meat, bringing it close to her mouth. "Hey, let us have a meat-eating contest. Didn't you say you lost to me because you weren't full?" "Ah, are you serious?" Dae paused in surprise, her previously gloomy expression instantly transforming into one of joy. "All right, I won't lose to you." Dae swallowed the roasted meat beside her in one go, barely chewing. It seemed she was truly famished. After finishing, it was as if Dae had been revitalized, her body leaping up as she dashed toward the remaining meat. "Let go of that meat. It's mine." After an intense battle between Vayne and Dae, they had nearly devoured an entire cart of food. At that moment, they resembled inflated balloons, transformed into large figures akin to Quinn. "Delicious," Dae exclaimed with a look of utter contentment. This left Devago and the others utterly astonished. Their astonishing appetite could only be described as monstrous. They had barely eaten anything, as most of the food had been swept away by Vayne and Dae. "Haha, I won," Dae proclaimed, her cheeks puffed out from the abundance of food as she swallowed the last piece of thigh meat. Beside her, Vayne patted his stomach, letting out a satisfied burp, feeling his stamina significantly enhanced. The pirate world was indeed unreasonable. There were countless ways to grow stronger, through eating, sleeping, drinking, even being beaten or imprisoned. Take Crocodile. For instance, he had initially been unable to defeat Luffy, who didn't even possess haki, but after spending a few months in Impel Down, he emerged capable of holding his own against anyone. Then Vayne, maneuvering his plump body, struggled to stand, stretching his fully restored form. Dae looked on, puzzled. "You're not thinking of fighting again, are you? This hardly seems like the right time." She was so full that she could hardly move. Without uttering a word, Vayne took a deep breath. Life restoration. With a resounding bang, his body transformed back to its original state, as if the food within had been instantaneously digested. Everyone around stared in disbelief. "How did you do that?" Dae exclaimed, astonished at this seemingly underhanded technique. Vayne had just executed the ultimate technique of the 6 styles, life restoration, a method that allowed him to infuse consciousness into various parts of his body, granting him control over any area at will. "Didn't you say you'd knock me out after you were full?" Vayne teased playfully. Dae, feeling somewhat guilty, waved her hand dismissively. "Let us save that for next time." "I prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor." Dae's night fell. Stars cascaded like raindrops, in stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of the day. Ghost Island was now enveloped in tranquility, in an open space. Vayne and Dae sat by a campfire, while Devago and the other pirates, along with the little dinosaur, wisely positioned themselves on a nearby hillside. "Devago, do you think what Vane did is somewhat inappropriate?" One pirate ventured. "Indeed, Day has been clamoring daily to kill Kaido." Another chimed in. "How dare Vane attempt to befriend her? If Kaido finds out, will he not take offense?" Immediately, several pirates echoed their concern. "Should we go fetch Vane back?" Silence. "You fools, you clearly failed to grasp Vane's intentions." Devago abruptly reprimanded. "Huh?" The pirates were bewildered, turning to look at Devago. "In my opinion, Vane is quite astute," Devago said with a grin, explaining, "You only see the poor relationship between Day and Kaido, but have you noticed that Day is still lively and well?" "Ah, that does seem to be the case." "Exactly. Although Kaido is a pirate, he is still a being with emotions. Unlike a mere beast, he surely wishes for his daughter to acknowledge her mistakes." After Devago spoke these words, he suddenly felt a warm, damp sensation at his neck. Turning around, he found the little dinosaur grinning widely, exhaling hot breath onto him. "But oh dear, I almost forgot about you. You're certainly not a beast. You're our friend." Devago waved his hands at the little dinosaur. That moment, one pirate gasped, "Wow, I get it. So Vane is trying to mend the relationship between Day and her father. If he succeeds, surely he will earn Kaido's favor." "Ha ha." Devago nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly." The group suddenly enlightened, their excitement palpable. Vane was truly brilliant. That moment, they were entirely convinced that following Vane was the wisest decision they could ever make. They raised their cups and cheer. "Long live Vane." The jubilant shouts reached Vane's ears, causing him to frown. What on earth are these guys so happy about? At this time, Day spoke up. "Hey, Vane, you actually came from outside," with a simplicity of heart. Day, after sharing a meal with Vane and engaging in a brief conversation, had quickly become friends, entirely forgetting their previous altercation. Tell me what the outside world is like." Day grinned, revealing a toothy smile. Her filthy face showcasing a gap where a tooth was missing, resembling an innocent child. By the warm glow of the fire, Vane noticed numerous old scars on Day's face and arms, likely remnants from her challenges against Kaido. This father-daughter relationship was hard to assess. Having read the original story, Vane understood that Day was a pitiful creature. She had been confined by her father Kaido in a cave with samurai from a young age, and had spent over 20 years imprisoned on Ghost Island. Devoid of any freedom. As for Kaido, he did not despise Day. He still held feelings for her, but his methods were excessively extreme, having been utilized as a war machine by his nation in his youth and later betrayed. He believed that only the strong had the right to survive. Moreover, the fact that Day idolized Kaido's enemy, Kazuki Oden, was something that no one could easily accept. This became the catalyst for the rift in their relationship. However, for Vane, this was somewhat fortuitous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, Day was a brawny yet simple-minded individual. She could certainly be utilized to great effect. Of course, I can, with a faint smile. Wayne remarked. Beyond the sea lies freedom. He began to regale Yamato with tales of the wondrous islands along the Grand Line. The world outside is indeed fascinating. There is the Winter Island, perpetually blanketed in snow, a sight of exquisite beauty, and the Spring Island, where the seasons are eternally mild, making it a perfect tourist destination. A myriad of races inhabit these lands. The diminutive little people, no taller than a hand. The towering giants, the long-armed tribe, the furry tribe, and the fishman tribe. The volcanic island, renowned for its soothing hot springs. The Beast Island, ideal for capturing magnificent pets. And Zo Island, perched upon the back of a colossal elephant. There is even an island in the sky, a realm located 10,000 meters above sea level, where it is said the legendary land of gold resides. Yamato's mouth formed an O shape, her face alight with yearning, so enthralled that she barely blinked. It was indeed just as described in Lord Odin's diary. She exclaimed excitedly, then reached into her chest and produced a somewhat worn diary. Laying it out on the ground, Wayne glanced over and recognized it as the navigational journal left by Kazuki Oden, fortuitously discovered by Yamato. It was no wonder she aspired to be Oden. The contents of the diary revealed him to be a true adventurer with a spirit for exploration. Moreover, given that young Yamato had little exposure to ordinary people, such influence was entirely inevitable. Nonetheless, Wayne couldn't help but scoff. Who in their right mind writes a diary? This is my most treasured possession. Yamato's eyes sparkled with bright crystals, her face brimming with joy. By the way, Wayne, have you been to all these places? Wayne stroked his chin, smiling as he replied, Not yet, But one day, when I have the time, I shall embark on a journey around the world, and then I will see them. I truly envy you," Yamato said, but her smile gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of melancholy. "I wish to set sail too. But that damned Kaido." She looked down at the sea prism stone handcuffs on her wrists, her fists clenched so tightly that they threatened to draw blood. Her body trembling slightly. Wayne sensed it was time to intervene, so he patted Yamato's shoulder and earnestly declared, "Let us sail together in the future, Yamato. A journey without companions is exceedingly dull, and surely you do not wish to remain on Onigashima for eternity." "Really? Are you serious?" Yamato glanced again at the sea prism stone handcuffs. "Do not worry. I will find a way to help you, Yamato. After all, you are my friend, as long as we strive together. How could mere handcuffs obstruct our dreams?" Wayne's words were laden with emotion. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yamato's face uncontrollably, her eyes glistening as she gazed at him. "Is this what it feels like to have friends? Have I finally escaped the solitude?" "Wayne, thank you. You are truly a wonderful person," Yamato exclaimed, leaping toward Wayne and enveloping him in a tight embrace, her arms constricting around his neck. Ahem. Wayne nearly lost consciousness from the force of her grip. Yet inwardly he chuckled, whispering softly into her ear, "Of course, trust me, Yamato. Deceiving girls is something I could never do." In the following 7 days, under Wayne's guidance, Yamato refrained from challenging Kaido and did not intercept the beast pirates. Instead, she remained by Wayne's side, training with the pirates during the day at the newcomer training camp and joining in feasts at night. The pirates were astonished. Where had the tempestuous Yamato gone? Why had she suddenly become so subdued? It was truly perplexing. Only a handful of pirates understood that it was all due to Wayne's influence. The newcomer training camp on Onigashima, in an open area. Runty sat atop Pegwan's head, both of them stubbornly refusing to yield as they pressed their foreheads together, cheeks flushed with determination. They were engaged in a head-to-head contest, and due to Runty's lack of height, she had to perch on Pegwan's head. "Your head is quite hard, Runty." Yamato gritted her teeth. "Humph, I won't lose to you," Runty retorted before exerting all her strength. However, suddenly, Pegwan below them could not withstand their overwhelming force and stumbled, crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, the two siblings fell, appearing utterly disheveled. "Wayne, did you see that? I won again," Yamato exclaimed, dancing with excitement as she called out to Wayne, who was leisurely resting in the shade of a tree. Throughout the past few days of competition with Runty, Yamato had maintained an unblemished record of victories. Runty climbed to her feet, rubbing her head, and turned to Pegwan with a complaint. "It's your fault. Little Peg, why can't you ever stand firm?" "I'm sorry, big sister," Pegwan replied, looking quite apologetic. "It's all right. When I grow up, I will definitely not lose to her again," Runty declared, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Yamato. At that moment, Wayne approached, and Pegwan joyfully shouted, "Brother Wayne." Wayne said, stroking Pegwan's small head. "You've been working hard lately. Keep it up." "Yes, Brother Wayne, I will train diligently." Wayne scrutinized Pegwan for a moment, noticing that the boy's physique indeed seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Oh no, could it be that this lad possesses the ability to grow stronger from being beaten? "Brother Wayne, let's have another match." Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed as Jack, a towering figure like a small mountain, charged toward Wayne. The entire training ground trembled beneath his weight. Simultaneously, his body began to change rapidly, dense brown fur sprouting, muscles bulging, and two massive white tusks extending from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Jack transformed from a rugged man into a colossal mammoth fruit, ancient type, mammoth form. "Brother Wayne, this time I will not take it lightly. I will challenge you with my utmost strength." Jack, embodying the potential of a great fighter, loomed over the crowd in his mammoth form, exuding an imposing presence. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this scene, quickly retreated to a safe distance, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Another fight to behold. "Hooray," Wayne chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "What a handful you are." Jack, so full of energy. Meanwhile, Yamato's expression soured as she regarded Jack. Her impression of this brash youth had always been less than favorable. "Wayne, do you want me to teach this guy a lesson?" she asked, rubbing her hands together, a fierce determination evident on her face. "No need, Yamato," Wayne replied, flexing his limbs, his joints cracking. He silently added, "I'm just afraid you won't be ruthless enough." "Come on, Brother Wayne, I'm fired up." Feel my youthful spirit. Oh, then let us see what you've got. 10 minutes later. Stop, Brother Wayne. I concede. Jack, having transformed back into his human form, lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, groaning in agony as he begged for mercy. After a while, Wayne, feeling fatigued, finally ceased his assault. Well, at least that should grant us some peace for a while. In the grand hall atop Onigashima, Kaido sat upon his throne, a bottle of fine wine in hand. He gulped down the contents with gusto, and his subordinate promptly presented him with a large jug filled with over 10 liters of wine. How strange, Kaido remarked after taking a sip, wiping his mouth with an odd expression. What is it, Mr. Kaido? Asked Shin, standing nearby. It's nothing much, just feels like something is missing. What could it be? Kaido, slightly tipsy, exuded a strong odor of alcohol. The pirates below were tense, holding their breath, fearful of offending the tyrant. When Kaido indulged in drunken antics, it could be deadly. In the next moment, Kaido's pupils constricted as he declared, I just realized, that foolish Yamato hasn't come to challenge me for 7 days, in the past. Yamato would frequently come to challenge him, sometimes recovering quickly enough to return the very next day. No matter how much time passed, it never exceeded 5 days. However, it had been 7 days since her last challenge. Had she met her demise outside? Kaido murmured to himself, a flicker of barely perceptible concern flashing across his eyes. Governor, there is no need for worry. A pirate with a bare torso, a long sword at his waist, and a top hat approached Kaido, tipping his hat in respect. He was Hold'em, currently serving under Queen, holding the position of true fighter Do. What did you say? No need to worry. Where did you see me fretting over that foolish son of mine? Kaido bellowed angrily, his voice like a tempest that battered Hold'em's face. Hold'em felt as if this fierce wind could scorch his skin. Hold'em was utterly speechless. Yamato was indeed unfortunate to have a father like him. Noticing Hold'em's silence, Kaido's rage intensified. Speak clearly. Yes, Lord Kaido. Hold'em regretted his indiscretion. Why had he spoken out of turn? He steeled himself and said, Lord Kaido, to my knowledge, the instructor at the rookie training camp, Bruce Wayne, has been spending a lot of time with young Master Yamato, and they seem to have become friends. Young Master Yamato has been staying at that training camp these days. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Well, you didn't ask. Hold'em replied, cold sweat pouring down his face. Accompanying a lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. He was experiencing this truth firsthand. As Hold'em spoke, Kaido's brow tightened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Bruce Wayne. The image of a black-haired youth emerged in Kaido's mind, that fallen Navy lieutenant who sought to become his disciple upon their first encounter. How dare he befriend his foolish son? Outrageous. For some unfathomable reason, Kaido felt a surge of inexplicable wrath. Jean, I recall he is currently under your command, Kaido said, turning to Jean. Yes, Lord Kaido. What is this fellow's strength? This man is formidable. Even Jack was defeated by him. Jean recounted the events of the rookie banquet to Kaido. After listening, Kaido fell into deep thought. After a long while, he took 2 hearty swigs of alcohol and addressed Hold'em. Keep a close watch on that lad. And report to me immediately if anything arises. Understood, Lord Kaido. Hold'em stood at attention, trembling as he replied, In the ensuing days, Onigashima remained tranquil, with no unusual occurrences. From the mouths of returning pirates, Wayne learned that red-haired Shanks had successfully seized several territories. His power growing increasingly formidable, it remained uncertain what Kaido thought of this rising figure. Late at night, upon returning to his room and preparing to retire, Wayne's hidden transponder snail suddenly rang. Brr a call. Wayne first hung up the transponder snail, then dressed quickly and stealthily left his room, heading to the restroom at the end of the hallway. After ensuring no one was around, he dialed back. This miniature transponder snail was a specially crafted communication device by the Navy. Not only could it communicate across the seas, but it also allowed for multiple connections. Thus, aside from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, other admirals each possessed a transponder snail that could communicate with Wayne. Buka, the call connected. This is Sengoku. A steady voice came from the other end. I am Bruce Wayne, the Navy's most loyal soldier and your most trusted subordinate. Be more serious, Wayne, Sengoku remarked. Yes, what is it that you need from me, Admiral? Wayne lowered his voice. First, report on your situation. Over a month had passed since Wayne left the Navy to join the Beast Pirates, and he had only spoken with Sengoku once when Jean appointed him as a rookie instructor. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Wayne whispered his report. From my investigations, the forces on Onigashima number around 10,000, including the samurai from Wano country. A conservative estimate would bring the total to 20,000. Additionally, the two prominent figures here, one named Jean and the other Queen, are both exceptionally powerful. Moreover, the pirates here are exceedingly brutal. Even the young ones are inherently wicked, destined to become a headache for the world government in the future. Quite troublesome indeed. Sengoku listened with growing concern. After a pause, he added, "You've done well, Wayne. I did not misjudge you, did I? Is that so? You say that, but fail to mention a pay raise." Wayne thought to himself, though his expression remained serious as he earnestly declared, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall remain loyal to the Navy and uphold my mission. However, could you possibly provide me with a timeline for when we will move to apprehend them? I cannot possibly remain here for a lifetime." Move to apprehend? Cough, cough. Do not worry, Wayne. Our Navy is thriving, and our forces are continuously expanding. Perhaps in 3 years, you may return to the Navy. 3 years? Very well, for the sake of a life of luxury in the latter half of my days. 3 years it shall be. Additionally, there is another matter. Recently, a group of pirates has fled into the waters of Wano. Pirates? Wayne exclaimed softly. Countless pirates sought to ally with Kaido. What sort of pirate could capture the attention of the fleet admirals so intensely? Sengoku continued. The name of this pirate crew is the Fuzz Pirates, led by a man named Fuzz. Their bounty stands at 250 million berries. It is worth noting that he was once a member of CP9. Fuzz, CP9, the image of an arrogant figure clad in a red skin-tight suit and wearing a mask flashed through Wayne's mind. Wasn't that the future member of the Flying Six, an ancient Zoan user capable of transforming into a saber-toothed tiger, who was later defeated by Jinbei? That individual had been imprisoned after a failed mission, but had recently escaped by killing the guards and formed a pirate crew that we initially planned to corner him on a deserted island. However, his counter-surveillance abilities are impressive. After evading pursuit, he set sail towards Wano. I suspect he may be seeking refuge with Kaido. Seemingly wary of Wayne's exposure, Sengoku hurried through his words. Wayne understood perfectly why the world government was so excessively concerned about Fuzz. After all, Fuzz's mission had been to transport the gum-gum fruit. Nika. Wayne raised an eyebrow. Nika, the liberator of 800 years ago, the legendary sun god destined to bring smiles to the world, was likely the arch-nemesis of the world monarch, Imu. Although Sengoku did not explicitly state it, Wayne knew Fuzz had been placed on the world government's assassination list due to the loss of the Nika fruit. With this in mind, Wayne curiously asked, "Wait a moment, Admiral Sengoku. You do not intend for me to eliminate Fuzz, do you?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before Sengoku replied. "Correct. How did you know?" Wayne smirked. "Your intentions are rather obvious, are they not? However, while I remain fiercely loyal, you can count on me to follow your orders, but I have only just managed to establish my footing in the Beast Pirates. Given my sensitive identity, it is highly likely that Kaido has already dispatched someone to keep an eye on me. Moreover, I am not adept at assassination. This task is truly challenging." Without a moment's hesitation, Wayne outright refused. "Challenging?" Sengoku's tone darkened. "Come now, Wayne, your records clearly state that you have captured numerous pirates, eliminating hundreds through your underhanded methods. I dare say even CP0 would pale in comparison to your tactics." "Admiral Sengoku, you exaggerate. I am rather weak. Without employing special methods, how can I deal with those cunning pirates?" "Enough. Wayne, I understand your predicament. This conversation is primarily to inform you about the current situation. However, this fugitive seems to be somewhat different. Several remarkable figures are quite invested in him." "Notable figures? Are they the 5 Elder Stars?" Wayne feigned ignorance and inquired tentatively. "Do not ask too much," Sengoku replied, his tone growing more serious. Just then, an urgent knocking echoed from the washroom door, followed by a crisp, melodious voice tinged with weariness from a little girl. "Hey, who's in there? Hurry up and come out. I can barely hold it anymore." "Runty?" Wayne's expression darkened. "Why now of all times?" "In any case, if the opportunity arises, just deal with him. You are a clever Navy officer, and both I and your teacher hold great expectations for you. Do your best, Wayne." Sengoku said no more, drawing the conversation to a close after painting a rosy picture for Wayne. Once the call ended, Wayne tucked the phone bug away, then pushed open the washroom door, only to find Runty standing at the entrance. She wore a light blue nightgown, no mask to conceal her delicate features. Her hair tousled and messy, and her face bore a hint of fatigue. Runty stood at the door, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes, smirking as she teased Wayne. "Oh, it's Instructor Wayne, sneaking in here at such a late hour. Are you up to no good? I need to check the garbage can." Wayne's face darkened further. How could she say that so easily? "You're just a child." He strode forward, clenched his fist, and knocked it against Runty's small head, causing her to plead for mercy. "I was just joking. Instructor Wayne, the little rascal should act like a little rascal." Near Wano country, in a certain stretch of sea, a pirate ship lay quietly afloat on the water. The night air damp and stifling on the deck. Over 50 pirates lay sprawled, deep in slumber. The leader of these pirates wore a mask that concealed all but his eyes and mouth. His eyes were no larger than sesame seeds. Yet his physique was immensely muscular. This man was none other than Fusif, the captain of the Fusif pirate crew and a former CP9 agent. Haiti. That moment, he gazed intently at the grand waterfall ahead. The gateway to Wano country. The beast's pirates seemed like a decent choice, he muttered to himself. Fusif recalled the events from months ago while in prison. The guard overseeing him had confidently remarked, "Silently pray for the arrival of the sun god Nika. He is the liberator who brings smiles to the people. One day, Nika will rescue all the slaves." Thus, while enduring the tortures inflicted upon him, Fusif fervently hoped for Nika's salvation. Yet, Nika never came. The next day, the guard who had mentioned Nika mysteriously vanished. This day, Fusif still felt a chill of fear. Had he escaped even a day later, he might have been the next to disappear. Tsh, what nonsense about Nika. It's all a lie. Believing in Nika is no better than believing in light. That Fusif's forehead was lined with dark marks, and he felt an inexplicable surge of anger towards Nika. He then pulled out a bounty poster from his pocket, featuring a photograph of a man with red hair and a severed arm, with a bounty that was quite a terrifying figure. "Damn you, Shanks, it's all your fault." Fusif cursed vehemently. If not for Shanks seizing that devil fruit, he would not have fallen to such depths today. "Don't let me see you in the new world again, or you'll lose your other arm too." The following morning, Wayne was still asleep when he felt something soft pressing down on him. Groggily opening his eyes, he discovered Yamato had entered the room at some point and was casually sitting on his stomach. "Hey, Wayne, wake up. It's time to train for our dreams," Yamato exclaimed, arms wide open, brimming with vitality, clearly excited. She had no concept of gender norms and, thus, was blissfully unaware of any impropriety, simply smiling at Wayne. After Yamato's entrance, voices could be heard at the door from Runty and Jack. "Instructor Wayne, it's time for training. Brother Wayne, I'm challenging you again. You bunch of overzealous pups are driving me mad." Wayne rolled over, pulling the blanket over his head. He recalled how, back when he was in the Navy, he would rise at this hour for training. Now, as a pirate, it was still the same hour to rise, and he was no less obliged to train. Damn it, had he come here for nothing? "Instructor Wayne, Master Jean is looking for you. He wants you at the port." That moment, a pirate rushed to the door, calling out to Wayne. "Master Jean is looking for me?" "All right, I got it." Wayne quickly got out of bed and dressed. He first sent Yamato off to the training ground. Then, accompanied by Jack, Runty, and Pejuan, he made his way to the port of Ghost Island, where he spotted the imposing Jin. In addition to Jean, there were about 100 new pirates gathered, including DeVago and Wayne's recruits. Upon seeing Wayne, Jean addressed him. "Wayne, a pirate ship has appeared in the outer seas. It's been anchored overnight. Take some men to investigate." Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Could it be the Fusif pirate crew? That would be quite a coincidence if they are here to ally with Kaido. "Bring them to Ghost Island. If they are enemies, deal with them. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely. Thank you for your trust, Master Jean. I assure you I will complete the task." Wayne grinned. "Brother Wayne, I'm coming with you." Jack exclaimed excitedly. "And me?" Runty raised her little hand high. "If Brother Wayne is going to fight, then I must go too." Pejuan added softly, "Don't mess it up. Wayne, Lord Kaido is quite interested in you." Jean continued, "Rest assured, Master Jean." Hearing the boy call him Master, Jean frowned and could no longer contain himself. "Just call me Jean Senpai from now on." "All right, Master Jean." Meanwhile, at the port, over 100 members of the Beast's pirates were gathered, mostly young pirates from the rookie training camp. It seemed Jean also intended to use this opportunity to train them. Soon, they arrived at the shoreline where the pirate ships were docked. Upon seeing the vessels, Wayne's first impression was one of astonishment, even questioning his own eyesight. not due to the opulence of the ships, but rather, several somewhat dilapidated pirate ships were moored at the shore. These ships varied in design. Some were two-masted sailboats, others small warships, and even a few converted sightseeing boats. For an emperor's crew, such a sight appeared exceedingly shabby. Master Jean, is this truly the Beast's pirates' fleet? Surely something must be amiss? Wayne couldn't help but inquire of Jean beside him after seeing the ships. Well, Jin's expression fell, and he sighed. Recently, we captured a country, which resulted in significant damage to our ships. Most of them have been sent to Wano's shipyard for repairs. Currently, these are all we have. Wayne's expression shifted slightly. To think the Beast pirates had been reduced to the point where they couldn't even muster a proper pirate ship. Was that country a member of the world government? Jean shook his head. Looking somewhat embarrassed, tea was Kaido's doing. He drank heavily that day and became so inebriated that he couldn't distinguish between enemy ships and ours, resulting in this situation. It seemed the pirates of the Beast had to be wary not only of their foes, but also of their own captain. Truly, Kaido was worthy of his reputation. Forget it. Let us pick a few decent ones, Wayne said, moving closer to the pirate ships. Just then, Devago approached with a few of his subordinates. Brother Wayne, we've already selected a few ships. Just moments ago, upon receiving Jin's instructions, Defuge swiftly selected 3 pirate ships with the least amount of damage from the assortment of wrecks. Remarkably, 2 of these vessels boasted intact cannons. A smirk crept across Wayne's lips. One must admit, what a sycophant. Under Wayne's leadership, the band of pirates commandeered the 3 ships adorned with the flag of the Beast pirates, hurtling down the waterfall at the outskirts of Wano country. Before long, they arrived at the outer seas of Wano. On the deck, Defuge peered through a monocular toward a specific direction. Brother Wayne, I see a pirate ship. Upon hearing this, Wayne's smile broadened, and with a grand gesture, he commanded the pirates, gunners, prepare to fire. The skies above the outer seas of Wano were clear as crystal, devoid of clouds. A gentle breeze caressed the air, creating ripples on the azure sea. A solitary pirate ship lay anchored on the water's surface, where a pirate stood at the bow, gazing toward the 3 approaching ships. Captain, it's members of the Beast pirates, he reported to Fusifer, who stood on the deck. Fusifer stepped forward for a closer look and remarked, 3 ships have arrived. They might mistake us for enemies. Stow your weapons. Fusifer was well aware of the pirate code. When seeking to ally with another faction, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Meanwhile, aboard the leading ship of the 3, Defuge scrutinized the distant pirate vessel and its flag fluttering in the wind through his telescope. He then reported to Wayne, Brother Wayne, it's the Fusifer pirates. There are approximately 50 men aboard, and they have stowed their weapons. It seems they intend to pledge allegiance to us. Really? I find that hard to believe, Wayne mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed toward the distant pirate ship and commanded, Instruct the gunners on all ships to take aim and fire at will. Huh? Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the crew, their confusion evident as they looked at Wayne. Brother Wayne, they are likely here to ally with us, Defuge reminded him, astonished, yet Wayne merely waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile playing on his lips. I'm merely testing them. Do you understand? Testing? Rennie echoed in surprise. Observing the lingering confusion among the crew, Wayne elaborated, if they truly seek to ally with us, they will not retaliate against our assault. Should they choose to fight back, it would indicate their status as our foes. At this pronouncement, the room erupted in uproar. They finally grasped Wayne's true intentions. So, if they do not retaliate, does that mean they genuinely wish to ally with us? Defuge couldn't help but inquire, not retaliating? If they allow us to attack without resistance, it implies they harbor ulterior motives. They must be trying to deceive us. That would only further confirm their role as enemies. What? Defuge scratched his head, suddenly feeling something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Rowenti and Pageman shared his bewilderment. So, regardless of the circumstances, they were all enemies? No wonder Brother Wayne is so astute. He is as clever as Brother Quinn, exclaimed Jack, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he looked at Wayne. The other novice pirates echoed Jack's enthusiasm, returning to their posts with renewed vigor, each preparing for the impending bombardment of the distant pirate ship. After enduring the monotonous training on Ghost Island, they seized the opportunity to let loose. Regardless of whether the targets were foes or allies, they would fire a couple of shots first. As the Fusifer pirate ship entered firing range, Wayne gestured grandly. Fire! Bang! Bang! The pirates aboard ignited the fuses, launching dark cannonballs that soared like a torrential downpour towards the distant vessel. Whoosh! Boom! The air was filled with the thunderous sound of cannon fire, followed by the ear-splitting explosions. Although many of the cannonballs missed and plummeted into the sea, several struck the ship's hull and deck, causing it to lurch violently. The assault came as a complete surprise, and the pirates on Fusifer's ship had yet to react before being inexplicably struck by the cannonballs, their anguished cries echoing across the water. "What is happening?" Fusifer roared in rage once he regained his footing. "Captain, should we retaliate?" a pirate asked, panic evident in his voice. "Fool, if we fight back, won't that confirm we are the enemies?" Despite his words, Fusifer felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, they would have to cease the attack. Wouldn't they? Yet, to Fusifer's astonishment, as the three ships drew closer, the cannon fire not only continued but intensified. The pirates aboard Fusifer's ship scrambled to evade the cannonballs, seeking shelter on their vessel. During this chaos, several more pirates were struck by the cannonballs, sustaining serious injuries as the beast pirate ships closed in. The barrage showed no signs of abating. If anything, the firepower grew fiercer. "What is going on?" "Captain, what is happening?" the pirates cried in despair. Fusifer, his right fist enveloped in armament hockey, shattered a cannonball that was about to land on him and gritted his teeth, growling, "Cursed beast pirates! Turn the ship around. We must retreat. We can't turn fast enough." "Captain," due to Fusifer's initial unpreparedness for the beast pirates, their ships were now perilously close. By the time they managed to pivot, their vessel could very well be in ruins. "Damn it, the beast pirates have gone too far? Counterattack! Fire!" But just as Fusifer issued the command, a pirate shouted, "Captain, their cannon has already destroyed ours." "What?" Fusifer's pupils constricted, his fists clenching involuntarily. They had reached a critical impasse. The pirates under Fusifer were of mediocre strength, and soon, amidst the relentless bombardment, blood and cries filled the air. Fusifer's body trembled slightly, his shock morphing into fury. "No!" He bellowed at the heavens, the memories of his past. When these pirates had joined him in a life of crime, plundering, pillaging, and their first encounters with the Navy flooded back to him. He remembered their escape under the sunset from a pursuing naval ship. Those were the days of his youth now lost. "Damn the beast pirates. You have successfully provoked my wrath." With a swift motion, Fusifer employed the Soru technique from the Six Powers, seemingly walking on air as he dashed toward the approaching pirate ship. On the opposing vessel, Pageman immediately spotted Fusifer, exclaiming, "Brother Wayne, there's someone flying in the sky." Wayne narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fusifer. "Indeed, he is an enemy. Open fire." The roar of cannon fire intensified. Fusifer's figure appeared minuscule amidst the flurry of dark cannonballs. Nevertheless, he was a former CP9 elite, and now a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. The cannonballs could not halt his advance. Ultimately, he leapt onto the deck of the pirate ship, his face a mask of rage as he surveyed Wayne and his crew. The pirates were momentarily stunned by Fusifer's fierce gaze, some even instinctively taking a step back. "You forced my hand." With a menacing growl, Fusifer's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles bulged, razor-sharp teeth sprouted from his mouth, his hands morphed into powerful claws, and he grew in stature, swiftly becoming an imposing saber-toothed tiger. "What a massive!" Pageman gasped, retreating behind Wayne's leg in sheer fright. Yet Fusifer, with keen hearing, roared back, "What? It's a tiger. A saber-toothed tiger. What an insufferable little brat. I shall personally send you on your way." At that moment, a figure resembling a small mountain, wielding two crescent-shaped scythes, charged towards him with fervor. It was none other than Jack. Fosfer's gaze sharpened as he brandished his claws and unleashed a series of fierce, slashing waves, which collided thunderously with Jack's scythes. Bang! Bang! Despite his massive stature, Jack exhibited remarkable agility, closing the distance after shattering Fosfer's onslaught. Fosfer's observation hockey sensed Jack's proximity. He enveloped his entire head and sharp fangs in armament hockey, intercepting Jack's scythes head-on, causing sparks to fly from their clash. "What a powerful bite," remarked Vane, who observed the battle with his arms crossed, secretly impressed. The stalemate did not endure for long. Jack suddenly exerted force, sending Fosfer hurtling away. Fosfer's form skidded across the wooden deck, splintering it and carving out two deep trenches. The gleam of delight appeared on Jack's face as he roared behind him, "Brother Vane, leave this guy to me." Subsequently, Jack cast a mocking glance at Fosfer. A bounty of 200 million berries, and you're nothing but a weakling. Although Jack had pushed him back, Phosphor sustained minimal injuries. After taking a deep breath, his body underwent a transformation. His hind limbs elongated while his forelimbs shortened, and he stood up, his visage becoming increasingly ferocious. The saber-toothed tiger, in beastman form. Are you a fool? Phosphor licked the back of his hand, a dangerous glint flashing in his pupils as he regarded Jack as mere prey. How could I possibly lose to someone like you? If you wish to kill me, summon Kaido himself. With a sudden flash, he vanished from sight, moving with such speed that Jack could barely comprehend. When he reappeared, he was already above Jack's head. Die? Phosphor's massive claws seemed to tread upon the air, as he curled his limbs and unleashed a powerful downward kick, moving with lightning speed, creating countless afterimages. One of the 6 styles, Gale Foot. Whoosh, whoosh, an uncountable number of slashing waves rained down upon Jack. His cheek twitched as he found himself unable to evade, forcing every ounce of strength into wielding his scythe to counter the overwhelming assault. Yet, many slashes still found their mark on Jack's body and arms, inflicting deep, gaping wounds. Haha. Phosphor chuckled cruelly. This guy is merely strong. He has nothing but a waist. Who doesn't he even know how to use hockey? After the last slashing wave struck, Jack was hit squarely in the chest, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Phosphor extended 2 fingers, shrouded in dark armament hockey, and thrust them violently towards Jack's body. Finger gun. Wild strike. Phosphor's fingers pierced Jack's immense frame, producing a horrific sound of cracking bones and splattering blood. Jack screamed in agony, having completely lost his ability to resist. From there on, it was a one-sided beating delivered by Phosphor. Several heavy punches landed on Jack, and the final blow sent him crashing towards Vane's direction. Jack's colossal form plummeted like a boulder, shocking all the pirates present. Yet Vane merely stepped forward, extending his right hand to effortlessly catch Jack, gently lowering him to the ground. Truly, Brother Vane is remarkable, Dave muttered instinctively. Vane gazed at Jack, who lay unconscious on the deck, his face oddly serene, and raised an eyebrow. He then donned a sorrowful expression, his voice trembling slightly. Oh Jack, my brother, why must you? As he spoke, Vane pounded Jack's chest with his hand. This scene stirred the hearts of the surrounding pirates, moving them deeply. Who would have thought that Brother Vane would be such a paragon of camaraderie? Even after Jack had insulted him at the newcomer banquet and challenged him multiple times, Vane bore no grudges, showing profound concern for Jack's well-being. Truly touching. On the other side, Phosphor was somewhat astonished. Is the Beast Pirates truly this united? This was quite different from his expectations. Pooh. However, what puzzled everyone was that with each strike Vane delivered to Jack's chest, Jack would cough up a copious amount of blood. A sight that was particularly shocking. Finally, after spewing forth a dozen mouthfuls of blood, Jack regained his senses amidst the excruciating pain, his lips twitching slightly as he weakly addressed Vane. Brother Vane, I think I can still be saved. Huh, he is still not dead. Vane had initially hoped for the pirates to attack while Jack collapsed, envisioning the perfect scenario. Yet he never anticipated that Jack would possess such resilience. Witnessing this brotherly bond, Phosphor's fury intensified. His crew had perished beneath the onslaught of these fools. This thought crossed his mind. A dangerously potent aura erupted from him, causing those nearby to instinctively shudder. How did this guy become so terrifying? Runty felt Phosphor's menacing aura and instinctively gripped Peggy Wan's small hand. Retreating behind the others, Phosphor's voice dripped with murderous intent as he roared, I will not let this sky blind my eyes any longer. His pupils were instantly filled with crimson light, as if an inferno of wrath burned within. I will not allow this earth to bury my heart. Phosphor stomped on the deck, creating a gaping hole that made the onlookers gasp in horror. I demand that this world understands my will. He was ablaze. With a resounding whoosh, Phosphor transformed into a blur, executing the 6th-style Soru, propelling himself towards Vane with unparalleled speed. His target was not the gravely injured Jack, but Vane. I will make your beast pirates vanish into thin air. A heart-wrenching roar escaped Phosphor's lips. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Vane's eyes as Phosphor opened his cavernous maw, sharp teeth poised to sink into Vane's head. Yet Vane made no move, merely lifting his gaze to regard Phosphor, appearing as if paralyzed by fear. Phosphor laughed maniacally within, but in the next second, his vision was flooded with blinding purple light, nearly blinding him. What is this? This guy is engulfed in purple flames and light. A wielder of powers. A natural type? Phosphor had no time to ponder further. In his ear, Vane's voice, tinged with indifference, sounded. Your heated blood is rife with openings. With a clang, Phosphor caught a glimpse of Vane drawing his sword. Yet, remarkably, the seemingly ordinary military blade transformed into a length of over 10 meters. Entirely enveloped in purple flames, the legendary artifact, Budu no Tamashii. Don't be ridiculous. 6 styles. Ultimate move. Tooth gun. Phosphor, gritting his teeth, covered his fangs with armament haki and dove downward. Meanwhile, Vane's long blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Phosphor's chest. Their clash was swift. Phosphor barely made contact with Vane before being pierced through the chest by the blade. His form propelled backward, trailing a line of blood through the air. Bang! Phosphor's body crashed heavily against the side of the ship's cabin, his earlier defiance replaced by overwhelming agony that he gasped, clutching the gruesome wound on his chest, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Vane, who remained stationary, not having moved an inch that I in my life, treading on thin ice. How could I be defeated by a mere child? This is truly a disgrace. The outcome has been determined in an incredibly brief span of time. Wayne decisively vanquished Fusifer, who bore a bounty of 250 million. This left the surrounding pirates in a state of considerable shock. However, Wayne understood that the disparity in their strengths was not as pronounced as it appeared. Fusifer had merely exerted himself too forcefully, pouring all his energy into his fervent proclamations, compounded by his complete ignorance of Wayne's abilities that in his reckless assault, he neglected to fortify his defenses with haki, which ultimately led to Wayne piercing his chest with a single strike at this moment. As Fusifer lay on the ground, his gaze shifted toward the distant pirate ship, now reduced to wreckage and still succumbing to the consuming flames that exposed its blackened skeleton. A sense of dread gripped his heart. Escape. The thought surged through his mind. My crew. I shall return to avenge you, Fusifer vowed through gritted teeth, attempting to rise and flee. Yet, just as he was about to stand, a powerful hand seized his shoulder, pinning him down. No matter how hard he struggled, in astonishment, he looked up to see a face adorned with a hint of a smile. Hold on. I was actually seeking to ally with Kaido. Wayne swiftly grasped his throat, stifling any cries, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Though your past may be tragic, since your escape from prison, you have resorted to robbery, slaughtering innocents, and even decimating an entire town. The incompetence of the world government is no excuse for your malevolence. These words, Fusifer's pupils dilated, thoughts swirling like a tempest. How could a pirate utter such accusations? A bold thought emerged in his mind. Could he be a Navy officer? Impossible. Just then, a low, cold voice pierced his thoughts again. Your death is indeed justified. Fusifer felt Wayne's grip tighten around his throat, desperately attempting to break free, yearning to scream but unable to produce a sound. Relax. Dizziness is a common reaction. Wayne's words slithered into his ears like a demonic whisper. His powerful right arm constricted around Fusifer's neck, rendering him immobile, while his other hand unsheathed his blade. A flash of white light cut through the air, the keen edge emanating a chilling wail. Wayne severed Fusifer's throat in one swift motion, blood gushing forth, droplets bursting into the air and shattering upon contact with the deck. Fusifer's body convulsed violently a few times before succumbing to eternal stillness, marking the end of his nefarious existence. The pirates, including Daifugo, witnessed Wayne's ruthless efficiency, their admiration for him soaring to new heights. Wayne's merciless treatment of his foes was undeniably impressive. Truly, he was remarkable. With a flicker of thought, Wayne ignited his blade with searing purple flames, evaporating the remnants of blood and releasing puffs of steaming mist. When facing enemies, this is how we proceed. Understood? Wayne addressed the pirates behind him. Yes, Brother Wayne. They cheered, reveling in their hard-won victory. Meanwhile, Jack, lying weakly on the deck, managed to raise a hand and give Wayne a thumbs up. In the deep of night, the pirates hosted a grand feast on Ghost Island. Celebrating with a banquet had become an established custom in the pirate world, gathering for feasts during reunions, farewells, victories, and even defeats, provided one survived. During the revelry, Yamato approached, joining Wayne, Jack, Runty, and Peggywan at the table. Hey, why didn't you take me along for the fight? Yamato huffed indignantly. Tsh, did you forget about that thing in your hand? Leaving Ghost Island would cause it to explode. Runty interjected. sipping her juice heartily. It was only then that Yamato realized, "Oh, right, enough of that. Let us have a meat-eating contest." "Yamato," Wayne patted her shoulder, adopting a provocative stance. "Though defeated once, I shall teach you a lesson again." Yamato surged with enthusiasm. Jack and Runty, not wanting to miss the chance to tussle with Wayne, eagerly joined the fray. "Brother Wayne, if it's a meat-eating contest, I won T lose," Jack declared with a confident grin. Daifugo, aware of their appetites, immediately ordered his subordinates to bring forth an array of delicacies. Among the spread were fresh Sea King delicacies, renowned for their exquisite taste and tenfold protein content compared to beef, alongside an assortment of vibrantly colored, decadent cream cakes, laden with calories. The variety and quantity of food were overwhelming. Nearly limitless, Wayne mused internally, acknowledging Kaido's generosity towards his crew, yet recognizing his brutality towards so-called outsiders. The group began devouring the food voraciously, each determined not to fall behind. Surrounding pirates gazed in astonishment at their terrifying appetites, continually bringing forth more food. Ultimately, Wayne emerged victorious, while Yamato consumed the most. Surprisingly, Runty, who appeared petite, outate Jack. Once they could eat no more, Jack slumped to the ground, utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. "That I lost again? Am I truly not a genius?" Meanwhile, Yamato, now round as a ball with cheeks stuffed with meat, turned to Runty, who was in a similar state, and said, "Runty, you should join me on the seas. I've grown to like you." Yamato, naive and earnest, believed that sharing a meal equated to friendship. "Humph, I refuse to sail with someone like you," Runty retorted, turning her head away, though her suppressed smile betrayed her true feelings. Through their time together, she had developed a fondness for the boisterous Yamato. If only she would challenge Lord Kaido in the future. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Diving down like a predatory bird, "Uncle Jean," Wayne called out, swiftly using life restoration to mend his form, gazing at Jean as he landed before him. "Uncle Jean, would you care for a drink?" Wayne smiled, offering a bottle of fine wine. Jean shook his head, stating, "Mr. Kaido wishes to see you." "Huh?" Wayne was taken aback. "Kaido is looking for me. Is it regarding Zephyr or Yamato?" At that moment, Jean raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Yamato, who resembled a ball, his expression laden with complexity as he let out a gentle sigh, a loyal subordinate of Kaido, Jean naturally hoped for harmony between father and daughter. "All right, Uncle Jean," Wayne replied nonchalantly, preparing to ascend the stairs. However, Jean halted him, saying, "The stairs are too slow. I shall take you up." Before Wayne could react, Jean grasped his collar, flapping his wings powerfully, creating a gust of wind as he soared towards the dome of Ghost Island. The onlookers were puzzled. Why would Lord Kaido seek Wayne at this moment? Yamato, however, wore a worried expression, seemingly anxious about Kaido's intentions toward Wayne. She attempted to rise and follow, but, having overeaten, could only squirm on the ground. "I see." Daifugo laughed heartily, excitedly announcing to the others, "Brother Wayne must have successfully thwarted an invasion of Ghost Island, and Lord Kaido is here to reward him." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of realization. So that was it. They envied Brother Wayne, who, after joining the Beast Pirates for such a short time, had already attracted Lord Kaido's attention. "Uncle Jean, just let me go. I can manage the ascent myself." Wayne felt somewhat uneasy being held by Jean. Accepting the title of Uncle Jean, Jean showed no signs of resistance, as if he had embraced the moniker Doe. "What do you mean?" Jean seemed to have an epiphany. Vane chuckled softly, and suddenly, a purple light flickered behind him, gradually coalescing into an expansive pair of broad wings adorned with violet scales, spanning 7 to 8 meters in length. Jean promptly released Vane, soaring alongside him in the air. "Are you a devil fruit user?" he inquired. As such a phenomenon could only be elucidated by the powers of the devil fruits, Vane's abilities reminded Jean of a formidable adversary he once faced. Marco, the phoenix of the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, Vane's powers bore a striking resemblance to Marco's, though. "Uncle Jean," Vane replied, he had never considered concealing his abilities. Such matters are difficult to hide and unnecessary to disguise. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Jean inquired, his voice low and resonant. "But you never asked," Vane retorted, waving his hand in exasperation. Jin's forehead creased with veins, and the corners of his eyes twitched. "You rascal. In this world, the devil fruits are rare treasures, valuable yet elusive. Vane had once been a mere Navy captain, leading Jean to instinctively assume he was not a user of such powers. However, when Jean sought to delve deeper into Vane's specific abilities, Vane preemptively questioned him. By the way, Uncle Jean, do you know why Master Kaido is looking for me? Jean gazed upward at the dome, replying nonchalantly, it's nothing much. Perhaps he intends to reward you. A reward? Vane's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that he had been recognized for his extraordinary talents and was finally being promoted? However, Jin's tone shifted. You'd better be on your toes. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble. What do you mean? Vane asked, taken aback. Nothing, Jean replied curtly, accelerating their flight. Soon, the pair arrived at a vast clearing atop Onigashima, the very site where Luffy would later face Kaido in battle. From this vantage point, they could behold the entire island, aglow with lights. Even under the cover of night, the scene was vividly clear. The hour was late, and a chill wind swept through, imparting a slight coolness. Vane surveyed the surroundings and spotted a towering figure before him, turned away from them, his flowing cape dancing in the wind. He appeared to be putting on an air of superiority. Yet, the moment Vane laid eyes on him, his observation Haki sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the man. Such formidable pressure was something Vane had never encountered before. This man was terrifyingly powerful. Without a doubt, the figure standing before them was one of the three emperors of the sea in the New World, the being referred to as the strongest creature. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Master Kaido? Vane ventured tentatively. The figure turned, grinning widely, his voice booming like thunder. Wokikokoko, you little rascal have arrived. Vane's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Did you kill that intruding fuzzfu? Kaido inquired, unusually sober and asking with genuine curiosity. Indeed, Master Kaido, fuzzfu dared to challenge you and even injure Jack. Such insolence warranted his removal by your most loyal subordinate in the 100 Beasts Pirates. Vane replied, his face plastered with obsequiousness, reminiscent of an underling trying to curry favor with a superior. Listening to Vane's words, Jean discreetly nodded in approval. Clearly pleased with Vane's flattery at this moment, Kaido approached. His footsteps resonating heavily against the ground, he scrutinized Vane closely, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Well done, boy. But why have you been getting so chummy with my foolish son lately? Kaido's voice boomed like thunder, and Vane felt a gust of wind whip above him, inducing a slight unease. Oh, it was about this matter, Vane thought, having already prepared his response. Master Kaido, my intentions are solely to persuade Yamato to yield to you. Oh, is that truly the case? Jean mused internally. Humph, you dare meddle in my affairs, Kaido bellowed in anger. Yet, despite his words, Vane perceived a flicker of concealed delight in Kaido's gaze. So, Kaido-sensei, you possess a tsundere attribute. Vane pondered briefly before continuing. Master Kaido, Yamato has merely been misled by that scoundrel Odin's diary, unaware of your genuine intentions towards her. Rest assured, I will strive to make Yamato willingly join the 100 Beast Pirates and respect you once again. Vane assured, thumping his chest confidently. No worries, Kaido-sensei, I will certainly take good care of your daughter. Hee, Kaido chuckled, then seated himself cross-legged, uncorking a flask of liquor from his waist and taking a hearty swig. You are quite amusing, boy. However, do not entertain any clever schemes. I will be keeping a close watch on you. Kaido's gaze turned icy, exuding an aura that instinctively chilled the air. That I will be watching you closely. Vane inhaled deeply, continuing, by the way, Master Kaido, if you could permit me to undertake one more small task, the chances of my success would significantly increase. What task? Kaido's mood appeared markedly improved, a rarity for one who typically commanded respect. It concerns the shackles on Yamato's hands and feet. If you could free her from them. Vane was uncertain whether Yamato would fully heed his directives, but securing her temporary allegiance within the 100 Beasts Pirates was feasible. Thus, it was imperative for Kaido to remove the sea stone shackles binding Yamato. Otherwise, should he wish to depart the 100 Beasts Pirates, he would be unable to take her with him. After all, he was not one to resort to destructive tactics from within. Is that all? Kaido grunted, his lantern-like eyes fixated on Vane. I expected something more significant. So, does that mean you agree? Vane feigned excitement. No. Kaido slammed the flask onto the ground, shaking the earth with the force. No. Vane, if memory serves, you've been on Onigashima for several months, so you should understand the rules here. Kaido's tone softened. You must know that in this country, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strongest survive to claim everything, while the weak are perpetually deprived, destined to grovel beneath the feet of the strong. Kaido's words echoed in every corner of the dome, exuding a fierce bravado. Hee, Vayne, pursue what you desire, as long as you are capable of achieving it. Vayne grasped Kaido's implication. In essence, Kaido permitted him to unshackle Yamato, but it had to be through his own strength. It sounded reasonable enough. A tradition of the 100 Beasts pirates. However, Vayne still felt a twinge of unease about the situation. Wokakakoko, do you understand, boy? Kaido laughed heartily, his face flushed, a sign that his tolerance for alcohol was low. No wonder he became inebriated so easily. Vayne nodded. Suddenly, Kaido pushed himself off the ground with one hand. Standing tall, a sinister grin forming as he gazed at Vayne. Vayne's expression shifted. What was he planning? A fleeting thought of dread crossed his mind as he glanced at Jean, who was stepping back. Wait, surely the promised reward isn't. Haha. Vayne, come and spar with me. With that, Kaido tossed aside the flask and produced a massive, spiked kanabo from seemingly nowhere. Kaido, ever the warrior, had just learned of Vayne's victory over the bounty-laden Fuzzfu, and the kanabo in his hand was brimming with eagerness for battle. In essence, he was itching for a fight. Vayne smirked, the kanabo crackling with purple lightning expanding before his eyes. Wokakakoko, let the thunder roar. Years later, when faced once again with Kaido's deadly kanabo, Wayne would invariably reminisce about that fateful night when his mentor, Teacher Kaido, had introduced him to the thunderous bagua. Boom, accompanied by a deafening crash, a massive crater suddenly formed at Wayne's location. Yet, by the narrowest of margins, Wayne leapt out of Kaido's striking range. Teacher Kaido. Are you serious? Before Wayne could fully comprehend the situation, a glint of fervor flashed in Kaido's eyes as he pivoted the kanabo and charged towards Wayne with alarming speed. Impressive speed, kid, Kaido taunted, all while unleashing a powerful blow that struck Wayne squarely in the chest without hesitation. Iron block, armament hockey. Kaido, a true combat fanatic, left no room for Wayne to falter, compelling him to unleash his utmost defensive technique. With a resounding thud, Wayne was sent flying, his body bouncing on the ground like a ball before he finally came to a halt. Cough, cough. Once he steadied himself, Wayne casually wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening. Despite being mentally prepared, the sheer ferocity of Kaido's strength left Wayne profoundly shaken. At this age, Kaido was at his absolute peak. Give it your all, Wayne, or you might genuinely perish at the hands of Mr. Kaido. Not far away, Jean stood with arms crossed, embodying the very essence of a spectator reveling in the chaos that Kaido's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha! You can't possibly be this weak, can you? Above, the wind howled fiercely, and Wayne, though somewhat disoriented, quickly regained his composure. Teacher Kaido, I hold you in the highest regard. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from Wayne's body, illuminating the entirety of Onigashima, as if a purple sun had emerged in the sky. A colossal purple giant, towering 30 meters high, rose majestically, enveloped in tangible white lightning and purple flames. Its immense visage exuded an indescribable authority, starkly contrasting with Wayne's previous appearance. Kaminari no Kami, second stage. This exaggerated transformation caused both Kaido and Jean to change their expressions slightly. Thunderfire slash. Wayne drew two divine blades from his wings, executing a swift sword draw strike, two razor-sharp arcs of energy, infused with purple flames and lightning, morphed into a massive crescent-shaped wave of slashing force, hurtling towards Kaido. Yet, Kaido neither dodged nor flinched, his expression one of utter indifference. Whoosh! The sound of the slicing wind resounded as the wave collided with Kaido, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed shockwaves throughout the area, distorting the very air with the searing heat of the purple flames. What an intriguing ability, kid! Kaido's roar resonated amidst the chaos. A top-tier powerhouse. Kaido was well acquainted with various unique abilities and the peculiar forms of mythical Zoan fruits. However, he had never encountered someone like Wayne before. The explosive remnants were swept away by the tempestuous winds. Kaido's unharmed figure emerged, his countenance still bearing a proud and defiant smirk. But you'll need to exert a bit more effort, Kaido proclaimed, his legs suddenly propelling him forward with a terrifying speed that belied his stature, as he swung the kanabo down with tremendous force upon the purple giant's chest plate. Boom! This strike came even faster than before. Wayne barely had time to react before he was sent flying once more, the purple flames on his form visibly dimming. Instantly, Wayne felt his vitality surge, desperately flapping his wings behind him to stabilize himself mid-air. Kaido, sensing the shift in his opponent's resilience, felt a twinge of curiosity. Certain devil fruits could enhance the user's physical strength to some extent, particularly zone types. Yet, Wayne's defensive capabilities had noticeably improved, escalating to several tiers. Moreover, the armor encasing the purple giant seemed to possess an extraordinary durability, reminiscent of the barrier fruit wielder, Korizumi Kanjuro. Kid, don't rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities, Kaido remarked as his body began to undergo a transformation. Blue dragon scales sprouting from his skin, his visage becoming increasingly fearsome as his muscles and physique swelled further. Azure Dragon Beastman form. Only Haki could transcend all. With a swift motion, Kaido spun the Kanabo on the ground before launching himself into the air. Landing atop the purple giant's head, his aura crackling with terrifying lightning, T.O. dominate overall. Goodness gracious, Kaido-sensei, you truly are remarkable, Wayne thought, observing Kaido's seamless transition into his dragon form while simultaneously admonishing reliance on fruit powers. In my past life, such behavior would have drawn accusations of hypocrisy. Tension coursed through Wayne as he raised his arms, the lightning crackling around him coalescing into a formidable thunder shield, almost instantaneously. The Kanabo struck the thunder shield, unleashing a brilliant flash of electric light, accompanied by a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds screeching in unison as Haki and lightning intertwined in a fierce dance. To Wayne's astonishment, their attacks miraculously locked in a stalemate. I can exchange blows with Kaido. However, this implausible thought barely flickered in Wayne's mind before an indescribable pain surged through his body. Ouch. This pain is unbearable. I sold no. Teacher Kaido, your strikes are truly merciless. Boom. Once more, Wayne was sent hurtling away, trailing several thick bolts of lightning that slithered like serpents, leaving shimmering white streaks in their wake. Whoosh, whoosh, as the powerful winds rushed past his ears. Wayne grimaced in agony that he had no notion of how far or how long he flew, but soon he crashed against the thick horn at the edge of the Onigashima palace, finally coming to a halt. Hiss, Wayne gasped sharply. The disparity in strength was staggering. In that moment, Wayne profoundly grasped the immense chasm between royal-level combat prowess and all other tiers, a wave of sorrow engulfing his heart. Yet, reflecting on the ferocity of the previous exchanges, Wayne sensed that his observation Haki had been compelled to sharpen considerably, granting him an uncanny premonition of Kaido's impending attacks. However, Wayne understood this was no mere illusion, but rather a higher application of observation Haki. At the gentle smile graced Wayne's lips that it seemed that only by teetering on the brink of life and death could one truly unlock their potential. Onigashima, beneath the vast dome. Witnessing the clash between Wayne and Kaido left Jean utterly astounded. Wayne managed to endure 3 of Mr. Kaido's strikes. This kid is formidable. Though 3 strikes might seem trivial, one must remember that they were delivered by the innate monster, Kaido. As for whether Kaido had held back, Jean felt confident he had not. After all, even against his own daughter Yamato, Kaido had never exhibited mercy. Not bad. Kaido gazed at the fallen Wayne, erupting into raucous laughter that reverberated throughout the dome, causing Onigashima to tremble slightly. Jean, what do you think of this kid? Kaido suddenly inquired. Wayne's strength is impressive, and his methods of dealing with foes are rather ruthless, Jean replied candidly, clearly holding Wayne in high regard. I think so too. This kid has the potential to become the next Calamity. Their words were unguarded, resonating directly in Wayne's ears as he lay feigning unconsciousness. So, Teacher Kaido believes I possess the makings of a great talent. Truly, gold shines no matter where it is. Just then, Kaido's booming voice echoed again, akin to a thunderclap. Kid, stop playing dead and come here. Wayne was momentarily taken aback before lifting his head. His observation Haki was so powerful that even from this distance, he could sense my presence. Feeling exposed by Kaido's keen perception, Wayne awkwardly chuckled before shakily rising to his feet and jogging over to Kaido. Teacher Kaido, invincible across the world, I concede. Wayne grinned as he conceded, displaying a complete lack of the so-called dignity typically associated with the strong. TCH, what a downer. Kaido, in a disgruntled tone, remarked, enough, let us speak of serious matters, without elaboration. Kaido merely gestured to Jean with his gaze, then retrieved his gourd of liquor and resumed his seated posture, drinking with a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Win, you heard that just now, right? Mr. Kaido intends to promote you, Jean interjected. Win nodded earnestly, his expression serious. Rest assured, Uncle Jean. Mr. Kaido, for the bright future of the Beast's pirates and for Mr. Kaido's ambitions, I shall strive diligently, no matter who it may be. Anyone who dares obstruct the path of the Beast's pirates shall find me. Bruce Wynne, standing resolutely against them. Even if it means an unavoidable marriage alliance with the Empress of Amazon Lily for the sake of the Beast's pirates' future, I shall not hesitate. Strangely enough, as he uttered these words, Wynne felt an inexplicable sense of deja vu. Such a passionate oath of loyalty also garnered a newfound admiration in Jin's gaze toward Wynne. Truly, a man of culture hailing from the Navy. One who could not articulate such sentiments himself. Very spirited. It seems Mr. Kaido's judgment of you is not misplaced, Jean could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Kaido, observing from the side, chuckled dismissively, seemingly unimpressed by the fervent camaraderie displayed among pirates. Subsequently, Jean wasted no time and broached the so-called serious matter. Not far from Wano, there lies the kingdom of Dressrosa, a wealthy nation that Mr. Kaido wishes for you to, in the name of the Beast's pirates, transform it into a territory under our dominion. Dressrosa, when expressed surprised, he was well acquainted with the name, known as the land of love, passion, and fairies, currently ruled by King Riku III. However, this very year, Doflamingo had executed that vile and shameless coup d'etat. Calculating the days, it should have occurred just a few months prior. But isn't Dressrosa a member nation of the world government? Has Kaido truly set his sights on it? Seemingly perceiving Win's bewilderment, Jean explained, do not forget, this is the new world. Moreover, we are in the era of great pirates. When finally grasped the implications, the circumstances in the new world diverged significantly from those in other seas. In recent years, the world government's control over the new world had waned considerably, leading many affluent nations to not only pay heavenly tribute, but also to submit to the protection fees of nearby powerful pirates. Seeking to secure their peace, it seemed Kaido had long been eyeing Dressrosa. It must have been during this period that Doflamingo allied himself with the notorious pirate lord, gradually expanding his influence in the new world, ultimately becoming one of the sovereigns of the dark world. Kaido drained his gourd of liquor, leaving not a drop behind, and slurred, Kid, with your strength, you have the qualification, though you may not be at the level to confront him. Conquering a nation with a relatively weak military should be well within your capabilities, especially under the banner of the Beast's pirates. That Win's expression froze momentarily. Fate truly is a marvelous thing. Yes, Mr. Kaido, I promise to fulfill this task. He answered without the slightest hesitation, eagerly reminiscent of his former life's proactive overtime work. So, Mr. Kaido, how many people may I bring along to Dressrosa? Bring how many? You can go alone, Kaido replied nonchalantly, as if commanding a member nation of the world government to submit was a trivial matter. No, Mr. Kaido, I am not as formidable as you. Win protested vigorously, for he lacked the prowess to single-handedly take on a nation. Moreover, Doflamingo was currently eyeing Dressrosa with predatory intent, poised to appear at any moment. Kaido cast a disdainful glance at Win, questioning his resolve to become a true strongman. What kind of talk is this? Without the strength to trounce the 4 emperors and 7 warlords, what qualifies one as a strongman? At that moment, Jean interjected on Kaido's behalf. Win, the newcomers from Onigashima can be at your disposal. Surely that will allow you to embark with peace of mind. The newcomers from the training camp? Win grimaced slightly. Aren't they merely fodder? The only one with some semblance of capability is that fool Jack. However, having assistance was better than having none at all. Win nodded lightly. Understood, Uncle Jean. Do your best. Win, I eagerly anticipate seeing how you little brats grow. Kaido laughed heartily upon hearing Win's response. Witnessing Kaido's apparent concern for his junior, Win felt a momentary sense of bewilderment. Would Kaido truly transform into a mentor figure in the future? What are you still doing? Hurry and prepare. Kaido suddenly bellowed, a gust of hot wind sweeping across Win's face, startling him. Departing so soon. Shouldn't we hold a farewell feast first? This remark amused Kaido, who scoffed. When I was your age, I couldn't even afford to drink. You brats are far too comfortable. Enough chatter, set out. Wynn ceased his idle talk, stood at attention, and solemnly declared, "Yes, Mr. Kaido. Really, this is splendid." In the room, Jack's exuberant shout caused the ceiling to tremble slightly. "For Lord Kaido, I shall surely bring all our enemies to their knees." Jack, a half-blood fisherman, had washed ashore Onigashima at birth, saved by Kaido, and allowed to remain with the beast's pirates. Thus, he held immense respect for Kaido. And having never officially ventured out to sea in 18 years, upon hearing that his brother Wynn had received a mission from Lord Kaido, he was brimming with excitement, nearly wishing to run around Onigashima a few times. Setting sail? Will we encounter the Navy? Peggy Wan, recalling some unpleasant thoughts, displayed a hint of fear in his demeanor. Yet, when he remembered his promise to his sister, he mustered the courage to say to Wynn, "Brother Wynn, please take me along. I will not hold you back." Lewin T, on the other hand, playfully tapped Peggy Wan's head. "Setting sail is perilous. Fool, can't you see this isn't the time to go?" Peggy Wan covered the bump on his head, feeling a bit wronged. "I understand, big sister." He was quite fearful of his sister's wrath. Observing the sibling duo, Wynn raised an eyebrow. What an amusing little brat. I hope he does not grow up to be an evil pirate. Haha, Brother Wynn, I am ready. When shall we depart? Jack, unbeknownst to Wynn, had strapped on a massive backpack, his face alight with eagerness. "You go inform the newcomers in the training camp. Tell them to gather at the port," Wynn instructed Jack. "Huh, must we bring those useless ones along?" Jack grumbled. "With me and Brother Wynn, taking down a mere kingdom like Dressrosa should be a walk in the park." Wynn, sweating slightly, gazed at Jack with a look of disbelief. "Then do you know how to sail? Do you possess any nautical knowledge?" "Huh, no, I don't," Jack replied, as if it were self-evident. "Then can you fly?" "I suppose that too is a no." At that, Jack's face lit up with realization, excitedly clapping his hands to that's it. "Brother Wynn, I understand now. Bringing them along is to have them sail the ship and take us there, right?" Wynn sighed softly. If his own caution was excessive, Jack's intelligence was undoubtedly a concern, and it was no wonder that upon witnessing the Navy's formidable fleet later on, Jack still dared to recklessly attempt to seize a ship. The case was cracked. This fellow simply lacked common sense. After Jack departed, Peggy Wan turned to Wynn and said, "Brother Wynn, safe travels. I will train diligently and strive to catch up to you. And I too. When Instructor Wynn returns, I will surely be stronger." The little face of Runty was brimming with pride, as if it were about to ignite. "When did you all develop the illusion that you could catch up with me?" Wayne squinted, a smile spreading across his face. "Very well. I shall personally assess your training results upon my return. In the jungle surrounding the Ghost Island Palace, on a small hillside, Wayne sat on the ground with Yamato, the gentle sea breeze caressing their faces. According to Wayne's perception of the seasons, it should be autumn on Ghost Island now, with the soft sea breeze carrying a hint of chill. "Wayne, will this really free me from these shackles?" "Don't speak. I'm concentrating on finding the right spot." "Ouch, that's hot." Yamato extended his hand towards Wayne, whose palms were ignited with two small purple flames, directed at the handcuffs encircling Yamato's wrists. However, this action persisted for over 10 minutes. And the handcuffs only accumulated a layer of black ash, showing no signs of melting or breaking. "Ugh, I'm exhausted. It's truly ineffective." The purple flames dissipated. Wayne leaned back onto the grass, stretching out in a big shape. Sea stone truly deserves its reputation as the hardest material in the pirate world, exerting absolute restraint on those with abilities. Even though the purple flames Wayne conjured could easily melt ordinary stones, they were utterly futile against the shackles forged from sea stone. Perhaps only the conqueror's haki of Sabo could shatter them. For now, the prospect of destruction seemed unlikely. "What a pity, Yamato. I can't take you with me this time." "Hee, it's all right." This time, Yamato did not display any negative emotions, merely resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the drifting white clouds in the sky. "Oh, by the way, Wayne, here, take this." Yamato suddenly recalled something, retrieving a large piece of white paper from her skirt pocket and tearing off a corner, handing the remainder to Wayne. "Is this a life card? I made it using your hair. If you place the paper in your palm, it will indicate your direction." Yamato opened her palm, setting the small piece of paper atop it. Indeed, the paper began to flutter gently, slowly drifting towards Wayne's position. Wayne was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Yamato could be quite attentive at times. However, receiving a life card from Yamato was not necessarily a good omen. In the original story, when Ace received a life card from Yamato, it was amid a heartfelt relationship with Akainu. Yamato continued, "Wayne, if anything were to happen and you couldn't return, I would never forget you. My good friend." Observing the earnest expression on Yamato's face, Wayne's countenance darkened. "Are you hoping I don't come back?" He then shifted the subject. "By the way, during my absence, do you have any plans? Please don't tell me you're thinking of challenging Kaido again." No. Yamato awkwardly waved her hands, nearly betraying her guilt. It seemed Wayne's guess was correct. Wayne sighed in exasperation. "If you're truly bored, you could join the newcomers training camp and practice with Runny and the others." Sounds good." Yamato nodded obediently. "But Wayne, you're so strong. You should return quickly," she said with a cheerful smile. "Probably. I'm off now." Wayne said little more, rising to depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back to add, "By the way, I've heard that in Dressrosa, there are special mushrooms that grow several meters high, and the soup made from them is exceptionally delicious. Would you like some? If so, I'll bring some back." "Ah, really? Thank you, Wayne. You're truly my best friend," Yamato exclaimed, saliva unconsciously trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Aren't I your only friend?" Yamato paused to reflect and then nodded vigorously. Quickly rephrasing, "Then Wayne is a truly great person." Wayne smirked at her response. "Don't go handing out the good person card so casually." Yet, seeing her cheerful demeanor, he brushed it off. Whoosh! At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the delicate strands of hair framing Yamato's face. Wayne gazed at her profile, momentarily lost in thought, as he perceived a flicker of melancholy in her usually jovial eyes. It seemed she genuinely longed to set sail alongside him. Yet, fearing the concerns of others, she wore her playful facade. Yamato could be described as a person of remarkable kindness, especially in such an environment, enduring the misguided education of a brutal father while maintaining her spirit. Wayne found this truly admirable. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the thought of persuading Yamato to join the Navy. However, that idea quickly faded, as it was evident that Yamato was ill-suited for such a role. At Ghost Island, the port was bustling. The weather was clear and sunny, an ideal day for departure. Over 100 novice pirates stood at the harbor, their faces alight with excitement. Yet, the ships moored at the shore appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Furthermore, the ship Wayne had last boarded, which could barely be deemed seaworthy, had suffered damage from the battle with Fuzzfufu, with the deck and cabin exhibiting varying degrees of destruction. At that moment, shipwrights were diligently repairing the pirate vessels. "Wayne, big brother," DeVego called out as he approached. "Everyone's here. When are we setting sail?" Wayne's forehead creased with a frown. "Sail? If we set off on this ship, I'm afraid we won't even reach Dressrosa before capsizing." These fellows certainly had lofty aspirations. However, Wayne was not concerned for their safety. Rather, he thought that if they could acquire a better ship, their journey would be more comfortable. Surely there must be decent ships on Ghost Island. Wayne inquired. "Well," DeVego pondered for a moment before replying. "Lord Kaido does have a large ship, but only he can operate it. There's also a pirate ship belonging to Lord Queen. I heard it was personally overseen by him and was just completed in recent days. But Lord Queen is quite fond of it, so it's unlikely we can borrow it. Queen." The image of a rotund figure resembling a sphere instantly materialized in Wayne's mind. It seemed he hadn't seen Queen much lately. Turns out he had been preoccupied with shipbuilding. "You all wait here," Wayne instructed before turning to leave. In addition to having a room in the Ghost Island Palace, Queen also possessed a separate residence within the jungles of the island, which served as a laboratory. This laboratory resembled the one on Ice Fire Island in both scale and design, likely built in imitation. Upon reaching the laboratory door, Wayne knocked but received no response. Just then, he suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet aroma in the air. As he attempted to discern the source of the scent, his vision blurred momentarily, and he thought he saw Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Hey, you little brat. Pinch your nose and don't inhale," a hurried voice echoed from inside the lab. The door swung open, revealing a portly figure clad in a white lab coat and wearing an oxygen mask. "Long time no see, Uncle Queen." Wayne's voice emerged weakly. "I'm currently developing the latest plague bomb, and it seems some gas leaked accidentally. However, it's surprising that you didn't succumb to poisoning after inhaling it," Queen remarked with admiration. But that was the last thing Wayne heard before losing consciousness. The glimmer of light appeared, and Wayne abruptly opened his eyes to find a rotund face hovering before him. Causing him to shut his eyes again in fright, Hee, you're awake. It seems the antidote is quite effective. Queen chuckled. Antidote? Wayne exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to open his eyes, instinctively glancing in a certain direction before releasing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Wayne struggled to rise from the bed, yet felt utterly drained of energy. Don't worry. It's merely a side effect of the antidote. Just rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Quinn beamed at Wayne. A syringe in hand, its needle alarmingly thick, with a few drops of liquid still clinging to its tip. Goodness, you didn't just use that to inject me, did you? Wayne glanced around, realizing he was in a spacious laboratory filled with an array of intricate instruments. Various solutions and reagents surrounded him, some of which appeared to be flammable or explosive hazards, bubbling ominously. Behind Quinn stood a large iron barrel, from which wafted the enticing aroma of a bean soup. Wayne lay on a cold metallic table that seemed more suited for experiments. You're quite the lucky one. I've never failed at concocting poison before, and yet here you are, the first to witness my blunder. Quinn declared with an air of arrogance. Lucky? What a joke, Wayne retorted. But, Uncle Quinn, isn't your poison rather effective? I was affected almost immediately, without even having time to react. He flexed his arms. He felt strength returning to him. Ahaha, Quinn laughed heartily. Of course, I am the world's most nefarious scientist. Even a failure like this is beyond ordinary toxins. However, the rapid onset of this poison means the enemy is incapacitated before they can feel any pain. It robs me of the pleasure of tormenting them. A nostalgic expression crossed Quinn's face, for there was nothing more delightful than causing suffering to one's foes. Wayne winced at Quinn's sadistic tendencies. Disdainful of his warped psyche, it seems the human body does indeed have its limits. Quinn mused. If even a mere gas can incapacitate you, why not? His eyes gleamed as he gazed at Wayne. Why not join the glorious evolution? Ahaha. Evolution. You mean altering the body? Wayne's thoughts drifted to Quinn's expertise in scientific endeavors, and he uttered, Bingo. Quinn snapped his fingers, proclaiming, the human body is too fragile. The power of science is the strongest weapon in the world. Do you believe in science, young Wayne? As he spoke, his head and arms spun in an uncanny manner, completing a full 360-degree turn before retrieving a bowl of bean soup from the barrel behind him. Then returning to his original position, Wayne smirked. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. Is it? I can only say, if you believe it. After a brief pause, Wayne suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle Quinn, do you still have those failed poison gas bombs? Quinn replied, Oh, I do. What do you want them for? He pointed to a nearby lab table, where several transparent glass jars were arranged. Here they are, along with the antidote. Since they are failures, why not give them to me? Uncle Quinn, Wayne expressed keen interest in the fragrant poison gas. This, Quinn scratched his head, pondering for a moment. All right, since they are failures, take them. With Quinn's consent, Wayne eagerly packed the gas vials and antidote into his backpack. Thank you so much, Uncle Quinn. You truly are the genius scientist of our beast pirates. Wayne feigned an expression of admiration. I've also heard that you are quite accomplished in shipbuilding, Uncle Quinn. Don't always speak the truth. Quinn relished Wayne's compliment, playfully patting Wayne's shoulder. By the way, would you like to see the latest pirate ship I've constructed? Wayne grinned, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. That would be splendid. Quinn's laboratory was situated near the coast, and he led Wayne swiftly to the shoreline, but a massive three-masted sailing ship gradually came into view. Its size rivaled that of a medium-sized warship Wayne had seen before. Featuring numerous cannon ports extending from its hull, clearly designed for combat. The mainsail bore a white canvas emblazoned with the bold letters Queen, while the other masts flaunted the skull flag of the beast pirates. Fluttering in the wind, creating a resounding rustle, the ship glimmered in a golden hue, with a striking golden brontosaurus at the prow, evidently modeled after Quinn's own abilities derived from the brontosaurus fruit. Additionally, the ship's hull sported various musical graffiti, reflecting Quinn's distinct style. Captain Quinn, you've arrived. The pirates fishing and sunbathing on the shore greeted him with utmost respect. They were the shipbuilders of the Queen. What do you think, Wayne? Isn't this ship magnificent? Quinn admired the newly built vessel, growing more fond of it with each glance. Gathering the finest materials alone took 2.5 years. Indeed, it's a fine ship, Wayne nodded vigorously. Having been a colleague of Vegapunk and a top-tier scientist, the ship Quinn personally supervised could hardly be subpar. Moreover, this vessel is equipped with my latest technological advancements. Even the cannons are enhanced. Quinn laughed heartily. With this ship, reaching any corner of the world will be a breeze. Absolutely. Uncle Quinn, I'm planning a trip to Dressrosa. Could I borrow it for my journey? Wayne chimed in cheerfully. However, Quinn's expression immediately soured, his demeanor turning grave. In no way. I refuse. Come on, Uncle Quinn, I will cherish your ship as much as I do the beast pirates. Wayne persisted. No means no. I can agree to other things. But not this. This ship is as precious to me as my beloved bean soup. What if you damage it? Quinn's attachment to the newly constructed queen was evident, given that he had even dared to confront Big Mom for the sake of his bean soup. Wayne stroked his chin, stealing glances at the pristine queen, his eyes filled with longing. I've got it, he exclaimed, raising a finger with a triumphant expression. Uncle Quinn, when I was with the Navy, I saw ships that Vegapunk was involved in building. They were truly filled with advanced technology. Oh, Quinn's ears perked up at the mention of Vegapunk, intrigued by the notion that the old fellow had an interest in shipbuilding. Yes, I heard that Vegapunk's ships are not only indestructible, but can endure extensive voyages and fierce naval battles without sustaining significant damage. With just a simple repair, they return to their original state. Wayne spoke, unaware of Vegapunk's actual involvement in shipbuilding, merely saying this to pique Quinn's interest, knowing that the two old friends had not seen each other in decades. Quinn paused, his face visibly reddening with a hint of embarrassment. Humph, my ship can do those things too, he retorted defensively. Wayne pressed on. But wait, Uncle Quinn, you just said the queen is prone to damage, implying it's quite fragile. Isn't it? It seems Vegapunk truly deserves the title of the world's greatest scientist. Wayne shook his head in mock regret. But don't be disheartened, Uncle Quinn. While your reputation may not reach Vegapunk's heights, your intellect is certainly commendable. What nonsense is this? Quinn's face flushed with indignation. That in the realm of scientists, there is no such hierarchy. Besides, I'm the world's most wicked scientist. He pointed at the queen, declaring, you doubt my capabilities, young one. This journey will be aboard my ship. Let me show you the prowess of my technology. Wayne shook his head vigorously, yet could not suppress the radiant smile that spread across his face. How could he possibly refuse? Enough with the nonsense. If you refuse to open up, it is evident that you look down upon me. At this moment, the tides of offense and defense have shifted. When it comes to matters involving a comparison with Vegapunk, Quinn exhibits an exceedingly aggressive demeanor, harboring an unwavering determination not to be outdone by his former elder brother. That I find myself at a loss with you. Fine then, Uncle Quinn. I shall temporarily assume the role of quality inspector for the Quinn. Wayne feigned a troubled expression but ultimately acquiesced. Humph, now we're getting somewhere. Quinn nodded in satisfaction. On Ghost Island. At the harbor, Devago, Jack, look over there. A pirate shouted, pointing at the golden pirate ship that was slowly gliding towards the shore. The pirates turned their gazes as the man standing at the bow of the ship was none other than Wayne, who had departed not long ago. Wow. Brother Wayne, where did you procure such a magnificent vessel? It's truly impressive, Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with a W. It's Uncle Quinn's ship. He lent it to us for our voyage. Wayne replied with a smile. Hooray! The pirates cheered with uncontainable excitement. This grand ship indeed exuded a sense of prestige befitting the world's strongest pirate crew. Everyone, aboard! Wayne called out to all at the harbor. Bring the supplies on board, and I want you all to be on high alert for this journey. Yes, Brother Wayne, the pirates eagerly set about transporting the necessary provisions onto the ship. Devago's heart raced with exhilaration. He understood Quinn's temperament and his fondness for this vessel. Previously, when other pirates sought to catch a glimpse, Quinn had coldly refused. The fact that Brother Wayne managed to borrow it for their expedition indicated that the prominent figures within the pirate crew held him in high regard. He truly hadn't aligned himself with the wrong person. Jack, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy. He secretly resolved that when he eventually became an officer, he too would possess a pirate ship of such grandeur, adorned with a mammoth as its figurehead. Once all the pirates were aboard, the Quinn began to sail away from the harbor, heading towards the waters surrounding Wano country. Quinn did not exaggerate. This vessel was indeed sturdy. The perilous descent down the waterfall was remarkably smooth, with the Quinn diving down without a single jolt. Soon, the pirate ship, carrying over 100 souls, emerged from the waterfall and landed gracefully on the azure, crystalline surface of the sea. It has been far too long since I sailed upon the ocean. Wayne sighed. inhaling the refreshing air. How beautiful the sea is! It was Jack's first time at sea. He stood at the bow, exuberantly waving his arms, filled with the glee of a child weighing 800 pounds. Brother Wayne, Devago approached with a nautical chart in hand. Dressrosa isn't too far from us. If we maintain full speed, it should only take about 10 days to reach. Wayne responded with a simple then declared, set sail, destination Dressrosa. Roar, the pirates replied enthusiastically. Under the blazing sun, the vast blue sea sparkled brilliantly. Several seagulls soared above the golden pirate ship, while the gentle clouds drifted lazily, evoking a sense of languor. On the deck of the ship, a red and white striped sunshade was erected, and Wayne reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely sipping the orange juice prepared by the chef. Up bare-chested, his well-defined and robust muscles were on full display, clad only in a pair of flamboyant shorts, with dark sunglasses perched upon his nose. In such a state, he resembled not a pirate embarking on conquest, but rather a young gentleman on a seaside holiday, with a grand ship, ample food, and subordinates at his beck and call. This sensation was indeed delightful. A smile graced Wayne's lips, clearly relishing this leisurely time. However, Jack did not share in the enjoyment. Initially, brimming with excitement at the onset of their journey, he was impatient to reach Dressrosa and usurp the throne from the old king. Yet, after 3 days at sea, restlessness consumed him, and he found himself inquiring every half-day about their progress. Why haven't we arrived at Dressrosa yet? I'm utterly bored, Jack complained to the crew. Pacing the ship in a fit of energy, the confined space only exacerbated his frustration. Devago, who was fishing at the stern, grew increasingly annoyed by Jack's antics. He retrieved a fishing rod from below deck and handed it to Jack. Jack, if you're so bored, why not join me in fishing? Fishing? Do you take me for someone simple? It's not as easy as it seems, Jack retorted, though his body betrayed his words, having never fished before. He suddenly found himself intrigued. With Devago's brief instruction, he cast the line into the sea. Seeing Jack become animated over fishing, Wayne chuckled, recalling how he had struggled for days without a catch during his own fishing escapades. Come on, Jack, tonight's dinner is in your hands, Wayne called out. Haha, don't worry, brother Wayne, Jack replied, bursting with energy, the fishing rod appearing comically tiny in his massive hands. Finally, Wayne's ears were at peace, allowing him to enjoy the tranquil moments at sea. Yet, just as he began to close his eyes, a commotion erupted from the stern. Look, what is that? A monster. There's a creature in the sea. What is going on? Wayne furrowed his brow, quickly rising to investigate the source of the commotion. Brother Wayne, come look. What is this? A voice trembled with fear, as nearly all the pirates gathered by the railing at the stern, staring intently at a dark shape beneath the water. The shadow was enormous and was writhing continuously. Is that a sea king? Wayne's pupils constricted. Such a colossal being, likely a New World specialty, could only be a sea king. Do not be afraid. It likely hasn't noticed us, Wayne reassured them. The sea king's body was as massive as a small island, and typically, if left undisturbed, it posed no threat. Meanwhile, Jack was still vigorously tugging at the small fishing rod. Wayne glanced at the rod in confusion. Jack, did you catch something? Yes, brother Wayne. It seems to be a big fish, Jack exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. At that moment, Wayne noticed that the fishing line was taut, yet the rod remained completely still. The end of the line seemingly connected to the dark shape below. Jack, what have you caught? Without time to lament the quality of the rod, Wayne snatched it from Jack and hurled it overboard. However, the next second, accompanied by a thunderous rush of water, the dark shape began to surface. First, a gigantic bull head emerged, complete with sharp teeth and 2 horns atop its head, and the fishing rod hung from its mouth. Then, its lower half followed, leaving only its tail submerged in the water. The creature, adorned with black and white spots, its upper body resembling a bull and lower body a fish, was revealed. The pirates stood in shock. Some among them had encountered sea kings before, but never one of such colossal size. This creature was indeed a remarkable specimen among its kind. The ocean's wonder lay in the unpredictable adventures and encounters that awaited. Whether it be fierce storms or monstrous treasures. That's my dinner, Jack bellowed, unable to contain his greedy drool at the sight of the enormous fish, which was nearly 10 times larger than the Quinn. The bull-headed fish's eyes glowed red, seemingly contemplating which pirate it might devour first. Jack, you fool. Even Wayne, typically composed and easygoing, couldn't he help but shout in exasperation, "I told you to fish, and you ended up catching this thing?" In a state of urgency, before the pirates could even recover from their shock, the massive body of the bullhead fish leapt into the air, exposing its pale underbelly, and then came crashing down. In an instant, the sky above was completely obscured, and the pirates' eyes widened in terror, their voices rising in a cacophony of cries. "Beast, who do you think I am?" Jack's pupils dilated as he glared at the bullhead fish above. His scythe instantly drawn, he leapt from the deck, charging straight up. Meanwhile, Wayne did not abandon the pirates outright, for their future voyages would still rely on their service. Wayne raised his glass of juice, striking a pose as if preparing for transformation to eye in the next moment. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene, dazzling and radiant. The giant of light, no, the deity of thunder, Kimiyasu, made his entrance, delivering a powerful punch to the bullhead fish's abdomen. Boom! Jack and Wayne's attack struck the bullhead fish simultaneously, causing it to grimace in pain, its eyes bulging. This blow altered the fish's trajectory, sending it narrowly grazing the edge of the pirate ship before plummeting into the sea. With a resounding splash, a massive fountain of water erupted on the surface, cascading down like a torrential rain. "Wayne, look!" Dave pointed towards the sea. They saw the bullhead fish flipping in the water, then it began to approach the pirate ship again from below, seemingly intent on ramming its belly into the vessel. Wayne was perplexed. This creature had quite the unusual attack method. Wasn't the abdomen the most vulnerable part of a fish? The bullhead fish was swift in the water, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to collide with the ship's hull that if this colossal beast struck, even a steel ship would surely splinter apart. Crackling sounds filled the air as the purple giant hovered above, gathering a sphere of white lightning in its hand, the terrifying power coalescing within, emitting a sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. Thunder cut, the purple giant dove downward, and as the lightning sphere met the surface of the sea, it detonated with a thunderous explosion, electrifying the bullhead fish into convulsions. Even beneath the water, visible black char marks appeared on the bullhead fish's body. Moo! A deep, mournful roar emanated from the depths, as the bullhead fish seemed to lose consciousness, rolling over to float gradually to the surface. Free electric therapy, consider it a gift, Wayne thought, as he released his power and transformed back into a boy clad in baggy shorts, leaping onto the deck. At that moment, a pirate exclaimed, "Wayne, there's something on its belly." "Something on its belly?" Wayne approached the railing, looking up to see the bullhead fish's large, white underbelly, which at first glance appeared unremarkable. However, as he followed the direction pointed out by the pirate, he indeed spotted a protrusion on the fish's pale-bellied. It resembled a chest, about the height of a person, identical in shape to a typical treasure chest. Why was there a treasure chest inside the fish's belly? Wayne was puzzled. Upon seeing the chest, the pirate's eyes sparkled with excitement, each of them beginning to fantasize that it must be filled with a trove of gold coins. One greedy pirate exclaimed, "No, no, it must be vintage wines." Another chimed in, "Such a large chest must contain a sleeping princess, awaiting her prince's kiss to awaken her." "Huh? A princess?" Wayne shot a strange glance at the pirate who spoke, thinking he must have read too many tales. "Bring the ship closer, but be cautious." "Yes, brother Wayne." As the Quinn gradually approached the bullhead fish, the shape of the treasure chest became increasingly clear. The chest's surface was even adorned with small gemstones, glimmering under the sun's rays. Could it truly be treasure? Wayne felt a thrill of anticipation rise within him. If this enormous chest were filled with belly or gold coins, it might sustain the entire crew for years. Yet the chest was lodged perfectly within the fish's belly, neither too far nor too close, with deep crimson marks from where it had been scraped. Wayne suddenly understood. No wonder the Sea King was so fiercely attacking the pirate ship with its belly. It must have been in great pain. It sought to use the friction against the ship to dislodge the chest. With tentative steps, several daring pirates jumped onto the bullhead fish's belly, carefully slicing at the area where the chest was lodged with sharp daggers. Trying not to injure its flesh, it wasn't out of pity for the bullhead fish, but rather fear that this great beast might awaken again, which would spell disaster. Soon, the pirates managed to pry the chest loose. The contents seemed heavy, requiring several pirates to laboriously hoist it onto the ship. "Brother Wayne, there must be something valuable inside." Thud! The chest landed on the deck, and the pirates swarmed around it, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the treasure. The thrill of treasure hunting was simply exhilarating, but just then, with a splash, the bullhead fish suddenly stirred, rolling over in the water, its large eyes no longer fierce, but rather adorably vacant as they gazed at the pirates on the ship. Had this creature been feigning death all along? Moo moo, the bullhead fish called out, this time infused with a tone of gratitude, as if thanking the pirates for freeing the chest that had been lodged on its belly. After this, the bullhead fish turned and swiftly swam away, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Dave, lost in thought, excitedly proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Brother Wayne must have seen that treasure chest all along. Which is why he only knocked the fish unconscious. He didn't kill it outright for fear of damaging the chest. Yes, it must be so. Brother Wayne is truly magnificent," all radiated from Dave's face. The other pirates nodded in agreement, their gazes shimmering with excitement and admiration as they looked at Wayne. Wayne smirked, bemused by the pirates' peculiar thought processes. Next came the treasure chest itself. Wayne too was curious about its contents. Brother Wayne, there's a lock on it. The chest bore a rusted iron lock, yet overall, it appeared quite new, suggesting it had only recently been cast into the sea. "Clear out. Let me handle this," Jack shouted excitedly, brandishing his sharp scythe and bringing it down upon the chest. Clang! Wayne's arm was enveloped in a dark coating of armed color hockey, blocking Jack's scythe. Dark clouds gathered on Wayne's forehead as he gritted his teeth and admonished, "What if you damage whatever is inside?" At his words, Jack sheepishly chuckled a few times. "Right, Brother Wayne has a point." Wayne sighed, choosing not to argue with the fool. Instead, he opted not to use a blade. With a flick of his hand, purple flames materialized. As he reached out, the purple flames ignited upon contact with the iron lock, burning fiercely. Wayne's control over the purple flames was exquisite, ensuring not a single ember marred the chest itself. In no time, the iron lock melted away, forming a pool of molten iron that dripped onto the deck, scalding a small pit into the wooden surface. The pirates paid no mind, wholly focused on Wayne as he prepared to open the chest. The moment it swung open, a blinding golden light burst forth, nearly dazzling everyone's eyes. Gold coins. It must be gold coins. But before the cheers could erupt, the light abruptly dimmed. Upon closer inspection, the chest was utterly empty. Resembling their own wallets. "What, empty?" a pirate exclaimed in disbelief. "No, you must look inside the chest." They leaned in again to peer within, discovering a single item resting quietly at the bottom, a parchment made of sheepskin. Could it be a treasure map? A glimmer of anticipation ignited within the hearts of the crowd. After receiving a confirming glance from Wayne, Dayfuge, visibly anxious, produced an ancient parchment that exuded an air of antiquity. As he slowly unfurled it, a glance at the crooked script caused his pupils to constrict instantly, beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and even his body to tremble slightly. "What's written on it?" "Dayfuge," Jack inquired hastily, observing his agitated demeanor. Wayne, too, shifted his gaze towards Dayfuge, curiosity evident in his expression. Under the inquisitive stares of the onlookers, Dayfuge nonchalantly remarked, "I forgot to mention, I can't read." Wayne, Jack, everyone. "You can't read? What are you doing here causing a stir?" Little did Wayne know that illiterates like Dayfuge were plentiful within the beast pirates. Dayfuge, at least, could write his own name, placing him among the more educated ranks of pirates. Wayne snatched the parchment from Dayfuge, casting his eyes over the contents. Fortunately, it was inscribed in the common language of the pirate world. Had it been written in ancient script or the tongue of a specific race, Wayne would have been utterly lost. Spreading the parchment across the deck, he swiftly deciphered the text. "When you read this, I am likely dead. My name is Plank. Yes, the infamous rogue Captain Plank." The parchment began with a self-introduction. Plank, Wayne mused, recalling the notorious figure that a year prior, the pirate Plank had roamed the New World, building his reputation through maritime plunder. He had single-handedly sunk a naval warship, earning him widespread notoriety. It was said that he wielded a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, with a bounty of 200 million berries, a truly ruthless character. Moreover, he was rumored to have plundered an entire nation's treasures, leading to speculation that he vanished with the riches to live in seclusion. "In my lengthy life, I devoted nearly all my being to the pursuit of that elusive great treasure. For it, I sacrificed my wife, my daughter, and even my life." Upon reading this passage, Wayne furrowed his brow. Was this the lament of a pirate on the brink of death? Wayne found it rather uninspiring. Where had he been all this time? Only to remember his family on the verge of death. Merely a self-serving attempt at consolation for his own irresponsibility. Wayne continued reading. This country is called the Raml Kingdom. Damn it. I shouldn't have come here, nor should I have ignored that priest's advice to venture out for liquor in the dead of night. I suffered grave injuries. That man's sword was swift. I hardly saw his draw. Only a terrifying visage. He appeared to be a mere child, yet reeked of blood. Perhaps Plank was indeed nearing death, as the ink grew faint beneath his trembling hand. Lacking the strength to leave clear marks, I am a suspicious man, and thus, upon arriving here, I buried all my treasures beneath the cathedral. It seems a pity to leave them there, especially since I despise churches. For I am a man of great sin, and God would surely be enraged upon seeing me. How damned! I cannot fathom why a pirate would believe in God. The sea breeze is rather tumultuous. What a disgraceful way to die, without even knowing who took my life. Yet, I hold no regrets. If given another chance, I would still choose to sail the seas. I am dying that if you seek those treasures, go to the cathedral of the Raml Kingdom, for I have concealed all my riches there. Wayne contemplated the contents of the parchment, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. This Plank, who pursued the great treasure throughout his life, only remembered his family in his final moments. What a tragic and contemptible fate. Was it truly worthwhile to wager everything for a dream? Moreover, in this age of pirates, countless souls like Plank existed. However, Wayne was somewhat taken aback to discover that this parchment indeed recorded the location of Plank's treasured as for the treasure Plank mentioned. It undeniably existed. The nation that had been plundered had later sought assistance from the world government due to famine. Zephyr had mentioned this incident in class and even organized a fundraising event. Smoker had contributed a significant portion of his living expenses, leading to a semester where he relied on Wayne for meals. Thus, the details remained etched in Wayne's memory. Yet, there remained the possibility that it was a ruse. Wayne stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Pirates are cunning, and particularly those with a reputation as foul as Plank's. Could not be trusted even a word. But what if? And why did the Raml Kingdom sound so familiar? Furthermore, that young swordsman, whose speed was such that even a pirate with a 200 million berry bounty could not perceive it. Wayne felt he had heard of him somewhere. Yet the memory eluded him. This parchment had thoroughly awakened Wayne's thirst for exploration. Wayne G. What does it say? Jack urged from the side. Silence. I am pondering. Jack, understanding the hint, promptly fell silent. Defuge and the others looked on, surprised at Jack's compliance. Since Wayne's arrival on Ghost Island, another had emerged capable of keeping Jack in check. Fetch the navigator, Wayne instructed Defuge. Had they not discovered this treasure map, it would have been one thing. But now that it had come to light, the urge to investigate was irresistible. What if they went now and found nothing, then so be it. Yet if they did not go to see for themselves, even in the absence of treasure, it would linger in Wayne's mind as if it were real. The allure of the unknown was simply too compelling to resist. Yes, Wayne G. Defuge complied obediently, without a word of protest, and dashed to the cabin to swiftly retrieve the navigator. How far is the Raml Kingdom from us? Wayne inquired of the navigator, though Wayne's position within the Beast Pirates was not particularly high. He was the captain of this ship, and the navigator dared not be negligent, promptly perusing his sea charts. Here it is, the Raml Kingdom. It's quite close to our current waters. The navigator handed the chart to Wayne, indicating the location of the Raml Kingdom. The Queen was on a direct course toward Dressrosa, and the Raml Kingdom resided on an island adjacent to this route. If they diverted to the Raml Kingdom before continuing to Dressrosa, it would only delay their journey by 3 or 4 days. A smile crept upon Wayne's lips. It seems the heavens favor me. Fortune is on the horizon. Wayne G. Shall we change our course? Defuge, perceptive as ever, had guessed Wayne's intention. Indeed, we shall make a detour to the Raml Kingdom. As for the reason, it is unnecessary for you to know, but rest assured, it is not merely because of the treasure's location inscribed on this parchment. Is that clear? The crew of pirates. Wayne cast a knowing glance at the assembled pirates, the threat in his gaze unmistakable. Upon meeting his eyes, the crew stiffened. Although Wayne was usually amiable and cultured, he was, after all, an unrepentant pirate, having once been a nefarious marine, and his methods were certainly formidable. Moreover, compared to those volatile commanders, Wayne's temperament was remarkably gentle. Such a commanding officer was indeed a rarity. Thus, The crew tacitly decided to bury this matter deep within their hearts. However, there always existed a few brave souls among pirates. Wayne G. I object. Lord Jean clearly instructed us to return swiftly. This is a young pirate, both in age and experience as a pirate, rather naive. However, upon uttering his words, he immediately regretted it, for the surrounding pirates glared at him with fury, their faces dark and their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Wayne raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to deal with this troublemaker. In the next moment, Jack surged forward, confronting the young pirate with his face alight with anger. Brother Wayne's actions are always just. Anyone who opposes him must be a spy sent by the Navy. Since the Navy opposes Brother Wayne, it stands to reason that what Brother Wayne says is undoubtedly correct, Jack bellowed, spittle flying onto the young pirate's face. Realizing his mistake, the young pirate quickly admitted, Brother Jack, I was wrong. Humph, take heed in your next life, Jack retorted, then with a swift kick, sent him tumbling into the sea. 2 days later, the pirate ship arrived at the island of the Raml Kingdom. Brother Wayne, what is so peculiar about this island? It is shrouded in fog, a pirate exclaimed upon witnessing the scene before them. Wayne gazed into the distance, confirming that this was indeed the Raml Kingdom. According to the travel guide, the island was often enveloped in mist, earning it the moniker City of Great Fog. As the pirate ship docked, they beheld the eerie, fog-laden royal city, where ghostly wails seemed to echo, as if monstrous creatures lurked within the mist, poised to snatch them away. The once fearsome pirates now quivered in terror, nearly wetting their trousers. Even Jack huddled in a corner of the ship, trembling, a large brute terrified of phantoms. Oh dear, this island grows more sinister by the moment. No, I cannot go ashore. I seem to have caught a sickness that prevents me from disembarking. I too. The pirates echoed in fright. Wayne sighed, his expression one of exasperation. What use are you to me? Observing these cowards who could barely grip their weapons, Wayne exhaled in resignation. With their current state, bringing them ashore would only hinder him. And treasures are best enjoyed alone. Very well, you shall remain here to guard the ship. Should anything arise on the island, I shall notify you via the communication snail. With that, Wayne handed a fragment of his life card and a communication snail to Devago. Long live Brother Wayne. The pirates initially paused, then erupted in gratitude, raising their arms in cheers. Despite his own fear, Devago summoned his courage. Brother Wayne, I want to accompany you. You are too weak. You would only be a burden. Wayne bluntly refused. Though what you say is true, it still stings, Devago replied, looking woefully aggrieved. Soon after, Wayne donned a black cloak and set foot on the island, entering the capital of the Raml Kingdom. The streets were shrouded in mist, the gray sky imparting an oppressive sense of foreboding. The sights before him blurred, and without careful observation, he could only discern within a 5-meter radius. The hurried passerby rushed past Wayne, oblivious, and collided with him. The individual exclaimed in panic. Then upon realizing Wayne was not the feared figure he envisioned, quickly apologized and hurriedly muttered, It's already evening. You should head home. With that, he fled without a backward glance. Wayne paid no heed and continued his exploration. Whether due to the pervasive fog or not, the buildings appeared black, their architectural style reminiscent of the medieval era. The houses lining the streets had tightly shut doors. Even though it was evident that people were inside, their lights extinguished as if evading something. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire capital. Despite Wayne's keen perception, locating a church in such an environment was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After some wandering, he finally stumbled upon a quaint tavern. With a creak, the ancient wooden door swung open, a chill breeze rushing in, startling the elderly bartender who had been dozing at the counter. Upon seeing Wayne cloaked in darkness, the bartender jumped back in fright. Do not be alarmed. I am merely a passing pirate. Wayne removed his hood, revealing his face. Oh, God, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought a murderer had come. The bartender's face shifted from terror to relief, and he gestured for Wayne to take a seat. Please, sit. Pirate, sir. I shall fetch you a cup of coffee. This. Wayne smirked slightly. A murderer. He pondered. What manner of murderer could instill greater fear in the hearts of locals than a pirate? Wayne settled at the table but declined the steaming coffee offered by the bartender. You need not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about something. Speak freely. Where is the cathedral? The cathedral? You must mean St. Les's Cathedral. It is just down this street. Turn left when you exit, and it will take you about 10 minutes to walk there. Wayne felt a sense of relief. that was fortuitous, saving him from further searching. "Are you intending to pray at the cathedral?" the bartender asked. Wayne nodded and stood to head for the door. However, the bartender abruptly blocked his path. "Wait, pirate sir." Wayne frowned and casually pulled a belly from his pocket. Placing it on the table, "God, I swear this is not what I meant." The bartender, while speaking, discreetly pocketed the belly. "Pirate sir, you must listen. You are not from this island. You do not understand. Venturing out at night may lead you to encounter a murderer." The bartender's expression turned grave. Devoid of any semblance of jest, though, Wayne was taken aback. Connecting this with the earlier incident, he sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Do not ask. You are still young. Heed my words. If you wish to pray, wait until dawn. Do not venture out at night," the bartender urged with fervor. Observing the bartender's murky eyes, along with the panicked citizens he had witnessed earlier, Wayne sighed. "You need not worry. I am a pirate. I fear nothing." Seeing that Wayne was not a naive fool, the bartender shook his head in resignation and continued, "About a year ago, a murderer appeared in the capital, only venturing out at night, and he was exceedingly brutal and vicious, killing anyone in his path. In the mornings, the streets would be strewn with corpses. The sight was terrifying even to recall. Eventually, the king dispatched the most elite royal guard to eliminate this murderer." But, as he spoke, an expression of horror crossed the bartender's face. They too were slaughtered by the murderer. When they were discovered, they were covered in blood, their bodies riddled with wounds from sword strikes. Wayne listened intently, his brow furrowing. "A murderer who wields a sword. It is not merely a question of being a swordsman. He is an indescribable, rare kind of killer, and unfortunately, the fog blankets the night, preventing any living soul from seeing his face." The bartender's words bore an air of sincerity, for Wayne could distinctly perceive the profound fear lurking in his cloudy gaze, only appearing at night. Leaving wounds from swords, Wayne felt he was beginning to piece together the identity of this murderer. "Young man, stay here for the night. Wait until dawn to visit the cathedral. The murderer will not emerge during the day." The bartender implored once more. "Who do you think I am? Whether he is a murderer or a demon, I am a pirate who does not flinch at killing. Make way." Wayne dismissed the old bartender's words with a harsh retort, forcefully shoving him aside before striding out of the tavern. The old bartender gazed after Wayne's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, yet another soul was destined to perish at the hands of the killer. As soon as he stepped outside, a biting cold wind assaulted him, causing the temperature to plummet. The night was as still as water, the surrounding silence unnervingly oppressive. Clang! The sound of metal rang out as Wayne swiftly drew his military knife, unleashing his observation haki to its fullest extent, ever vigilant for any impending assault. Following the direction indicated by the old bartender, Wayne advanced along the wall. Before long, a medieval-style tower came into view. It appeared to be the cathedral referenced in the parchment by Captain Plank. Curiously, the cathedral's grand entrance was not shut tight like the other buildings in the town, but rather wide open, emanating a faint orange glow from within. A church unafraid of a killer. Could it be that this murderer was a believer? Wayne muttered to himself, an odd expression crossing his face as he stepped inside. Upon entering the cathedral, Wayne observed the interior. It resembled the churches he had seen hosting Western-style weddings, with rows of white chairs leading to a series of large paintings depicting the deities revered by the citizens of the Romir kingdom. Beneath the images lay a square coffin adorned with several bouquets of white flowers, a tribute to the deceased. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a black monk's robe, leaning on a staff, stood solemnly before the coffin. His beard was streaked with gray, his features marked by time, and his deep-set eyes bore an air of authority. He seemed to be offering an unintelligible prayer for the occupant of the coffin. "Father?" Wayne inquired tentatively. In the pirate world, islands and nations were countless, each with their peculiar customs. Wayne had limited knowledge of various religious cultures. However, the monk's robe and the thick book resembling a Bible in the old man's hands prompted him to associate the term father with him. "Welcome to the Church of St. Les, traveler. Please, take a seat." The old man displayed no surprise at Wayne's arrival, speaking in a calm tone and even inquiring about his purpose. "Aren't you afraid I am the killer?" Wayne asked impulsively. "You are not the killer. The killer's blade bears the vengeful spirits of the slain. That intense stench of blood cannot be washed away," the old father replied coolly. Wayne glanced at the standard military knife in his hand, a look of doubt crossing his features as he murmured, "But mine is stainless steel, and it has sea stone at the tip. If there's blood, it can be cleaned with a wash, the old father. Are you deliberately provoking me? What should I call you? Vix, that aren't you afraid to be alone in the church with the doors wide open? I'm not afraid. Why not? The father ceased to engage with Wayne further. Wayne had spoken so much because upon seeing this old father, an inexplicable desire to converse with him surged within him. This sensation was peculiar. Even Wayne himself was unaware of it, despite his rigorous training in the Navy, where he maintained a high level of vigilance towards strangers. That wariness was now steadily dissipating. Noticing that the old father was no longer inclined to converse, Wayne took a seat in the front row. Yet, Vix remained standing there, muttering incomprehensible words while fixating on the entrance. Surely, this old man wouldn't stand there all night? How would he find Captain Plank's treasure then? Although he was a pirate now and could easily threaten the father to turn the church upside down, he was still a Navy man at heart and felt a twinge of conscience, reluctant to frighten the old father. Thus, he spoke. Father, I would like a moment alone. Could you please step outside? Vix's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly as he replied in a low voice. There is a killer outside. It seemed that he would have to knock the old father unconscious. Just as this thought crossed Wayne's mind, Vix's gaze suddenly turned icy, casting a warning glance at Wayne as if to convey a silent message to him. Noticing the old man's chilling stare, Wayne was taken aback. Did this old fellow perceive his thoughts? But at that moment, a heavy tread echoed from outside the church, reverberating ominously in the stillness of the night. Accompanying it was a suffocating scent of blood wafting into the church. Unmistakably the stench of blood. Wayne could smell it. A killer, at this hour. Who else could it possibly be but a killer? The arrival did not bode well. Wayne addressed the entrance. You are also an intruder, the old father emotionlessly reminded him. You are an intruder as well. Tap, tap. The footsteps reached the door. Wayne instinctively tightened his grip on the military knife, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distinct dark silhouette at the entrance. In the next instant, a small-framed middle-aged man entered. Dressed in an ill-fitting black suit that hung loosely on his slender frame, he bore an unremarkable face, one that could easily be lost in a crowd, his unkempt appearance and bloodshot eyes suggesting he had seen better days. Father, the man spoke, his voice frail. Carlo, you have come. The old father seemed to recognize the man. How strange. Wayne furrowed his brow, filled with confusion as he scrutinized the man named Carlo. Upon his entrance, the odor of blood had inexplicably vanished. He was not the killer? Had he misjudged? Carlo, you have finally arrived. I thought you were indifferent to Melon's death. Vix continued, a note of reproach in his tone. How could that be? Carlo, the disheveled man, offered a bittersweet smile. I loved Melon and would do anything for her. No one in this world loves her more than I do today. He spoke. Carlo cast a quick glance at Wayne before averting his gaze. Walking to the front of the church, standing before the coffin, he looked inside and, his voice choked with emotion, uttered, I'm sorry, Melon. I'm late. It's my fault. I should have stopped you. Shouldn't he have let you go out at night? Upon witnessing this scene, Wayne began to comprehend that this man's wife had likely fallen victim to the killer. He rose, intending to offer some words of comfort to Carlo. However, as he approached the coffin, he inadvertently caught sight of the long-haired blonde woman within, her face contorted in terror. She appeared to be in her 20s, very young, and her body bore numerous grotesque wounds, all inflicted by a sharp blade, evidently consistent with the killer's notorious methods. Yet, when Wayne noticed a particular wound on the woman's neck, his eyes sharpened, his alertness surging as he looked towards Carlo at that moment. Vix spoke up. Mr. Carlo, I recall that your wedding to Miss Melon was officiated here. It is truly unfortunate that such a young woman has met with this fate. Carlo trembled violently, seemingly overwhelmed with grief, choking out, Yes, it's my fault. I caused her harm. Alas, that demon will eventually face retribution. Mr. Carlo, do not dwell too heavily in sorrow. Vix's voice remained even, as if he had witnessed such tragedies far too often. Yet, he suddenly shifted the conversation, though it may not be the appropriate time for this. Would you care to share the story of your relationship with Miss Melon? Of course, I would be glad to. Carlo exhaled a breath of resignation. Melon and I have known each other since childhood. She is 26 years old and seldom goes out. She has few friends, yet her character is delightful. She never engages in arguments and periodically visits the orphanage to see those unfortunate children. The neighbors all recognize her as a good lady. She takes a keen interest in my affairs, inquiring almost every evening about my day, and whether I have had any disputes with customers. As you know, I work at a bank, where I often encounter unreasonable clients. For instance, they question why wicked pirates can withdraw money freely while ordinary citizens like myself cannot access even a small amount of berries. Last night, I received an unexpected assignment and failed to return home promptly. But to my astonishment, she came looking for me. It is entirely my fault. I could curse myself. Carlo's voice grew increasingly agitated. His face etched with profound sorrow and anguish. He even stumbled, instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the shoulder of the elderly priest, Vix. At that moment, however, Vix deftly sidestepped, leaving Carlo grasping at air. Carlo fell to the ground, appearing particularly disheveled. His oversized suit made contact with the floor, yet curiously, it did not crumple as anticipated. Instead, it emitted the sound of metal striking stone. It was evident that something was concealed within. This sudden noise resonated awkwardly throughout the silent church, creating a tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Father, how did you discern that? At this juncture, Carlo sprang up from the ground, a sharp long knife materializing in his hand. The blade glinted ominously in the dim light of the room, exuding an unsettling aura. With the knife's appearance, the acrid scent of blood wafted through the air once more, upon catching a whiff. Vane frowned immediately. That blade must have been resting in a pool of blood for quite some time, I presume. In a flash, Carlo lunged at Vix, the knife slicing through the air. Clang! Vix vanished from his original position, reappearing 10 meters away in an instant. What an intriguing old man. You truly are a formidable opponent. How fortuitous that your blood shall enhance my enchanted blade. Carlo's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as he fixated on Vix. Yet, in this charged atmosphere, the old priest's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. He raised his staff, gripping the handle firmly, and slowly drew forth a slender sword, a sword concealed within the staff, its elongated blade shimmering coldly in the light. It seems you are not a genuine priest after all, Carlo mocked, before becoming a priest. I was a bounty hunter, Vix replied coolly. No matter. Soon, I shall escort you to meet your maker, just as I did with Marin. The two men coldly regarded one another, both radiating formidable energy, on the brink of an intense confrontation. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted their standoff. Wait. I believe it is imperative that we clarify matters before engaging in battle, that we currently know only that Carlo is the murderer of Marin, but we remain ignorant of his motives. Furthermore, what exactly is this enchanted blade he speaks of? Is he truly a killer? And you, old priest, what special abilities do you possess? I think it prudent for us to sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly. Carlo's brow furrowed, a dangerous glint igniting in his gaze as he turned to Vane. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black handgun appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he aimed it at Vane and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Vane collapsed to the ground. Ha ha. What a verbose fool you are, Carlo chuckled. I had thought you a more formidable adversary. Had I known, I would not have wasted my breath on you. He then turned his attention to Vix, eagerly declaring, Now, it is your turn, Father. Carlo, it truly is you. The priest sighed, murmuring, For the past 6 months, you have evaded me in the church, which struck me as odd. Regrettably, I failed to investigate you then, resulting in our current predicament. Carlo burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, Who in this kingdom does not know the name of Father Vix? They say you can see into the hearts of men. Such fanciful tales. I dare not take the risk. Yet here you are today, and that is due to you. You placed Marin's body in the coffin under the church's name, compelling me to seek you out. I had no choice. She was my beloved. Carlo's teeth clenched as he nearly roared. He paused, a brazen smirk spreading across his face. I expected you would summon the navy or the soldiers of the kingdom to ambush me. But I have thoroughly scouted the area. There is no one here. Vix, are you truly so confident? Or perhaps you fear the exposure of your former identity? Vix did not counter Carlo's claims. Instead, he teased. You are correct. I have always been quite confident. That is hardly amusing. Upon finishing his retort, Carlo bent his knees and charged at Vix. His speed was so great that he seemed to dissolve into a flurry of afterimages. Clang! The violent clash of metal echoed as the long knife and the sword met with great force, sending sparks flying and illuminating the dim church momentarily. With a swift motion, the two combatants separated only to collide once more. Their figures darted around the room, moving so swiftly that they were nearly indistinguishable. Each clash of their blades emitted a disconcerting sound, Yet neither of them noticed that beside the coffin containing Marin's body, Vayne was slowly rising, a pitch-black bullet pinched between his fingers. Observing the fierce duel, excitement flickered across Vayne's face. By analyzing the swordsmanship and physical prowess of both men, as well as their speed of attack, it was evident that they were both adept swordsmen. Of course, they had yet to employ any haki in their combat. Pure swordsmen, indeed, such warriors are a rarity, for those renowned swordsmen are typically haki practitioners. Vayne was not a swordsman per se, though he wielded a military knife in battle and utilized the divine weapons of Kuni and Taket when employing his fruit abilities. For Vayne, the blade served merely as a medium for channeling haki and physical techniques. Thus, in a pure swordsmanship competition, Vayne might not even be a match for Zoro, who still trains at the Gyushiro dojo. What a thrill it is to witness this clash of pure swordsmen. Even if I were to perish, it would be worth every penny. Zephyr had once told Vayne, physical strength is the foundation of all. Any haki or fruit abilities are built upon a robust physique. The foremost warriors are all physical powerhouses, with recovery abilities that defy scientific explanation. It is upon this foundation of physical strength that one must develop their physical techniques and cultivate their haki, the true path to becoming a formidable warrior. Swordsmanship is merely a branch of physical technique development. The clash between Carlo and Vix had escalated into a fierce battle. The church lay in ruins, with most of the chairs shattered and the floor marred by numerous sword marks. Vix, you have hidden yourself well. Who would have thought that the priest who presides over weddings and funerals would be a master swordsman? Carlo sneered as he charged at Vix, his expression twisted with rage and madness. The thrill of battle causing his body to tremble with excitement. Clang, screech, in a fierce onslaught from Carlo. Vix, slightly slower to react, found the corner of his priestly robes torn, revealing the robust muscles beneath. Carlo, too, showed signs of fatigue. The two men separated once more, both gasping for breath. Carlo, what has driven you to become this cruel version of yourself? Vix steadied himself, coldly locking eyes with Carlo. Cruel? And what of it? I am perfectly fine. Seizing the opportunity to converse, both individuals swiftly adjusted their states. As Carlo spoke, he gradually removed the oversized suit, revealing a physique of well-defined muscles that starkly contrasted with his disheveled, gaunt-faced Oh, you know what I've endured over the years to become stronger. Do you? I was frail as a child, bullied by the kids on the street. Do you comprehend the humiliation? Do you understand the profound psychological scars it leaves on a child? From that day forth, I vowed to surpass everyone in strength. Becoming powerful is my sole aspiration. In truth, I never wished to kill Melon. She was the only one who regarded me as a person. After each brutal beating from those street ruffians, she would tenderly tend to my wounds. Her kindness was unmatched. Alas, if only she had not discovered the truth, we could have continued to live and love each other. But that day, she found my knife and fled in desperation. I could not allow her to expose me. My secret would be unveiled. My blade was not yet potent enough, and I could not afford to reveal my recklessness. This was merely an accident. Yes, it must have been an accident. A myriad of complex emotions swirled across Carlo's face. Anguish, remorse, despair, and even a hint of exhilaration. His gaze fluctuated between dullness and a frenzied glimmer, as if his soul were being consumed by an eternal struggle of contradictions. Vix, aren't you able to read minds? Look into my heart. Surely you can understand my feelings? Observing Carlo's descent into madness, Vix gently shook his head. A look of helplessness and disappointment etched upon his features. His earlier pause to engage in conversation was merely a tactic to regain some strength, though skilled in swordsmanship. He too had aged. Carlo, too, wore a pallid smile, tightening his grip on the blood-soaked demonic blade. But all of this shall pass. Melon will understand me. She must. When my name echoes throughout the world, everyone will celebrate the tale of Melon and me. So, as long as I eliminate you, no one will ever know. Carlo's eyes blazed crimson, his visage a portrait of madness, as if he had already envisioned the moment of his triumph. His voice reverberated through the dilapidated church, infused with a near-manic obsession. Just as he prepared to charge at Vix once more, an abrupt voice pierced through the air, disrupting the moment. That's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Hearing the familiar tone, both Carlo and Vix stiffened, their gazes shifting to the coffin, where Vayne stood, having risen once more. You're not dead. Carlo gasped in disbelief. In his mind, He had clearly shot Vayne. To him, Vayne had been a corpse, yet here he was alive. Vayne disregarded Carlo's confusion and continued, I surmise that the blade you possess requires bloodshed to grow stronger, does it not, Mr. Carlo? The so-called demonic blade strengthens after each kill. This is why you murder. Your quest for power has turned you into a killer, and your wife Melon inadvertently stumbled upon your cruel deeds, prompting her intent to expose you. But you discovered her and thus eliminated her. Yet, after her death, you must have felt a certain relief, a liberation from burdens, no longer fearing the watchful eyes of others, no longer dreading the discovery of your blade upon returning home. Before Vayne could finish, Carlo erupted in fury. Enough. Silence. Vayne smirked mockingly. But why the urgency? Have I struck a nerve? You can hardly blame me. Your expression management is woefully inadequate. That triumphant look is practically inscribed on your face. Shut up. Shut up, Carlo roared, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, crimson tears spilling from the corners, his pale visage and the pungent scent of blood rendering him a figure of demonic terror. You know nothing. You cannot fathom how deeply I loved her. You understand nothing. Carlo's voice, raw with emotion, seemed an attempt to mask the turmoil within. Yet, at that moment, Vix, who had remained silent until now, spoke. Stop deceiving yourself. Carlo, that boy's words ring true. Your professed love for Melon is merely self-deception that I see through your heart. It is inscribed with but two words, murder. With Vix's unrelenting words, Carlo's defenses crumbled entirely, transforming him into a cornered beast. Spewing curses, bastard, damned Vix, cease your charade. In a sudden surge of fury, Carlo's eyes turned a deeper shade of red. Charging at Vix with an even swifter ferocity than before, Vix's expression tightened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Carlo would erupt upon having his inner thoughts exposed. The next moment, Carlo's blade slashed toward him, and while Vix dodged, he was met with a fierce elbow strike to the chest. He staggered back, a low groan escaping him as crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Boy, why do you merely stand by? He glared at Vayne, his tone laden with reproach. Huh? Vayne, who had been engrossed in the unfolding chaos, blinked in surprise. That aren't those who wield swords meant to uphold their dignity? Is it not disgraceful for a swordsman to take advantage of numbers? Vayne stated earnestly. Yet, this remark nearly incited laughter from Vix. Boy, hurry and assist. Do not forget your true identity. True identity? The Navy? Vayne mused, realizing Vix had indeed read his mind. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Drawing his military blade, Vayne advanced toward Carlo, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Hey, old priest, how did you know my favorite tactic is to overpower the weak, to outnumber the few, especially against scum like this? Unbeknownst to them, the story behind the Raml scythe incident was far more deranged than they had imagined. Just then, as if to affirm Vayne's words, a chilling gust of wind surged into the church, accompanied by a scent of blood rivaling that of Carlo's blade. The sound of hooves echoed through the sanctuary. Vix pondered, perplexed. Was Carlo not the sole murderer? His instincts hinted at an answer his heart yearned to uncover. Could it be that another killer lurks besides Carlo? Vayne muttered to himself. Is this the curse of a raven's tongue? The sound of hooves thundering against the ground resonated sharply within the church. And then, a striking young man on a white horse wielding a western sword entered. He wore a fuzzy cowboy hat, a white shirt above denim trousers, and his golden hair cascaded in waves, a visage more alluring than any woman. Yet, upon that exquisitely handsome face lingered a chilling, sinister smile, as he surveyed the three with an icy gaze. Reminiscent of a predator regarding its prey, it was difficult to fathom such terror emanating from a boy no older than 15 or 16. Vayne's pupils constricted, his focus fixated on the dashing youth on horseback. His expression one of recognition. Upon hearing the previous bartender's description, Vayne had surmised the truth. The boy's name was Cavendish, the prince of the bourgeois kingdom in the New World, later known as the striking captain of the Straw Hat pirate crew. His life had been nothing short of fantastical. From a young age, his stunning looks had drawn women to the palace gates. Desperate for a glimpse of Cavendish, as he matured, the situation only escalated. The women of the kingdom vowed to marry no one but Cavendish. This predicament left the king in distress. Should this trend continue, the kingdom would surely be doomed by the time Cavendish reached adulthood. Thus, the king arbitrarily sentenced Cavendish to exile. Eventually, Cavendish found himself wandering into the kingdom of Raml. It was here that he unexpectedly discovered he possessed a dual personality, one that was cruel and bloodthirsty. With strength nearly double his own, whenever he succumbed to slumber, this darker persona would emerge, transforming him into a murderous demon. Upon learning of this revelation, Cavendish felt a deep sense of dread and wished to eradicate this other self. However, the subsequent news reports of the murderous fiend rekindled within him a sensation of being in the limelight, a delightful feeling that brought him pleasure. Thus, he decided to remain. By day, he mingled among the noble women of the kingdom, relying on his handsome visage, while by night, he morphed into a bloodthirsty killer. Cavendish's malevolent actions inadvertently drew attention to Carlo. To be precise, Carlo leveraged Cavendish's notoriety to engage in nefarious deeds. Their objectives diverged. One sought the spotlight, while the other aimed to hone his demon blade. Yet, both traversed the shadows as harbingers of death. Wine swiftly organized the events surrounding the murderous fiend in his mind, a process that took but a fleeting second. When he regained his focus, he noticed Vix staring at him, his expression laden with astonishment. "You." Wine was about to speak. "I can see everything you think. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Once we deal with these two, I will share everything with you." Vix's tone was steady, his gaze fixed firmly on Cavendish and Carlo ahead. Wine nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Carlo's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear upon spotting Cavendish's approach. How had this man found him here? Clop, clop. The handsome prince rode slowly into the church on his white steed, illuminated by dim light, resembling a harbinger of death. In that moment, Wine recalled a saying from his previous life by the esteemed Lu Sun: "Not all who ride white horses are Tang's son. Some may be murderous fiends." Carlo furrowed his brow, clearly wary of Cavendish, for he was a creature capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire royal guard squad. His own demon blade was still insufficiently powerful. He had to endure. He took a few steps back, maintaining a prudent distance from Wine, and then called out to Cavendish, "Hey, kid, you must be that murderous fiend. Those two bastards want our lives. Perhaps we could collaborate." Whoosh! Yet before he could finish, Cavendish suddenly darted forward like a gust of wind, and Carlo had scarcely registered the motion of his sword before he felt a sharp breeze pass by. Countless flashes of steel flickered before his eyes, and in an instant, he bore the ghastly marks of deep gashes across his body. Blood burst forth, droplets flying into the air, only to splatter upon the hallowed floor of the church. This night was destined to be drenched in a storm of bloodshed within the sacred sanctuary. A piercing scream shattered the night. Carlo had yet to react when Cavendish's swift blade brutally pierced through his body at multiple points. His complexion drained of color, he fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. How could it be so fast? Gulp. The elderly priest Vix instinctively swallowed, glancing at Wine beside him. "Did you see that?" "Barely," Wine replied. The Cavendish, caught in a state of slumber, exhibited astonishing speed. Judging by the swiftness and force of his strike, it was highly probable that he had not trained in swordsmanship or physical conditioning since his exile. His current prowess could rival that of a bounty-level pirate worth 300 to 400 million. That after cleaving Carlo, Cavendish slowly approached Wine and Vix, a grotesque grin spreading across his face as he emitted a chilling chuckle. Whoosh! A glint of cold light flashed as Cavendish lunged forward again, his rapier tracing a graceful arc through the air. But Wine's eyes narrowed, and with a hum, he enveloped his blade in armament hockey. Propelling himself forward with a powerful push from his legs, "I shall see just how swift you truly are." Wine unleashed a straightforward cleaving technique from the Navy's swordsmanship, a strike imbued with tremendous force. Yet, in the following moment, it felt as though he had struck nothing but air. The blade embedded itself into the floor, carving a deep chasm. So fast, Cavendish had vanished without a trace, only to reappear at Wine's side, thrusting his sword with blinding speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out sharply, and confusion flickered on Cavendish's grinning visage. "It can't penetrate." A mechanical, detached voice escaped Cavendish's lips as his rapier met the ethereal purple barrier that enveloped Wine. In an instant, Cavendish leaped to safety. Amidst the battered floor, Wine rose, his expression grave. "Must I resort to my abilities?" A sense of reluctance washed over him. While defeating Cavendish using his devil fruit powers would be effortless, relying too heavily on such abilities would hinder his growth. Wine was eager to evolve, especially since he was currently undercover in the perilous beast pirates. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity for advancement, and fate had presented him with such a chance. Whoosh! A gust of wind brushed against his cheek as Cavendish's assault came once more. Wine clashed against him using only his military blade. The two weapons colliding repeatedly in midair. Each impact sent sparks flying, and the church was engulfed in a tempest, the force of their battle shattering tables and chairs into splinters. Vix shielded himself with his arm. Disbelief etched across his face. What manner of creatures are these two? Cavendish relied on his ghostly speed and exceptional swordsmanship, while Wine depended solely on his physical prowess. For him, whether wielding a military blade or using his fists mattered little. They were merely conduits for exerting force. As the battle raged on, frustration gnawed at Wine. This boy's speed was insufferable. Just as he seized an opportunity to strike, Cavendish would vanish like a whisper on the wind. It was akin to playing a game where all points were allocated to evasion. Wine deftly evaded, planting his hands on the ground, executing a swift rotation, his legs extending forcefully, launching kicks in every direction. Storm leg, chaos. How will you escape this? Countless slashes erupted forth, indiscriminately targeting every corner of the church, severing murals, chandeliers, and decorations alike. My church. Vix's pupils constricted as he could no longer maintain his composure. Desperately positioning himself before the coffin, attempting to extinguish the oncoming waves of slashes. Meanwhile, Cavendish darted through the air, twisting and turning with remarkable agility, skillfully evading the onslaught of attacks that would have cleaved through the walls. This won't do. You must match his speed. Vix shouted toward Wine. As Wine regained his footing, astonishment coursed through him. This approach wouldn't suffice. How could he keep pace with such speed? Using the Soru technique from the 6 styles might allow him to reach that velocity. But how could he precisely land a hit? Should he rely on the strength in his limbs or his swifter speed? While pondering this dilemma, a recollection of Luffy's battle against Katakuri from the original story flickered in Wine's mind. Observation haki. Memories surged like a slideshow in his mind. In the training camp of Marineford, the elder Kazuru had been summoned by Zephyr sensei to impart practical combat wisdom, with a hint of lewdness in his tone. He had declared that speed equated to power. To attain speed, one must first perceive it, not through the eyes, but through haki, specifically observation haki. To constantly capture the opponent's position, even foreseeing their subsequent moves. That was the advanced application of observation haki. Kizura sensei, I have attained enlightenment. As a glimmer of realization struck Vayne, he recalled the sensation that had lingered ever since Kaido had struck him thrice. It was an uncanny feeling, a premonition of his opponent's next move. Now was the moment to harness that sensation to its fullest potential. With a swift motion, the rapier lunged towards Vayne's eyes, yet he deftly tilted his head aside, then executed a backflip, rotating gracefully in midair before landing steadily on his feet. Even Vix was momentarily taken aback. How had he evaded that? The swordsman's intuition told him that had he been in Vayne's position, he would not have escaped unscathed. Vayne chuckled softly, a subtle arc forming at the corners of his mouth. I can see it now. That fleeting glimpse of the future. With his advanced observation haki, it was achieved. Now it's my turn to Vayne's arm moved. Cavendish seemed to sense a shift in Vayne's aura, prompting him to retreat instantly, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the dim corner. However, at that very moment, Vayne flickered, becoming a shadow as well, trailing closely behind Cavendish. Shave, one of the 6 techniques. Utilizing formidable explosive power for rapid movement, the blade lunged forward like a military knife. No matter how Cavendish attempted to evade, he could not escape. Instead, he pivoted, leveraging the momentum to swing his sword. Vayne, however, did not even attempt to dodge, for he had already anticipated Cavendish's actions. Whoosh! The two figures barely brushed against each other, and Vayne, like a gust of wind, effortlessly passed through Cavendish's form. Cavendish arched his body backward, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, his body trembling slightly. In the next instant, a rip, his garments erupted in tatters, and the delayed slashes raged forth like a ferocious beast, carving through his flesh with merciless precision. Blood gushed from the wounds adorning Cavendish's body, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed heavily into a pool of crimson. Vayne sheathed his blade and shifted his gaze towards the fallen Carlo. Though injured, the man had not succumbed to death. Carlo, stop feigning death. The instant those words left his lips, Carlo sprang up, one hand clutching his wounded chest, the other clutching a knife, and he fled in panic towards the exit. Attempting to escape? Just as he was about to reach the doorway, the sound of clashing blades echoed in his ears. Vayne struck him on the back with a single blow, followed swiftly by a kick that sent him sprawling. Bang! Carlo sought to rise again, but was forcefully pinned down by a powerful hand pressing his head into the ground. The impact of his skull meeting the floor left him dazed. Stars swirling in his vision. But that was not the end. Vayne seized the scant strands of hair on Carlo's head, yanked him up, and then slammed him down once more. "No, I yield," he shouted with every ounce of strength he could muster. Boom! The response was a jolt of agony coursing through his head. This brutal treatment continued for several more strikes until Carlo lay gasping, utterly incapacitated. Only then did Vayne rise, dusting off his hands. Years of dealing with outlaws had taught Vayne that ensuring a thorough finish was of utmost importance when confronting such scoundrels. Meanwhile, Father Vix emerged from a shadowy corner of the chapel, producing a sturdy iron chain and deftly binding the fallen Cavendish. "Why are there iron chains in your chapel?" Vayne remarked with a quizzical expression. "Cough, cough. As a priest, it is quite reasonable to have a chain for self-defense." Vix replied. Truly, he was no ordinary priest. Enough of this. Vayne waved his hand, using his military knife to lift the long blade that had fallen from Carlo's grasp. What is the true nature of this cursed blade? Is it truly, as Carlo claimed, that killing would make one stronger? Vayne scrutinized the weapon closely, yet it appeared utterly unremarkable. Aside from its strong metallic scent, it seemed quite ordinary, even dulling at the edge. In terms of sharpness, it was inferior to the specialized military knife in Vayne's possession. It was merely a commonplace knife. Vix shook his head, stating, "I have seen into his heart. That knife was purchased from a street vendor. The notion of a cursed blade granting strength is merely a self-deception he clings to." With a sigh, Vix lamented, "Carlo is truly a madman as, oh, it was like that." Observing the cursed blade still stained with blood, Vayne flicked it and drove it into the floor. With a thought, a wisp of violet flame ignited from his hand, roaring to life upon contact with the cursed blade. At that moment, Carlo, still on the floor, abruptly opened his eyes wide, fixating on the cursed blade engulfed in purple flames. "No!" Carlo cried out in heart-wrenching agony. "Without the cursed blade, how can I become powerful? How can I make my name resonate throughout the world?" Tears streamed down his face, twisted with immense suffering. "Have you truly deceived yourself?" Vayne raised an eyebrow at the cursed blade, now rusted, quickly melted into a puddle of molten metal under the searing violet flames. That blade. Carlo writhed in pain, unable to move, his gaze filled with malice directed at Vayne. "You bastard! Give it back to me!" Carlo incessantly cursed Vayne, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his expression shifted to one of ingratiation. "Wait, what is that purple flame? It can melt the cursed blade. It must be stronger, right? Give it to me, please. I want to become powerful. I beg you." Vayne's gaze turned icy wide at it. Was evident that Carlo had lost his mind. For the sake of so-called power, had he truly fallen to such depths? Fallen ones are beyond redemption. "Ha!" Vayne approached Carlo slowly, his arms shrouded in a violet barrier, fierce purple flames blazing fiercely, their heat searing Carlo's face. "Do you desire this power? Then I shall grant it to you." "Really? Thank you. Thank you. Once I become powerful, I will surely repay you." As the violet flames made contact with Carlo, they rapidly spread across his entire body, igniting with ferocity. In an instant, Carlo let out blood-curdling screams, indescribable agony enveloping him, and soon, he was reduced to a charred husk. Witnessing this, Vix took a deep breath. "Well done, lad. You are indeed strong." Vayne turned to face Vix. "So what exactly are you, priest? An ability user?" Vix nodded. "I possess the power of the reading fruit. By continually engaging with others, I can perceive their innermost thoughts. Furthermore, those who draw near to me are influenced, becoming more inclined to communicate. It is this fruit that has aided me greatly in becoming the most beloved priest in this nation." Upon hearing Vic's words, Vayne was taken aback. The ability to read minds stemmed from such a devil fruit. Devil fruits are categorized into three types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Among the Paramecia types, there exist many abilities that could be deemed bug level. For instance, this mind-reading ability, if employed as an interrogator in prison, one could extract confessions without uttering a word. To serve as a mere priest is indeed a waste of such talent. That moment, Vix continued, "By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask. You must have noticed something was off with Carlo from the very beginning when you saw Marin's corpse." Indeed, the wounds on her body were inconsistent. The rumored killer's blade strikes like the wind, yet Carlo's movements were far too slow. Even I could discern that the force was entirely wrong. Vix nodded slightly. By the way, Father Vix, since you can see into my heart, you must know why I am here, right? Vane said with a light chuckle. Vix smirked wryly. Do as you please, just don't make too much of a mess. It is truly unfortunate that Plank buried his treasure beneath his own church. I regret not having scrutinized his heart more closely at the time. Wayne gazed at the disheveled church and could not help but chuckle. It seemed that no matter how chaotic it appeared, it could hardly become any more disorderly. He began to pace across the church floor, endeavoring to locate the hidden treasure. Before long, he sensed a hollow section of the floor beneath his feet. Crouching down, he placed his hand upon the floor and suddenly formed it into a claw shape. With a resonant hum, his armament color hardened. He then commenced digging, his dark, sturdy hands proving as effective as a shovel. Crushing the stones upon contact, in no time, a deep pit emerged within the church, causing Vickers to wince with sympathy. Inside lay a large treasure chest, slightly damp with soil. The chest was locked, and after a brief examination, Wayne lifted it, pondering how to unlock it that moment. Vickers picked up a small stick from the ground and approached, prodding at the lock's cord. In less than 3 seconds, a satisfying click echoed as the lock sprang open. Such deftness left Wayne with a face full of questions. Father, what on earth did you do for a living before? At Wayne's inquiry, Vickers paused, a look of nostalgia crossing his face as if reflecting on the grand history of his earlier life. Would you like to hear my story? Not interested, Wayne replied, crossing his arms over his chest. It must be yet another tired tale of a pirate hunter who, weary of bloodshed, reinvented himself as a righteous priest. He mused. Vickers appeared momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "You little rascal." Subsequently, Wayne flung open the treasure chest's lid. Instantly, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire church that brimmed with gold and silver treasures. A variety of exquisite jewelry, and even a crown forged of gold, symbolizing nobility and power. Ding! Upon beholding these riches, 2 gleaming currency symbols appeared in Wayne's eyes. Conservatively estimated, these treasures could fetch 20 billion berries. If sold on the black market, the amount could be even greater, equivalent to 2 decades of his salary. Ahem. Vickers, observing Wayne's dazed expression, could not resist clearing his throat twice. Realizing his folly, Wayne managed a sheepish smile. That old priest, I have hardly ever handled money. I have no interest in it. Vickers' lips twitched. Do you expect me to believe that? However, despite Wayne's avarice, he had indeed rendered significant assistance, not only apprehending the true murderer, but also sending that scoundrel Carlo to meet his maker, thus becoming a benefactor of the Raml kingdom. From that moment onward, the citizens of Raml regained their peaceful nights. Although the external mists lingered, the distinction between day and night had become negligible. What do you plan to do with him? Vickers gestured towards the chained Cavendish, reminding him that the bounty on Cavendish's head was 200 million berries. 200 million berries. Quite a sum. Wayne mused, slowly approaching Cavendish, who lay in a pool of his own blood, fast asleep. A greedy glimmer crossed Wayne's face. It is worth noting that pirate hunters receive a reduced bounty, approximately 30% less. However, the formal navy operates under different rules. Capturing such a dangerous pirate outside of working hours not only garners military merit, but also the full bounty, given Wayne's current covert mission within the Beast Pirates. Capturing Cavendish would certainly count as an action outside of working hours. With this in mind, Wayne retrieved a miniature transponder snail from his pocket. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Even at the stroke of midnight, the lights in the Admiral's office remained bright. The on-duty Navy personnel regarded Admiral Sengoku's office with admiration. Despite the late hour, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp were diligently occupied with military affairs, showcasing an admirable dedication. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku glared at Garp, who was munching on senbei at the desk, his anger flaring. That old fool. Every time he gets riled up by his own grandson, he comes here in the dead of night, rousing me from my slumber while devouring my senbei. Sengoku, that rascal of a grandson says he no longer wishes to be a pirate, Garp bellowed, senbei crumbs flying from his mouth. Sengoku paused, taken aback. Not wanting to be a pirate? Isn't that splendid? Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, had previously clamored to set sail and become a pirate. This matter had greatly distressed Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy. It is worth noting that Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, is currently the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the #1 enemy of the world government. If his grandson were to become a pirate, their family would certainly become quite the spectacle. That little brat indeed claims he does not want to be a pirate. He insists he is destined to become the pirate king. Garp shouted at Sengoku. Urgency etched across his face, senbei crumbs showering Sengoku. Furrowing his brows, Sengoku's expression darkened. This family is utterly unreliable. That's your personal matter. I've told you time and again to refrain from bothering me. And furthermore, you bear no responsibility for nurturing Navy recruits to become like Dragon and Luffy, you so-called Navy hero, Sengoku retorted bluntly. Old man. Garp was clearly taken aback by Sengoku's words, his face flushing crimson as he opened his mouth, yet found no words to retort. Hastening his senbei consumption instead, stop eating, leave some for me. Just as Sengoku moved to snatch the senbei, a miniature transponder snail on the table began to ring. Bloop, bloop, but Sengoku's gaze sharpened. That was Bruce Wayon's dedicated transponder. Garp, step aside. This is classified information accessible only to those of Admiral rank. Tisich, what Admiral nonsense. I've turned down promotions to Admiral several times. Garp replied nonchalantly, picking his nose with disdain. You old fool. Sengoku sighed, but did not insist on expelling Garp. For they had shared half a lifetime of friendship, and such matters did not necessitate secrecy. Bruce, Sengoku answered the call. This is Sengoku, Lieutenant Bruce Wayon of Marine Headquarters, reporting in, loyal, upon hearing Wayon's casual tone. Sengoku grit his teeth and replied, you better take this seriously. Ah, yes, Admiral Sengoku. I have urgent news to report. Realizing the timing of Wayon's call could only signify something significant, Sengoku inquired gravely, what is it? Wayon proceeded to recount the events, from Kaido's orders for him to conquer the kingdom of Dressrosa to the happenings in the Raml kingdom. However, it was a modified version. That scoundrel Kaido wanted me to conquer the kingdom of Dressrosa. But I certainly could not comply and flatly refused him. Yet he insisted, even threatening me to avoid raising his suspicions. I had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving in the Raml kingdom, I learned of an evil murderer at large. Burdened with a sense of justice, I could not simply stand by. After listening, Sengoku's brow furrowed with concern. However, as he processed the information, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Why did you and those pirates venture to the Raml kingdom? That was due to those illiterate pirates, who, unable to read the map properly, ended up drifting off course and arriving here. Wayon explained. I see, Sengoku mused. He was well aware that Kaido was a battle maniac. Yet, he never expected Kaido would dare to target a member nation of the world government. Unfortunately, the Navy's forces near the kingdom of Dressrosa were quite limited. Should any trouble arise, it would likely prove difficult to provide timely assistance. Wayon, what are your thoughts? In the Warring States period, I find myself gazing with wide-open eyes. Just joking. Are you the fleet admiral? Or am I the fleet admiral? Wayne is certainly not foolish. Sensitive matters pertaining to the nation should not be frivolously discussed, lest one inadvertently bear the blame and later find no one to defend them. There truly no way. Indeed, there appears to be no way. Admiral Sengoku, if you advise me on how to proceed, I shall follow your guidance without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku stroked his goatee, pondering the situation. Initially, he had anticipated that you would resolve the issues with Fuzafu and the murderous tyrant of the Raml kingdom. He even intended to promote you to an officer rank and grant you a salary increase for your forthcoming military achievements, such as the matter concerning Dressrosa. Yet, it seems that even your clever mind is at a loss. It appears we are left with no choice. Before Sengoku could finish his words, Wayne's urgent voice interrupted from the other end. Wait a moment, Admiral Sengoku. I have a plan. Admiral Sengoku, I possess a strategy that could ensure the safety of Dressrosa. Ha ha ha. What an amusing little rascal. Garp, seated opposite Sengoku, could not contain his laughter, nearly rolling on the floor. Garp, you are present as well, Wayne remarked, and Sengoku could only shake his head in exasperation. Yet, he was genuinely curious about what Wayne might propose to thwart the mad Kaido. Wayne continued on the transponder snail, Admiral Sengoku, doesn't Kaido desire the submission of Dressrosa? Then let us allow Dressrosa to submit to him. After all, I will be the intermediary, and I can also establish a network of informants within Dressrosa. When the time comes to confront Kaido, we can execute a coordinated effort. Moreover, what Kaido truly desires is the acknowledgement of Dressrosa's allegiance. While the protection fees are merely secondary, for the affluent Dressrosa, such fees are but a trifling sum. Sengoku, upon hearing this, took a deep breath. Are you suggesting we allow Kaido's ambitions to prevail? Such a course of action would be a profound disgrace for the world government. Furthermore, Wayne, you cannot possibly expect our navy to persuade a king of a world government allied nation to surrender to a pirate. Can you? Sengoku's reasoning was sound on the other end of the line. Wayne chuckled. Admiral Sengoku, it seems you are unaware of King Rikud. He is indeed a commendable ruler. When threatened by the now warlord Doflamingo, fearing the outbreak of war among his people, he acquiesced to the outrageous demand, amassing a staggering sum of 10 billion berries from the populace. Of course, that was merely an excuse for Doflamingo to usurp the nation. King Riku, who trembles before a warlord, would be even more intimidated by the Emperor Kaido. It is worth noting that Doflamingo himself breaks into a cold sweat at the mere mention of Kaido's name. If you trust my judgment, Admiral, you may entrust this matter to me. Are you suggesting we conquer Dressrosa through warfare? Sengoku's tone escalated. If Wayne intended such a course, he would vehemently oppose it. No. Resorting solely to brute force and fists is the hallmark of inferior pirates. I assure you. I possess a means to ensure that the king of Dressrosa willingly submits to the beast pirates, all while guaranteeing the safety of the civilians there. Upon hearing Wayne's assertion, Sengoku observed Carp's complexion darken ominously. You little rascal, who are you implying resorts solely to brute strength? Carp, Sengoku swiftly intervened, halting Carp's outburst. Subsequently, he donned a contemplative expression, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a calm tone. Very well, Wayne, I shall place my trust in you this once. But remember, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must communicate with headquarters. You are still young, and I genuinely do not wish for you to err in such matters. Sengoku's words were imbued with sincerity. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Wayne replied, though, there is one more thing. I require comprehensive intelligence on a particular pirate crew and their recent activities. Which pirate crew? The warlord of the sea, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo. Inside the church, Wayne hung up the transponder snail with satisfaction. He had already reported the matter concerning Cavendish to Admiral Sengoku, and it would not be long before a warship arrived to escort him to Impel Down. The bounty of 200 million berries had already been transferred to Wayne's name. Moreover, he had successfully located Captain Plank's treasure. Coupled with his recent mastery of advanced observation hockey, this evening had indeed proven to be a resounding success. Wayne did not linger excessively. After reinforcing the chains on Cavendish, he bid farewell to Father Vix and returned to the Queen. Look, what is that in the sky? It's flying over. It's a monster. What kind of monster? Is it Ultraman? That is clearly Brother Wayne, Dave scolded. The pirates squinted upward, only to realize that the figure soaring through the sky was none other than Brother Wayne returning. Brother Wayne, you've finally returned, exclaimed Jack, who had been fearful of monsters appearing from the fog during Wayne's absence. Boom! Wayne landed firmly on the deck. Enough of your cowardice. Without the courage to face the unknown, what sort of pirate are you? He placed a hefty sack of treasure on the deck, instantly drawing the greedy gazes of the pirates. Yet, upon meeting Wayne's icy stare, they sheepishly chuckled. After all, that treasure had been personally retrieved by Brother Wayne. According to pirate customs, they could indeed attempt to seize it, provided they were capable of defeating him. All right, the task is complete. It's time for Dressrosa to experience the awe of the beast pirates. Wayne waved his hand. Turn the ship around. Lads, we're setting sail for Dressrosa. Upon hearing that they could finally depart from this cursed place, the pirates became instantly invigorated. Yes, Brother Wayne. Several days later, the Queen finally arrived at Dressrosa, the port. Fishermen and merchant vessels caught sight of the skull flag adorning the pirate ship. Look, what is that? It's a pirate ship? And it's from the Beast Pirates. How can this be? Why is the Beast Pirates here? Run! Upon spotting the flag of the Beast Pirates, the people at the port immediately scattered in panic. A testament to the notorious reputation Kaido held in the New World. Soon, the pirate ship docked. Wayne, accompanied by his crew of pirates, set foot on the island. Brother Wayne, can we commence plundering now? A pirate inquired. Plunder? Who are we plundering? How do we plunder? Wayne immediately fixed his gaze on the pirate. Of course, we should plunder from the commoners. Isn't burning, killing, and looting what pirates are meant to do, he replied honestly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Wayne glared at him. Plundering from commoners. You dare to suggest such a thing? How crude. How foolish. You are nothing but a lowly pirate. The scolding left the pirate trembling in fear. Why was Brother Wayne suddenly so furious? Had he said something wrong? Yet, weren't all other pirates engaged in such actions? What is your educational background? Wayne continued to question Dada. Educational background. I am an intern pirate who has trained for 2.5 years at the Ghost Island training camp. Brother Wayne, just an illiterate. Not only are you illiterate, but you are also a thief without insight, Wayne declared sternly. What value is there in robbing commoners? They have been drained of every last berry by the noble lords. Let me tell you, as a competent pirate, if you wish to rob, you must first ascertain who possesses wealth. The pirates listened in stunned silence, suddenly feeling as though they had gained profound knowledge. Remember this, Wayne pointed toward the towering royal castle in the distance. From now on, our beast pirates shall not rob the poor. We shall only rob the wealthy, not rob the poor. The pirates felt as though they had learned something monumental. Wayne continued, moreover, when robbing wealthy merchants at sea or elsewhere, only take the treasure, leave some food and fresh water for them. The next time we encounter them at sea, we can continue to plunder. This is a beneficial cycle. With a hiss, all the pirates were taken aback, realizing just how foolish they had been in the past. Brother Wayne truly deserved the esteem of Lord Kaido. Brother Wayne. We understand now. Good. Wayne nodded, deciding to first indulge in a meal. Leading a throng of pirates, Wayne boldly made his way to a grand restaurant on the street, causing passers-by to flee in terror. How could the beast pirates appear here? Upon entering the restaurant, whether local residents, dining pirates, or bounty hunters, all promptly vacated the premises, displaying a keen awareness of the situation. This time, they did not encounter those brash youths who would recklessly confront the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords. The waitress, visibly anxious, presented a menu, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Wayne, Jack, and Devago sat at a table. Jack reached for the menu, glanced at it, and then slammed it down heavily on the table. Serve every dish on the menu. Huh? Wayne looked at Jack with some confusion. Although their appetites were considerable, there was no need to sample everything. Was there? However, he quickly realized that the young man could not read. The news of the beast pirates invading Dressrosa swiftly reached the ears of King Riku in the palace atop the hill. King Riku was not yet the frail figure depicted in the original tale. He was still robust. The beast pirates? Kaido's crew? Why had they come here? Panic filled King Riku's face. The emperors of the sea were the mightiest pirates of the New World, each a formidable monster. With powerful pirate legions under their command that if they wished, they could conquer a nation in mere moments. How many of them have arrived? King Riku inquired further. Approximately 100. The leading pirate appears to be quite young. Came the reply from the guards. This, Your Majesty, should we not swiftly gather the army while they have just landed and are yet to recuperate? And the guard made a slashing motion across his throat. No. King Riku interjected sharply. This guard had grown up in the peaceful realm of Dressrosa, knowing little of the cruel world outside, especially the notorious beast pirates. Should they attempt to eliminate these pirates now, Kaido would retaliate furiously, turning Dressrosa into a hell's cape that, if possible, he wished to spare his people from harm that we must not provoke them. But Your Majesty, are we to allow them to run rampant within our kingdom? Do you not realize the terror their arrival has inflicted upon the citizens? The guard's words held merit, and King Riku, troubled, found himself at a loss. Should he seek to negotiate with the pirates? Offer treasures willingly? Just then, a gentle feminine voice interjected. Father, I have also seen them. It was Princess Violet, King Riku's second daughter, who approached him respectfully. King Riku asked, Violet, what do you think we should do? Although young, his daughter was exceptionally wise and possessed the powers of the paramecia type stare fruit, allowing her to see through objects and discern hearts. She often assisted King Riku in governance and was esteemed for her philanthropic endeavors. Father, these pirates are certainly not benevolent. While we are a member nation of the world government, should we truly incite Kaido's wrath, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to endure. Violet's tone was remarkably calm, indicating she had given the matter considerable thought. So, are you suggesting we show them weakness? King Riku's expression turned somewhat bitter. As a king, how could he appear submissive to pirates in front of his subjects? Father, prior to coming to see you, I met with Curly. For the sake of Dressrosa, he is willing to negotiate with those pirates. Violet continued. Curly, a tall, formidable figure flashed in King Riku's mind. Curly, the legendary swordsman of the bullfighting arena, who had maintained an undefeated record of 3,000 matches, was hailed as Dressrosa's strongest warrior. Moreover, during his time as the bodyguard to Princess Scarlet, feelings had blossomed between them. Thus, King Riku had announced to the public that Princess Scarlet had succumbed to illness, concealing the truth and allowing Curly and Scarlet to live in seclusion within a sunflower field, where they had recently welcomed a lovely daughter named Rebecca. Entrusting Curly to negotiate with the pirates was indeed a commendable idea. With Curly's strength, it was likely that the pirates would not dare to act recklessly within the kingdom. After indulging in a hearty meal, Wayne swaggered out of the restaurant with the pirates. Of course, as a pirate, Wayne was well aware of the notion of dining and dashing. However, the complimentary meal had been quite delectable. With a toothpick in his mouth, Wayne led his crew down the street, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear, anxious to avoid provoking them. Jack reveled in this intimidating aura, adopting a swaggering demeanor, appearing fearsome, yet internally brimming with excitement. Brother Wayne, where shall we go next? To the palace? Jack exclaimed eagerly, his scythe already thirsting for action. Yet Wayne led them to an inn, arranging for everyone to settle in. Brother Wayne, what is our purpose here? DeVago inquired, puzzled. Do not ask too many questions. I have my plans. Until I give the command, do not venture outside. Wayne replied nonchalantly. Understood, Brother Wayne. DeVago was utterly compliant with Wayne's directives, raising no objections. Keep a close watch on them, especially Jack. Yes, Brother Wayne. To prevent Jack from growing restless, Wayne made a special visit to Jack's room, under the guise of sparring, and thoroughly pummeled him into submission before finally feeling at ease to leave this moment. Night had deepened. The streets lay in utter silence, with two figures walking in tandem. Scarlet, are you certain they are in this inn? Curly inquired, somewhat surprised. In his experience, pirates were typically found reveling in brothels or casinos at night. Truly, the beast pirates exhibited a discipline that set them apart from lesser crews. Violet glanced at the towering figure clad in arena armor. Indeed, my stare fruit can penetrate all objects to see individuals and events from miles away. It cannot be mistaken. Yet in the next moment, she spoke urgently. Someone is emerging from the inn. It appears to be the leader. Let us follow them. Curly tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. Allowing a band of pirates to roam within the kingdom weighed heavily on Curly as a righteous warrior, despite King Riku's stern warnings against antagonizing them. Wait, Curly has suddenly vanished, Violet exclaimed, her anxiety evident. What? What happened? Curly was well aware of Violet's abilities. No one she focused on had ever managed to evade her gaze. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept through. Curly keenly sensed a powerful presence approaching him. Get back, Violet. With a mighty shout, Curly bent his legs, drawing his sword and charging forward. Clang, the clash of metal rang out abruptly. Violet had yet to react when she beheld Curly and the young pirate locked in a fierce standoff. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this man did not evade at all, but rather moved with such speed that even she could not perceive it? How could he be this fast? The two swiftly separated, and Curacao staggered backward, barely stabilizing himself by thrusting his sword into the ground. After this brief skirmish, Curaçao's heart was filled with astonishment. This fellow possesses formidable strength and speed. If my combat prowess is a mere 30, then this young man before me must possess at least 100. Why did he suddenly launch an attack? This is Dressrosa. After all, he was once the captain of the Royal Guard. And Curaçao could not help but issue a warning. Meanwhile, Vane merely smiled faintly. Indeed, this is Dressrosa, but it remains uncertain whose Dressrosa it truly is. As soon as he finished speaking, Vane charged forward once more. His intentions straightforward, to subdue the strongest warrior of this kingdom with utmost swiftness, thereby facilitating his subsequent plans. Curaçao had not anticipated Vane's abrupt assault and hastily retaliated. Whoosh, their attacks collided again, sending sparks flying in all directions. However, it was not long before Curaçao found himself at a disadvantage. Vane's observation hockey had reached a level where he could glimpse the future, even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities. His own speed and reflexes were sufficient to overpower a multitude of formidable foes. Bang! Amid his continuous evasion, Curaçao finally fell prey to Vane's keen observation. After a feint with his sword, Vayne delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Kuroso's body slammed heavily against the nearby wall, and just as he attempted to rise, a massive fist came crashing down. With a resounding thud, Kuroso was rendered unconscious. Violet instinctively covered her mouth. Incredulity etched across her face as she beheld the scene before her. Her brother-in-law, the mightiest warrior of Dressrosa, an undefeated legend of the bullfighting arena, had been so easily defeated. Moreover, the young pirate appeared utterly unfazed. Once confirming that Kuroso was indeed unconscious, Vayne turned his gaze, brimming with mirth, towards Princess Violet, whose resemblance to Robin was striking. It must be said, her ability to locate them so swiftly had greatly aided Vayne. With observation haki, trained to a certain extent, one can sense hostility and murderous intent. Even as Violet covertly observed him, believing herself undetected, Vayne had already discerned their location through that very perception. What do you intend to do? Please, don't come any closer. As she watched the man approach her relentlessly, Violet's heart raced with panic, her earlier composure evaporating. She had misjudged the capabilities of these pirates. She had assumed that with Kuroso's presence, even 100 pirates would pose no threat. Yet, she had not anticipated the emergence of such a powerful adversary among them. Contemplating the pirates' heinous deeds and her own beauty, Violet's heart sank to the depths. Please, don't come any closer. My father is the king of Dressrosa. Vayne chuckled coldly, though it was feigned. Even if your father were Whitebeard, it would be of no consequence. In one swift motion, Vayne darted behind her, binding her mouth and body tightly with pre-prepared cloth, enveloping her like a large rice dumpling. His actions were seamless and devoid of hesitation, clearly indicating he was no stranger to such endeavors. Outside the city, deep within a thicket, Kuroso struggled on the ground, his mouth covered and his body bound by coarse ropes, adorned with leaves and dirt. You need not struggle. Escape is futile. Vayne approached and removed the cloth from Kuroso's mouth. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Kuroso calling for aid. They were deep within the forest, where no one would hear him, and with his level of observation haki, he would sense any approaching presence in an instant. Who are you? What do you want? Where is Violet? Kuroso's voice erupted in a near-roared, As you may have surmised, I am a pirate, a member of the strongest pirate crew in these waters, the Beast's Pirates. Kuroso was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of this fact, but struggled to comprehend why Vayne had assaulted him from the outset. Do not be alarmed. Since I have spared your life, it signifies that we can converse amicably. Is this your idea of an amicable discussion? Kuroso's brow furrowed. You knock someone unconscious, and then proclaim your desire for a civil conversation. My head is still pounding. Cough. This was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. Vayne replied, Kuroso, do you believe that tonight, an event capable of altering the kingdom's history will transpire in Dressrosa? An event of great significance, you say? Kuroso inquired, clearly perplexed. Vayne did not answer his question, but instead pulled out a pocket watch, glancing at the time before tucking it away. According to the intelligence provided by the Navy, there were approximately 3 hours until the Don Quixote family ship arrived in Dressrosa. What is it that you truly desire? Where is Violet? Kuroso's voice rose and pitched. Do not fret. She is quite safe, Vayne said with a smile, a hint of malevolence playing at the corners of his mouth that he continued. In truth, I have come to assist this nation. Kuroso was taken aback, then bellowed, Assist this nation? What nonsense! Is it necessary to abduct both me and Princess Violet to extend your help? Vayne was not particularly adept at such high-handed negotiations, after all. He was not a genuine pirate. Dealing with criminals was one matter, but Kuroso, a well-trained soldier, required a more pirate-like approach. I am well acquainted with many aspects of your life, Kuroso, the record holder for consecutive victories in the bullfighting arena, the kingdom's strongest soldier. Naturally, this is common knowledge among the citizens of Dressrosa, but allow me to divulge something they are unaware of. For instance, your mutual affection with the princess, even securing the king's consent for your romance. Going so far as to fabricate a tale of the princess's demise to facilitate your union. In the silent forest, the only sounds were the chirping of birds and insects, as the silvery moonlight cascaded down. Illuminated by the moon's glow, Vayne could see Kuroso's eyes grow increasingly frantic. You. Oh, by the way, I recall you have a daughter, who is still quite young, I believe. Perhaps she is currently at the small cabin in the flower fields. Waiting for you to return home with her mother. Vane's words dripped with aggression. His threats palpable, Kuroso's body stiffened that a tumult of emotions roiled within him. How could this pirate possibly know such details? How could he know that he and Scarlet resided in a cabin in the flower fields? A pirate, how could he be privy to such information? Scarlet and Rebecca are in danger in a mere moment. His paternal instinct eclipsed his dignity as a soldier. Kuroso's countenance contorted in anguish, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, his eyes bulging as he glared at Vane, an uncontainable fury radiating from him. As if he sought to incinerate Vane with his gaze. Mr. Kuroso, it appears you hold your wife and daughter in high regard. Vane stepped closer to Kuroso, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. That I in my homeland. There is an old saying. The most important thing for a family is to die together in harmony. Surely, Mr. Kuroso, you would not wish for any misfortune to befall your wife and daughter? Kuroso was momentarily stunned. The pirate before him, though wicked, possessed a terrifying strength. If he truly intended to act, even the entire royal guard would be powerless against him. Indeed, Kuroso felt fear that he had risen from humble beginnings, embodying the spirit of a fearless warrior to become the kingdom's mightiest soldier. No matter how excruciating the physical trials he faced, he would never bow to an enemy. Yet, the most important things in his life were his wife Scarlet and his young daughter Rebecca. Under Vane's palpable threats, he ultimately relented, choosing the path of a good father and husband over that of a good soldier. What do you want? Despair filled Kuroso's eyes. What must I do to ensure their safety? I will agree to anything if you spare them. In Kuroso's plea, Vane detected an undertone of desperation, stirring something within him. What a good man. He was as different from Raml Kingdom's Carlo as heaven is from earth. Yet, Vane maintained his ruthless facade, sneering. Very well. Kuroso, you shall be grateful for the choice you have made today. Now, first, tell me, how many soldiers are currently guarding the palace? The palace? What do you intend to do? It appears that my means and strength are still somewhat unclear to you, Cyrus. So, please wait a moment while I fetch your wife and daughter. Just a moment, Cyrus said urgently, as King Liku does not appreciate having too many people within the palace at this hour. There are merely the guards at the various entrances and patrolling squads, totaling no more than 200 individuals. Once this betrayal begins, it cannot be halted. Cyrus detailed the situation within the palace to Wang. Just this few people? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? It is true. King Liku is a good man and does not like soldiers working late into the night. Very well, then we shall meet him shortly. What did you say? Sob, sob, sob. Before Cyrus could react, Wayne swiftly stepped forward and once again tightly gagged him with a strip of cloth, seemingly worried that Cyrus might still harbor thoughts of resistance. Wayne approached a nearby large tree, conjuring a sphere of purple flames that radiated heat, distorting the air around it. Cyrus's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at the flames in Wayne's hand. Wayne grinned wickedly, saying, "Do not think about making any sly moves, Cyrus. You should understand, right?" As the purple flame made contact with the trunk of the tree, it ignited ferociously, far more powerful than an ordinary fire. In no time, the tree, which could be embraced by 3 people, was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, Cyrus's heart sank to the depths of despair. Such terrifying power, if allowed to run rampant within the kingdom, would spell catastrophic ruin for Dressrosa. And when Wayne confirmed that Cyrus could not break free from his bindings, he vanished in an instant. Darting in another direction. On the damp grass, Violet lay on the ground, dressed in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her burgeoning figure, the cloth showcasing her form exquisitely. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed as Wayne appeared before her in the blink of an eye. Violet attempted to speak, but her mouth was stuffed full of cloth, rendering her voiceless. I apologize, Princess Violet, for your suffering, Wayne said with a smile. Violet clenched her silver teeth, her sorrowful gaze fixed on Wayne. Having been raised in the palace, she had never endured such indignities. The expression of wickedness etched on this man's face ignited a troubling thought in her mind. In the next moment, Wayne approached her with a sinister grin. And Violet, seemingly resigned to her fate, shut her eyes tightly, a tear slipping down her cheek. However, to her surprise, Wayne did not harm her. Instead, he removed the cloth from her mouth. Princess Violet, you are rather timid, he jested. Hearing Wayne's mockery, Violet felt her face flush, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Why would someone as powerful as you resort to such despicable actions? Oh, it sounds as though you believe I have done something outrageous to you." Wayne replied, his lips curling into a smirk. Despicable. Then why have you kidnapped me and brought me to such a place? Violet glanced around the dense forest, clearly discerning that this was not a suitable location for noble deeds. I hadn't intended to bring you here, but since you had come, I thought it best to take you along. However, I believe we could still engage in a deeper conversation. Wayne wore a face of sincerity, at least in his own eyes. Yet to Violet, his words took on a different connotation. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Wayne's countenance darkened, uncertain whether it was his acting prowess or Violet's vivid imagination that had elicited such a response. I will ask you one thing. Do you wish to see Dressrosa plunged into war? Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Violet's face, and she resolutely declared, Of course not. Precisely. You are a wise woman. And you have witnessed my strength. If I were to storm the palace now, slay the king, and summon pirates to wreak havoc, what chaos would ensue in Dressrosa? Violet gasped in horror. Wayne's words did not sound like idle threats. Pirates, especially those of formidable strength, are often deranged and desperate. Wayne truly might commit such acts. Therefore, Princess Violet, you would not wish to see this kingdom embroiled in turmoil, would you? I certainly do not wish for that. What are your terms? Though young, Violet understood Wayne's implications and inquired proactively. Wayne raised an eyebrow, impressed. Indeed, she was well trained, having been groomed into the Violet Assassin by Doflamingo. But then, does this mean you have gone to such lengths? Using the kingdom's safety as leverage, for Violet's cheeks flushed, her gaze dropping as she dared not meet Wayne's eyes, speaking in an almost shameful tone, for me? Wayne fell silent, a furrow forming on his forehead. And with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, he reiterated, I am not interested in you, Miss Violet. Please conduct yourself accordingly. Who would believe that? The more you explain, the more it proves you harbor such thoughts. Very well, I do indeed think so. Indeed, a scoundrel. So, no matter what I say, I shall forever be labeled a scoundrel. Never mind. From this moment on, you shall obey my commands. Until I grant you permission, you are not to utter a single word or make any sound. Should you defy me, believe me, I am far more ruthless than you can imagine. You fiend. Violet felt a bitter pang in her heart, but could only nod begrudgingly. That's better. Now, let us go and witness a fine spectacle. Wayne stepped forward, tucking Violet under his arm, and swiftly departed, returning to the location where Cyrus remained. Upon seeing Wayne arrive with Violet, Cyrus's expression shifted. Hey, could you please place Princess Violet in a safe location? Silence. Wayne disregarded Cyrus's plea, advancing instead to grasp his collar. Suddenly, a pair of enormous purple wings manifested behind him, lifting the two of them toward the heights of the palace. Wings? Is he even human? Violet was utterly astonished. Wayne moved with remarkable speed, and before long, they hovered above the palace, which loomed majestically like an ancient fortress, with a swoosh. Despite carrying two individuals, Wayne's movements remained extraordinarily swift, akin to a fleeting shadow. Moreover, the guards were woefully inadequate, allowing the trio to penetrate deep into the palace with ease. Whereas King Liku's chamber? Wayne inquired of Cyrus. This time, Cyrus offered no resistance, directly indicating the direction. Once betrayal begins, one becomes accustomed to it. Violet was taken aback. Even Cyrus had succumbed to his threats. This pirate is truly despicable. After traversing several corridors, Wayne led the two of them directly to the entrance of King Liku's sleeping quarters. The king was not asleep. One might say he was anxiously pacing, waiting for news from his daughter and son-in-law. Just then, the curtains began to flutter violently, a cold wind rushing in, causing King Liku to shiver. In the next instant, a figure burst through the window, holding Cyrus and Violet beneath his arms. Who are you? Why have you bound Cyrus and Violet? King Liku, as a ruler, retained his composure even when faced with such an unexpected situation. Gazing steadily at the strikingly handsome young man before him, Bruce Wayne, once a Navy officer, now a member of the Beast Pirates, Wayne set Cyrus and Violet down on the ground and boldly took a seat on a nearby sofa. Exuding the domineering demeanor of a pirate, Cyrus and Violet recognized Wayne's formidable power. Though concerned for King Liku, they both understood that they could offer no assistance. Thus, one could only watch with a gaze filled with concern. The atmosphere began to grow tense. King Liku's eyes were fixed on Wayne, his gaze flickering. Though he was a king, he was also a skilled warrior adept in swordsmanship, judging by Wayne's seamless aura. This individual was likely terrifyingly strong. What could be the purpose of the beast pirates? King Liku was the first to break the silence. This country, Wayne stated flatly, uttering just a few words. This country. Despite having mentally prepared himself, King Liku was still considerably shocked. Had Kaido's ambition grown to the point of wanting to annex a nation? Yet, one must remember that Dressrosa was, after all, a member of the world government. The world government? Do you think the world government would wage war on Wano for the sake of a single Dressrosa? Do not forget, we are pirates. We can do anything, such as occasionally raiding merchant ships in the waters near Dressrosa or setting a few streets ablaze. Oh, and by the way, my senior Quinn has recently been developing a new type of plague shell that, once inhaled, causes immediate agony and death. If we were to unleash one of those over Dressrosa. Wayne spoke leisurely, a smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, King Liku finally lost his composure. He feared war, feared for the safety of Dressrosa's citizens. Then, Sir Wayne, what must be done to spare this nation? King Liku asked with a grave expression. Your Highness King Liku, you need not be overly fearful. Indeed, our Lord Kaido desires the entirety of Dressrosa. However, there is still me, isn't there? Wayne grinned wickedly, an evil smile creeping across his face. As long as King Liku can acquiesce to a few modest requests, I may, with great reluctance, offer you some assistance. Please, do tell. Extortion could indeed be considered a traditional skill of pirates, and King Liku showed no surprise. Very well, then, just as he was about to speak, the communication snail in his arms suddenly rang dough, arriving so soon. It seems to be ahead of schedule. Wayne answered the snail. Brother Wayne, you were right. There are indeed pirate ships approaching the port. Even before landing on the island, Wayne had arranged for a few capable subordinates to patrol the various ports and notify him of any developments through the snail. How many ships? Currently, there are 10 vessels. And Brother Wayne, it appears to be ships of the Don Quixote family. The news of Doflamingo becoming one of the 7 warlords had made headlines. Thus, the pirates of the Beast Pirates recognized that flag. Good. Inform everyone else to head to the port and await my orders. In the New World, in a sea area surrounding Dressrosa, a large warship was navigating the waves. At its bow, 3 figures clad in navy uniforms stood, gazing at the distant, vaguely visible island, their capes of justice billowing like dragons behind them. Commander Tsuru. At that moment, a navy officer rushed over in haste. It had been confirmed that all the pirate ships of the Don Quixote family were rapidly approaching Dressrosa. I understand, the elderly Navy Vice Admiral nodded. Though petite and gray-haired, she held a high standing within the Navy. Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy headquarters. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku was correct. Doflamingo was indeed planning an assault on Dressrosa. Beside Tsuru stood a tall, coolly dressed young woman, a Navy Vice Admiral known as Peach Rabbit Guillaume. Just a few days prior, their naval unit had received an urgent order from Admiral Sengoku to secretly monitor the pirate ships under Doflamingo and report intelligence back to headquarters at all times. Tsuru had been quite surprised by this directive, considering that Doflamingo had become a warlord of the sea several years ago through dealings with the world government. Hence, the Navy had essentially turned a blind eye to this pirate crew. The explanation given by Sengoku for this operation was, Doflamingo intends to usurp the nation. Of course, this shocking intelligence had been provided to Sengoku by Wayne. Sister Tsuru, what should we do? Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea now. Mishandling this sensitive situation could lead to severe consequences. At this moment, another female Navy officer spoke up. Why not just charge in and arrest them all? I've been displeased with this group of pirates for quite some time. The speaker was a young female Navy officer whose snug, ultra-short dress accentuated her curvaceous figure. Though her face was youthful, it bore an inexplicable allure. She was Peacock, the granddaughter of Tsuru, and a lieutenant in the Navy. Peacock, do not act impulsively, Tsuru replied, her voice steady. It was crucial to remain calm in such moments. As she spoke, another Navy officer approached, holding a snail that resembled Sengoku. It seemed this tricky matter was best left for Sengoku to ponder. As the waves crashed violently against the ship's hull, the warship glided across the sea, slowly advancing towards Dressrosa. In the royal palace, within King Liku's chamber. Please speak. As long as the demands are not excessive, I can accommodate you. King Liku's voice was somber. The astute king. Wayne provocatively snapped his fingers. The conditions of our beast pirates are quite simple. We want to designate Dressrosa as the territory of the beast pirates. with an annual protection fee to be paid to Wano, and we must be permitted to construct factories here. Furthermore, the port must be fully open to Wano. These conditions were the utmost Wayne could conceive. If it were Jin or Quinn negotiating, it would not be so easily settled. After hearing this, a complex expression flickered in King Liku's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly nodded at a present. This was the best outcome. No war, no casualties. Moreover, becoming a kingdom under the protection of the beast pirates could, to some extent, reduce the plunder from other pirates. Then, let it be so. Wayne stood up and walked over to Cyrus and Violet. In the midst of their puzzled gazes, he untied the ropes binding them. Next, King Liku, we must discuss the matter of deploying troops to confront the pirates. These words. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. King Liku, what did you say? Deploy troops. Confront the pirates. As night fell, the port of Dressrosa was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, several blinding beams of light pierced the night sky, illuminating the entire port. Fishermen and passers-by by the sea all looked up in astonishment. To their shock, those lights were being emitted from pirate ships, nearly 10 of them. What was happening today? Just earlier, the beast pirates had arrived, and now so many pirate ships were appearing. Was Dressrosa no longer safe? As the pirate ships of the Don Quixote family docked, all those lingering in the port scattered in a panic. Clatter, clatter, the pirates disembarked onto the island, each brandishing weapons and moving with the speed of well-trained soldiers. Leading them were the 3 key officers of the Don Quixote family, the commanders of the Diamond, Spade, and Club troops. With a runny nose and a golden cane in hand, Toribal addressed the pirates. Did you all understand the young master's orders? Understood. The pirates responded with sinister grins. They were thrilled at the prospect of what was to transpire that night. Once this evening was over, this beautiful kingdom would belong to the Don Quixote family. All that remained was to await Doflamingo's command and then launch their assault. Dressed in flamboyant colors and resembling a clown, Diamante drew his rapier. Moments ago, Doflamingo had already used the powers of the string fruit to make his way to the palace of Dressrosa alone. He, the burly man, Pika, donned in armor and exposing his chest, emitted a high-pitched, eerie laugh. Eagerly anticipating the moment the young master ascended the throne, the pirates erupted in cheers. But the next second, boom, boom, accompanied by deafening explosions. Several black cannonballs flew in from nowhere, crashing down upon the heads of the pirates. In an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the night, shattering its tranquility. This barrage of cannon fire had nearly obliterated dozens of pirates. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Before the pirates could even react, they witnessed a multitude of cannonballs descending from the sky, falling like a torrential downpour. An attack. We are under siege, roared Diamante, cleaving a cannonball in two with a single stroke of his sword. How dare you harm the members of our family? This is unforgivable, shrieked Pika, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. He then utilized the powers of the stone fruit to thrust the ground upwards, forming a stone wall to shield against the incoming barrage. Soon, the cacophony of cannon fire faded away. Torpol and several of his subordinates glowered furiously at the approaching shadows from the distant street. As they drew nearer, their features became discernible, clad in black spiked leather. Their expressions were grotesque and terrifying, twisted into cruel smirks. Some bore cannons on their shoulders, while others wielded long blades. Their audacious demeanor resembled that of pirates rather than soldiers of the navy or the kingdom. Leading them was a towering figure, as imposing as a mountain, donned in an iron mask with eyes blazing with fury. Before Torpol could utter a word, the formidable man roared like thunder. How dare you invade the territory of the beast pirates? Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, within the palace, Vane revealed Doflamingo's treacherous plot to usurp the throne to the others. What did you say? King Riku stared at Vane in disbelief, his steps faltering. You mean the Don Quixote family has returned, under the banner of the 7 warlords? That's utterly absurd. The Don Quixote family had been the rulers of Dressrosa 8 centuries ago, one of the 20 royal families that became celestial dragons. After the Don Quixote family went to Mariawa, power shifted to the Riku family. Violet immediately employed her abilities to spy on the waters surrounding Dressrosa. The next moment, she shuddered, her voice laced with terror. Father, there are indeed numerous pirate ships at the northern port, flying the Jolly Roger. I have no reason to deceive you. In a sense, we are on the same side if Doflamingo wreaks havoc in this country. I will be in grave trouble as well, Vane replied coolly. But how do you know such things? Cyrus uncovered the flaw in their conversation. Vane's expression darkened. Why do you have so many questions? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. I will not disclose that I have planted an undercover agent within the Don Quixote family. A moment of silence enveloped the three. King Riku finally asked, what should we do now? Vane smiled. What else can we do? Do you wish for Doflamingo to storm the palace directly? If not, hasten to dispatch troops to the port to confront the Don Quixote crew. Upon hearing this, King Riku contemplated for a brief moment. Determination etched upon his face. It was evident from Vane's demeanor that the Beast Pirates and Doflamingo harbored irreconcilable conflicts that could only be resolved through war. Perhaps the Beast Pirates' actions in Dressrosa were an attempt to thwart Doflamingo. However, King Riku had no other choice. For the sake of his people, he had to involve himself in the conflict between these two pirate factions. Very well, I understand. With his mind made up, King Riku turned toward the door, instructing the guards to summon the commander of the kingdom's forces, then ordered all soldiers to head to the port to intercept the Don Quixote family. Simultaneously, Vane reminded them of the presence of a friendly force. He did not wish for Jack and his crew to be overwhelmed. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to return to Wano as the night deepened. The lights in King Riku's chamber were extinguished. With his command, the entire palace fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by the window, accompanied by a soft rustling of footsteps. A golden-haired man clad in a pink feathered coat and tight-fitting pants perched on the narrow ledge of the window. Sporting sunglasses, he wore an exceedingly arrogant expression, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at the figure lying on the bed. Ha ha ha, sleeping quite soundly, aren't we? Doflamingo taunted. Yet, King Riku remained undisturbed, not even stirring in his sleep. That a hint of embarrassment crossed Doflamingo's face as he realized how deeply the king was slumbering. However, a sinister grin soon returned to his features. But this will be your last slumber in this world. With a flick of his finger, a translucent thread shot towards the figure on the bed. But snap! Just as the thread was about to reach King Riku, it was caught by a pale hand emerging from beneath the covers. What? Doflamingo's expression grew tense. What kind of reflexes are these? His white thread should not be so easily captured, and King Riku could not possibly possess such skill. Moreover, that strong hand certainly did not belong to King Riku. A thought flashed through his mind. He is not King Riku. A cold chuckle emanated from beneath the sheets as the figure abruptly threw off the covers, hurling them at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, and he quickly reacted. String. 5 fingers unleashed 5 strands of different colors, sharp as blades, slicing through the luxurious silk covers. Fluff scattered like snowflakes in the air. Doflamingo's expression turned grave as he beheld the young man casually leaping off the bed. Doflamingo, what have I done to earn such disrespect from you? The man smirked. Who the hell are you? You won't even address me as king. As soon as he finished speaking, Vane suddenly produced a green vial. Smashing it towards Doflamingo, Doflamingo sliced it apart with a finger, but the liquid within transformed into a fragrant gas upon contact with the air, invading Doflamingo's nostrils. Poison gas. Doflamingo was taken aback. However, as he realized this, he instinctively utilized the powers of the string fruit to seal off all his organs, preventing the poison from spreading throughout his body. Simultaneously, he tightly bound his respiratory system with dense threads to block the gas from entering. Vane, who had already consumed an antidote, observed this scene with some surprise. One could not deny that Doflamingo had indeed developed the string fruit to an extraordinary level. What was originally a fruit for weaving and sewing had been transformed into a divine fruit capable of attack, defense, and healing. You bastard! Doflamingo glared fiercely at Vane, about to say something. Yet, Vane, having missed his first strike, wasted no time. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful side kick to Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo crossed his arms defensively. Thud! He staggered back several steps, feeling a numbing sensation in his limbs. This guy possesses terrifying strength. Vane seized his collar, twisting and flinging Doflamingo downward like a shooting star, crashing through 3 walls and landing in the middle of a wide street. Doflamingo exerted all his might to stabilize himself, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Damn it, he felt a profound sense of trepidation towards this unpredictable adversary, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. He glared at Vane, who was descending from above. String shot. Countless white threads shot upwards like rain. Meanwhile, purple flames erupted from beneath Vayne's feet, roaring to life, propelling him downward like an accelerator. The rapidly approaching white threads appeared almost sluggish in Vayne's eyes. Even without employing advanced observation haki, evading them would be a simple task. As Vayne neared the ground, white lightning and purple flames surged from his body, intertwining and coalescing into a massive purple giant before Doflamingo's terrified gaze. Boom! The speed was so astonishing that there was no way to evade it. The colossal purple giant delivered a crushing blow to Doflamingo's head, driving him forcefully into the depths of the earth. Wow! A jet of crimson blood erupted, and Doflamingo felt every cell in his body racked with immense agony. This single punch nearly cost him his life. Immediately thereafter, Wayne seized him by the collar and hurled him downwards again. Boom! The original deep pit was once more assaulted, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the epicenter, shattering the very pavement of the street. Doflamingo, pinned beneath the ground, trembled as he opened his palm, only to clench it tightly. Unleashing a thick line pulsating with red light from his palm, aimed directly at the purple giant's face. The formidable string of razor-sharp threads collided with a resounding clang, yet it was halted by the giant's enigmatic mask. Unable to advance an inch further, Doflamingo, do you still fail to comprehend the chasm that separates us? Wayne grasped the thread and yanked it forcefully, pulling Doflamingo into the air before delivering a devastating blow. Shrouded in a dark, armored haki, straight to his chest. With a thunderous impact, Doflamingo, drenched in blood, crashed to the ground like a meteor, his consciousness gradually slipping into oblivion. Humph! Doflamingo let out a feeble groan, ultimately succumbing to his inability to resist. Your strength is rather unimpressive, Wayne remarked calmly, in his memory. Doflamingo had exuded an aura of oppression, so Wayne had held nothing back, deploying the second stage of the Kanyu Raijin technique from the very beginning. Yet, he found Doflamingo to be far beneath his expectations. There were no signs of his fruit powers being awakened. However, this was to be expected. The current Doflamingo was merely a newcomer who had recently ventured from the North Sea into the New World. The so-called title of Warlord of the Sea was but a result of his connection to the celestial dragons, acquired through a myriad of circumstances. He was still significantly distant from the formidable figures like the Empress of Amazon Lily or Dracul Mihawk. Cough, cough. Doflamingo's chest heaved as more blood spewed forth, his complexion pale, yet his eyes still burned with resentment as he glared at Wayne, filled with unwillingness. Hey, Doflamingo, I imagine you have many questions, don't you? No need to rush. We can converse at our leisure. Wayne rose, retrieving a bundle of ropes he always carried, and directly bound Doflamingo before soaring back to King Riku's chamber. At that moment, King Riku and Violet awaited inside. Having witnessed the miraculous display of Wayne's abilities from the window, Wayne's astounding prowess had left them utterly astonished. To think he could so effortlessly defeat a warlord of the sea. What a monstrous individual. Violet exclaimed, I've never heard of such a character in the New World. It seems the Beast's pirates truly harbor an assembly of strong individuals. No wonder Kaido is referred to as the Emperor of the Sea. A flicker of relief coursed through King Riku's mind that it was fortunate they hadn't crossed paths with such a brutal and formidable pirate crew. Otherwise, Dressrosa would have surely met its doom. Thud. Wayne nullified the fruit powers, ushering Doflamingo into the room. King Riku, where are the items I requested? Upon hearing this, King Riku promptly retrieved a pair of handcuffs from the guards at the door. These cuffs, embedded with rare sea prism stone, were lethal tools specifically designed to restrain fruit users. As a member of the world government, Dressrosa naturally boasted a stockpile of such handcuffs, although this fellow won't be getting out of bed for a few days. It's prudent to secure him nonetheless, Wayne instructed King Riku. Both he and Violet were fruit users, so it was only fitting for King Riku to handle this task, once Doflamingo was securely restrained. Wayne leaped from the window, his violet wings unfurling as he headed north. Father, I can't shake the feeling that this individual is rather peculiar, Violet remarked to King Riku after Wayne's departure. Indeed, these pirates seem to prefer windows over stairs. It's quite strange, King Riku replied. That's not the issue, Father. What I mean is that this individual does not appear to be an ordinary pirate. Violet paused before continuing. Ordinary pirates do not possess such immense strength, nor do they act with such decisiveness. King Riku inquired. So, what is your assessment, Violet? I believe he must be an elite among pirates, One of the great ones, Violet asserted with conviction that I in the northern port of Dressrosa. A tumultuous scene unfolded. You scoundrels, who exactly are you? How dare you assault the Don Quixote family? Do you even know what the warlords of the sea are? Diamante quickly surveyed the agitated pirates, signaling them to calm down. Then pointed his sword at the towering figure before him. The tall Pika screeched, "Where did these lowly pirates come from? Are they seeking death? I'll make you fly." The pirates glared fiercely at Jack and his companions. Their eyes ablaze with fury. If stairs could kill, the 100+ members of the Beast Pirates would have perished several times over. Despite their meager numbers, the Beast Pirates exuded an aura of fearlessness. From their leader Jack to every pirate behind him, there was no sign of trepidation. After all, they were the elite newcomers of the Beast Pirates, fearless and proud. Damn it, where did these pirates come from? So audacious, David exclaimed, spitting on the ground and cursing angrily. Wayne said to eliminate them. And this country will belong to the Beast Pirates, one pirate shouted. Yes, for the honor of the Beast Pirates, we cannot afford to lose. Charge, everyone. The atmosphere ignited with fervor as the pirates rallied together. Jack, in particular, was elated. This was his first encounter with a rival pirate crew, his first opportunity to showcase his true strength in the outside world. And he was on the verge of experiencing the cries and terror of his enemies. The double thrill of battle intensified his excitement, promising even greater joy ahead. Now was the perfect time to revel in the beauty of slaughter. Jack could hardly contain himself. "I want to," he bellowed through gritted teeth, his feet smashing into the ground, roaring like thunder. "Fight 10 of them." Boom! With Jack leading the charge, the rest of the pirates followed suit. Engaging in a fierce clash with the Don Quixote family pirates, the air was soon filled with the clash of swords and the roar of cannon fire. The life-and-death struggle between pirates had officially commenced. The night in Dressrosa was destined to be anything but tranquil. At the port, the cries of battle crescendoed and a relentless barrage of cannon fire echoed, transforming the once peaceful port into a battlefield for pirates. What shocked the Don Quixote family the most was that despite their adversaries numbering just over 100, each possessed terrifying strength. Moreover, their teamwork was impeccable. These pirates, each one plucked from the Beast Pirates, could wreak havoc anywhere they roamed. Indeed, the Beast Pirates were as fearsome as rumored. Boom! Another cannonball soared through the air as Diamante opened a steel umbrella to shield himself. He was a user of the flap fruit, enabling him to make anything he touched as soft as silk. Damn it, did I hear that right? The Beast Pirates? Are these guys from the Beast Pirates? That name echoed like thunder. Unlike the Four Seas, the New World was a stage for the strong to shine, and the Emperors of the Sea were the most dazzling figures upon it. Although Doflamingo was already a warlord of the sea, he would never dare to offend Kaido. He had initially intended to negotiate and clarify any misunderstandings, but before him loomed the imposing figure resembling a small mountain. Charging forward, bang! Jack delivered a powerful blow, which Diamante barely managed to deflect with his cloak. Damn it! Do you think we are mere pushovers? There are no pirates in this world who willingly stand by to be beaten, if they were content to be struck simply because of a name. They would not dare venture into the New World. Do not underestimate anyone. Buzz. As if they were in perfect synchrony, Diamante counterattacked while Pika and Treble charged fiercely at Jack. A crazed look flickered in Jack's eyes. "Do you know who I am?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his form suddenly expanded that a colossal, tusked mammoth appeared on the battlefield. Iron block, clang, the trio's attacks struck the mammoth, only to feel as if they had hit a slab of unyielding metal, producing a jarring, metallic clang. A mocking glint flashed in Jack's eyes. On Onigashima, he had been training daily by hacking at his own body with weapons, and now his physique could withstand the might of a great sword swing. Thud, thud, the massive mammoth began to charge forward, each stomp sending a wave of pirates flying. The three chief officers could not halt its advance. The Don Quixote family pirates were thrown into a state of panic, their cries piercing the air. "This guy is a monster! Quick, run!" At that moment, a rotund man clad in a ludicrous baby outfit, sporting dark sunglasses and puffing on a cigarette, stepped defiantly in front of everyone. Staring directly at the rampaging mammoth, the sight of the cowardly pirates fleeing in disarray was quite comical. He took a deep drag of his smoke and spoke with indifference. "Cowards fleeing the battlefield will not earn the favor of the ladies." "Brother Senor." The nearby pirates, who were about to hide, were instantly moved to tears upon recognizing the man, shouting loudly, The bravest man of the Don Quixote family, the fruit user Senor. Senor crossed his arms and strode towards the frenzied mammoth, his legs seemingly blending into the ground like water. Then he submerged himself into the earth, swimming through it, swiftly propelling himself forward with his hands. Meow meow. Senor leaped into the air at an astonishing speed, executing a nimble turn mid-flight before seizing one of the mammoth's tusks, lifting it with all his might, and smashing it down onto the ground behind him. Back bridge slam. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed, and smoke enveloped the area. Yet, Jack staggered back to his feet once more. Seeing this, the pirates surged forward, engaging in a fair-wheel battle. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the battlefield, the pirates from both sides had been evenly matched. However, it was not long before the Dressrosa army unexpectedly arrived to provide support. Thanks to Vane's prior warning, the Beast Pirates and the Kingdom's forces coordinated seamlessly to launch an assault on the Don Quixote family. Justice, 2 against 1. However, aside from Cyrus, the strength of these Kingdom soldiers was indeed rather lacking. With the addition of the Don Quixote family's ability users, the situation once again devolved into a stalemate on one battlefield. Devago and several pirates found themselves in a dire struggle against the rotund woman Jorah and the metallic-clad Gladius. Among them, Jorah was an artist, while Gladius was an exploding man.it must be said. The Don Quixote family truly has an abundance of ability users. Bang! Another explosion erupted. Gladius sent a pirate soaring into the sky. Jorah too ensnared several pirates with her powers. Is this what a Yonko crew looks like? Not impressive at all, Gladius remarked with a tone full of derision as he flexed his wrist. Jorah giggled. Hee, those old fools in the world government truly are foolish, thinking such a weak pirate crew could become a Yonko crew. Utterly laughable. These two are rather troublesome with their abilities, thought Devago, gripping his sword as beads of sweat formed on his brow. The Beast Pirates had indeed encountered worthy opponents this time, just as Gladius was about to unleash another explosive wave. A military knife shot through the air like lightning, aimed directly at his face, too fast for him to react. Slash! The knife sliced through his chest, spraying a vivid crimson line in the air. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed as Gladius collapsed to the ground in agony. Then, a violet figure streaked through the night sky, deftly grasping the knife mid-air, crouching with a faint smile on his face as he looked at everyone. Did I arrive late? In an instant, silence fell over the battlefield, but upon recognizing that figure, the Beast's pirates erupted in ecstatic cheers. Brother Vane has arrived. The violet flash of the Beast's pirates. Bruce Vane. The pirates were invigorated, all looking up and shouting the name of that man. Brother Vane, Jorah, upon witnessing Gladius's predicament, was struck with shock. How did this guy manage that? As a comrade, no one understood Gladius's strength better than she did. Though not on par with the higher-ranking officers, he certainly ranked among the strongest of the others. But now, he had been dispatched by this young man with a single strike. How is that possible? Just as she was about to call for help in another direction, she suddenly felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek. Yet within that gentleness lurked a dangerous intent to kill. Whipping around, she found Vane aiming the knife at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. In her ears, a whisper echoed. Did you hear that? Vane's figure vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing behind Jorah in the blink of an eye, sheathing the knife in one fluid motion. The sound of the wind. One sword style, gentle breeze slash, with a resonant hum. A razor-sharp sword energy manifested before Jorah, extinguishing her life entirely. Boom! Jorah collapsed to the ground, her pupils gradually losing focus. Brother Vane is too strong, the pirates exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Vane surveyed the grim battlefield and instructed everyone, you all begin to retreat. The ensuing battle is no longer suitable for you. The attacks of the Regime are far too ferocious and may inadvertently strike our allies. He then took to the skies, soaring directly into the heart of the battlefield, violet flames raging fiercely around him, causing the temperature in the area to spike dramatically. What? Who is that? The pirates of the Don Quixote family also took notice of Vane, glancing upward. For some reason, this man instills a sense of terror within me. Diamante met Vane's gaze, feeling a tremor in his heart. Others shared the same sentiment. From his stance, this man exuded a formidable strength. Brother Vane, save me. Below, Jack, surrounded by pirates and battered, was bloodied and bruised. Vane was taken aback. Not expecting to find Jack here, lacking the capability, why does he foolishly charge into the fray? thinking he is Whitebeard. No, Whitebeard wouldn't he be as reckless, whatever. Now, Vayne drew the military knife from his waist, resting it on his shoulder, and said coolly, switched, and in the next moment, a burst of violet light erupted, a dazzling radiance akin to the sun suddenly manifesting in the sky, enveloping all in a shroud of purple. The violet light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a majestic purple giant, plummeting towards the ground with thunderous force. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as the massive entity struck the earth, sending a multitude of pirates and dirt flying in all directions. The air was filled with anguished screams. Seizing this opportunity, Jack hastily deactivated his ability and fled towards the outskirts of the battlefield. Though he may be dim-witted, it does not mean he is unafraid of death. He had witnessed Brother Vayne's powers, and that terrifying destructive force posed a lethal threat even to those merely observing from the sidelines. Diamante was struck by a tremendous force, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood as his figure was violently propelled backward for several dozen meters before he barely regained his footing. Vayne cast his gaze downward. Countless pirate corpses lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. As the smoke dissipated, the remaining pirates were gripped by terror. Those on the periphery even felt a sense of relief that the recent onslaught had not befallen them. Suddenly, they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, purple flames had adhered to their bodies, burning fiercely like a malignant curse. The searing heat elicited wails of agony from their throats. What is this? It is ghost fire. It is ghost fire. In the darkness, the sight of hundreds of pirates being scorched by the purple flames was particularly horrifying. Yet, there was no time to mourn the defeat of these pirates. Several high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family swiftly entered the fray. It was Lord Diamante, Lord Pika, and Lord Treble. The pirates began to cheer, and also Lord Senor, Lord Laoji. With them here, victory was surely within reach. Indeed, if anyone could withstand the might of this purple giant on the battlefield, it could only be these esteemed individuals. Crackle, crackle. The lightning that surrounded the purple giant began to flicker, and its imposing eyes were filled with disdain for the pirates. Extending 2 fingers from its right hand, it formed a hand seal. A booming voice resonated like thunder. This is the power of the gods, Susanoo. Above, in the dark clouds, flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as if responding to the deity of thunder. The officials surrounding it were profoundly shaken. This stance reminded them of the legendary deities. Could there truly be such a fruit ability in the world? It was utterly chaotic. How dare you? Seeing the anxiety in the hearts of the crowd, Diamante planted his feet firmly, brandishing his iron sword as he charged forward, striking at the giant's leg in an instant. This was an attack that could slice through iron like mud. Clang! The crisp sound echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. The sharp blade pressed against the purple giant's leg, covered by a barrier, yet could not penetrate an inch. What formidable defense! Diamante's expression changed, and he swiftly activated his fruit ability to elevate himself, attempting to retreat to a safer position, but Vayne would not grant him this opportunity. A serious punch, the gigantic figure exhibited astonishing speed, delivering a colossal fist, imbued with a dark, ominous aura, directly to Diamante's face. Pooh! Diamante was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Die? Pika's voice pierced the air as he transformed the surrounding ground into waves that surged toward the giant, engulfing it in a thick mass of stone. It was done. Pika's heart soared with triumph. When did you appear to ensnare me in your illusion? Huh. Pika first felt a surge of heat before a cataclysmic force erupted from the stone pile. The radiant purple flames melted everything, consuming the stones surrounding it. In the next moment, the stones were transformed into magma, exploding violently. Magma volcano fist, blobs of molten rock shot forth, instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. Intense heat waves surged outward, spreading in all directions, causing even the clouds above to seem as if they might evaporate. Pika was also flung backward, rendered to a charred mass, with smoke billowing from his mouth and nose. What kind of power is this? How could it be so terrifying? Treble, abandoning his usual jovial demeanor, gaped in disbelief at the purple giant. You bastard! Cheating! This is cheating, relying solely on fruit abilities, you scoundrel! He jumped up in a frenzy, pointing an accusing finger at the purple giant. In mere minutes, The elite forces cultivated by the Don Quixote family over decades were nearly annihilated by Vayne. Vayne looked down at Treble, who resembled a lump of snot. His voice booming like thunder. What cheating? All I see is my relentless effort and the sweat of my labor. My strength is solely due to myself, unrelated to fruit abilities. You think you can undermine my resolve? Not a chance. Damn brat. I will have Doflamingo kill you. Treble roared, pulling out a lethargic-looking din mushy from his pocket. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Yet the purple giant casually tossed a buru-sounding din mushy at his feet. Treble's pupils constricted. This is Doflamingo's din mushy? What has happened to Doflamingo? What could have happened? Surely, you can guess. Vayne chuckled, the lightning crackling around him as he surged into the midst of the pirate throng. Assaulting the remaining pirates with overwhelming force, as the lightning flickered, countless pirates were reduced to charred remains in that instant. The sounds of thunder, the clash of flesh, and the cries of despair melded into a cacophony. In a brief period, the Don Quixote family was nearly obliterated. Coughed a bald elder statesman, Lao Ji, after enduring several heavy blows and lightning strikes, lost his will to resist and collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet a hint of relief crossed his face. How fortunate I am, not to perish from old age or disease, but to fall before a formidable foe. Regrettably, it seems this purple giant has not yet unleashed its full power. At the port, purple flames ignited, as countless pirates were turned to ash. Even those fortunate enough to escape the purple flames were severely affected by the giant's relentless assaults, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Vayne, in the form of the god of thunder, was mercilessly dealing with these inferior pirates, especially in a group battle. It was nothing short of a massacre. Soon, the pirates on the field were nearly exterminated, leaving only Senor and Treble among the officials. Treble, clutching Doflamingo's din mushy, wept bitterly, sobbing, Doflamingo, how could you be defeated? Doflamingo, possessing the qualities of a king, was born to be a ruler. How could he suffer such a devastating defeat upon entering the new world? They were utterly unaware of the terrifying man before them. Meanwhile, Senor stood with his arms crossed, neither fleeing nor seizing the opportunity to ambush. What a real man, Vayne silently praised. However, accolades aside, their positions were irreconcilable, and Vayne would not spare him. Conversely, witnessing the demise of his family members at Vayne's hands, Senor, fiercely loyal to Doflamingo, would not seek to survive either. Only in battle could everything be resolved. The Senor's body began to meld into the ground, his arms adopting a swimming posture as he glided toward the purple giant, the hardened earth flowing like water. Upon reaching the giant's feet, Senor executed a perfect dive, spinning several times in the air before forcefully striking the giant with a clenched fist. Meow, spinning fist. While this attack could easily be evaded by Vayne, he raised his right fist and struck fiercely at Senor. Boom! The collision of their attacks was intense. Yet, it lasted only a few seconds before Senor's figure was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into a deep pit and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Thus, the battle concluded, and the Don Quixote family was nearly annihilated. In the distance, the pirates of the Beast's pirates, watching from afar, were profoundly shaken by the scene, their mouths agape, not daring to blink lest they miss this exhilarating clash. Such overwhelming power. How thrilling! How thrilling! Having witnessed Vayne's incredible strength, even death would be worth the price of admission. Indeed, it seems that Vayne is destined to become the next calamity for our Beast's pirates. What calamity? Surely he is the vice-captain. The flattery whispered into Vayne's ears caused his expression to darken. The disaster's first mate. Please, cease your words. If you continue, I might truly be swayed. Subsequently, under Vayne's command, Daifugo led a few nimble pirates to retrieve the ship of the Don Quixote family, an action intended to prevent any pirates from escaping by chance. Vayne was acutely aware of the importance of eliminating threats completely. Vayne, brother, we found a few children on the deck. Daifugo, along with several pirates, brought the children before Vayne as if they were mere chicks. These children appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, diverse in race and physique. Vayne recognized 3 of them. Durlinge, a merman hybrid, who would later fall victim to a sword strike from a slumbering Cavendish. Buffalot, a rotund figure with an extraordinarily large mouth, who possessed the ability of the spin fruit, enabling him to transform into a helicopter and soar into the skies, and the slender, charming girl in a maid's outfit. Baby 5, who wielded the power of the weapon fruit. Captured by Daifugo, Baby 5 struggled fiercely in the air, kicking and protesting. "Let go of me, you scoundrels. I will kill you all." Baby 5 was no ordinary child. She had undergone rigorous training as an assassin under Don Quixote da Flamingo from a young age. In the next moment, her arm transformed into a cannon, aiming directly at Daifugo Dada. Daifugo barely had time to react, as the dark cannonball loomed larger in his vision. Boom! Vayne had already negated the effects of his fruit ability. Darting forward to slice the cannonball apart, the shockwave striking Daifugo's face and sending him staggering back several meters, though he sustained no fatal injuries. That was close. "Thank you, Vayne, brother," Daifugo exclaimed, still shaken. He then drew his sword. Glaring menacingly at the perilous little girl. "You wicked child of the Don Quixote family. I will deal with you personally." "Hold on," Vayne interjected, raising a hand to stop him in the next instant. "What the hell are you?" "Monster." Baby 5 summoned a large blade, preparing to strike Vayne's head. Clang! Vayne, enveloped in the armor of Haki, grasped the sword, intrigued by her. "Baby 5, if memory serves, your character is one that fulfills any request made of you." With this thought, a smile crept across Vayne's lips as he extended a hand toward Baby 5 to Baby 5. "I need you to be my lifelong maid, and I shall never abandon you. What did you say?" Baby 5, who had been filled with rage just moments before, suddenly flushed, covering her face with an expression of bashfulness. "Do you truly need me?" "Indeed," Vayne replied, nodding earnestly. "I am in dire need of a loyal maid by my side. Come, join me." It seemed that this unreasonable request could only be fulfilled. Baby 5, summoning all her strength, leaped into Vayne's embrace, rubbing against him like a small animal. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed up at Vayne. "You won't abandon me, will you?" "Of course not," Vayne replied softly, stroking her silky black hair and whispering in her ear. "Trust me, Baby 5, I could never exploit a girl's feelings." Baby 5 nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt needed, and an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her. Is his name really Vayne? This scene left the surrounding pirates in awe. Indeed, Vayne was remarkable, effortlessly turning an enemy into an ally with just a few words. However, they were sorely mistaken. According to Baby 5's character, she would unhesitatingly agree to any request made of her. "Hey!" But at that moment, Buffalot, held aloft by the pirates, shouted angrily at Vayne. "What have you done? Baby 5 is a member of the Don Quixote family. How can you treat her like this?" Witnessing his comrade being taken was more than Buffalot could bear. Yet Vayne refrained from mocking or belittling him, merely stating, "The cruel sea is inherently this way. But rest assured, Buffalot, I will take good care of Baby-5 for you lot. You may join the beast pirates. I can offer you this opportunity." "Pa!" Durlinge, the merman hybrid, spat on the ground. "What do you take us for? Betraying our master is a humiliation worse than death. Do not forget, pirates must uphold a sense of honor." Upon hearing such impassioned words, Vayne felt a stirring within him. "Very well, I acknowledge you." He then turned to Daifugo, instructing, "Take these individuals back and send them to work at Rabbit Bowl. In just one night, the Don Quixote family was annihilated, Doflamingo himself captured. For a warlord of the sea, this was indeed astonishing. I can't believe I'm this strong." Vayne clenched his fists, reflecting on whether he had perhaps been overly cautious in the past, or perhaps, having spent too long in the weakest sea, he had come to view himself as weak. As he pondered, Baby 5 clung to his arm, her eyes transformed into hearts, gazing at him with affection. "Lord Vayne, how should I address you from now on? Should I call you my master?" Vayne smirked, deciding that addressing him as Lord Vayne would suffice. "Very well, Lord Vayne, you may command me freely." "You traitor, Baby 5, I will never forgive you," Buffalot yelled at her. "Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Lord Vayne is my most esteemed master." With a fierce expression, Baby 5 swiftly kicked Buffalot, shattering his front tooth. While later, a blue and white naval vessel approached from the distance, blinding lights illuminating the entire port. "Vayne, brother, it's the Navy. It's a large warship. They must be of at least the rank of a major. What should we do?" "Retreat." Vayne's gaze narrowed as he observed several figures on the ship's bow. Before arriving in Dressrosa, he had informed Admiral Sengoku and called for reinforcements, fearing he might struggle in the battle. Yet, he had not anticipated Doflamingo to be so easily subdued. However, Vayne was somewhat surprised to learn that Vice Admiral Tsuru was aware of his affiliation with the Blade, but upon reflection, it made sense. As Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp were all comrades who had faced life and death together, it was only natural for Tsuru to be informed. Vayne, brother, what should we do? Retreat, or confront the Navy? Daifugo asked, his expression fraught with anxiety. He was genuinely concerned that Vayne might engage in a skirmish with the Navy, especially after just having fought a fierce battle, knowing that his strength must have waned. Jack had also sustained significant injuries and had been taken aside for treatment. As for the soldiers of Dressrosa outside, Daifugo had no idea what their intentions were. Clearly, now was not the time to engage in battle with the Navy. Vayne's face remained impassive as he slightly raised a hand, signaling indifferently to it matters not. I will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, he cradled Baby 5 in one arm, launched himself into the air with a push of his legs, and soared toward the incoming warship. The six powers were indeed an impressive martial art. Though each move was simple, its practicality was undeniable. His reason for carrying Baby 5 was straightforward. Her character was far too dangerous, and he worried that if he left her behind, she might be tricked back into their grasp. That a maid he had acquired must not escape. Thud thud. In the eyes of the pirates, Vayne had charged toward the warship with only that girl for their safety. Leaving them profoundly moved. One by one, they knelt and wept. Vayne, brother, you are truly magnificent. Do not go. Woe is me. Vayne stumbled in midair, nearly plummeting into the sea, veins bulging on his forehead. What are you all doing? Weeping over a grave? Whoosh. In no time, Vayne found himself hovering above the battleship, exchanging glances with the three ladies standing at the bow. Commander Crane was present, as was the esteemed Jiwin, and the other was Peacock. All familiar faces from his past encounters in Marineford. Meanwhile, the sailors on deck, upon spotting him, raised their rifles and cannons, aiming intently. That figure. How does he seem so familiar? Oh, that Bruce Vayne, who betrayed the Navy a few months ago. After just a few months, he has sunk to the depths of piracy, and that adorable little girl. Is she a hostage taken by Vayne? Crane was acutely aware of the confidential nature of Vayne's identity and knew it could not be revealed here. Bruce Vayne, what is your current identity? A pirate? She inquired loudly on purpose. Hearing Crane's words, Vayne instantly understood, this merely a performance. A smirk graced Vayne's face as he adopted an arrogant demeanor. Of course, the Navy could not accommodate me. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. The moment those words escaped his lips, a look of fury instantly appeared on Peacock's face below, as she drew a whip from her waist and lashed out. Bruce Vayne, you degenerate scoundrel. Slap. Vayne caught the whip with one hand, momentarily perplexed. Peacock, I don't believe I have wronged you, have I? Whoosh. Vayne flung the whip back. Baby 5, held tightly in Vayne's embrace, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, How dare you attack Lord Vayne? This is utterly unforgivable. Apologize to Lord Vayne at once. At her words, Peacock's anger intensified, glancing at the maid-clad Baby 5. I never imagined you would find yourself a maid, and a minor at that. Vayne's expression darkened. Don't slander me. I am merely assisting a homeless little girl. Peacock continued. Have you forgotten your previous words? That night, did you not proclaim that the celestial dragons are even worse than beasts, and that one day you would bring the Navy to strike the red line? Look at what you have done now. It suddenly dawned on Vayne. Indeed, during the new recruits banquet at Marineford, he had been quite inebriated and had spoken such words, and Peacock, a lieutenant in the Navy at the time, had been present as well. Peacock, retract your earlier statement. Jiwin hurriedly interjected. Those words should not be uttered. However, Jiwin was also somewhat puzzled, for she knew Vayne. Though he was not as extreme as Sakazuki, Vayne's stance on pirates positioned him as a representative of the hawkish faction within the Navy. How could such a righteous Navy officer have descended into piracy? Was it due to his extremist remarks against the celestial dragons? Yet, that matter should have been suppressed by Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr. At that moment, Crane thwarted Peacock's intent to attack, addressing Vayne. Vayne, since you are a pirate of the Beast Pirates, why has your crew appeared in Dressrosa? Moreover, what transpired between you and the Don Quixote family? That clown, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who declared war on my esteemed master Kaido, has already been eliminated by us. Commander Crane, that if you are here to seek him, I regret to inform you that he is likely unavailable. Furthermore, I advise you to depart promptly, as Dressrosa is now the territory of the beast pirates. Vane grinned, his tone unmistakably that of a pirate. What? Bruce Vane. Peacock's beautiful face flushed crimson, her chest heaving dramatically like gelatin. As she incredulously exclaimed, Do you comprehend what you are saying? That is a member of the world government. Jiuan cautioned, Do not act impulsively, Peacock. Remember, he is no longer a member of the Navy, but rather a pirate. Yet Peacock could not remain calm. The former idol she once revered had now fallen to the depths of piracy that I understand. Bruce Vane, Crane said solemnly. She then issued a retreat order. This left Peacock even more bewildered. The enemy was right before them, and Dressrosa was a member nation of the world government, as members of the Navy. Were they truly to stand idly by and allow evil to transpire? Crane's rationale was simple. Now was not the time to engage with the beast pirates. Jiuan consoled. Peacock, I understand your pursuit of absolute justice, but this is the new world, and the geographical position of Dressrosa is exceedingly sensitive. If we act rashly and provoke Kaido, the entire nation could suffer. After all, the Navy cannot maintain a prolonged presence here. Crane looked at Jiuan, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes, finding Jiuan's perspective somewhat unique. However, the true reason for her order to retreat was that she had received directives solely to support Vane. Since Vane had successfully accomplished his task, that was all for the best, regardless of what transpired. Let that old fellow Sengoku worry about it. Yet, there lingered a feeling that this journey had been in vain. Please leave a rating. Thank you all. Look, the Navy is retreating with their warship. Brother Vane has returned. The pirates at the port were elated to see Vane's return. Typically, they were the ones being chased by the Navy, never having witnessed such a scene, although they were unaware of the means Vane employed. The fact that he could compel the Navy to retreat, especially a large warship, was simply astounding. Cyrus's eyes widened in disbelief. Had even the Navy been frightened away? Had this pirate become so formidable? In the ensuing days, Vane first arranged for the pirates to recuperate at their original inn. He then conferred with King Riku regarding the matter of territorial division. The beast pirates would establish a port and factories in Dressrosa, and would also pay an annual protection fee of 1 billion berries to the beast pirates. Most importantly, it would be publicly declared that Dressrosa was now the territory of the beast pirates. After hearing this, King Riku fell into silence. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Why? Are you unwilling? No, no. King Riku waved his hands repeatedly. If what Vane said was true, he would be more than willing. He had witnessed many instances of pirates occupying nations, but Vane's proposed terms truly took him by surprise. In fact, if these costs could ensure Dressrosa's protection under the beast pirates in the New World, it would be exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, that Doflamingo appeared to harbor malicious intentions. It could be said that Vane's arrival was a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, who knew what Doflamingo might have done? Mr. Vane, the Riku royal family accepts your proposal. Henceforth, Dressrosa shall forever be an ally of the beast pirates. The two shook hands firmly, both wearing radiant smiles. A few days later, news reports announced that Dressrosa had reached a cooperative agreement with Wano country to jointly promote the friendly development of both nations. Simultaneously, there was a photograph of Vane and King Riku shaking hands amicably. Furthermore, this newspaper featured an even more explosive headline. The prominent warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who sought to challenge the beast pirates, was slain on the spot by Bruce Vane of the beast pirates. This incident caused quite a stir worldwide. Numerous journalists flocked to Dressrosa, eager to interview this fallen Navy officer known as Bruce Vane. After all, just a few months prior, his bounty had barely exceeded 50 million, and now he had joined the beast pirates and taken down a warlord. It was simply unbelievable at the same time. On a small island near Dressrosa, a group of pirates was engaged in merciless plundering. The leader, a man with pale skin, sparse hair, and legs twisted like spider legs, wielded a large sword and carried a long sword at his waist. His teeth sharp and his tongue long like a serpent's. The man was known as Squard, captain of the great Whirl Spider Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million berries. And he was also a son adopted by Whitebeard. Squard, a pirate, rushed over, holding a newspaper reverently. I just shot down a newspaper seagull. Oh, a newspaper? Are there any intriguing headlines? Squard licked his lips and began to peruse it. However, upon encountering the lead story, his pupils constricted. and an unnamed fury gradually surfaced in his gaze. Almost grinding his teeth, he articulated with deliberate emphasis, "Once again, it's that beast pirate's crew, Bruce Wayne." Squard had been following Whitebeard for many years. Holding an immense respect for the old man a decade ago, the despicable Kaido had seized Wano country and even slain their former comrade, Odin. When Odin perished, the old man had wept in sorrow. Yet, at that time, even with everyone proposing to slay Kaido to avenge Odin, the old man had refrained from leading his forces to annihilate Wano, citing the treacherous terrain that would result in considerable losses. Squard, however, disagreed, believing that the old man was simply overly cautious. In reality, the beast pirates were utterly insignificant before the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido truly deserved to die. Likewise, the beast pirates deserved annihilation. Squard was an exceedingly radical man, even displaying his filial son's blade prowess during the Marineford War due to a few words from Akainu. Clearly, he was agitated once more. How dare they claim territories belonging to member nations of the world government? Spreading infamy across the seas? Wasn't that something only the strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, could accomplish? Squard summoned several hundred pirates under his command and commanded, "Dressrosa is not far from us. Set sail." It was time for the beast pirates to pay a price. Upon hearing this, a nearby pirate voiced his concerns. "Big brother Squard, shouldn't we consult the old man first?" "Humph, what are you afraid of? On these seas, who dares to defy Whitebeard's will? If it were Jin or Queen, that would be one thing, but a mere fallen lieutenant of the Navy, he truly did not take that lightly." A Navy lieutenant? He had killed even a Navy rear admiral. After all, he was Whitebeard's son. He absolutely could not lose face. The pirates below dared not disobey Squard's orders, reluctantly setting sail towards Dressrosa. In the prison of Dressrosa's royal palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo was firmly bound to the ground by chains made of sea stone, unable to move. Wayne lounged in a chair nearby, crossing his legs, while Baby 5, with a beaming smile, massaged his shoulders. "Hee, I never expected to be defeated by such a little brat like you. It truly gives me a headache." Even as a stray dog, Doflamingo still laughed arrogantly. His brazen demeanor suggested that he was indeed the victor. Wayne paused, his expression shifting slightly. Truly, he was a formidable figure possessing conqueror's haki. Setting aside his strength, Doflamingo's tenacity was not something ordinary individuals could rival. "Doflamingo, it seems your ambition shall end here," Wayne said coolly. Doflamingo ignored Wayne's provocation, casting a curious glance at Baby 5 that upon observing her actions, a grin spread across his face as he jovially remarked, "You seem to know this child quite well. Rest assured, I will take good care of her." "That's good," Wayne replied. "Hee, she is a poor, innocent child." At these words, Wayne's expression froze. In that moment, Doflamingo could have easily instructed Baby 5 to ambush him or to never pledge loyalty to him again. Yet he chose not to. Was it because he deemed such actions meaningless, or did he genuinely care about the safety of his so-called family? Just as Wayne was about to speak again, a soldier from the kingdom rushed in hastily. "Lord Wayne, a pirate ship has arrived at the port, flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates." The Whitebeard pirates? Wayne was genuinely surprised. What could they possibly want at this time? Soon, Wayne and his entourage appeared at the port. Kairos, Daifugo, and Jack, wrapped in bandages, were all present. Originally, Jack had been recuperating in bed, as his injuries would take months to heal, but upon hearing that the world's strongest pirate crew had arrived, he leapt from his sickbed, insisting he had to come. Other matters could wait, but he could not miss out on a fight, especially not against the Whitebeard pirates. Whoosh, accompanied by the chilling sound of the sea breeze. Squard led his pirates onto the island, colliding head-on with Wayne's group. "Hey, which one of you is Bruce Wayne?" Squard shouted angrily. Upon seeing the intruders, Wayne couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the #1 filial son of the Whitebeard pirates? It seemed this fellow's wits were indeed lacking, daring to come here. Perhaps this would be a splendid opportunity to incite a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates. With this thought in mind, Wayne nonchalantly replied, "Grandpa is here." Squard was momentarily stunned before erupting in furious indignation, cursing, "Damn it, do you know who I am?" "Heh, who are you?" "We are the Whitebeard pirates." A pirate beside Squard stated proudly. Wayne smirked. Whitebeard had truly spoiled you all, making you believe that having a good father allows you to act with impunity. Thus, Wayne pretended to ponder, who is Whitebeard? "Huh, Squard felt as though he had heard a joke. Kid, are you trying to play dumb with me? Let me tell you. Don't be cocky. When we capture you, we'll chop off your limbs and hang your head from the flagpole. Only then will you understand who Whitebeard is. Oh my, Whitebeard is that terrifying? Wayne feigned immense terror on his face that of course, it was all an act. He even stepped back, extending his hands for support from Kairos and Daifugo. The surrounding pirates, aware of Wayne's mischievous nature, covered their mouths and stifled their laughter. Kairos looked at the frightened Wayne, his expression tightening, feeling somewhat awkward. Yes, a powerful individual. Was it truly appropriate to act so theatrically? Oh dear, I am so frightened. Wayne trembled again. Why do my hands tremble uncontrollably? My heart is filled with such fear. I truly fear that Whitebeard will come to sever my hands and behead me. Yet, slowly, he rose, his expression shifting as he began to laugh arrogantly. His smile impossible to suppress, he fixed his gaze on Squard and coldly declared, "Let me tell you, Whitebeard is nothing but a rotting corpse." Squard exclaimed, "You." When Roger was alive, he had knelt behind Roger, bowing in servitude, even offering his crew to save his own life. After Roger's demise, he remained a failure, unable to become a true king. Had Master Kaido personally killed Odin. But so what? Where was Whitebeard then? Huh? Heh. Go back and tell your old man that if he dares to go to Wano. As he spoke, Wayne drew a pistol from his waist and displayed a bullet to everyone. I shall grant him 1 bullet. You? Squard trembled with rage. If looks could kill, Wayne would have been slain multiple times over. You shall not insult the old man. In this era, he is known as Whitebeard. As soon as the words left his mouth, Squard drew forth a massive 5-meter-long sword, charging menacingly towards Wayne, intent on cleaving him into pieces. Faced with Squard's furious attack, Wayne narrowed his eyes. That it seemed this fellow had a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. However, through Wayne's advanced observation haki, Squard's movements appeared riddled with openings. The sword came crashing down towards Wayne's head with overwhelming force. Yet, in the instant before the strike landed, Wayne merely sidestepped, perfectly evading the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed suddenly. In that moment, Wayne's military knife was drawn, held in reverse grip. He bent his body low, channeling the momentum as he struck down with the black blade. Imbued with armament haki, against Squard's great sword. Ding! To Squard's astonishment, his finely crafted steel sword, without a single nick, shattered. The observation haki enhances one's perception, while the armament haki serves as a formidable weapon for both offense and defense. Prolonged use of armament haki, enveloping the blade, can even temper an ordinary sword into an indestructible black blade. Take, for instance, the renowned swordsman Mihawk's black blade, Yoru, or the formidable Ryuma's black blade, Shusui. In that recent strike, Vayne pushed his haki and all his strength to their utmost limit, achieving the remarkable feat of severing Squard's cutlass with a single stroke. Squard's countenance shifted dramatically, as his battle instincts alerted him to the perilous situation he found himself in. Yet, just as he attempted to retreat, a fist the size of a sandbag barreled into his face, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! An indescribable pain surged through his entire being, causing Squard to grimace in agony as he felt his body lighten, propelling him backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Squard! The members of the Great Edda's spider pirate crew immediately rushed over, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld Squard, bloodied and battered. This guy is so strong. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. It appears that the Whitebeard pirates are nothing but a band of weaklings, with an old fool leading a pack of insignificant wretches. Which is quite reasonable. Vayne, eager to escalate the situation, taunted further to the eyes of the other members of the Beast's pirates. This was merely a typical display that a pirate who does not act with audacity. Then what are they, if not pirates? How dare you speak of my father? Squard gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain as he shoved aside the ship's doctor and rose to his feet once more, drawing the sword at his waist. Roar! You're not turning tail and fleeing. Instead, you approach me. Vayne planted his General S sword firmly into the ground, slowly extending his right hand, a blinding white light beginning to coalesce in his palm. Crackle! Countless silver bolts of lightning intertwined and coiled, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to test this technique. The deity known as Kenyu Raijin bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate lightning at will. Although he could not elementalize his body, The special constitution granted by the fruit's power allowed him to withstand the onslaught of this terrifying natural force. Lightning? Squard paused. No, it seems there is hockey intertwined within the lightning. In the next moment, the lightning in Vane's hand abruptly contracted, forming a dazzling sphere of thunder. In a flash, he appeared before Squard. Thousand birds. Swish. The speed was blinding. Squard could not evade in time, as the lightning sphere pierced through his body. The rampant electrical energy spreading wildly within him, wreaking havoc on every cell. A suffocating sensation akin to a constricting serpent surged through his heart. Within mere seconds, Squard lay on his back, a fist-sized charred hole in his chest. Blood gushing from the wound, painting a gruesome picture. Squard, my lord, several pirates cried out with quavering voices, rushing towards Squard. Just then, Vane abruptly lifted his leg, unleashing a wave of slashing energy that struck several of them instantaneously, extinguishing their lives. Witnessing this, the remaining members of the Great Edda's spider pirate crew recoiled in terror, gazing at Vane, who stood beside Squard's lifeless body, none daring to advance, fearful that this merciless individual would strike again. After a cold, indifferent sweep of his gaze over the crowd, Vane remarked, "Return and inform Whitebeard to keep his head down in the New World. If he dares to defy, let him come to Wano and face me. Our beast pirates shall make him realize the harshness of reality." Silence, an oppressive silence. Yet, once they regained their composure, the remaining pirates turned on their heels and fled, some even jumping into the sea. Swimming towards a nearby pirate ship, terrified that Vane might change his mind, their hearts were entirely consumed by fear. To have so effortlessly slain Lord Squard. This individual is a monster, an absolutely untouchable monster. The beast's pirates are terrifying. Even a nameless underling possesses such formidable strength. It's unimaginable how powerful the two calamities of the beast's pirates and Kaido himself must be. Perhaps this individual is right. The Whitebeard pirates are truly no longer the strongest pirate crew on these seas. A slight smile crept upon Vane's lips as he turned to gaze at the charred corpse. Squard, you have indeed surprised me. However, you brought this upon yourself. I can bear no blame. This time, I have truly crossed Whitebeard. The thought of Kaido and Whitebeard clashing filled Vane with a sense of anticipation. This moment, Kaido is undoubtedly at his peak. And Whitebeard is no slouch either, still in the prime of his life, untouched by illness. The clash between the strongest creature and the strongest man is exhilarating to contemplate. Just then, a flash of light in the sky interrupted Vane's musings. Vane looked up to see a massive airship descending slowly, atop which stood a birdman, one hand holding a camera while the other waved at Vane. The pirates and soldiers below immediately aimed their guns at the airship. At a mere command from Vane, that airship would be reduced to a sieve, along with the well-dressed birdman aboard. "Hey, don't shoot. It's me. Big news," the birdman shouted in a panic. "Morgans?" Vane recognized him. In the next moment, Vane appeared directly on the airship, behind Morgans. Unfazed, Morgans bowed respectfully to Vane, a broad smile on his face. "Ah, Mr. Vane, I witnessed everything that transpired earlier. Congratulations to the beast's pirates. Let us not dwell on that for now. That last headline about me, Fallen Navy, was pinned by you, wasn't he it?" Vane inquired, his tone less than amiable. That on the Great Edda's spider ship, a trembling man picked up a den mushy, dialing in a state of near panic. "Father, something terrible has happened." "What is it, my dear son? Do not panic. Have you forgotten what I told you? No matter what happens, face it calmly. That is the way of a pirate." The steady, robust voice of Whitebeard resonated from the other end of the line. "It's father. Lord Squard has been killed by the beast's pirates." "Oh, is that all? Squard has been killed, you say?" On the mobilier, the typically composed Whitebeard let out an unexpected roar, his bellowing voice causing huge waves to rise across the surrounding waters. "What's wrong, father?" On the deck, the pirates, who had been drinking and reveling, quickly set down their jugs and rushed to Whitebeard's side. A man with a pineapple hairstyle, short in stature and displaying a relaxed demeanor, stepped forward, inquiring, "Father, what has happened?" The man was named Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates and the second in command of the ship, known as the Phoenix. He understood that if there was not a significant issue at hand, Whitebeard would not react so strongly. Whitebeard's expression grew grave as he cast a deep glance at his sons on the ship, then said, "Squard has been killed by a youngling from the beast pirates." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. "Squard is dead?" and killed by a member of the Beast's pirates, setting aside Squard's prowess, which ranked among the top within the Whitebeard pirates. The mere title of the Whitebeard pirates ensures that no one would dare to kill their comrades lightly. For all on these seas know the dreadful consequences of harming Whitebeard's family. Moreover, that youngling's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, as if he held us in utter contempt. At Whitebeard's gaze became profound, lost in thought. At that moment, a beautiful woman dressed as a geisha let out a guttural male voice. Damn it, that scoundrel Kaido, her fists clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. The man's name was Aizu. His geisha attire was merely his fashion choice. He had once sailed with Kazuki Oden on Whitebeard's ship and had remained ever since. The humiliation of Wano was an enduring pain in his life. He loathed Kaido and the Beast's pirates. Now, Kaido's subordinates had killed his friend Squard. This harsh reality was too much for him to bear. Father, I'm going to kill Kaido. With a voice choked with emotion, he uttered. Indeed, this is nothing short of a blatant provocation. The gentlemanly swordsman, Captain Vista of the 5th Division, declared, if we do not resolve this matter properly, the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates will become a subject of ridicule, bearing the title of the mightiest pirate crew. The Whitebeard pirates cannot afford to lose. This sentiment resonated throughout the ship. Yes, issue the command, old man. Let these arrogant fools know who the true sovereign of these seas is. Captain Jozu of the 3rd Division, who had consumed the diamond fruit, spoke to Whitebeard. The other pirates also stirred, seeking orders from Whitebeard. It seemed they genuinely regarded Squard as family. Meanwhile, at the back of the ship's cabin, a burly, unkempt man, whose dark skin bore the marks of rough living, was indulging in a cherry pie, as if everything happening around him was of no concern to him. Whitebeard, seated in his grand chair, shifted his gaze slightly to an assault on Wano. Perhaps, upon receiving the news of Squard's demise, he almost longed to mobilize his forces immediately to slay Kaido and that brat named Bruce Wayne. However, as he regained his composure, he began to ponder deeply. Although the Whitebeard pirates were formidable, they were not invincible. Moreover, over the years, the other two Emperor's crews, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, had developed considerable strength. What troubled him most was the ambiguous relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Should war erupt, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. No, Whitebeard said firmly, we cannot engage in this battle. But, old man, Aizu interjected. Old man, Marco interjected, I understand your concerns about not wanting to ignite a large-scale war. However, we cannot simply let Squard's matter slide. With that, he turned and approached the railing, gazing towards the distant sea. Bruce Wayne, is it? I shall take his head. Whitebeard looked at him with pride. My son, have you made up your mind? Yes, old man. Dressrosa isn't far from here, and I can use my devil fruit abilities to get there at the fastest speed. That I will eliminate these scoundrels before they return to Wano. Marco said through gritted teeth. Although it seemed somewhat dishonorable for a senior pirate to deal with such fledgling foes, Marco could not afford to care much about that when it came to protecting his father's honor. If that is the case, then go forth, my good son. Whitebeard took a hearty swig of his drink and said calmly, pirates have their own code. If one steals what a pirate holds dear, they must pay the blood price, and Whitebeard's treasure is the family standing before him. Subsequently, after Marco gathered some intelligence from the great whirlpool spider pirates, he stood at the railing, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of Dressrosa. At that moment, Aizu approached with concern, saying, Marco, that Bruce Wayne is not as simple as he appears. You must be cautious, though. There's no need to worry, Marco replied with a confident smile, waving his hand. Though that guy's abilities are somewhat tricky, I will prevail. No sooner had he spoken than his hands transformed into wings wreathed in blue flames, propelling him towards the horizon. In Dressrosa, aboard the airship. Wayne asked with an unfriendly tone. That headline was penned by you, wasn't he it? Morgans hesitated. Well, it seems probably yes. Seeing Wayne's grim expression, Morgans felt a sudden pinch of anxiety as he noticed Wayne reaching for the gun at his waist. Morgans quickly exclaimed, Wait, Wayne, that headline was actually a misunderstanding. It was Admiral Sengoku who instructed our newspaper to amplify your crimes. Besides, you're a pirate now. Such negative news should be beneficial for you. Right. Upon hearing this, Wayne smirked slightly. You might have a point there. Yet, Wayne still harbored no fondness for this big news. So, what brings you to Dressrosa? Haha, Morgans replied. Quite familiar. Giving Wayne a pat on the shoulder, I'm here to conduct an exclusive interview with our pirate superstar. Bruce Wayne, exclusive interview? Indeed, once beloved by the public as a just Navy officer, now you've joined the Beast Pirates, becoming a great pirate conquering nations, and even killed members of the Whitebeard crew. Openly insulting him that if this were to hit the headlines, it would surely be fascinating, Morgans exclaimed, animatedly gesturing that as a journalist. The most he yearned for was to witness the surprise etched on people's faces when they read the news. Moreover, I have an old friendship with your boss Kaido. So, Wayne, we can collaborate. Wayne pondered for a moment, finding some merit in his words. The more fuel to the fire, the greater the chance for conflict. Fine, considering your dedication in coming all the way to Dressrosa, I'll reluctantly agree. Thus, Morgans commenced his interview. That Mr. Wayne, may I ask why you left the Navy to join the pirates? Was there some inherent evil within you? Or is there a deeper secret? Well, being a Navy officer isn't so bad, but to be a free pirate, for me, opens up a world of possibilities. Wayne interjected, by the way, if anyone wishes to become a pirate or has experience in other pirate crews and wants to switch, you can join the Beast Pirates that we provide food and shelter with excellent benefits. All right, may I ask if this provocation towards Whitebeard is Kaido's intention or your own? The Whitebeard Pirates are but a group of weaklings. They do not deserve the title of the strongest pirate crew. That title rightfully belongs to us, the Beast Pirates. And as for the title of the strongest man, it should be attributed to my esteemed mentor Kaido. Upon hearing Wayne's unabashed declarations, Morgans was somewhat taken aback. Is it truly wise to be this arrogant? He pressed on. So, Mr. Wayne, I've heard you were once a disciple of Admiral Zephyr at Navy headquarters. Is this true? Irrelevant, Wayne dismissed with a wave of his hand. In my heart, there is only my mentor Kaido. After a few more pointed questions, a satisfied smile graced Morgan's face. It seemed this trip was not in vain. Wayne's words were aggressively charged, coupled with the impending clash between two Emperor-level pirate crews. This headline would be quite the spectacle. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Lastly, I would like to ask a more personal question. Do you have a lover? Does this question need to be in the headlines? Not necessarily. It's for the entertainment section. The entertainment section is essentially a hub for gossip news, focusing on the romantic escapades of various celebrities. For instance, just a few days ago, the paper sensationalized Whitebeard's past romantic exploits and the suspected appearance of Gold Lion on Pleasure Street. Additionally, the incident of Whitebeard planting his flag on Fishman Island also made it to the entertainment paper. Headlined, Whitebeard occupies Fishman Island. A special preference for mermaids? Reflecting on these, Wayne's lips twitched, and he replied nonchalantly, What lover? Women only slow me down in drawing my sword. Though the pirate world was replete with beautiful women, Wayne had never deceived a girl, and thus had no romantic history to speak of. Women and treasures were trivial. He aimed to stake everything to conquer the seas and skies, even in death. He would hold his head high, mocking the world. Now that is the romance of a true man. Wayne laughed heartily, a rebellious glint in his eyes. His words reached the ears of the pirates below, igniting a fervor among them, their gazes aflame with excitement. Wayne leaned over, grinning at the pirates below. So, my comrades, are you ready? The era of the Beast Pirates has begun. Roar, roar, the cheers erupted suddenly, their volume so great it stirred a small wave crashing against the rocky shore. Wayne bro, we honor you. We will follow you to the end. I want to be first. Let's wipe out all the pirates in the world, and then we shall be the most wicked pirates of all. The pirates, one after another, appeared as if under the influence of a stimulant, their laughter, profanities, and praises echoing incessantly, as if they would never cease. Even the soldiers of the Dressrosa kingdom were on the verge of succumbing to Vane's fervor, almost joining the jubilant throng. Witnessing this spectacle, Morgans was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this vain fellow harbored such ambition. Seizing the moment, he retrieved the camera hanging around his neck and pressed the shutter. A day later, Vane, who permitted you to act as an undercover agent like this? Zephyr's roar reverberated through the transponder snail, startling Vane. Lower your voice, Teacher Zephyr. If others overhear this, I could find myself in quite a predicament. You wouldn't want my undercover status exposed, would you? At that moment, Vane reclined in a lavish bedroom within the royal palace, a straw in his mouth as he indulged in a generous glass of juice. Regarding the recent news, you best provide me with a thorough explanation. It's all the fault of the timing. No, it's Morgan's fault. Vane picked up a newspaper from the bed, and his gaze was immediately drawn to an explosive headline. The man who publicly humiliated Whitebeard, Bruce Vane? This headline indeed lent itself to misinterpretation. The article that followed was even more sensational, that it recounted how Vane had single-handedly challenged the entire Don Quixote family, exaggerating how the Licorice Royal family had humbly sought protection from the beast pirates in Dressrosa, ultimately depicting Vane as begrudgingly planting his flag upon Dressrosa's soil. Yet, the content of the news grew increasingly absurd. Bruce Vane purportedly killed the captain of the Don Quixote pirates, squared, with a mere glance, and declared war on Whitebeard, asserting his ambition to become the Pirate King. He openly berated the Navy as fools and claimed that Admiral Zephyr's teaching was inferior to Kaido's. According to Bruce Vane, he planned to lead his subordinates away from the beast pirates to establish a new Yonko crew. He brazenly vowed to seize Amazon Lily, intending to make Boa Hancock his woman. The opposite page of the newspaper featured a photograph of Vane standing atop an airship, his dark hair billowing, his gaze exuding arrogance and defiance. Below, the pirates gazed at him with fervent eyes, waving in response. Upon seeing this, Vane could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. Teacher Zephyr, I am equally at a loss. The next time I encounter Morgans, I shall ensure to strip him of every feather he possesses. Enough, enough, Zephyr replied that I am well aware that you intend to incite conflict between the beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. However, you are being overly impulsive. Such actions will undoubtedly arouse Kaido's suspicions. Kaido is no fool. It is only natural for him to be wary, especially since you have only recently joined the beast pirates and are already causing such a ruckus. There's no helping it, Teacher Zephyr. I am simply eager to make progress, Vane smiled. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, but you ought not to be so hasty. His original intention was for Vane to discreetly gather intelligence within the beast pirates and observe Kaido's movements. With the power of Kaminari-sama, keeping his life safe should have been assured. However, Vane's current behavior was perilously reckless. Vane felt a surge of emotion. He knew that Teacher Zephyr genuinely cared for him. Yet, what Zephyr failed to realize was that the nature of pirate affairs was meant to be audacious and free, that if Kaido were to find out, he would merely commend Vane for his boldness. Recognizing him as a natural-born pirate, I have no money, of course I must write. Why don't you consider getting a job? You have hands and feet, Vane countered. Working is simply out of the question. I could never bring myself to work for a living that I have no aptitude for business. Writing is the only means by which I can sustain myself, he replied. Teacher Zephyr, I was wrong, Vane said sincerely, readily admitting his fault. This had become a traditional skill of his. During their efforts to combat pirates in the East Blue, he and Smoker had frequently disregarded orders, often eliminating pirates before the Navy had even devised a plan. In the weakest of seas, the East Blue, it was only natural that those with powers of the natural and mythical Zoan types could act with impunity. You rascal, Zephyr sighed helplessly. Do not worry. Teacher Zephyr. I am well aware of my capabilities. You know me. If I weren't confident, I would never dare to take such risks. Vane held deep respect for Teacher Zephyr. He recalled the events from over a decade ago when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, marking his first encounter with the battle of the top-tier powers. The terrifying scene, far surpassing natural disasters, swept across Marineford. Half the island's structures were obliterated, including the apartment left to him by the old Navy. In response, Vane could only utter, Golden Lion. I curse your horse. It was during that time, rendered homeless, that he first met Teacher Zephyr. Do not lose heart. Justice shall not perish so easily. What is your name? Bruce Vane, is it? Haha, it sounds like a strong name. Vane, from now on, train under my guidance. When you grow into a formidable force, you must shoulder the weight of justice behind you to in his most challenging moments. It was Teacher Zephyr who took him in once more. For Vane, Zephyr was akin to a foster father. It was also because of Zephyr that Vane believed in the existence of Navy justice. Despite the various shortcomings the Navy possessed today, there would always be those who bore the mantle of justice, even if it were but one person, one thought, who would persist along that path. Vane never considered himself a purely good or evil person. He could not maintain the unwavering conviction of justice that Zephyr possessed. Thus, he adhered to a principle of doing his utmost for justice. Zephyr's voice broke through his thoughts. That's more like it is because of your sharp intellect that I was able to trust you to join the Blade. Understanding Vane's character, Zephyr chose not to delve further into the topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation, by the way. All that you have done has reached the ears of the Navy's higher-ups. I am afraid they will have to increase your bounty. You are quite popular now, so be prepared. Prepared? Prepared for what? Vane asked, puzzled that of course, prepared to become a great pirate at the same time. As this newspaper was distributed, a bounty notice was being dispatched across the globe, carried by seagulls in the first half of the Grand Line. Within the treacherous waters of the terrifying triangle, a corpulent man leaned against a wall aboard a massive three-masted sailing ship, with one hand sipping cola and the other clutching a newspaper. His face was a mask of fury. Damn Kaido, has he become so brazen as to challenge Whitebeard? How infuriating! Do not die so easily, Kaido. Once I assemble my army, I shall personally see to your demise. As he spoke, he ordered his zombie subordinates to prepare fried chicken meals, reassuring himself that one could not train on an empty stomach, entirely disregarding his steadily increasing weight on Fishman Island, within the Dragon Palace. Jinbei addressed King Neptune. This is the guy who killed Arlong, and now he has killed Father's crew member. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. Your Majesty, Fishman Island has been protected by Whitebeard, thus evading turmoil that if Father truly engages in battle with Kaido, we must offer our assistance that in the New World, on Music Island. Elegia, a charming little girl with half-red, half-white hair, donned headphones as she sang sweetly into the open valley. Her voice crisp and melodious, yet tinged with a faint undercurrent of anger. That moment, a newspaper fell into her hands. After reading its contents, a coldness, uncharacteristic of her age, flickered in her eyes. Bruce Vane? Yet another detestable pirate. One day, I shall make you evil pirates pay dearly for your transgressions. In a certain sea region of the New World, a man with red hair and a severed arm gazed mournfully at the tumultuous waves. Behind him, a cigar-smoking man remarked, Shanks, it seems the beast pirates have a formidable individual in their ranks. Fallen Navy Bruce Vane, with a bounty of 560 million berries to in the New World at Whole Cake Island. Mama, it appears Kaido has recruited an interesting little brat. The corpulent and imposing Charlotte Lingling devoured desserts with great enthusiasm, saliva dripping down in abundance, while she gazed with interest at a photograph of Vane featured in the newspaper. Below her, the indifferent Kakuri, wrapped in a large scarf, held a bounty poster in his hand and remarked coolly, Mother, this fellow's bounty is already sufficient to qualify him as a cadre of the beast pirates. The young man, Charlotte Cracker, who had long concealed himself within cookies out of fear of pain, ominously suggested, Mother, this individual may become a formidable adversary in the future. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to eliminate him in Dressrosa. Meanwhile, the loquacious Perispero chuckled, observing him with a grin. How foolish, Oedidu. Rather than becoming enemies, why not forge an alliance and collaborate? He turned his gaze towards Charlotte Lingling, excitement glimmering in his eyes, and said, Mother, the conflict between Kaido and Whitebeard could present a splendid opportunity for us. Oh, what did you say? Charlotte Lingling tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Perispero felt a surge of trepidation, but pressed on. Mother, Whitebeard is now aged, and his subordinates lack the strength to shoulder the burden. If we could join forces with Kaido to decisively defeat Whitebeard, no one in the New World would be able to stand in our way. An alliance with that foolish younger brother Kaido? Charlotte Lingling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To be frank, had this been decades ago, she would have dismissed the idea of collaborating with Kaido, that reckless youth. However, after traversing the New World for so many years and encountering numerous monsters, she increasingly realized that achieving world domination and becoming the pirate king solely with her own strength was rather challenging. Yet, if she were to ally with Kaido, a creature of equal might, the scenario would be entirely different. However, after all these years, their positions had escalated to alarming heights, and conflicts occasionally erupted among their respective pirate crews. Thus, neither was inclined to propose collaboration first, but if the opponent were Whitebeard. With this thought, Charlotte Lingling burst into a toothy grin. Mother, how astute you are, my most clever son. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Perispero, go persuade Kaido to become my vice-captain. Hummy. Perispero was utterly taken aback by his mother's outrageous line of reasoning. You want me to convince Kaido to make the strongest creature submit to Big Mom? What a joke. He would kill me. Yet soon after, Charlotte Lingling erupted into laughter. Perispero, you remain so timid. Look at how frightened you are. I was merely teasing you." Hearing his mother say this, Perispero exhaled in relief, though internally he grumbled. Such jokes were no laughing matter. They could genuinely frighten someone to death. "Well then, Katakuri, you shall take a trip to Wano country and bring your siblings along for some training. And you, Smoothie, should also go and meet this dashing young lad. If you manage to win his affections and bring him back to Whole Cake Island for marriage, then he will be one of us." "Mother, political marriages are the most commonplace affairs in Whole Cake Island," the others expressed without a hint of surprise. "Understood, Mother," Charlotte Kakuri replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. "Yes, Mother," a tall, beautiful woman with brown skin stepped forward. She had long, wavy white hair, an alluring demeanor, and was clad in a form-fitting pink jumpsuit that accentuated her long, slender legs. She bowed respectfully to Charlotte Lingling, her face betraying no emotion, as if the matter of marriage was merely a routine task for her. "How much?" 560 million, Vane exclaimed in astonishment. After years of righteous pursuits, the combined bounties of the pirates he had captured barely amounted to 500 million, Zephyr-sensei. "May I claim the bounty for myself?" "Of course. As long as you can bring your own head. In that case, perhaps not. By the way, Vane," Zephyr continued, "there have been recent reports of the Gold Lion's whereabouts in the New World, although the accuracy of this information has yet to be confirmed. You should keep a close eye on things in the coming days." "The Gold Lion?" An image of the flamboyant figure with wild golden hair flashed in Vane's mind. That man's eyes seemed to harbor the ferocity of a lion. Although the Gold Lion was undoubtedly a scoundrel, it could not be denied that he was a born ruler. Even now, Vane vividly recalled his defiant posture and formidable strength, but hadn't he been hiding away? Vane pondered. Others may not know, but Vane was aware that during this period, the Gold Lion was utilizing his powers to levitate islands, hiding and researching those mutated beasts with the intent of obliterating the East Blue. "All right, Vane, I merely wanted to remind you. Just keep an eye on Kaido's movements," Zephyr advised. "Understood, Zephyr-sensei." After discussing some recent intelligence, the conversation concluded. Subsequently, Vane exited his bedroom, intending to head to the underground prison of the royal palace. As soon as he stepped out, Baby 5 leaped into his arms, her soft skin pressed against him. "Good morning, Vane Dono." This time, Baby 5 had swapped her maid outfit for a vibrant young girl's ensemble. The midriff-bearing white crop top paired with extremely short shorts showcased her long, fair legs, which seemed disproportionate. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing her attire, Vane suddenly entertained a peculiar thought. What if Yamato donned such an outfit? No, she might burst out of it. Shaking off the thought, Vane looked at the adorable maid in his arms, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him. Why did he feel like a villain luring an unsuspecting girl? No, Baby 5 was merely a girl with a tragic past, and he was simply a benevolent citizen assisting a vulnerable girl in need. Yes, that was it. With this thought in mind, Vane felt justified as he playfully pinched Baby 5's soft cheek and led her toward the prison. In the dimly lit cell, Vane reclined, crossing his legs as he sat before Don Quixote Doflamingo. Though Doflamingo had been rendered homeless by his foolish father in his youth, he later managed to negotiate with the world government, leveraging his celestial dragon status to threaten them. This indicated that he likely possessed secrets that Vane was unaware of, possibly related to the celestial dragon's treasures, ancient weapons, or even the immortality surgery. Vane was genuinely eager to know. "By the way, where did we leave off during our last discussion?" Vane asked nonchalantly, crossing his arms. "Heh, is that your attitude toward conversation?" Doflamingo shot a glance at the chains binding him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You ought to understand your situation, Doflamingo. Do not forget, your life is currently in my hands." Vane's tone was somewhat frosty. He understood that with a figure like Doflamingo, friendly conversation would only devolve into meaningless chatter. Practicality was far better. With just a word from me, you could vanish from this world without a trace, and it would come at no cost. At a former warlord devoid of power, I doubt anyone would care. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Doflamingo's expression faltered. While he was indeed unafraid of death, he certainly did not wish to die. More than anyone else, he wished to live. "Heh, you haven't killed me, but are standing here negotiating. Which means you must want something," Doflamingo replied calmly, as if he were seated at an equal negotiating table with Vane rather than in a prison cell. Truly, a man worthy of the title of king. Indeed, quite audacious. "All right, Doflamingo, If you divulge all the secrets you know about the celestial dragons, I will spare your life and send you to the quarry in Wano country. And your little brats from the family will be sent there too. So you won't be lonely. Humph, are you mocking me? Doflamingo's face twitched slightly. Is there really a difference between imprisonment and death? Juan let out a cold smile. I have shown considerable mercy, Doflamingo. You must ponder this well. At least in the quarry, there remains a glimmer of hope for escape, but death offers nothing at all. Upon hearing Wine's words, although Doflamingo maintained a stoic facade, a tempest brewed within him for a man of his ilk. Merely clinging to life was preferable to the finality of death. After a prolonged silence, Doflamingo broke the stillness, posing a final question. Why should I place my trust in your words, given his formidable nature? It was not surprising for him to resort to underhanded tactics during a confrontation. You have no choice, and I believe you no longer pose a threat to me. That I remain confident of that. With a sneer, Doflamingo bared his teeth. Such arrogance. If I recall, you were once part of the Navy, weren't you? In truth, you have transformed into a quintessential pirate. Enough with the banter, Wine retorted sharply. Speak plainly. Do not entertain notions of deception, or I shall demonstrate the extent of my strength and cunning. Wine's words were incisive, subtly tilting the balance of negotiation in his favor. Very well. Let us begin at the beginning. 8 centuries ago, 20 kings united and led their royal families to the sacred land of Marijoa on the Red Line. Yet, in truth, only the royal families of 19 nations arrived, as the Nefertari family of Alabasta chose to remain on their homeland. Wine listened attentively. This was not particularly classified information. Doflamingo continued. The members of these families later became celestial dragons, and among them, distinctions in status emerged. They can be categorized into ordinary celestial dragons, the ruling elders, and even a divine knightly order composed of powerful celestial dragons. They possess the authority to regulate the actions of other celestial dragons and manage various worldly affairs, even having the power to judge and execute celestial dragons. Wine found himself intrigued by this divine knightly order and inquired, "Share with me all that you know about this divine knightly order." Doflamingo's expression stiffened. "I only know of its existence, as I was but 8 years old when I departed from the Holy Land." I see. This seemed plausible, for in Wine's memory, the Divine Knightly Order was indeed an exceedingly enigmatic organization. Doflamingo's ignorance was entirely understandable. "Continue," Wine urged. "That is all. If you wish to learn how the celestial dragons amuse themselves, I can certainly enlighten you." Doflamingo replied earnestly. That all? Do you think I will believe you?" Wine raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning progressively frigid as he spoke. "Doflamingo, is living not preferable? Thank you all for your gifts and commendations. I can see them in the background, and I am genuinely touched. Doflamingo, what have I done to provoke such rebellion from you?" As he spoke, Wine rose, making a motion to retrieve the pistol at his waist. "Hey, you must understand that I was merely 8 years old when I left the Holy Land." Doflamingo panicked. Having resolved to survive, he could no longer maintain his composure. That he genuinely feared Wine might kill him at the slightest provocation. Wine arched an eyebrow. 8? What a jest! In this world teeming with monsters, age is no excuse for weakness. Do not harbor illusions. Doflamingo, he stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to lock eyes with him. "Allow me to remind you, the national treasure of the celestial dragons, along with the immortality surgery." "What? How could you?" Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his expression one of disbelief. How could he possibly know? Had Kaido revealed it to him, or had someone within the Navy leaked the information? Yet, such secrets were fiercely guarded by the celestial dragons. Even many who resided long-term in the Holy Land remained oblivious. This should not be. Doflamingo, I have made it clear. Recognize your current predicament. My patience is finite, and you would do well to choose your words carefully. Wine's statement left no room for further discussion. Doflamingo understood that should his next utterance fail to align with Wine's expectations, his life would come to an abrupt end. He burst into laughter, though internally, he felt deeply troubled. It seemed that withholding the truth would lead to dire consequences. "Very well, I shall reveal it to you." "Bruce Wine," Doflamingo gritted his teeth as he declared, "the immortality surgery is the power of a devil fruit." Finally, the truth had been unveiled. Wine returned to his seat and continued to listen intently. "The immortality surgery grants eternal life, which is why I devoted great effort in my earlier years to seek it, hoping to have my beloved family undergo the procedure for me. Alas, The devil fruit that was nearly within my grasp was snatched away by those two traitors. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he recalled the past. For him, making mistakes was not fearsome. Betrayal was unforgivable. Corazon and law? Doflamingo was taken aback. You even know of this. Stop posing questions. Simply answer me with assurance. Very well. As far as I know, possessing the fruit of surgery grants one the ability to perform the immortality surgery, bestowing eternal life upon others. However, the drawback is that the fruit's user will perish immediately. Interrogations, once initiated, tend to proceed smoothly thereafter. Without waiting for a prompt from Wine, Doflamingo continued, the elders of the Holy Land have lost count of the years they have lived. Thus, I suspect they may have undergone the surgery, allowing them to maintain control over this world for centuries. Centuries? Indeed. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but later, through some forbidden images and texts, I found traces of their existence over the past few centuries. Doflamingo spoke with solemnity. So, your quest for the surgery fruit was driven by a desire for immortality. Wine began to probe. Not entirely. Doflamingo ceased to conceal the truth, evidently having surrendered. His expression grew grave as he stated, the immortality surgery is intimately linked to the national treasure of the celestial dragons. That treasure is, in fact, a legendary ancient weapon. An ancient weapon, Doflamingo remarked. You must have heard of ancient weapons before? I have, Wine acknowledged. It is said that only those who have undergone the immortality surgery can wield it. As for the specifics of this weapon, I am not privy to that knowledge, but it undoubtedly possesses destructive power. Wine nodded. Doflamingo's account aligned closely with his own understanding of the matter. Is there more? Truly, that is all. After a moment of contemplation, Wine inquired, above the elders, is there any higher authority? Above the elders? How could that be? For all these years, it has been the elders who have ruled the Holy Land. Wine scrutinized Doflamingo, convinced he was not lying. Furthermore, for an ordinary celestial dragon noble to possess such extensive knowledge was already quite extraordinary. Should he know more, it would likely have eliminated him at any cost. Very well, Doflamingo. You have successfully secured your position at the quarry. After a lengthy silence, the blazing sun bore down upon them. In Dressrosa, at the dwelling of the Tontatta tribe, it appeared to be an untouched wilderness, devoid of any signs of human habitation. This arrangement stemmed from 8 centuries ago, when the Don Quixote family relocated to the Holy Land, leading King Riku to decree a peaceful coexistence with the Tontatta, ensuring mutual non-interference. While some Tontatta would occasionally venture into towns, only to be inadvertently discovered by humans, these incidents were subsequently romanticized into urban legends. Wine, Jack, Baby, 5, and Cyrus ventured into this forest an hour later. Jack, his body wrapped in bandages, swung a sickle to clear the encroaching vines and queried, Brother Wine, it seems there are only trees and vines here. It hardly resembles a place where a doctor might reside. I would not deceive you, Jack. The voice of Wayne resounded. After concluding the interrogation of Doflamingo, Wayne brought a few companions to this place under the pretext of seeking a renowned healer in Greenbit for Jack's ailment. After all, Jack had suffered grievously during the previous battle, first receiving a thrashing from Wayne, followed by an onslaught from the members of the Don Quixote family. Upon hearing Wayne's intention, Jack was deeply moved, feeling that his elder brother was exceedingly kind-hearted. Thus, the 4 of them arrived here. However, after searching for over an hour, they discovered that apart from the vast, unending forest, there seemed to be nothing else. Even Jack, having swung his scythe for so long, felt as though his wounds might burst open again. Mr. Wayne, you wouldn't be looking for the little people, would you? Cyrus inquired, perplexed, although he had never seen them. He had heard whispers about the little people. Shoo. Wayne made a gesture for silence, his gaze suddenly fixating on a thicket that I found him. Wayne took 2 steps forward and called out in a raised voice. Hey, don't hide. Come out. The eyes of the group were drawn to the movement. Sure enough, the vibrant green bushes began to tremble. Subsequently, a fuzzy little figure sprang forth from within. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Albeit standing merely a few inches tall, its head was disproportionately large, its nose reminiscent of an elf's, sharp and elongated, adorned with a green wizard hat, and a silver needle fastened to its waist. A tail, resembling that of a squirrel, protruded from its rear, creating a delightful contrast to its diminutive stature. Doe, what is this? An elf? How adorable. I just want to pet that fluffy tail. Baby, 5 exclaimed, her eyes transforming into heart shapes at the sight of the little person. Is it from the Tontatta tribe? Cyrus also whispered in awe. Indeed, I am a member of the little people. The diminutive figure looked at Wayne and the others with a hint of surprise. What brings you here? Fear not. We are pirates. Wayne replied nonchalantly. Oh, so you are pirates? The little person exclaimed, its voice childlike and innocent. The infamous evil pirates. What do you want here? Huh? Jack chuckled lowly, gazing at the little person with a mocking smile. This little one is quite amusing. Humph, do not underestimate me. The little person's face flushed with indignation as it pointed the silver needle at the group, declaring, you stand before me as the captain of the Tontatta tribe's young guerrilla fighters. The Ranger Leo, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Please leave a good review. I ask for your continued support. The Tontatta tribe is regarded as one of the most benevolent races in the pirate world, in their worldview. Even the term lie does not exist. Wayne stepped protectively in front of his companions and said, Leo, although we are pirates, we bear no ill will to my dear brother is gravely injured, and we wish to request the assistance of Princess Mancheri of the Little People with her fruit powers. Upon hearing this, the other 3 were taken aback. Did he just say that so earnestly? However, to request an audience with the tribe's princess upon first meeting seemed a tall order, yet in the next moment. Oh, is that so? I apologize. Leo quickly sheathed his small weapon and approached Jack, a look of sympathy in his eyes as he regarded Jack's wounds that it must be unbearable to be injured. I shall lead you to the fierce Princess Mancheri at once. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances. Did he really just believe that so readily? Could it be that he bore no grudge against Princess Mancheri? Wayne merely chuckled softly. Indeed, sincerity was the ultimate weapon against the little people. Leo hadn't even considered how Wayne knew of Mancheri's fruit abilities. The little people were inherently trusting, believing in others without reason, maintaining their kind-hearted nature. Those who sought to enslave or deceive them had far more to contemplate than Mr. Wayne. Could there be a hidden agenda? Cyrus asked with concern. Does he strike you as someone capable of concocting a scheme? Well, that does seem plausible. The group followed Leo deeper into the primordial forest. Though small in stature, Leo's speed was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. Before long, they arrived at the base of a colossal tree. Its trunk adorned with numerous hollows of varying sizes. It appeared this was the village of the Tontatta tribe. That moment, Wayne's observation hockey detected numerous small eyes peering at them from the surrounding grass, tree trunks, and flowers. Hey, everyone, go fetch Princess Mancheri. I've brought a wounded adult, Leo called out loudly. Soon after, a rustling sound ensued, and hundreds of diminutive little people scampered from the corners. Wow, it's an adult, and that one with large teeth. Could it truly be the legendary giant? No, the giant's nose isn't that short. Observing the multitude of adorable little sprites, Baby 5's heart fluttered with excitement. She bent down, about to reach out to touch the nearest little person, but suddenly, with a swish, it darted away in an instant. So fast. Baby 5 exclaimed in astonishment. Do not underestimate them. Wayne explained. Though small, their strength and speed surpassed that of ordinary humans. Wayne's gaze shifted. The little people were born experts in cultivation, said to be capable of growing any plant in existence. Moreover, their physical prowess was extraordinary. Apart from their overly innocent minds, they were practically superhuman. If he could enlist their aid, it would form an exceptionally formidable legion. No, why am I even considering such notions? Wayne smirked slightly. He was a proponent of peace and justice. How could he think of exploiting the kind-hearted little people? Hey, here comes Princess Mancheri. A voice interrupted Wayne's reverie. Emerging from the largest tree hollow was a procession of little people, led by a small girl with golden hair and fair skin, dressed in a white dress that was Princess Mancheri. Behind her trailed the elders of the Tontatta tribe, and little people soldiers clad in uniform. Where is the injured one? Mancheri inquired softly, her demeanor shy. As this was her first encounter with an adult, this big fellow, Baby 5 pointed at Jack. Is this a giant? The little princess gazed up at Jack, who resembled a small mountain, her mouth forming a surprised hey, slow-witted Princess Mancheri. Hurry and treat him. You wouldn't want to see him in pain, would you? Leo urged from the side. What an impudent Leo. Mancheri suppressed her irritation, maintaining a bashful smile, then agilely leaped onto Jack's head. Don't move, big guy. I'm going to heal you. Her soft voice reached Jack's ears, causing him to instinctively nod in agreement. Wayne chimed in, "Jack, be sure to accept the treatment. Princess Mancheri's abilities are nothing short of miraculous. Mancheri possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, capable of healing all wounds and ailments of living beings through the creation of special light points. And her tears had similar effects. Furthermore, Wayne recalled that she seemed to possess the ability to restore objects, though utilizing such powers came at the cost of her own vitality. Healing Dandelion. Mancheri spread her arms wide, tears welling up in her eyes, transforming into sparkling light points that floated through the air like dandelion seeds, gently cascading down upon Jack's body. The wounds on Jack's body rapidly healed. Even the scars from his training began to fade. The treatment was swift, devoid of surgery or medication, reliant solely on a few drops of tears. This left Baby 5 and Cyrus utterly astonished. This fruit ability is simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Jack felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Unable to contain his laughter as he exclaimed, "Wow, I'm healed. Thank you so much, Princess Mancheri. If anyone bullies you in the future, just come to me. I'll protect you," Jack exclaimed with exuberance, displaying a grand sense of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Leo scoffed, expressing his disdain. "Princess Manchueli certainly does not require anyone's care. That demeanor of hers is merely a fade. In truth, she is the most overbearing, often bullying others." This elicited a twitch at the corner of Wayne's mouth. "Leo, it is no wonder you remain single," he remarked. Turning his gaze back to Manchueli, he noticed her eyes curving into a smile, though it was tinged with awkwardness. Yet, from her, Wayne sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. At that moment, an elder from the diminutive folk emerged, appearing to be their chieftain Dada, esteemed members of the great race. "Have you come here solely for recuperation?" Upon hearing this, Wayne stepped forward with a beaming smile and declared, "There is another matter. I intend to capture you as slaves." "What? So it's true that you mean to enslave us?" The moment the words left his lips, chaos erupted among the diminutive folk. They understood the implications of the term slave. "Run, they are villains." "Leo, what have you done? You brought these evildoers here." Leo retorted angrily at Wayne. "You fiend, how could you be so wicked? This is not my fault. I have always stated that I am a pirate. And treachery is indeed the nature of pirates, is it not?" Wayne shrugged nonchalantly. "Duh. It seems you are correct, and my apologies for misjudging you." "Pirate, sir." "Not at all," Wayne replied. "Thank you, pirate, sir." Leo expressed his gratitude, listening to their exchange. Manchueli, who had been perched atop Jack's head, could no longer contain herself. Hands on her hips, she shouted at Leo in anger. "Hey, Leo, you big fool. He intends to capture us as slaves, and you still thank him?" "Ah, it seems so." Leo appeared to have an epiphany at this juncture. Cyrus, standing nearby, queried with confusion, "Mr. Wayne, I must have misheard you. Did you say you wish to enslave the diminutive folk?" Although Wayne was a pirate, after the events of the past few days and the agreement he reached with King Riku, Cyrus believed that Mr. Wayne was entirely different from those brutal pirates. It was precisely for this reason that he accompanied Wayne to Greenbit. However, he had not anticipated that Wayne would now express a desire to enslave the diminutive folk. "Indeed, Brother Wayne, what use do we have for these little ones? Let us spare them," Jack advised, clearly grateful for Princess Manchueli's healing. Only Baby 5, upon hearing Wayne's command, transformed her hands into 2 submachine guns, aiming at the diminutive folk ahead. "Whatever Master Wayne desires, I shall fulfill." Wayne raised an eyebrow. "Fulfill? Then help me eliminate Kaido." Then, Wayne slowly continued, "Do not be so tense. I have yet to specify how I intend to enslave you." "How to enslave? How else could one enslave?" The soldiers of the diminutive folk surrounded them. "I shall implement a 6-hour slavery system for the diminutive folk. First, we will construct a community for them in the town of Dressrosa, complete with comprehensive insurance, ensuring every diminutive folk has a place to reside. Furthermore, you will receive 3 meals and snacks per day at no charge, with milk available only at breakfast and a mere 3-hour nap allowed. Every day, aside from sleep and leisure, you shall engage in 6 hours of agricultural labor. Moreover, there will be no overtime opportunities for you to earn additional pay." Cyrus was greatly astonished. This was his first encounter with such a slavery system that seemed more favorable than the treatment of ordinary citizens, making him somewhat tempted. The diminutive folk were initially taken aback. But as they listened to Wayne's speech, their expressions gradually became animated. They blinked their adorable eyes, gazing at Wayne with innocent wonder. After a moment of silence, one diminutive fellow exclaimed, "So, we will be able to reside in beautiful big houses and enjoy delicious food. And we can pursue the work we love." Upon grasping the situation, the diminutive folk erupted into cheers. Hooray! They are kind-hearted members of the great race. A hero, the great hero, Wayne Londuo. In an instant, Wayne's image transformed from that of an evil pirate to that of a grand hero. Akin to Rolanduo, who had once taught the diminutive folk survival and agricultural skills. Now, Wayne intended to lead them out of the forest to a better life. Surrounding Wayne were the charming diminutive folk, continuously cheering at Mr. Wayne. "Do you mean to have Dressrosa accept the diminutive folk and allow them to immigrate to the town?" Cyrus inquired. "Precisely," Wayne affirmed with a gentle smile. The diminutive folk were indeed very kind. Although the current King Riku was quite lenient with them, and even fabricated lies to protect them, once their secret was discovered by malicious individuals, it would spell disaster for them. That it would be better to take this opportunity to introduce them to the human world. Although there would undoubtedly be some initial friction, it would ultimately be beneficial for the continuation of their race. Moreover, with Dressrosa acknowledging him as their leader, enlisting the assistance of the diminutive folk in developing agriculture and the economy was also a prudent strategy. "I misjudged Wayne Londuo. My apologies." Leo's face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed deeply to Wayne, filled with remorse. Wayne waved his hand dismissively. "No problem, Leo." "Thank you, Wayne Londuo." Then, Wayne turned his attention to the doll-like, enchanting Princess Manchueli and asked, "By the way, beautiful Princess Manchueli, would you like to set sail with me?" "Sail? Indeed, your abilities are quite extraordinary. If you were to become my companion, I could receive timely treatment when injured." Wayne stated candidly, for he had never been one to deceive a lady. Upon hearing this, a look of longing appeared on Manchueli's face. "Really? Really? I have long wished to venture out and see the world." It seemed that Princess Manchueli also yearned for the sea. She then gazed at the chieftain with fervent eyes, as if seeking his consent. She had previously considered embarking on adventures like Rolanduo. But the chieftain had always warned her that the vast ocean was perilous, hence he had never granted her permission. Now, confronted with the invitation of a hero, Manchueli felt her heart flutter. The chieftain sighed. "Very well, you may go, Manchueli, but take Leo with you so that I can rest easy." Upon hearing this, Manchueli turned to Wayne. "Is that all right, Wayne Londuo?" Of course, Wayne nodded. Leo was a user of the stitch fruit, and with some development, he could prove quite useful. Moreover, as the strongest soldier of the diminutive folk, Leo's strength was commendable. "Wonderful!" Manchueli exclaimed, gleefully pumping her fists in the air before eagerly jumping to Leo's side. Shyly linking her arm with his. "Leo, did you hear? We are going on adventures with Wayne Londuo." Leo scratched his head, grinning widely as he laughed. Yes. Not only will Wayne Londuo help the diminutive folk, but he will also take us to witness the beautiful sea and experience thrilling adventures. How magnificent! But suddenly, Leo's tone shifted as he donned a look of disdain, saying, "It's just that the thought of the overbearing Princess Manchueli coming along gives me a bit of a headache." "Leo, you rude rascal." Manchueli could no longer contain her frustration. Her expression darkened dramatically as she started to pound on Leo's back. Leo fled in a frenzy, shouting, "So terrifying, so terrifying. An angry Princess Manchueli is the scariest." In the ensuing days, Wayne and King Lycook devised a migration plan for the little people and outlined several collaborative endeavors. Before long, the day of departure arrived. On this momentous occasion, the streets of Dressrosa were lined with citizens who bid farewell with heartfelt gratitude, presenting baskets of vegetables to the members of the Beast Pirates. This left the pirates both amused and perplexed. There was no denying that this conquest of a nation had been glorified by Wayne and King Lycook. In the eyes of the populace, Wayne emerged as a great hero, having led the pirates to repel the invading warlord of the sea, while also fostering amicable relations with the little people. He assured them that he would safeguard Dressrosa from any future pirate incursions. Such a benevolent figure is truly rare to find. Consequently, the pirates found themselves experiencing a treatment they had never encountered before. Unable to suppress their smiles that it was indeed a delightful sensation to be appreciated and to receive gifts, far more gratifying than plundering for oneself. Moreover, Dressrosa, renowned as the land of love and passion, was inhabited by exuberant and warm-hearted individuals. The streets were filled with stunningly attractive women clad in vibrant dresses, adorned with striking makeup, upon encountering the heroic pirates who had saved their kingdom. They surrounded them, showering them with enthusiastic embraces. One elderly woman even insisted on marrying her 0.2-ton granddaughter to the dashing Wang. However, Wayne politely declined her offer. In stark contrast, Jack and Daifugo walked through the throng. Their expressions devoid of emotion, unfazed by the cheers and applause that surrounded them. Yet, Daifugo was aware that Jack was merely pretending to be indifferent. In reality, he was overjoyed, just as Daifugo was. Soon, amidst the fervent send-off from the townsfolk and the little people, the group reached the port and boarded the Queen, adorned with a dragon's head. Farewell. When I return, I shall be a brave warrior of the sea. Leo clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely fixed on the little people on the shore. Goodbye, everyone, said Manxueli, waving her arms joyfully. Wayne flashed a grin as he gazed out at the distant sea. Well, the mission to conquer Dressrosa is successfully accomplished. I can hardly wait to see the elation on Teacher Kai's face. Daifugo nodded in agreement. Under Wayne's leadership, this expedition had incurred minimal casualties and secured 2 fruit users. Wayne's bounty had soared to a staggering 560 million berries. It seemed that Lord Kaido's decision was indeed astute. With Wayne's inclusion, the beast pirates were thriving tremendously. They were immensely grateful for the god-level certification bestowed upon them by their benefactor. It was truly heartwarming. The azure sky was adorned with leisurely clouds. The sea breeze was warm and humid. The Queen sailed across the cerulean waters. On the deck, Wayne and the others set up a makeshift barbecue, savoring freshly caught sea kings. The sound of sizzling meat filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma. Once cooked, Jack first used a knife and fork the size of toothpicks to slice a small piece of grilled meat, placing it on a plate in front of Manxueli. Thank you, Jack Lando, Manxueli said in a soft voice. It was nothing, huh? Jack scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, appearing exceptionally generous. Since Manxueli had tended to his injuries, Jack's fondness for her had reached new heights. Nearby, Leo chimed in. Jack Lando, could you slice me a piece too? Jack's expression darkened abruptly, displaying a sullen demeanor. Who do you think I am? Cut it yourself. That might not be appropriate, Leo replied awkwardly, while secretly musing that despite Manxueli's gentle demeanor, she was truly the most capricious girl on these seas. Beside the barbecue stall, Wayne lounged under a sunshade, his upper body bare, clad only in beach shorts, and donning sunglasses, relishing the gentle sea breeze. Brother Wayne, we received a call from Dressrosa. Patrolling soldiers spotted Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco? It seems he still lacks the courage to confront Kaido directly. He merely sent Marco to deal with me. Wayne sat up, then seized a large piece of grilled meat from the barbecue and bit into it. That old man Whitebeard truly lacks honor. He actually sent such a monster our way. Although Marco appeared to be a meat shield, his offensive capabilities were not to be underestimated, especially considering he was the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Frankly speaking, if this ship only had Jack and Leo aboard without Wayne, Marco could effortlessly sink the Queen. Wayne was not afraid of him. At worst, they would merely exchange blows. His primary concern revolved around the safety of those on board, the agreement with Dressrosa, and the protection fee for the ship. If Marco were to launch a surprise attack, it could spell trouble. Daifugo unfolded a navigational chart he had procured from the navigator and smiled at Wayne. But rest assured, Brother Wayne, the Queen is remarkably fast. And we have been accelerating. We should reach Wano in about half a day's journey. I doubt Marco would dare to follow us here. Wayne smirked. You're absolutely right. The Whitebeard Pirates are nothing to worry about. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both breaking into mischievous grins, although Wayne himself was unsure why he suddenly felt the urge to display that peculiar pirate grin. However, just as Wayne finished speaking, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Wayne turned his head to behold a colossal bird engulfed in blue flames soaring through the sky, its wings flapping rapidly towards the Queen. Look up at the sky, shouted the lookout among the pirates. Is that a seagull delivering news? It's enormous. You fool. Are you out of your mind? That's clearly a roasted flamingo. Wayne's expression darkened. What flamingo? That so-called flamingo. Da Flamingo is still locked up in the cabin. Beside him, Daifugo exclaimed in astonishment. That's Marco. That guy really has followed us. The blue flames engulfing Marco were the manifestation of his devil fruit powers, a rare Zoan-type mythical beast fruit. Similar to Wayne's, it was said that his regenerative abilities were so potent that even bullets could not harm him. That, oh no, that guy is charging at us like a ball of blue fire. As the immortal bird approached, seemingly on the verge of colliding with the pirate ship, Wayne's expression twisted, his forehead veins bulging as he kicked Daifugo aside, bellowing, "This is not the time for explanations." I suppose you're right," Daifugo replied. Coming to his senses, the sound of crackling flames intensified as the immortal bird's form began to swell, coalescing into a massive ball of blue fire that hurtled towards them. On the deck, armed pirates immediately pulled the triggers of their guns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Yet, the bullets were swallowed up by the flames upon contact, causing no harm whatsoever and failing to impede Marco's charge. "We're finished." The flaming entity, comparable in size to half the Queen, was about to descend with catastrophic force. That moment, a purple flash erupted from the deck, expanding in midair until it coalesced into a colossal purple figure wielding a sharp blade, which struck down upon the blue fireball. Boom! In an instant, a tempest unleashed, shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. The sea churned violently, waves crashing tumultuously. The Queen rocked precariously. All eyes were drawn to the sky, filled with admiration and longing as they beheld the purple giant, its brother Wayne. A dire crisis was averted by the transformation of Veen into the formidable deity, Chemikra. The indomitable spirit of the phoenix surged once more. As the fierce flames it conjured surged forth to assail the violet giant, Veen felt a tightening in his chest and immediately unleashed a terrifying burst of lightning, channeling it into the blade of Budamatoma, cleaving fiercely into the heart of the flames. "Sunbirds, caw!" The sound resonated like 1,000 birds in chorus, as the crackling thunderbolt struck the azure inferno like a sinuous dragon. Boom! The flame sphere, sensing the imminent threat, leapt upward, soaring to greater heights. The fire began to condense, and under the blazing sun, a phoenix, bound by golden chains upon one foot, unfurled its wings in the sky. It was the phoenix. Marco, it's Marco. The pirates aboard the ship recognized the newcomer. Humph! The voice of the violet giant boomed with grandeur, akin to rolling thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of many. That a creature like you dares to launch a sneak attack. The phoenix in the sky murmured, questioning whether the previous assault employed haki. Subsequently, the phoenix spoke in human tongue. "Humph! You are the one who killed Squard, aren't you? I shall make you aware of the price to pay for harming Whitebeard's family and desecrating his honor." Influenced by Marco himself, the phoenix's enormous pupils bore the markings of glasses, its eyes resembling lifeless fish. Veen chuckled derisively within, setting aside his identity as a naval undercover agent. The act of killing Squard was driven by personal motives. Even by ordinary standards, if Squard sought out a challenge and was bested, it was indeed his fate. It appears that Whitebeard has truly spoiled his sons. With a powerful father, do they genuinely believe they have become the rulers of the seas? Veen chuckled lightly. "My apologies, Marco, for slaying your brother. Would my contrition ease your heart? Thank you all for your generous gifts and support. I am immensely grateful. I shall devote my youth to repay the esteemed readers." On the waters not far from Wano country, a colossal three-masted pirate ship was slicing through the waves. The hull was adorned with pink paint, the railings draped in greasy cream, and the pirate flag fluttered proudly. Emblazoned with a lipstick-kissed skull, the bow was decorated with a comical jester, astonishingly singing a cheerful tune. "Mama, Mama, Mama," Big Mom Pirate Crew's flagship, the singing ship, this moment. On the deck, Kakuri, tall and imposing with a scarf concealing the lower half of his face, gazed ahead with a stern expression. Behind him, a group of children from various races were chasing and playing, their laughter ringing out. The youngest among them was merely 5 or 6 years old, while the oldest was around 15 or 16. Among them stood a quiet, blonde-haired girl, her thick bangs framing her face, dressed in a white pleated skirt, watching the raucous children from the rear of the ship with a hint of timidity. "Hey, don't run around on the ship, you'll fall," cried Brle, her red nose resembling that of a witch, as she soothed her crying siblings while admonishing another rowdy group. "Katakuri, why did Mom make us bring these little brats to Wano?" After a few days of caring for them, she felt her head was about to split. The most troublesome of them all was the bubblegum-chewing Flampy, who, despite being only 5, loved to tease others. "Perhaps she wants these little ones to experience the world outside," Katakuri remarked, crossing his arms with a nonchalant demeanor. Brother, at that moment, Smoothie approached with her long, graceful legs. I'd like to ask you something. Katakuri's gaze shifted slightly. What is it? What does it mean to get married? Smoothie asked flatly. Brle was taken aback. Did Smoothie truly not know what marriage was? I only know that after getting married, one must live with their husband and, like mom, bear many children. Smoothie's eyes lowered. As the second strongest woman in the world and the youngest sweet commander, she had been groomed as a natural warrior since birth. Even during her siblings' wedding ceremonies, she had merely observed from a distance, let alone engage in romance, which seemed unrelated to battle. Marriage means that two people, regardless of age, illness, or wealth, will love each other eternally and remain together forever. Brle said, rubbing her hands with excitement, her eyes glimmering with longing. Smoothie was momentarily stunned. Is that so? It sounds a bit dull. However, Brle, how do you know all this? Smoothie pondered, recalling that Brle also seemed to be single. Hee, Brle chuckled awkwardly. I heard it from the priest at the chapel. Smoothie turned her gaze back to Katakuri, but he noticeably shifted his body, clearly unwilling to answer this question. Indeed, he too was a lifelong bachelor. Yet, for a man of his esteemed status and formidable strength, countless women pursued him, and princesses from other kingdoms sought to marry him, forming a line from the East Blue to the New World. However, he simply did not wish to reveal his weakness to others. So then, Smoothie pivoted the conversation, asking, Brother, how do you think I can make that guy fall in love with me? Well, Katakuri contemplated earnestly for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed, as if he grasped something, and replied with utmost seriousness, I believe, as long as you are stronger than him, he will surely keep you in his heart and think of you always. Is that so? Smoothie slightly nodded, finding Katakuri's words quite reasonable. So, defeating that Veen is all it takes. Then marriage is indeed a simple matter. Meanwhile, Brle wore a peculiar expression, sensing something amiss. But then she thought, as long as it was what Brother Katakuri said, it must be correct. Thus, she patted Smoothie's shoulder, chuckling softly. That's right, Smoothie, you're so strong. That guy named Veen will surely become infatuated with you. As they conversed, a young soldier armed with a short spear hurried over, reporting, Lord Katakuri, we are less than half a day's journey from Wano. Very well, accelerate our advance. Let us aim to arrive before nightfall. Yes, Lord Katakuri. At the same time, above the Queen's ship? What nonsense. The Phoenix seethed. Do you take the white-beard pirates for fools? Perhaps due to his fury, the blue flames enveloping the Phoenix visibly swelled. Exuding a terrifying aura, the flames of the Phoenix not only possessed healing properties, but could also transform into aggressive infernos. Not only was it versatile in both offense and defense, but it also boasted remarkable speed. Akin to a divine fruit, to employ such abilities in battle, Marco, does your conscience not ache? Veen inwardly criticized, feeling it was profoundly unfair for someone like him, who relied on effort, casting a deep glare at the imposing Marco. The violet giant that Veen had transformed into slowly withdrew another artifact. The Tech Kenti then pointed to a nearby small island, boldly declaring, Marco, it was I who killed Squard. If you have the guts, come and face me in a duel. Marco replied coldly, don't think you can play such tricks. You're concerned about the people aboard that ship below, aren't you? Veen, exposed by Marco, responded with indifference. As a renowned strongman of the New World, you wouldn't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, would you? Guess, Marco retorted with hostility toward Veen. The face behind the mask of the violet giant darkened. Do you take me for a child? Guess? Why waste breath? As soon as the words left his lips, the immortal bird once again dove downwards, retracting its wings mid-flight. After executing 2 somersaults, it unleashed a claw imbued with fierce wind pressure. Vane had no choice but to grip his twin blades tightly and confront it. Regarding the 2 formidable figures of the Whitebeard pirates, Vane dared not be negligent. He enveloped his blades with the pitch-black sheen of hockey. Alongside the powers of lightning and purple flames, sparing no effort as he unleashed his strongest strike in the second phase. Lightning crackled, and purple flames swirled as his twin swords crossed, colliding violently with the claw cloaked in azure fire. Demonic thunderfire slash. Azure flame crane claw. Boom. The clash of their attacks resonated with a terrifying tremor, causing Vane's hands to tingle. Hiss, hiss, the purple and blue flames vied for dominance. devouring one another in a fierce competition. This spectacle was utterly shocking, leaving the pirates below gaping in astonishment. How could beings with Zoan-type abilities wield such fiery power? And it seemed even more potent than ordinary flames. Devago remarked, "Now is not the time for that." Jack unsheathed his scythe, pointing it at the immortal bird in the sky, bellowing, "Vayne, I'm coming to assist you." After his roar, Jack bent his legs and, with a powerful leap, propelled his massive frame into the air, causing the entire ship to lurch downward. The clash between the purple giant and the immortal bird persisted, and just as they were about to exert more force, they caught sight of a figure swinging a scythe, aiming for the bird's head. The blue flames suddenly condensed, and in an instant, the immortal bird transformed into a beastly form, attempting to evade Jack's strike with a swift kick. However, Vayne keenly detected the movement and cleaved down upon its calf. Sizzle, a small spray of blood erupted, only to be instantly evaporated by the searing heat. At that moment, Jack's attack also arrived. Marco executed a graceful mid-air turn, his enormous wings striking Jack with the force of a palm. Whoosh! The roar of flames erupted, sending Jack hurtling backward, crashing through the railing and into the deck, creating a gaping hole that billowed with black smoke. Jack lay injured within, his body marked with burns. Vayne's heart tightened. That was Uncle Quinn's brand new ship. Wait, why am I concerned about this? Just then, Manchili's healing dandelion blossomed once more, transforming into numerous specks of light that surged toward Jack and the purple giant in the sky. Observing this, Vayne grasped the healing tear and absorbed it in an instant. Immediately, he felt his stamina replenished, the energy expended in that last strike rapidly restored. Shifting his gaze, Vayne once more met Marco's indifferent eyes. Below, Devago, seeing Jack lying in the gaping hole of the deck, seemed to recall something. "Jack, during my escapades in the New World, I heard some abilities can enter a state known as Fruit Awakening when severely injured. Since you're in such dire straits, why not hold off on healing and see if you can manifest that awakening?" Jack's pupils contracted, and the corner of his mouth twitched beneath his mask. What a load of nonsense about Fruit Awakening. Another review and follow-up, please. Thousand Blade / Buzz. The twin blades of the purple giant radiated with dazzling lightning, unleashing countless crescent-shaped slashes towards Marco. Flame Peacock. Marco folded his wings and then suddenly spread them wide, unleashing torrents of searing flames that collided with Vayne's assault, each force dissipating upon impact. Subsequently, the two titans resumed their close-quarters combat, neither yielding an inch. The resounding clash echoed throughout the sky, threatening to engulf the entire sea in fervor. The pirates aboard the Quinn ship were buffeted by the terrifying wind pressure, struggling to hold onto the railings and flagpoles. Leo agilely carried Manchili, dashing to the lookout tower, securing himself in place with the Stitch Fruit's ability to prevent being blown away by the wind. As the purple giant clashed with the immortal bird, Manchili released the healing tear, drifting into the giant's form. After several impacts, Marco steadied himself in the air, his expression grave. He had discerned a crucial detail. That little girl's ability seemed capable of healing Vayne's injuries and even restoring his stamina. Thankfully, he had noticed it early, or Vayne would have eventually exhausted him. Is that so? Flying Crane Assault. The searing azure flames enveloped Marco as he focused intently, transforming into the complete immortal bird. Veering off course towards the Quinn ship, the speed was blinding, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Vayne rushed forward to intercept, swinging a blade with the thunderous roar of lightning, aiming a thick, white pillar of lightning to strike the immortal bird directly that he had to either evade or defend. In Vayne's eyes, there was no third option for Marco. Yet in the next instant, the immortal bird brashly absorbed the attack. Instantly engulfed by lightning, a massive thundercloud erupted between the sea and sky. The azure flames ignited once more, acting as a defensive shield to withstand the lightning's onslaught, and then the blue firebird burst forth from the thundercloud. That hurts. The immortal bird gritted out, yet its speed towards the pirate ship did not waver. Vayne instantly comprehended. This creature aimed to exchange wounds. It was trading its own injuries for those of the crew below. One couldn't deny the creature's courage and tactical acumen, with heightened observation hockey. Sensing the limit of his abilities, Vayne unleashed a powerful punch into the air, creating a cylindrical shockwave. Boom! Bang! The intense impact and splintering would echoed simultaneously, Vane's heavy punch landed squarely on the immortal bird's abdomen, causing its trajectory towards the pirate ship to veer. However, it still crashed into the right side of the ship, that a quarter of the railing, along with that section of the cabin, shattered on impact. Flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed. The lookout tower immediately tilted, leaning toward the sea. Leo, one arm cradling Manchili and the other wielding a silver needle, swiftly waved in the air, upon landing firmly on the deck. He yanked hard, and a massive spider web appeared mid-air, catching the pirates nearly thrown overboard and bouncing them back. Thud! Leo gracefully landed, holding Manchili with poise. She lay in his embrace, her eyes shimmering with tender light, as though gazing at a knight who had just rescued her from a ferocious dragon. Yet, in the next moment, Leo disdainfully remarked, "Princess Manchili, you ought to lose some weight. You're quite heavy." Manchili was momentarily stunned, then instantly erupted in fury, her face contorting in rage as she delivered a punch to Leo's head. "You big fool, Leo?" Meanwhile, the interior of the cabin, now breached by the overhead impact, was revealed to all. It resembled a prison cell, with a man shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, holding a recent newspaper. "What is happening?" Don Quixote da Flamingo appeared bewildered. He had been reading the newspaper, humming a tune, when suddenly, the ceiling above him was torn away. Vane's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. "After all that effort to confront someone openly, you have caused me to suffer such a thorough defeat. Marco, you have sealed your fate." In stark contrast, the immortal bird continued to spread its wings beneath the sunlight. Despite a gaping hole in its abdomen, it appeared grievously wounded. Yet with the azure flames roaring, the wound steadily healed. It seemed the time had come for the purple flame beast to exit the stage. To repel or even defeat Marco, it was necessary to employ that power. Alas, the trump card I had hoped to save for when Kaido chased me. With that thought, Vane cast a careful glance downward. The ship had sustained damage, but it was still operational, or rather, with one less cabin, it should move faster. Moreover, Manchueli is still unskilled in utilizing the fruits. Having just employed numerous healing tears, she has already reached her limit. Leaving them here would only hinder her ability to wield that devastating power. "Defuge, set sail," bellowed the purple giant, his voice resonating like thunder. Upon hearing this, Defuge, whose face was now covered in dust from the shock waves, along with the crew of pirates, felt a surge of emotion. Baby Five's eyes brimmed with tears. Although she was reluctant to leave, Lord Vane had already issued his command to TO them when Brother Vane spoke such words. It signified that he would fight tooth and nail to hold back Marco. Was he truly willing to sacrifice his life to buy time for their escape? It was utterly moving. Thus, the pirates gazed reverently at the purple giant, their voices choked with emotion, exclaiming, "Brother Vane, thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget you. Brother Vane, rest assured, I will take good care of Yamato and the others. Brother Vane, during our feast, I will ensure to serve you the finest delicacies." The cacophony of voices reached Vane's ears, causing his lips to twitch. "Why didn't Marco just obliterate you all earlier? Hurry and leave," Vane urged. "Yes, Brother Vane. We are departing." The ship slightly tilted as it resumed its course towards Wano country. Marco intended to pursue, but was suddenly struck by a strong warning from his observation haki. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the purple giant. Truly, he was Whitebeard's most formidable lieutenant. This was indeed a troublesome situation. As such, Vane's aura surged dramatically, his breathing quickening. Kaminari-sama. Stage 1. Summon a portion of the purple barrier to withstand attacks and unleash the power of purple flames. Stage 2. Transform into the legendary Kaminari-sama, wielding 2 divine artifacts to unleash the power of lightning. Now, onto Stage 3. With a roar, the purple giant's form began to swell, his body and armor morphing into tangible white lightning, the dual blades seemingly melting into his being. No, he could no longer be referred to as the purple giant, for his form had entirely transformed into pure lightning, becoming a colossal titan of thunder. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. The lightning giant's stature continued to grow until it reached 100 meters, which was the utmost limit of Vane's current capabilities. Infusing 90% of his stamina and haki into his body, he completely transformed into lightning. Unlike ordinary lightning, this form carried the essence of haki. Furthermore, the stronger the haki, the longer this form could be sustained. and the greater its destructive power. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was unclear whether the change stemmed from the unpredictable weather of the sea or the influence of Kaminari-sama. Thunder rumbled across the dark clouds, and lightning illuminated the earth. The lightning giant stood tall between sea and sky, as if summoned by the storm, embodying the wrath of the gods, with my robust physique and indomitable will. Kaminari-sama, Stage 3, activate. In a heartbeat, the winds howled and thunder roared. Waves surged violently, and the air thickened with a suffocating sensation reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Marco gazed at the towering lightning giant, drenched in sweat, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. The lightning did not merely cloak the giant. He had completely transformed into lightning. What a joke! Elementalization, impossible. While he himself had transformed into the phoenix covered in immortal flames, that was a characteristic innate to the phoenix. It was fundamentally different from elementalization of the natural kind. Moreover, he could feel that the lightning enveloping the giant was far beyond ordinary lightning. Before Marco could ponder further, the lightning giant charged toward him. It seemed he had no choice but to confront it. Buzz! The pitch-black armament haki enveloped the entirety of the phoenix's head, and it flapped its wings ablaze with azure flames, advancing toward the lightning giant. Even if it was elementalized, it mattered not. Armament haki boy, the two figures collided fiercely, unyielding in their resolve. The terrifying lightning surged into the phoenix like a white dragon, each bolt laden with haki. An indescribable pain engulfed Marco's entire being, causing him to grit his teeth. Yet, he bore the agony and fiercely thrust his beak toward the lightning giant. However, the next moment, an unbelievable occurrence unfolded. Marco's attack actually pierced through the lightning and surged onward. Crack! The sound of thunder erupted. Looking at the phoenix, it was entirely engulfed by the lightning, its azure flames roaring fiercely, rapidly healing its injuries. How is this possible? Just moments ago, his attack had clearly landed. At that moment, the lightning giant proclaimed in a booming voice, "Lightning, you cannot grasp." In this state, Vayne was impervious to any harm. Not even haki could penetrate him. It was not the elementalized lightning, but rather a concept. Determined by Vayne's own haki and stamina to defeat Vayne, one could only wait for the conclusion of this third stage state. Swift resolution was imperative. Instant thunder flash, a spear entirely composed of condensed lightning materialized in the giant's hand. Locking onto the phoenix with his observation haki, he hurled it with great force. Roar! The lightning spear sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtling toward the phoenix in a deadly assault. Boom! Upon impact, the lightning spear exploded, creating a terrifying lightning storm that engulfed the phoenix entirely. The air crackled with electricity, and the world was flooded with blinding white light. Vayne sensed the position and condition of the phoenix. A tremor running through his heart, he beheld the phoenix emerge from the lightning storm, its flames battered but showing no signs of critical damage. Such an insufferable ability. Vayne took a deep breath. It was only fitting that he was a candidate for the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. What troubled Vayne now was that it seemed this fellow had the perfect counter against him. The third stage was inherently a massive drain on haki and stamina, traded for an ephemeral surge in offensive prowess. The worst-case scenario was encountering such a meat shield. At that moment, Marco stabilized himself in midair and shouted, "I am quite curious. How is it that a powerhouse like you would betray the Marines and ally yourself with a fellow like Kaido? Do you not have dreams?" "Dreams?" Vayne paused, then slowly replied, "Perhaps our pursuits simply differ. Did you not also regard a weakling like Whitebeard as your father?" "What? Do you wish to go solo now?" Marco's expression faltered, his lips twitching slightly, but soon, his demeanor relaxed. "Indeed, our pursuits merely differed. My dream is to witness the moment when our father ascends to the throne. Until then, I shall never fall. Even in death, it would only signify my inadequacy," as his words fell. The azure flames enveloping the phoenix intensified, flames surging wildly, with hints of golden hues beginning to emerge. Golden chains materialized from thin air, coiling around the phoenix, interlaced with armament haki to defend against the imminent onslaught. Phoenix Flame Shield. Vayne was taken aback. If haki were ineffective, did that mean he would abandon his attack and commit fully to defense? I must admit, Marco, among those who have fought to the death with me, none can surpass you in excellence. I, Bruce Vayne, shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest. Time was running short. The final strike. If I cannot win, I must flee. Vayne was not foolish enough to engage Marco in a life-or-death struggle. Yet he would not lack the courage to attempt it. The deafening roar of thunder erupted once more, and the lightning giant's form radiated a dazzling brilliance, the formidable power of lightning coalescing in its colossal hands. A bow and arrow, spanning several meters, appeared in the giant's grasp, drawing the bowstring taut. The giant aimed at the equally spirited phoenix. Soon after, lightning twisted and coiled like a great serpent, ultimately forming the characters at the arrow's tip. Thunder. Roar of the arrow. With a cry reminiscent of 1,000 birds, the lightning arrow shot forth, carrying an overwhelming energy, colliding spectacularly with the phoenix, which had assumed a defensive stance. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous collisions. As shockwaves radiated outward in relentless succession, columns of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the tumultuous sea with a fierce enthusiasm. Countless fish and marine creatures were pierced by the bolts of electricity, their lifeless forms bobbing to the surface in grim clusters. The thunderous arrows of nature roared like savage beasts, unleashing their wrath upon the indomitable defenses of the phoenix. Moments later, the dark clouds began to disperse above the devastated ocean, and the echoes of thunder faded into the distance. The colossal figure of the thunder giant gazed ahead, observing that the once majestic phoenix had transformed into a grotesque creature, its limbs mangled and a gaping wound marring its chest. Yet, the vitality within it still pulsed with life. Could it endure this? As Wayne summoned all his power to unleash his observation haki, he noticed a massive sailing ship swiftly approaching the surface of the sea not far off. From the vessel, an unpleasant song drifted through the air. Mama, 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 mama. Indeed, my dream is to earn the readership and acclaim of esteemed readers. Even if I fail, it merely reflects my own shortcomings. As a certain Mr. Chun, who wishes to remain anonymous, remarked, accompanied by the discordant melody, the enormous ship continued its approach towards the thunder giant and the phoenix. From a distance, Wayne beheld the vibrant decorations and the proud figure standing resolutely at the bow, his pupils narrowing in recognition. Both he and Marco sensed an uncanny awareness of each other's movements, a subtle clash of advanced observation haki. Charlotte Kakuri, how could the Big Mom pirates appear here? At that moment, Marco, while hastily regaining his strength, was filled with confusion. Did you call for them? They echoed in unison. Then, from behind the pirate ship, the queen revealed herself, sailing alongside the singing ship on the deck. The pirates waved their arms in jubilant cheer. Big Brother Wayne, it's the Big Mom pirates come to our aid. Although it was unfortunate that they could not partake in the feast, it was a relief that Big Brother Wayne was safe. Was that pose a transformation of Lord Wayne's? Truly magnificent. Allies, Wayne's mind raced. Could Big Mom be seeking an alliance with Kaido after reading the papers? What a ludicrous notion. If those two were to ally at this juncture, which pirate crew could possibly stand against them? Yet, would someone of her stature actively seek an alliance? Before he could ponder further, Katakuri's voice, tinged with irony, resonated from below. The Phoenix Marco, a top-tier fighter of the Whitebeard pirates. I never imagined you'd take action against a mere upstart. Quite unbecoming, isn't it? At this, Marco, panting heavily and with a furrowed brow, silently cursed under his breath. Are you blind? I'm on the brink of being killed by that brat. However, upon hearing this, Wayne nodded in agreement, casting an appreciative glance at Katakuri. You speak rightly, Kakuri. It seems the difference between possessing Conqueror's haki and lacking it is quite pronounced. Thus, it appeared that the Big Mom pirates had indeed come to assist. With this thought, the thunder giant soared towards the queen, his form rapidly diminishing in size before relinquishing his devil fruit powers, reverting to a dashing youth clad in beach shorts, stepping onto the deck. Although he appeared unscathed, his haki was nearly depleted. If he didn't exit the third phase soon, it would automatically terminate, leading to a most undignified exit. Upon seeing Wayne, Baby, 5, and Leo rushed towards him, tears streaming down their faces. Wayne Lando. Lord Wayne, I thought I would never see you again. But Wayne sidestepped, causing them to tumble onto the deck. Don't wipe your snot and tears on me. Yet suddenly, he felt a warm surge enveloping him. Turning to the side, he saw Mancherry smiling, her arms outstretched, as healing light flowed into him. Wayne smiled back, bending down to extend his hand, inviting Mancherry to leap onto him. He then turned to the enormous pirate ship, where Katakuri regarded him with a cool, sidelong glance. Beside Katakuri, the tall and leggy figure of Charlotte Smoothie, one of the suite commanders, was visible, showcasing her long legs and tall stature. Another figure, clad in a long dress with a sharp red nose, was Brle, the mirror fruit user, though she appeared quite young, a far cry from the old which Wayne remembered. Wayne, big brother. DeVago exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Katakuri. That's Charlotte Linlin's second son, Kakuri. That guy is as strong as a monster, and I've heard he has never touched the ground. Never touched the ground? Does he sleep while lying down? Wayne asked with a peculiar expression. That is possible, or perhaps he sleeps standing, came the reply. While Wayne observed Katakuri and the others, the children on another ship chattered about him. Is that Bruce Wayne? That giant was him. He is so handsome, but still not as handsome as brother Katakuri. Hearing these comments, Wayne realized that aside from those three, the ship was filled only with small soldiers and children. What was going on? Did Kakuri bring the kids out for a spring outing? Were these all Big Mom's newly born children? One of the emperors of the sea, Charlotte Linlin, might not be the strongest in this world, but her talent was undeniably extraordinary. Since the age of 18, she had been consumed by childbirth, endlessly giving birth without exercising, a natural monster relying solely on her innate abilities. If she hadn't fallen so far, Wayne could hardly imagine how formidable she would be at that moment. Kakuri's voice urged Wayne. Hey, your battle isn't over yet, is it? Battle? After Kakuri spoke, he glanced at Marco in the air, his gaze resolute. Wayne smirked. Are you suggesting that before you arrived, I was to fight Marco alone, and now that you're here, I'm still supposed to fight him? What on earth are you here for? Yet, despite his internal grievances, Wayne's face was alight with a smile. Come on, let us not be foolish. If we can gang up on him, why bother with a one-on-one? Though unaware of their specific purpose for being there, Wayne was certain they were interested in Marco's head as well. Now that we're united, he can't possibly escape. Wayne grinned at Marco in the sky. Don't call me despicable. You Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing this, Marco in the air stiffened, realizing he could no longer kill Wayne, and quickly flapped his battered wings to flee into the distance. Hey, he's trying to escape. Wayne exclaimed anxiously. Katakuri shrugged, showing no intention of intervening, calmly stating, You are correct. If I were to act now, Marco would certainly not escape. Opportunities to eliminate key adversaries must not be missed, but then he frowned, his voice low and resolute. However, I must decline. The members of the Beast's Pirates gasped in astonishment. He actually refused Big Brother Wayne's offer to join forces. Did he not realize how honorable it was to fight alongside Big Brother Wayne? Meanwhile, the children of the Big Mom Pirates scoffed. Brother Katakuri is the most perfect, most powerful, and coolest man. How could he engage in such disgraceful acts? Sigh. I forgot. Wayne gently shook his head. Having mingled in the pirate world for so long, he had momentarily forgotten Katakuri's character. This guy truly upheld the code of honor. What a pity it was that they could not capture Marco alive. The scene of blood flowing like a river would have been a sight to behold. Wayne was about to say something when, suddenly, a slightly husky female voice wafted into his ear. You must be Bruce Wayne, am I right? Turning his head, Wayne beheld a stunning young lady, towering over him by more than a meter. Striding towards him with impossibly long legs that defied human proportions, her beauty was striking, her figure exquisite, yet her expression was devoid of emotion. Charlotte Smuggy? Wayne inquired. Smuggy cleared her throat, casting a glance at Wayne's bare torso and somewhat ludicrous beach shorts, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she extended a hand, managing to utter, Be my husband, be my husband. Before him, the tall and alluring young woman gently reached out her hand. For a moment, Wayne felt dazed. Was he being confessed to? Indeed, this seemed like a scene that could only exist in a dream. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, the world around him froze, and all he could hear was the shy confession of the young woman. That story ought to unfold on a snowy night in Marineford. The childhood friend, a naval girl, was in truth a princess of a nation. Due to various circumstances, they had to part ways at their farewell. The girl, blushing, whispered in a voice only she could hear, Wayne, I actually like you the most. Years later, Wayne ascended to the rank of admiral, rescuing the girl from the clutches of wicked pirates, and they finally expressed their feelings for each other, leading to a life of happiness. So, is this a dream? Above him, Cherry blossoms fell like snow, the air thick with romance. Speaking of which, the climate had turned somewhat chilly. Was it already the season of the White Album? Nearby, the familiar strains of a violin often associated with romantic confessions floated through the air. Wait, where did this background music come from? And this isn't a romance anime, is it? Wayne snapped back to reality. He looked up to see a few brats from the Charlotte family tossing cherry blossoms down from the ship's deck, while the violin music was being played by those Hamet soldiers. Those Charlotte brats were born to be wicked. I shall. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. Turning his gaze back to Smuggy, he found her donning an indifferent expression, her eyes, reminiscent of Marco's, fixed on him like a pair of lifeless fish, as if she were regarding refuse. Well, have you accepted? Smuggy asked coldly. What a joke. Just as Wayne was about to respond, he suddenly recalled. Wait, she is Big Mom's daughter. And Katakuri is here to assist the beast pirates again. So, is she serious? Big Mom truly intends to ally with Kaido through marriage. This could alter the timeline drastically if these two were to join forces now. There would likely be no pirate crew capable of opposing them, in no way. Wayne narrowed his eyes at Smuggy, a smile creeping onto his face as he turned his head slightly aside, preparing to utter that phrase. Though you are quite beautiful, I must. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, he caught sight of Katakuri glaring at him coldly, as if to say that should he dare to refuse, he'd be met with the business end of a trident. This guy seems to be a bit of a siscon, too. Fine. Wayne recalled an old saying from his hometown. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Thus, the phrase I refuse transformed into, however, I feel a bit dizzy. He then dramatically collapsed onto the ground in a convincing manner. Wayneland, the originally perched Manxueli cried out in concern, a few healing tears streaming forth to restore Wayne's vitality. Did it not work? She furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. Upon hearing Wayne's response, Smuggy paused for a moment. Was this an agreement? Beside her, Bruley gently shook her head, saying, that should not be the case, right? At that moment. From another ship, Devago shouted in alarm. Hey, the Queen is sinking. Everyone looked up to see that the section of the Queen's hull and deck, previously damaged by Marco, had once again fractured, and the ship was tilting dangerously towards the sea. What do we do? If the ship sinks, Brother Queen will kill us. Jack yelled. Where are the bandages? I will go wrap up the damaged areas. Devago let out a sigh of relief, saying, that's right, as long as we wrap it up. But what good will that do? As the pirates grew increasingly anxious, Katakuri leaped into the air, landing squarely above the Queen. Wayne, lying on the deck, opened one eye to look. He saw Kakuri's hands begin to ooze a sticky white substance, copious amounts of glutinous rice pouring forth, which he then waved about. Glutinous rice cake, with a splat, a thick mass, reminiscent of anime proportions, was sprayed onto the damaged deck and the hold, burying the chained-up Doflamingo beneath it. Naturally, Doflamingo could only seethe in silence. Subsequently, the glutinous mass twisted and reshaped, replacing the wooden planks and restoring them to their original state. Impressive, the crowd exclaimed in admiration. Wayne's expression shifted, realizing that this guy had developed his machi fruit ability to such an extent. He could intricately control the shape of the machi now. Speaking of which, Katakuri's abilities should also allow him to do things like Mr. 3, right? For example, pick a lock or something. With a thud, Katakuri landed beside Wayne. Speaking in a calm tone, I saw it all just now. Your strength is commendable. Join us. Wayne. As long as you marry Smuggy, you will be one of us. Mom has promised to make you the king of a nation. Ah, Wayne blinked. Was he being offered a life of ease? That sounds rather appealing. No, this simply won't do. Setting aside the differences in their races and physiques, one being a pure human of standard admiral stature, the other a tall tribe member towering at nearly 5 meters, her body comprised largely of legs. Moreover, should a marriage alliance truly occur, it would signify an alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, which the world government would undoubtedly not tolerate. The highest authority, the Gorosei, refrained from waging war against these formidable pirate crews partly due to the balance of power among them. For instance, when Whitebeard initiated the Marineford War, Kaido contemplated attacking his territories. However, an alliance between two emperors would never be permitted. If these two super-strong pirate crews joined forces and defeated Whitebeard, they would become unstoppable in their quest for expansion. Wayne could even envision the outcome should he agree to this wedding. The Gorosei would descend upon them, accompanied by the Marine admirals, furious and menacing. The wedding would transform into a funeral. And as the mastermind, he would be unable to escape culpability to know. He simply could not allow this alliance to happen. Heh, as expected of Katakuri. He saw through my feigned fainting that you're quite impressive. Wayne forced a smile. Rising to his feet, glancing at the arms crossed Smuggy, and calmly stated, such a significant matter as marriage should be discussed with my teacher, Kaido. What do you think? At his words, irritation slowly crept onto Smuggy's face. As the most renowned genius of Whole Cake Island, she had never encountered anyone who dared to refuse her requests, save for her mother. Now, after boldly proposing that this fellow become her husband. He was actually considering it. She spoke with a biting tone. This is definitely a rejection, isn't it? Who do you think you're turning down? But that's fine. Let us have a spar that if you lose, you shall obediently become my husband. With that, she began to stride toward Wayne. Hey, wait. Wayne waved his hands in protest. In his current state, even Jack could overpower him, let alone a star of the Big Mom Pirates. Yet, he couldn't resist asking. What if I win? Then I shall obediently become your wife. How naive you are. Ultimately, however, Smuggy was halted by her well-meaning older brother, Katakuri, who had begun to regard Wayne with a more favorable eye. Even the promise of a nation failed to sway him. It seems this fellow greatly respects his teacher. Katakuri murmured softly. Two ships sailed side by side, heading towards Wano country. Soon, they arrived beneath a waterfall. Led by the queen, the singing ship followed closely, smoothly entering the inner sea of Wano through a special passage. In the distance, the enormous skull atop Onigashima was already visible. Meanwhile, the pirates of Onigashima received the news of Vayne's return, halting near the harbor to gaze at the two large vessels approaching from afar. "Yah!" boomed the rotund queen, laughing heartily. "Soon, you little ones will witness the grandeur of my queen," since impulsively lending his ship to Vayne last time. He had harbored worries about his beloved queen being damaged. Thus, upon hearing of Vayne's return, he hurried to the port. Yaha, it should have returned unscathed. As he watched the approaching ships, particularly the golden brontosaurus figurehead at the bow, a radiant smile blossomed on Queen's lips. However, as the Queen was about to dock, revealing a side with a missing cabin filled with an unknown white substance, Queen exclaimed in disbelief, "My ship!" His roar echoed across the skies, sending schools of fish scattering in fright. Vayne, seemingly anticipating the ensuing scene, earnestly addressed the crowd. "I will first report to Teacher Kai. Make sure to treat Brother Kakuri well." Upon finishing, Vayne handed a communication snail to Baby 5 and instructed Leo. "Take good care of the two ladies." With that, violet wings sprouted from his back, and he soared into the sky, swiftly darting towards the dome, leaving behind a group of trembling pirates. They looked at the furious Queen, ready to explode, and couldn't help but cry out. Lord Queen is so terrifying when angry. Just as Queen was about to erupt, another three-masted pirate ship entered his line of sight, a vessel several times larger than the Queen. Flying a flag adorned with a lipstick-coated skull, Queen was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Oh, they arrived together, the big pirate crew." Accompanied by the howling winds, Vayne passed over the harbor and outer forest of Onigashima. Entering the island's interior, suddenly, a clear boyish voice called out from below, "Brother Vayne, is that you? Have you returned?" Vayne looked down to see little Pejuan, wearing a white and green horned hat, waving at him from the training grounds. With a swift motion, Vayne descended and, noticing Pejuan drenched in sweat, smiled. "You must have just finished your workout. Huh? Well done, little page eye, training so diligently." Receiving the compliment, Pejuan shyly scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, Brother Vayne, I told myself that if I could run 50 laps around the training ground, I could protect my sister. With that thought, I could persevere. You wish to ignite your youth as well?" Vayne grinned, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. "Yes, keep it up, little page eye, to protect those you love. Striving to become stronger is the essence of a brave man." "Yes, thank you, Brother Vayne." Pejuan nodded vigorously. "I'm fired up now." Vayne chuckled. "All right, continue your training. I have matters to attend to." Just then, Pejuan recalled something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Brother Vayne, the iron block technique you taught me, while practicing, I think I might have developed something different. Can you check if I practiced it incorrectly?" However, Vayne was reluctant to waste time. "Is it just an iron block? Even if you did develop something, it could merely be an indication of exceptional talent." With that thought, Vayne raised his right hand, lightly flicking Pejuan's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Forgive me, little Pagei, perhaps next time. Pejuan took a step back, understanding, I see. Since Brother Vayne said so, I'll wait until next time. That he obediently nodded. Vayne then soared into the air once more, quickly reaching the dome above. Yet, as he neared the dome, Vayne's observation Haki sensed two formidable powers clashing. Who is fighting Teacher Kai? Oh no, it can't be Yamato again, can it? With this thought, Vayne flew to the top, looking down on an open ground. He spotted Kaido's robust figure, laughing heartily while wielding a kanabo. Before him lay a battered Yamato, weakly sprawled on the ground, unable to move, with the kanabo named Aiken broken in two beside her. The scene was chaotic, shrouded in smoke. Just as he returned, witnessing such a dramatic sight, in the pirate world, familial bonds, whether between fathers and sons or fathers and daughters, seemed to be quite strained, and Big Mom in particular was a heavyweight. Even treating her biological children as food. Below, Kaido noticed Vayne, grinning broadly, slightly turning to shout upwards, "Hey, kid, come over here." Vayne honestly didn't wish to interfere in this poignant father-daughter moment. After all, he was uncertain if Teacher Kai was finished with his fun. If he sought to spar with Vayne next, it would be disastrous. Yet, since he had been spotted, he had no choice but to approach. "Teacher Kai, having just finished with Yamato, you can't hit me too, right?" Vayne leaped down, landing beside Yamato. "Vayne, you've returned." Yamato's face lit up with excitement upon seeing him, breaking into a wide smile, revealing a small gap where a tooth was missing. "Didn't I tell you not to challenge Teacher Kai?" Vayne sighed in exasperation. "I'm sorry, Vayne, but Yamato first cast an apologetic glance at Vayne, then glared at Kaido with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "I will kill this bastard." Kaido laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Very well, keep hating me like that. If such hatred can make you stronger, remember this, Yamato. In this world, only power can dominate everything. Once you understand that, you can put away your unrealistic dreams and become my child again." Hearing this, Yamato spat defiantly. "I am not your child. I am Kazuki Oden, and one day, I will open Wano country." This fatherly and daughterly display left Vayne feeling a bit of toothache. Without delving into right or wrong, one could only say that the affection between the strong resembles a glass of high-proof liquor, intensely potent with every sip that moment. Kaido suddenly slammed the kanabo into the ground, then pointed at Vayne, saying, "Silly son, don't you like this kid very much?" Vayne was taken aback. "Teacher Kai, please don't say such things. Our relationship is purely platonic." Yet Vayne had clearly misunderstood, for Kaido continued in a booming voice. "This Vayne, though he appears rather unrefined and often presents himself as a weakling, knows the pursuit of strength. The last time I fought this kid, I could tell, though he heavily relies on the power of his devil fruit. His physique must have undergone years of rigorous training. It's just that his talent and haki aren't strong enough. Right, kid?" Hearing this, Vayne's expression froze. This time, Teacher Kai was indeed correct. Ever since joining the Navy, whether driven by a sense of competition with other sailors or the fear of being overpowered, he had indeed exerted considerable effort in his training. That is no exaggeration to say that even without utilizing his fruit abilities, he could defeat most of the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters. After Kaido finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to Yamato. Yet Yamato remained indifferent, still glaring at him. Kaido, feeling bored, turned back to Vayne. "Forget about that silly daughter. Kid, you've returned." Beneath the tempestuous winds of the dome, Kaido's raven locks danced wildly, exuding an imposing aura. Vayne tilted his head upward. "Indeed, Teacher Kaido, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me. Now Dressrosa has become the territory of our beast pirates." Kaido nodded, having already gleaned the news from the newspapers. "However, my boy, shouldn't you explain the matters regarding the Whitebeard pirates?" "Here it comes." Vayne had anticipated Kaido's inquiry. Taking a deep breath, he lamented, "Teacher Kaido, it was the Whitebeard pirates who compelled me to act this way." He then recounted, with embellishments, how Skuyard had sought him out and provoked him. He vehemently denied ever uttering those rebellious words about wanting to go solo or to become the pirate king, placing all the blame squarely on Morgan's. Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression shifted to one of knowing amusement. That rascal Morgan's, willing to write anything for the sake of sensational news. I have long ceased to trust him. This indeed feels like something that scoundrel would do. And you, my boy, would never dare to speak such words. Ho ho ho. Teacher Kaido, your words cut deep. Teacher Kaido, Veen continued, on our journey back to Onigashima, we encountered a very wicked individual. None other than Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mentioning Marco ignited Veen's fury. This scoundrel not only attacked Uncle Quinn's newly constructed ship, but nearly harmed your beloved student. In a final flourish, Veen added, Teacher Kaido, this is an outright provocation from Whitebeard. Can you tolerate it? After listening to Veen, Kaido's gaze flickered, lost in thought. That moment, his transponder snail buzzed. What is it? Mr. Kaido, the big MOM crew has arrived in the hall. And the most renowned Kakuri is among them. Quinn's voice came through the receiver. I understand. Kaido hung up the snail, casting a meaningful glance at Veen and the unconscious Yamato on the ground. Before uttering, boy, take this foolish child to receive treatment. Do not let her perish. I quite fancy her eyes, filled with hatred yet unable to vanquish me. Ho ho ho. With that, Kaido leapt into the air, conjuring a fierce gale as he transformed into the azure dragon and soared downward. Watching the retreating figure of this old father, Veen sighed, knowing he was merely concerned for his daughter. Teacher Kaido, you are so gentle on Onigashima. Atop the dome, after Kaido's departure, Veen knelt, observing the wounds on Yamato's body. The injuries and bruises inflicted by the Kanabo were visibly healing before his eyes. Veen shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, she is the so-called little Kaido, a monster of exceptional talent. There is no doubt, she is Yamato, a member of the Oni clan with remarkable innate abilities and physical prowess, a hexagonal powerhouse wielding conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki, not to mention possessing the mythical Zoan type. Inu no Mi, model, Deikokutten, which grants her formidable regenerative abilities and the power to freeze when in beast form. Additionally, she boasts impressive martial arts skills, leaving her foes to scream in despair. Veen, Yamato said, her dirty face beaming with joy, seemingly oblivious to the recent beating she had endured. How is it outside? It must be quite exciting, right? It's all right. I simply encountered a group of very wicked individuals. But I dealt with them all. That's so? I wish to fight alongside you, Veen. Yamato's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That day will surely come. However, you should wash up first, as he spoke. Veen hoisted Yamato onto his shoulder and sprouted violet wings. Soaring into the depths of Onigashima, returning to his room. One must admit, the beast pirates treat their talents exceptionally well. The room was not only well equipped, but seemed to have been prepared for his return. With various snacks and fruits laid out on the cabinet, it was vastly superior to his small apartment in Marineford. The bathroom is over there. I'll have someone wash your clothes. Veen pointed towards the bathroom. Oh, Yamato replied obediently, then earnestly inquired, Veen, won't you join me? Huh? Upon hearing this, Veen was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Yamato's adorably naive eyes fixed upon him, finally realizing her implication. Indeed, this girl has always regarded him as a good brother. Yet, being unaware of the implications, Veen understood all too well. Thus, in the spirit of chivalry akin to Sanji, he pondered for a mere 2.5 seconds before acquiescing to Yamato's request. What a joke. Only a true man can accept a woman's unreasonable demands. The bathroom was steamy and somewhat cramped. The two squeezed into a large round bathtub, beside which a glass window offered a breathtaking view of the nearby jungle. Yamato lay unabashedly in the steaming water, her face flushed from the heat, radiating sheer bliss. Her voluptuous figure was on full display before Veen, her fair skin exuding youthful vitality, her long legs visibly toned from frequent exercise. Boasting a tight silhouette, with a face reminiscent of a pure and beautiful maiden, her figure was astonishingly sensual. Who could withstand such a sight? One could hardly fathom how stunning Yamato's mother must be. Capable of bearing a daughter like her with a rugged man like Kaido at that moment, Veen felt his own cheeks growing increasingly warm, though not from the hot water. Veen, you're quite strange. Yamato remarked with a puzzled expression, having noticed a peculiar trait of his. Whenever he soaked in the bath, he would turn red, and it intensified when he looked at her. What? Do you take me for someone else? I am merely enjoying this delightful hot bath. Veen gritted his teeth in denial. Oh, then could you please remove your hand from my leg? It's a bit ticklish. That is merely my special massage technique taught by Zephyr-sensei to aid in your recovery. Do not slander me, a paragon of virtue. Veen hastily clarified, His expression one of indignation. He then turned his gaze to the window to collect himself. That's so? Veen, you're truly a good person. I misjudged you. Yamato chuckled bashfully. Then please continue. Well, I must take care of some matters. No. Today, an external pirate crew is arriving at Onigashima, and I need to hurry over. Veen leaned forward, awkwardly extracting himself from the bathtub. Swiftly darting into the shower, the cool water cascaded down, sending a shiver through Veen's body, gradually calming him. Veen, oh Veen, remember, she is the daughter of the enemy. As a true blue successor of the Marines, you must not falter. After silently reflecting for a few moments, Veen unleashed his observation haki. Sensing no one else nearby, he swiftly retrieved a miniature transponder snail from his clothing and dialed it. The matter of the big MOM pirates seeking an alliance with the beast pirates was of great significance. Veen dared not make unilateral decisions. Thus he resolved to report it properly. Brew, brew, brew. The transponder snail rang softly for a while, but no one answered. Fleet Admiral Sengoku busy. After ringing for a while longer, the call connected. However, the small snail transformed into the image of a stern-looking middle-aged man wearing a white military cap with a square face. This was due to a feature of Veen's transponder snail. If a superior's call goes unanswered for a certain period, it automatically redirects to another contact. Therefore, this was, I am Sakazuki. A deep, resonant voice came through, sounding rather casual. Akainu? Veen raised an eyebrow, surprised to have reached Akainu. Veen, isn't it? The exceptional new recruit. I have heard of your deeds in the East Blue. Quite commendable. Akainu spoke in a calm manner. Veen and Akainu were not previously acquainted. They had only met a few times in Marineford. Veen expressed a degree of understanding towards this admiral who adhered to the principle of absolute justice. In this wretched world, upon attaining the rank of admiral, he did not exploit his power for personal gain, nor did he oppress the innocent. He even personally eradicated pirates. In comparison to those who merely held their positions and colluded with pirates to torment civilians, he was indeed far superior. However, the incident concerning O'Hara was rather complex. Oh, it turns out to be you. I have a minor matter to discuss, Veen stated directly. He then recounted the incident where Marco attacked him and Katakuri led a team to Onigashima in detail to the Den Den Mushi. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Den Den Mushi gradually turned serious, its brow furrowing. You consider this a minor issue? Akainu exclaimed. Point 2 Yonko crews attempting to ally is a monumental event if things go awry. It could potentially spark an unprecedented war. Just as Akainu was about to speak further, a girl's voice came from the other end. Veen, I finished my bath. Veen, what are you doing right now? Akainu inquired. Puzzled Doe, it's nothing. You may continue. She is my informant, Veen replied. Informant? Have you managed to cultivate a trustworthy informant in such a short span of time? It seems the fleet admiral truly did not misjudge you. Akainu remarked, offering a customary compliment to the junior. However, he quickly shifted the tone of the conversation, cautioning, nonetheless, do not be complacent. Deliberately approaching those close to Kaido may arouse his suspicion. Veen responded with a nonchalant tone. It's nothing, merely Kaido's daughter. Akainu retorted, so, what are your plans? Huh, shouldn't it be you, senior, giving me orders? Why are you asking me? Cough cough, the last time I met Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he mentioned that you possess a clever mind. But you are merely hesitant to speak due to fear of consequences or lack of personal gain. Veen tugged at the corners of his mouth. Akainu, are you this straightforward? Very well, I do have a plan. If it succeeds, it could potentially annihilate all the emperors of the sea in one fell swoop. Veen declared earnestly. What? The Den Den Mushi's pupils widened, its gaze seeming to sparkle with excitement. You can eliminate 3 emperors of the sea in one go? Speak, Veen, Akainu urged eagerly. A knowing smile curled on Veen's lips as he began. If I recall correctly, you currently have 5 or 6 vice admirals directly under your command, not to mention the rear admirals and colonels below them, plus the navy and warships at your disposal. Your forces number in the tens of thousands. If we also bring in Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji, we can launch a full-scale assault the moment the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates unite to confront Whitebeard. This could very well eradicate them. Perhaps it could even signal the end of this era of great pirates. Veen spoke with conviction. Yet, upon hearing this, Akainu furrowed his brows tightly, after pondering for a considerable time. He lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Veen, Your thoughts are somewhat extreme. Vane's words surprised Akainu. He never expected this junior to possess such audacity. However, the world government would not take such a significant risk. First and foremost, the seas are not solely occupied by these 3 Emperor-level pirate crews. There are also powerful figures like Wang Ji from Hive Island, the Golden Lion who escaped from Impel Down and is hiding, as well as those notorious pirates scattered across various regions, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. But should they catch wind of such a plan, they might very well conspire against us. Furthermore, the Marine headquarters and other branches across the seas require stationed forces. Reallocating troops is no simple task. Most importantly, above the world government, there are the Gorosei. They will not take such risks. Vane, your proposal is likely to face considerable opposition. Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke as he spoke. Nevertheless, in Akainu's heart, his impression of Vane had improved significantly, feeling that this junior aligned well with his temperament. Very well, Akainu-senpai. Vane feigned a tone of regret. He was certainly not naive enough to believe that his words could sway Akainu into executing such an outrageous plan. If Akainu were capable of such actions, he would not have attained the rank of admiral in the first place. Thus, Vane merely intended to express his stance. Moreover, Vane, do not forget that although you have facilitated a deep enmity between Whitebeard and Kaido, these inherently wicked pirates are cunning and treacherous. Should they become aware of the Navy's intentions to encircle them, they might very well unite against us, and at that point, we would be in serious trouble. Vane's gaze sharpened. No wonder Akainu was a representative of the hawkish faction within the Navy. As a Navy officer, he possessed such insight into the pirates. It was akin to a certain white-haired village chief understanding the families of the opposite sex within the village. Indeed, Akainu-senpai, you are correct. I have been overly radical. As a Navy officer, one must consider matters thoroughly in the future. One cannot act solely on impulse. Akainu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Vane harbored some internal dissent. Akainu-senpai, about what you just said? What do the civilians of O'Hara think? So, what should I do? Vane then directly posed the question to Akainu. I will consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku regarding this matter, but if it were up to me, I would still prefer you to prevent the union of those two. You want me to stop Kaido and Big Mom? Is that for real? Vane nearly exclaimed in surprise. Dio, you think too highly of me. You Magma Man? Well, if all goes as expected, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will convene a special meeting to discuss this issue after he learns of it. Vane was already aware of Akainu's thoughts. Subsequently, the two confirmed their intelligence once more before hanging up the phone. With a sigh, Vane dried himself off, donned a well-fitted black suit, and exited the shower room at that moment. Yamato had already changed into the new clothes sent by the maid. This outfit had been specifically prepared at Vane's request, as he had grown weary of Yamato's previous identical outfits, which she would simply switch out when they became soiled. However, when Vane glanced at Yamato, who was lounging on the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback. The beautiful girl before him had a head of fluffy, gradient-colored hair, carelessly tied up. She wore a white cropped shirt on top and paired it with a black pleated mini-skirt, her bare feet dangling casually over the edge of the sofa. It seemed she found the sofa too soft and was playfully bouncing on it like a child. Yamato, it was no exaggeration to say that if Yamato were to don a small black backpack and glasses, she would perfectly embody the image of a literary girl. Vane felt a twinge of nostalgia, relishing the delightful feeling that it was reminiscent of a childhood friend, an adorable girl who, despite her sharp tongue, always held you dear in her heart. Who wouldn't want such a charming childhood sweetheart? Just then, Yamato noticed Vane. With exuberance, she leapt up from the sofa, brandishing a half-broken wolf-tooth club she had produced from who knows where, and shouted, "Ha! Vane, let us fight. I've become much stronger these days. Damn, I almost got distracted. This is Yamato's true nature. I want to retract my earlier words." After reminding Yamato to stick close and refrain from speaking out of turn, Vane led her towards the conference hall of the Onigashima Palace. The conference hall was located at the very bottom of Onigashima. This time, a multitude of pirates had gathered at the entrance. Upon arriving, Vane encountered Jean, who had come over. "Uncle Jean, it's been a while," Vane greeted with a nod reserved for the strong. Jean's eye twitched. "You can't call me uncle without feeling uncomfortable. Can you?" Yet, when he noticed the exquisitely dressed Yamato beside Vane, his brows raised, and he spoke with a peculiar tone. "Are you two dating?" Wynn was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hands in denial, saying, No, No, you've misunderstood. Uncle Gene, we are merely friends. That's so? Meanwhile, Yamato tilted his head in confusion, gazing at Ween. Ween, what does it mean to be in a relationship? Upon hearing this, Ween sighed in exasperation. Describing Yamato as illiterate would be an understatement. A relationship means two people being together and sharing their feelings. I see. Then you and I are in a relationship. Ween, Yamato exclaimed excitedly. The surrounding pirates gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape as they turned to look at Ween, subconsciously giving him a thumbs up. Truly, he was a man with a bounty of 500 million, managing to win over Kaido's daughter within just a few months of arriving at Onigashima. This seemed to signal his ascendance as the heir of the Beast's pirates. The crowd was astonished, already plotting to befriend Ween and forge a connection. Shoo, don't say such things, Yamato. Ween hurriedly covered Yamato's mouth. Although to the other pirates, this gesture only appeared more intimate. If Kaido were to hear this, he would surely think himself a predator luring an unsuspecting girl. Ween's mind could easily conjure up that scenario. Old Kaido, my pirate ship has docked at Onigashima. Is it safe? And then Kaido would affectionately pat his head with his kanabo, delivering a thunderous blow. No, please. Coming back to reality, Gene had already walked past Ween, casually remarking, hurry inside. It's about to begin. All right, Uncle Gene. Ween responded succinctly and led Yamato inside to eye in the palace of Onigashima. The conference hall was brightly lit and spacious. In the center of the hall stood a massive table, flanked by 2 rows of chairs on either side. At that moment, Kaido occupied the main seat, with Gene and Queen seated at one side. Alongside 2 empty chairs on the opposite side lounged Kakuri and Smoothie, both with their legs crossed. In the corner stood several tall, strong pirates, resembling bodyguards. They were the true beasts of the Beast's pirates, the mid-level cadre. Meanwhile, the young members of the Charlotte family curiously climbed onto the table, chattering and laughing as they observed Kaido. Wow, is that Kaido? He's so enormous. No wonder Mama says he's a monster. Kaido is so imposing, but still not as intimidating as brother Katakuri. Upon hearing this, Kaido did not display any anger. On the contrary, he watched these tiny beings with keen interest, pondering whether that old hag thought of his place as a kindergarten. Allowing so many children to come here, was she not afraid he might kill them? Though he may have said such things, not a trace of anger crossed his face. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, even exhibiting a hint of warmth in his gaze towards the children. Witnessing this, Ween couldn't help but smirk. Why does Kaido seem so gentle, like a kind uncle? Could it be that he truly had a fling when he was younger? As Ween and Yamato entered, all eyes turned towards them. Kaido raised an eyebrow. Kid, come sit up front. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding pirates began to shift, realizing that seat was reserved only for the top figures. In that moment, they concluded that Ween was undoubtedly the next Calamity in Kaido's eyes, potentially even becoming Kaido's son-in-law and the next heir of the Beast's pirates. All right, Kaido. Ween was not particularly surprised, as he was indeed the mastermind behind this unfolding. After acknowledging Kaido, he took a seat next to Queen, with the empty chair beside him clearly for Yamato. Although Kaido spoke harshly, he was attentive to such details. Truly, I could weep. Once seated, Yamato behaved rather well, refraining from showcasing her filial daughter antics. She pulled out several snacks she had taken from Ween's room, tearing open the packaging and munching happily, heedless of her image as she stuffed her mouth with chips. Kid. Queen, upon seeing Ween, fumed, you've turned my ship into that state. What assurance did you give me back then? Uncle Queen, you can't blame me for this. I cherish your queen's ship just as much as I admire you. Ween replied sheepishly, this is all Marco's fault. Humph, Queen scoffed. Even if you present me with a whole barrel of red bean soup as compensation, I shall not forgive you. Taken aback, Ween hesitated before tentatively suggesting, how about 2 barrels? Queen grinned. Well, you do understand, so I'll reluctantly forgive you. However, Queen would not genuinely hold Ween accountable. Ultimately, it was all that old bastard Whitebeard's fault. He longed to punch that old man in the face to avenge his precious queen's ship. Across the table, Katakuri was also taken aback upon seeing Yamato. Previously, he had only known that the Beast's pirates had Gene and Queen as formidable figures, with the rest being mere fodder. Yet now, not only had a new powerhouse comparable to Marco emerged in Ween, but also a white-haired girl who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. However, what was the deal with the shackles on her wrists? As Wayne settled in, Jack and Devago entered, taking their positions behind him. Jack crossed his arms, wearing a cold demeanor befitting a master. Yamato, her mouth full of chips, curiously inquired about Kakuri and the others. Wayne, who are they? Young Master Yamato. They are from the Big MOM Pirates, another formidable pirate crew that can contend with the Beast's pirates. Devago interjected as the designated commentator. Their captain, Charlotte Lin, like your father Kaido, was once a member of the Rock's Pirates. Moreover, Charlotte Lin is the most powerful woman on these seas, possessing the powers of the soul fruit, allowing her to extract souls from people to bestow life upon other entities. It is said that even her bed and palace are alive. When looked puzzled, how do you know so much? He recalled that Devago had also been quite knowledgeable about Marco's abilities. Devago chuckled sheepishly. Actually, before joining the Beast's Pirates, I spent time in many pirate crews in the New World. However, every time I joined, that crew either got wiped out by the Marines or fell into internal strife and disbanded. Wayne raised an eyebrow. With such a track record, he couldn't fathom how the Beast's Pirates had ever accepted him. So, Yamato's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are we going to fight that Charlotte Lin? Wayne sighed. How much do you want to fight? Besides, she is your Aunt Lin, after all. At that moment, Kaido thundered at Kakuri. Gaha. Kid, it's time to discuss serious matters. Bring forth that old hag-ass snail. His booming voice sent the little ones on the table swaying unsteadily. Understood. Governor Kaido. Katakuri maintained his calm demeanor. With a wave of his hand, a short homey soldier stepped forward, cradling a snail in his arms. The snail wore a pink captain's hat and sported heavy eye makeup. Katakuri took the snail and placed it centrally on the table. Upon seeing this, the young Charlotte family members displayed expressions of fear, promptly jumping off the table and hiding behind Katakuri. Soon after, the snail began to awaken, its expression turning sinister, eyes filled with greed. Mama, is that you, Kaido? Upon hearing that voice, Wayne immediately recognized it was she, one of the three great emperors of the sea, the sovereign of nations. Captain of the Big MOM Pirates, Charlotte Lin. Ho ho ho, Lin, you old hag. You're still having children. How utterly amusing. Just how many offspring do you need to satisfy yourself? Kaido's tone dripped with mockery. Humph, still the same rude little brat. Aren't you, Kaido? Don't forget, I've always regarded you as my younger brother. Enough with the nonsense, old hag. After all these years, you wouldn't be here just to reminisce, would you? Upon hearing this, Wayne's expression became somewhat peculiar. At least I used to treat you to drinks and food. Kaido, you're being rather heartless with your words. Mama, I thought you already knew. On the other end of the line, Charlotte Lin seemed unfazed, her pupils narrowing as she spoke in a deep voice. Of course, I'm here to join forces to eliminate Whitebeard. Without mentioning anything else, it was Charlotte Lin who had shielded Kaido on that perilous Rocks pirate ship. Later, during the battle at God Valley, she even bestowed upon Kaido that rare mythical Zoan devil fruit, a tremendous act of kindness. Join me in taking down Whitebeard. Kaido scoffed. What nonsense is this, old hag? Even if I were to battle Whitebeard, I wouldn't be afraid. That old fool's era should have ended long ago. With that, Kaido flashed a grin at Wayne. Kid, you've done well. That so-called strongest pirate crew is just an old bastard leading a bunch of children playing house. A pirate crew that constantly babbles about family can amount to much. Only a crew like the Beast's Pirates, where strength reigns supreme, can give rise to formidable warriors. Kaido, you're so lofty and unyielding. This defiant demeanor stirred a sense of admiration within Wayne. Kaido's age. Both his mindset and strength had likely reached their zenith. If a confrontation were to occur now between him and the aging Whitebeard, Wayne would lean toward Kaido. After all, youth is an advantage in combat, just like in the original story's Battle of Honeycomb Island. Had it been a young, raven-haired carp, he would have undoubtedly leveled the entire island. However, while the top-tier combatants seemed promising, just as Wayne was contemplating this, Charlotte Lin articulated his very thoughts. Mama, foolish Kaido, is war such an easy affair? Whitebeard is no small fry pirate crew, Charlotte Lin smiled. Even if you can defeat Whitebeard, what about your little underlings? When war breaks out, you end up sacrificing all that you've built over the decades. With these words, everyone began to ponder. Although Wayne and Kaido regarded Whitebeard as mere weeds, Wayne had even mocked the Whitebeard pirates as a group of incompetent fools led by an old fool, but that was merely to provoke Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates boasted 16 captains commanding over 1,600 men, along with more than 40 pirate crews, totaling over 50,000 members dispersed throughout the New World. The captain of the Don Quixote pirates, Squard, whom Wayne had previously slain, was one of them. If they united for war, even the world government would find it quite a challenge. In contrast, on Kaido's side, aside from the top-tier powerhouse Kaido, the remaining high-tier fighters consisted of Jean, Queen, Wayne, and maybe Yamato at best. The mid-tier fighters seemed to be lacking, with only Jack and Black Maria being capable. However, Wayne had yet to encounter Black Maria. It was said that the tall woman was currently managing a corridor. Among the future Flying Six, Runny and Page One were too young, and Fusive, who had come to ally with them, had been killed by Wayne. The rest were mere lackeys with bounties around 20 million. Hardly formidable. Compared to Whitebeard's cadre and captains, they were vastly inferior. Mama's right, they thought. In such circumstances, even if they barely win, they would end up losing everything. Kaido's lips curled slightly, seemingly acknowledging her statement. Kaido, I know you yearn for a showdown with Whitebeard, or rather, just the thought of it would give you quite a headache if you don't fight, right? Mama. She truly was the former White Moonlight big sister. Understanding Kaido so well even after all these years, her words, a hint of displeasure flickered across Kaido's face. Although he disliked being told what to do, he had to admit that the old hag was correct. Linlin, are you trying to help me? I don't believe your intentions are so noble. Kaido's mindset now was different from a decade later. He was still fixated on the notion of dominating the world. Forming an alliance with Charlotte Linlin was far from his contemplation. After all, in recent years, their Beasts pirates and the Big MOM pirates had experienced various conflicts, both large and small. Mama, my assistance is certainly not free. How about this? You hand over Jean to me. I'll send troops to clear all obstacles for you. Be it pirates or the Navy, I'll hold them off, and you can fight however you wish. Upon her words, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. Wayne sensed a slight tremor in Jin's body, as if he were seeking help. That moment, Wayne empathized with Jin's feelings. Being targeted by such a wealthy aunt would indeed be quite a predicament. Finally, as Wayne exchanged glances with Queen, they both couldn't help but burst into laughter. You too? Jean suddenly turned, glaring at them, only to find both sitting with serious expressions, appearing as if nothing had happened. In fact, Wayne had even taken the liberty to wipe the snack crumbs from Yamato's mouth with a caring gesture. Meanwhile, Kaido erupted in laughter. Ho. What are you dreaming about, you old hag? Jean is mine. Have you forgotten your own words? Pirates also have their code of ethics. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately cast a somewhat guilty glance at Kaido. Indeed, how could Mr. Kaido ever engage in such self-sacrificial trade for profit? It was laughable that he had panicked for a moment. How foolish. I didn't expect you to remember what I said. But forget it, we'll discuss Jean later. Didn't you just receive a new kid? Charlotte Linlin continued. You must be talking about Wayne, right? He has quite a promising prospect. I plan to make him the third figurehead, Kaido openly declared to everyone. This wasn't something to hide. In the Beast's pirates, strength was the only currency that mattered. If others were dissatisfied, they could challenge Wayne themselves, provided they could win. Mama. Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed with greed. Then how about this? I want to ask you to give him to me. Let him marry Smoothie and become my son-in-law. If he doesn't fancy Smoothie, I have plenty of beautiful daughters, or those little brats from the past he can choose from. Big Mom, you. Wayne tightened his brows, nearly cursing aloud. Was this even a reasonable request? It felt as if she regarded him as some sort of sinister uncle with peculiar preferences. This moment, Wayne's gaze inadvertently collided with that of the little girl in a white dress with golden hair. Hiding behind Katakuri, the little girl instantly displayed a look of terror, tightly shutting her eyes as if afraid Wayne might choose her. Bruley, what kind of expression is that? Wayne internally scolded Big Mom fiercely, then turned his gaze towards Kaido, believing that such a rude request would surely be denied. But the next second, Kaido's eyes shifted lazily before he replied, sure, as long as the kid agrees. This time, it was Jean and Queen who burst into laughter at Wayne. Although it appeared to be a favorable outcome from a surface perspective, in essence, Wayne was to become a political pawn. Mary, Veen, what is marriage? Yamato, having finished his snacks, wiped his mouth and asked with a hint of confusion. Behind him, the narrator, Dave, timely interjected, young Master Yamato, Marriage signifies a lifelong union of two individuals, a promise to love each other eternally and never part ways. Upon hearing this, Veen cast a peculiar glance at him. Wait, why does your pirate's concept of love seem so righteous? Oh, so that's how it is, Yamato exclaimed, clapping his hands loudly, as if to announce to the world. Then I shall marry Veen, and we will be together forever. At this declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. Across the table, Smuggy glared menacingly at the exuberant Yamato. This must be what they call a love rival. Right? It has to be. Charlotte Leanlean's expression froze. Who is it? Kaido, who dares to steal my son-in-law. Gokukokoko. Looks like I'll have to disappoint you, old hag. He is my foolish son. Saying this, Kaido cast a complex glance at Veen. Clearly taken aback. Heh, how uninteresting that I never expected that foolish boy from back then to develop such human emotions, even sending his own daughter to secure a promising little brat, Charlotte Linlin said ominously. Although she was reluctant, since Kaido had said so, she felt it was unwise to argue further. Old hag, Kaido bellowed in displeasure, forget about Jin and Veen. After killing Whitebeard, I can certainly allocate some of his territory to you. Mama Kaido, are you joking? Whitebeard's territory is both remote and impoverished. I truly don't covet it, Charlotte Linlin retorted firmly. Then there's nothing to discuss. That Kaido's expression turned cold. And how can you be so sure Whitebeard will wage war against me? After all, I've only killed one of his insignificant sons. Marco is still alive. Kaido, you've stumbled upon a blind spot. Even back then, when Kazuki Oden was slain, and the entire Wano country was seized by you, Whitebeard chose to endure the humiliation, not to mention that filial sword. Squared. Mama, that would truly be disgraceful. Kaido, could you really swallow your pride when your own brat is cornered at your doorstep by Whitebeard's men? Is that a provocation? However, you do have a point. While it appears that Whitebeard has suffered significant losses, isn't it all a consequence of their own actions? So you, who only knows how to bear children, need not worry. Kaido shot back defiantly that it seemed that their collaboration was on the verge of termination. Veen felt an involuntary sigh of relief within. But in the next moment, Charlotte Leanlean's sinister laughter echoed once more from the transponder snail's mouth. Mama, my foolish brother, your words are still so hurtful. However, Kaido, I've changed my mind. It's fine if we don't cooperate. I will still assist you. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, she continued. The army of Tato Land will help you intercept those who seek to interfere, allowing you to launch a full-scale war. Annie Linlin, what do you mean by that? Kaido sneered repeatedly. I don't believe you're so kind-hearted. Mama, let me tell you. Kaido, because I believe you cannot possibly defeat Whitebeard. When the time comes and you're thoroughly defeated, you'll have no choice but to beg me for help. Just thinking of that scene excites me. At this, Katakuri raised his head, sensing that his mother was beginning to lose her grasp on reality. Veen's heart sank further. Are you two old geezers performing the script of its Sundara older sister and a boastful younger brother? Big Mom, you might as well spoil him. After all, you're determined to help, right? Stop looking down on others. Since you wish to meddle, come on in. Just be prepared to be killed alongside me. Gokukokoko, Kaido was equally prideful. Ultimately, after exchanging a few choice words, the call ended. Humph, Kaido smirked, addressing all the pirates present with a loud, menacing laugh. Only war can determine a person's worth. Only the strong can survive in this world. Are you ready, lads? If you desire status, wealth, and women, then muster the resolve to fight alongside me. With that, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into a deafening cheer. Roar, roar, kill Whitebeard, plunder everything they have. Let this world feel pain. Lord Kaido, we revere you. The wave of voices surged, shaking the very room. With just that one statement, the resolve to challenge the world's strongest pirate crew stirred the hearts of these men who had surrendered their lives to the sea. Whether it stemmed from greed or fervor, the beast pirates roared with excitement. Even Charlotte's children were itching for a fight, their faces alight with anticipation, as if longing for the battlefield. Are we finally going to take action against Whitebeard? This is quite reckless, Mr. Kaido, Quinn chuckled, but it's a perfect opportunity to test my new virus, haha. Jin crossed his arms, his gaze resolute. Mr. Kaido will become the next king. Jack, behind Veen, shouted excitedly. Big brother Veen, I think I can feel the burning youth inside me. Yamato nudged Veen's arm, conspiring loudly. Veen, should we head over to Whitebeard's side? That way, we can knock that bastard Kaido away. Veen's expression darkened. You fool, don't create more trouble for me. The cheers continued for an extended period before the meeting concluded. In truth, Katakuri's side had hardly exchanged a few words with Kaido, or rather, only their mother had the privilege to converse with him. This was the majesty of the Emperor of the Sea. After the meeting, Veen was about to find a place to report to Admiral Sengoku when Kaido summoned him again to the dome above. Kaido sat on the ground, while Veen took a seat opposite him. In front of Veen were 3 large bowls of liquor. Kaido, you're not here to drink with me, are you? Veen asked nervously. Kaido did not respond. Instead, he uncorked the gourd at his waist and took a long swig before saying leisurely, about your relationship with that foolish son. As he spoke, Kaido's gaze turned icy, causing Veen to break into a cold sweat. Kaido, that was your daughter's own statement. I didn't do anything, so can we settle this? While Kaido spoke, Veen was already mentally mapping out an escape route. However, Kaido's demeanor suddenly softened. I don't care about your matters, but you should know what I want. Upon hearing this, Veen secretly sighed in relief and nodded slightly. I understand, Kaido, that I will persuade Yamato to join the Beast Pirates. Humph, you better be able to deliver. A satisfied expression flickered in Kaido's eyes. Indeed, he still hopes to reconcile with his daughter. Kid, we are definitely going to take on Whitebeard. Put your heart into it. Once we win, you will be my next marquis. Gokakakoko. Kaido's black hair billowed wildly, his face radiating nonchalance, as an innate aura of dominance erupted from him. Veen felt a gust of wind strike him, causing his very soul to tremble. Such a ruler, with just a glance and a word, compelled one to want to follow. Yes, Kaido, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Veen responded with feigned enthusiasm, riding the wave of Kaido's fervor. Good, to our impending victory. Cheers. Kaido gestured towards Veen. Veen glanced ahead, seeing the 3 large bowls of potent liquor placed before him. Damn, were these prepared for me? Kaido, this is urgent. I need to rally some support first. Kaido's eyes glinted dangerously. Gokakakoko, why do you look so unwilling? In this world, not many can drink with me. It appears that there is no escaping this predicament. With no other options available, I must face it head on. With this thought in mind, Wayne took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and picked up a bowl of liquor, bringing it to his lips. Just as he was about to drink, a sudden realization struck him, and he poured the entire bowl onto the ground, proclaiming with theatrical flair, Teacher Kai, this bowl of liquor is dedicated to our comrades who will soon accompany us into battle. Kaido gazed at Wayne with evident interest. Following this, Wayne seized a second bowl, repeating the gesture as he declared, this bowl is for those members of the Beast Pirates who perished in Dressrosa. Though only a handful had died. As for the third bowl, I have yet to formulate my thoughts. No, for the third bowl, I shall wait until I can sever Whitebeard's head, and then I shall douse his severed head in this liquor. Relishing the act of humiliation, Kaido bared his teeth in amusement. How intriguing you are, lad. Very well, let us await the day of victory. Observing the confidence radiating from Teacher Kai, Wayne couldn't help but inquire. Teacher Kai, who is stronger, you or the current Whitebeard? Why did I ask such a foolish question? Kaido grimaced but pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. If the opponent is Whitebeard, it could indeed present some challenges. However, he tilted his head, gazing at the star-studded night sky of Onigashima, memories of past brutalities flashing through his mind. During his childhood, being treated as a war machine by the Vodka Kingdom, the treacherous scoundrels aboard the Rocks Pirates. The moments when he faced extreme punishment from the Navy while challenging the Yonko. After a long pause, he broke into a grin. I will prevail. Having successfully said a bold declaration for Teacher Kai, Wayne stealthily returned to his room. Ensuring he was alone, he retrieved a miniature transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku, here's the situation, blah blah blah. Wayne recounted everything, albeit in a beautified version. Lieutenant Bruce Wayne of the Navy. After joining the Beast Pirates, not only quickly integrated with the crew, but also successfully turned Kaido's daughter into an informant, leading to a rift between her and her father. Furthermore, he executed the fugitive Fazvu who sought to join them, preventing the pirates from engaging in a battle in Dressrosa, and eliminating the persistent headache of the world government, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. During this time, he even instigated a war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, a conflict destined to be exceedingly brutal. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, The other will undoubtedly suffer significant losses that in just a few months. He has amassed such remarkable accomplishments. Finally, Wayne added, I'm not joking. Admiral Sengoku, finding an undercover agent as comprehensive as me is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, upon hearing this, Sengoku's brows gradually furrowed, while he acknowledged Wayne's achievements. Something felt amiss, because why is it that a 20-year-old naval officer is so adept at masquerading as a pirate? In a short span, Wayne had gathered a sizable band of pirate followers and efficiently claimed an entire nation as territory for the Beast's pirates. Moreover, he had garnered Kaido's trust, even being on the verge of being appointed as a high-ranking officer. The most outrageous part was that he had even wooed Kaido's daughter. Was he truly not contemplating a defection to the dark side? Despite these suspicions, Sengoku cleared his throat and stated, You've done well, Wayne, that I'm merely surprised that the war is approaching so swiftly. Based on the intelligence you've provided, even if Whitebeard does not seek retribution against Kaido, Kaido will inevitably engage in battle with Whitebeard, correct? Probably. Wayne replied candidly, to be honest, Admiral Sengoku, I'm at a loss regarding what to do next. Should I continue my undercover work within the Beast's pirates, aiding Kaido in vanquishing Whitebeard, or should I seize the opportunity to defect and further complicate the situation? With the events unfolding to this extent, the Navy must take heed, regardless of the future outcome of this war. It possesses the potential to become a super event that could alter the dynamics of the new world. After a moment of silence, Sengoku uttered something that took Wayne by surprise. Perhaps assisting Kaido in winning this war is also a commendable choice. Admiral Sengoku, did I hear you correctly? You want me to assist the inherently evil Kaido? Wayne's brow furrowed, and he even contemplated making a jest. Admiral Sengoku, are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by Kaido to the Navy? In response to Wayne's confusion, Sengoku calmly elucidated, Wayne, if you were merely an ordinary pirate within the Beast's pirates, I would advise you to protect yourself, act according to the situation, and even take on the role of a bystander. However, you should have sensed by now that the current situation in the new world is quite delicate. Maintaining balance is of utmost importance. Even if they exhaust each other, it would merely be a significant clash among pirates. And after a period of recuperation, they would rise again. Or, if they act with extreme measures, they might even accelerate their aggression to restore their power. Pirates are capable of anything. Wayne seemed to grasp Sengoku's intention. The Navy was to stoke the flames further? To corroborate Wayne's assumption, Sengoku continued solemnly, rather than watching from the sidelines and making decisions after their outcomes are revealed, it would be wiser to have you facilitate a larger-scale conflict, leading to the obliteration of one pirate crew. Given Wayne's current standing and strength within the Beast's pirates, he was already capable of influencing the course of the battle. Moreover, should Kaido emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly attract more pirate crews to his banner. Consequently, as a senior officer of the Beast's pirates, the intelligence and actions at his disposal would increase exponentially. Sengoku's words startled Wayne, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. What a cunning perspective, Admiral Sengoku. So, according to your reasoning, the more I thrive as a Navy officer amidst the den of pirates, the better I am performing my undercover duties? Very well, Admiral Sengoku. Your most loyal subordinate, Bruce Wayne, acknowledges the order. Indeed, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. Do exercise caution while you're there. If you encounter any truly perilous situations, I grant you the discretion to make your own choices. As he spoke, he prepared to hang up the phone. Just then, Wayne smiled again and remarked, By the way, Admiral Sengoku, about that colonel of mine. Sengoku's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the moment. All right, Lieutenant Bruce Wayne of the Navy headquarters. I will initiate the process for your promotion. Furthermore, should this significant mission succeed, promoting you to Rear Admiral is not out of the question. After outlining a grand vision, the two concluded their conversation. Rear Admiral? That position grants direct access to the Navy base within the Grand Line. No. All of this is to eradicate the wicked pirates. How could it be for such a trivial rank? Meanwhile, in Marineford, within Admiral Sengoku's office, after hanging up with Wayne, Sengoku summoned Admiral Kazu. Borsellino, there is a pressing matter at hand. Kazuru, however, appeared nonchalant, shrugging casually. I have a feeling something ominous is about to unfold. Just so you know, Admiral Sengoku, if the task is too dangerous, I will be requesting extra compensation. Sengoku's expression visibly darkened. Wayne and Borsellino, you both truly are the pride of Zephyr. Yet the unfortunate reality was that there were no other admirals available to be dispatched from the headquarters. Only Kizaru remained. However, relying solely on one admiral would not suffice to intercept the Bigman pirates and other formidable pirate crews. Lost in thought, the door suddenly burst open with a resounding bang. The robust and muscular Garp stormed in. His vitality undiminished despite his age. He boisterously laughed at Sengoku. Huh? Sengoku, I just gave that foolish grandson of mine a good beating. He finally declared he no longer wishes to be Pirate King, but instead aims to be the freest person on the sea, gathering a crew to seek that great treasure. Hearing this, Kizaru wore a peculiar expression and remarked, "Isn't that still a desire to become the Pirate King?" Garp was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Wait a minute, that's true. That brat dared to deceive me. As he spoke, he was determined to return to the East Sea and deliver a sound thrashing to that unworthy scoundrel. Garp, your arrival is serendipitous. A significant event is about to unfold. Sengoku called out to Garp, subsequently recounting the series of events that had transpired. Thus, we find ourselves in a moment of heightened tension. Our Navy's objective this time is to intercept the Big Mom pirates, led by Charlotte Lin, along with other disruptive pirates, allowing Whitebeard and Kaido to engage in mutual destruction, with the ideal outcome being the complete annihilation of one side. After sharing this, Sengoku summoned several vice admirals and chief staff officers from headquarters and began drafting a battle plan based on the intelligence at hand, although the location of the decisive battle remained uncertain. The Navy had to approach this matter with utmost seriousness to prepare for any eventualities. Smoker's assessment results were less than satisfactory, yet he was nonetheless promoted to the rank of colonel and dispatched once more to Low Town in the East Sea. However, upon seeing the audacious image of Wayne on the latest newspaper, along with his provocation, representing the beast pirates in a near declaration of war against Whitebeard, he disregarded the counsel of his mentor, Zephyr, and hastily made his way to Marineford.it that moment. In Marineford's training grounds, Smoker implored, "Zephyr-sensei, you must grant my request. This operation absolutely requires my participation. I will bring Wayne back." Beside them stood Kizaru and Tina, observing the scene with their hands in their pockets. "What a troublesome junior," Kizaru remarked with a smirk. By the way, Tina-chan, what brings you here?" Tina smiled, fully aware that Wayne was acting as an undercover agent, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. Of course, I simply don't wish to see that guy come to harm. After all, we were once good classmates, or perhaps I just want to witness the fate of that rascal Wayne with my own eyes. Your bond is truly remarkable. What a shame that Wayne has fallen so low." Kizaru feigned ignorance, expressing a hint of regret. Only Smoker remained oblivious to the truth, believing wholeheartedly that Wayne had genuinely become a pirate. Zephyr shook his head helplessly, contemplating seriously before responding. "Very well, Smoker and Tina, you shall accompany Polysolino on this mission. However, you must ensure absolute obedience to orders." "Yes, Zephyr-sensei," Smoker and Tina replied in unison. Kizaru, wearing a troubled expression, added, "Zephyr-sensei, these two clearly do not seem like obedient juniors." At that moment, a plump officer came rushing towards them, exclaiming, "Hey, I just heard you mention a close relationship with that traitorous Wayne, right?" Although Smoker was puzzled, he promptly replied, "Indeed, that fellow is my dear friend. I shall put an end to his misdeeds." "Perfect," the plump officer exclaimed with delight, pulling a bill from his pocket and handing it to Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, you forgot to collect the sea stone staff you ordered from the equipment department. Furthermore, your dear friend Wayne has an outstanding debt of 30 million berries to the equipment department. Why not settle this debt first?" Smoker's eyes widened as he stared at the numerous zeros on the bill. Turning around, he discovered that Zephyr, Kizaru, and Tina had vanished without a trace. With a twitch of his lips, he furiously declared, "I take back what I said. Wayne is no longer my dear friend. He has aligned himself against justice. He is evil. He is the enemy. I have severed all ties with him." He then retrieved his meager savings from his withered wallet to collect the customized sea stone staff. In a certain part of the world, on an island floating in the air, a man with a head full of golden hair and legs replaced by two renowned swords gazed down upon the island. Remarkably, a half-broken ship's will protruded from the top of his head, embedded deep within his skull. That moment, holding a newspaper, He took a deep drag from his cigar and murmured, "Whitebeard, Kaido, Tisich, it will surely be yet another pointless battle with no resolution." For him, the ongoing skirmishes among the New World pirates seemed trivial, mere child's play in the eyes of this legendary sovereign. Once my legion is fully assembled and I obliterate the East Sea, you will all come to know who the true ruler of this world is. Ha! Elsewhere in the New World, aboard the colossal sailing ship, the Moby Dick, Gull Duck Chicken, Marco, his entire body wrapped in bandages, wept bitterly before Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father, it's my fault. I'm worthless. I'm too weak to avenge Squard. The blame lies with me." Marco's anguished cries echoed around him, as the other pirates wore somber expressions, their fists clenched in silent fury. "It is not your fault, my son. I am the one who sent you," Whitebeard replied gently. "Do not bear the weight of every mistake alone. Remember, we are one big family." "Indeed," Marco reassured Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division. "A pirate crew built on the ideals of family will never be bested by those heartless, lowly pirates." The others nodded, their faces reflecting deep emotion. "Yes, this is the Whitebeard pirates, in this merciless sea. This crew has always believed in the power of family." "Father, issue the command," exclaimed Vista. "Squard's death and Marco's injuries cannot go unpunished." "Father, Jinbe from Fishman Island just contacted us. He has rallied many fishmen warriors and is ready to support us in the New World." Diamond Jozu stated solemnly that's so. Listening to his son's impassioned declarations, a flicker of concern crossed Whitebeard's deep-set gaze. "Sons, must we truly engage in battle? Father, if we cannot exact vengeance, how can we establish ourselves in the New World?" Aizu interjected, his emotions running high. This remark immediately garnered agreement from the others. "Indeed, Father, it's just Kaido. With our family united, how can we possibly have a worthy adversary? The beast pirates are no match for us. Watch me obliterate them with a single blow." Seeing his son so fervent, a look of pride spread across Whitebeard's face. "Haha, it seems I truly am getting old, allowing you foolish kids to school me. Yes, I am Whitebeard. That brat Kaido dares to bully me. Gather all the pirate crews. Prepare for a war council. This shall be total war. Long live father." The crew raised their weapons in unison, vowing to take down Kaido in righteous fury. On Onigashima, following an unsatisfactory conversation between Kaido and Annie Lin, Kaido did not specify how to deal with the Charlotte family. Thus, Wayne took on the role of a temporary guide, leading everyone on a tour of Onigashima. "This magnificent palace is the headquarters of our beast pirates. I'm unsure of its construction date or who built it, but it is undeniably grand. All right, Katakuri, Bruli, hold on to the children tightly, be careful on the stairs, and follow me up to the next attraction. This is the dome above. Do you see that burly man drinking over there? That's our esteemed governor, Lord Kaido." Just as Wayne was about to guide everyone closer to observe the so-called strongest creature, Kaido could no longer tolerate the disturbance and bellowed, "Get lost, you little brats. Don't interrupt my drinking." The force of his roar sent a powerful gust of wind that blew everyone off Onigashima. In midair, Wayne added, "Oh, I forgot to mention, he has quite a temper. Is now really the time to say that?" The little girl chewing bubblegum, Charlotte Pudding, cried out in terror. The other children were equally frightened. Their faces pale, their tongues elongated and writhing in the air like serpents. At that moment, a faint crimson glow appeared in the eyes of both Vayne and Katakuri, as time seemed to freeze before them. In an instant, both Vayne and Katakuri sprang into action, catching all the children of the Charlotte family and gently setting them down on the ground. Katakuri was somewhat taken aback. During his last encounter with Vayne and Marco, he had sensed something unusual about Vayne's Kinbunchika haki. Now, it was entirely confirmed that this fellow possessed the same caliber of Kinbunchika haki. Yet, he pondered, how far into the future can your eyes truly see? Just as Vayne set down Bruli, a voice called out from behind him, "Instructor Vayne, that idiot Yamato is fighting with that long-legged guy." "Huh?" Vayne turned around to see the flustered Runty rushing toward him. Exchanging a glance with Katakuri, they headed in the direction indicated by Runty, the newcomer training ground. Smoker stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing Yamato across from him. "How many times must I say it? The things I desire have never slipped from my grasp." "Step away from Vayne. He is to be my future husband." Yamato retorted fiercely, "No, Vayne and I are the strongest duo. I am the one who will always be by his side. Witnessing the imminent clash between Smoker and Yamato, the pirates in the training ground gathered around. I absolutely love watching women fight. No wonder Vayne is so remarkable. Not only has he captured young Master Yamato, but even the women of the Big Mom pirates are enamored with him. This is truly a victory for Vayne. Vayne furrowed his brow, thinking, please don't drag me into everything. Although he yearned to declare that only children make choices, and he wished to have it all, he was a bona fide Marine, a true blue Navy prodigy. Such beauty traps were not something he would refuse. Meanwhile, Katakuri, upon witnessing his sister about to engage in battle, simply crossed his arms, observing without any intention to intervene. But aren't you going to break it up? Vayne inquired. This is a battle that belongs to them. Katakuri replied indifferently. That was true, but then Vayne's gaze fell upon the shackles on Yamato's hands. Deep in thought, Katakuri noticed Vayne's focus and asked, isn't she Kaido's daughter? Why does she have those? Explaining this would be rather complicated. In any case, I am currently devising a way to remove those things. Suddenly, a grin spread across Vayne's face as he turned to Katakuri and said, how about you lend a hand? With your mochi fruit, creating a suitable key shouldn't be too difficult, right? I can give it a try. But why should I help you? Assisting someone who may very well become an adversary in the future? Katakuri's tone remained flat. Indeed, Teacher Kaido and Aunt Lingling have fallen out. As her son, I have no reason to assist Yamato. Yet, Vayne reconsidered. It seemed this guy wasn't particularly loyal to his mother either. Katakuri was known for his kindness towards his younger siblings, and even when humiliated by his sister, he merely knocked her out with Conqueror's Haki. But what about Big Mom? She often punished her children in cruel ways and eventually turned Broly into someone so aged. It was hard to believe he had no grievances about that. How about I owe you a favor? Vayne said earnestly. To favor? Katakuri's pupils constricted, his expression one of surprise. That I never expected such words to come from a powerhouse like you. Vayne couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So what? The reason I, Bruce Vayne, have managed to carve a place for myself in the Beast's Pirates is precisely because I have dealt blows to my comrades, sowed discord, and deceived naive young ladies. Owing you a favor is merely a note to be taken in the ledger of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Katakuri remarked. It must be quite disheartening for a man like you to lower yourself to asking for help. Nevertheless, I agreed, so readily. Vayne questioned, a hint of suspicion in his voice. You wouldn't actually harbor any ill will, would you? Regardless, once Katakuri agreed to give it a shot, the onlookers dared not speak further and could only stand quietly by. Watching the T approach Yamato, placing a finger on the lock of the sea stone shackles, Yamato held her breath, intensely focused on the shackles used by that bastard Kaido to bind her. Gradually, the white mochi seeped into the lock. Buzz, the armament Haki entwined around the soft mochi, giving it a gentle twist. Click, a crisp sound echoed, and the sea stone shackles were unlocked. Fantastic! Yamato exclaimed, leaping with joy before seizing the shackles and hurling them towards a nearby building. The violent impact led to a resounding explosion upon contact with the wall. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into cheers. Congratulations, young Master Yamato. Even the young children of the Charlotte family joined in the jubilant celebration. Bouncing with excitement that moment, Katakuri seemed to sense something. Casting his gaze upward toward the towering dome, that felt as though someone was watching them. Yet, Vayne directly addressed Katakuri, don't mind him. He's mentally unstable. Is that so? Meanwhile, above the dome, Kaido, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but take a hearty swig from his drink, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Well done, kid. On the training ground, only Smoker's expression grew colder. Although he knew that Katakuri had his reasons for acting as he did, he was currently focused on defeating the rival before him. Hey, bring it on. Smoker drew his sword, pointing it at Yamato. Oh, I won't let you have Vayne, Yamato replied, brimming with confidence. Just as the two were about to clash, Vayne swiftly grabbed Yamato and ran toward the exit of the training ground. We need to discuss tactics. You all better treat our allies well. Leaving Smoker in a state of disarray, he muttered, is this what it feels like to be dumped? Broly wore a peculiar expression. You two weren't even dating, right? Katakuri merely chuckled softly. What an interesting person. Well, a great war is approaching, and we should return to await Mother's command. The mention of Mother, his gaze flickered, revealing a complex array of emotions as he contemplated something. Today was not his best day. It felt a bit short. That I'll find an opportunity to make it up later. great sorrow. The Whitebeard pirates were urgently gathering their fleet. The Beast pirates were also mobilizing to confront the impending perilous war. Enma led his crew to Wano to negotiate with Kaido, rallying the samurai forces. Queen locked himself and his subordinates in the laboratory, claiming he was developing a new type of weapon. Meanwhile, Vayne aimed to visit the rabbit-shaped quarry. Having decided to assist the Beast pirates, Vayne would no longer take things lightly that he couldn't intervene in the battle between Teacher Kaido and Whitebeard, nor would Kaido allow anyone else to meddle. However, he could still influence the lower-tier combat power at Onegashima's port. Vayne and Yamato boarded a pirate ship. Initially intending to go alone, he was compelled to bring Yamato along when she insisted on joining him. Additionally, Runty had stealthily snuck aboard, now standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at Vayne. "Instructor Vayne, I'm afraid you might elope with Yamato, so I have to keep an eye on you. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours?" inquired Yamato, glancing at the young Shun. "Shun, what does it mean to elope?" Shun let out a derisive snort. "For someone who doesn't even know what elopement is, you truly are Yamato. Listen closely, elopement is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Wayne swiftly covered her mouth. All right. Could you please just keep that to yourself? You really are a troublesome little imp." Soon after, with a commanding call, Wayne ordered the pirate ship to set sail from the harbor. Navigating through the inland sea towards the direction of Rabbit Bowl, Yamato stood at the bow of the ship, embracing the warm, humid sea breeze, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she spread her arms and cheered incessantly. "The ocean is so beautiful." Within just a few minutes, she greeted dozens of birds soaring overhead and countless fish swimming beneath the surface. Shun's gaze was filled with disdain. What a childish woman she was. She couldn't fathom why Instructor Wayne was so fond of her. Finally, as they neared Rabbit Bowl, Yamato settled down, sitting side by side with Wayne and Shun on the deck, savoring the ice-cold lemon juice specially prepared by the chef. Observing Shun's lackluster demeanor, Yamato couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Shun, don't you find sailing to be exciting?" Shun merely pouted. "Sailing is the most boring thing ever." With that, she removed her mask and downed the lemon juice in one go. Instantly, a wave of sourness flooded her mouth, yet she valiantly suppressed any signs of discomfort. "Impressive, Shun," Yamato exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. After all, the cup Shun had was particularly sour. Shun waved her hand dismissively, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She leaned back onto Yamato's lap, feigning an appreciation of the sky. "Enough, I need to rest for a bit. Call me when we arrive." Yamato replied, "All right, Shun." Yet, in the next moment, Shun shot up, her face displaying an expression of exasperation. "What's wrong?" Wayne inquired. Puzzled, "I can only see half the sky." Shun gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Yamato's soft, jelly-like bosom. Wayne simply remained silent. Was this a matter of inferiority? Yet, there was no need to be too disheartened. After all, she was still young. Wayne had already informed Babanuki, the warden of Rabbit Bowl, about bringing young Master Yamato to the quarry. Therefore, upon their arrival at Rabbit Bowl, all the guards lined up to welcome them, loudly calling out Lord Wayne and young Master Yamato. That Wayne's expression darkened, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He had initially considered playing a trick on that old fellow, the soldier who exuded cherry blossom-like aura, to learn a thing or two about it. But with this ruckus, everyone recognized him. "Forget it. Let us get down to business." A.S. Wayne and the others entered. They saw the prisoners adorned with sea stone handcuffs, sweating profusely as they transported heavy stones. These prisoners were either the samurai defeated a decade ago, or pirates who had challenged Kaido over the years or had been captured by the Beast pirates. Besides them, there were guards wielding whips, mercilessly cracking down on the lazy ones. "Hurry up, today is Lord Wayne's inspection day. Let us see who dares to slack off. Work harder." Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest like this. "Enough!" A tall pirate suddenly slammed the stone slab he was carrying onto the ground, shouting furiously, "I've already said it. I came to pledge allegiance to the Beast pirates. It's one thing to open fire when we had a disagreement. But why are we being brought back after we've left the waters of Wano? You bastards!" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It did seem somewhat reasonable, but then the guard lashed out with his whip once more. "Impudent! How dare you question Lord Wayne's wise decisions? You must be seeking death. When they fired upon your ship, did you not fight back or flee? If you're not an enemy, then what are you?" He growled menacingly. With a sharp crack, The whip struck the pirate, causing him to grimace in pain. Initially, he contemplated begging for mercy, but the pain rendered him speechless, and he endured 2 more lashes. Wayne, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for words, and continued onward with his companions. They walked. Shun exclaimed, "Instructor Wayne, there seems to be something in there." Wayne turned to see a dark, ominous hole, within which a pair of eyes observed them. "Lord Wayne, do not be alarmed. That is a warrior imprisoned there for the past decade. General Orochi ordered us to only feed him a single poisoned fish each day." Babanuki explained that a poisoned fish. "I see. But why not just let him starve?" Wayne inquired. "Because General Orochi's order was to poison him." Babanuki chuckled. "Oh, he hasn't been poisoned yet," Wayne remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth. This was no longer a matter of literacy. These fellows certainly had a few screws loose. Subsequently, Wayne spotted Doflamingo, who had already been brought in and was gradually adapting to his new status. There was also Captain Tep, who had been defeated by Kaido, and due to his diligence, he had been nominated as the model worker of the quarry. "Hey, lad, how did you end up in here?" Tep was astonished upon seeing Wayne. "Don't worry, Captain Tep, joining.